Chapter 1. The Grand Line. On an uncharted isle. A dilapidated pirate ship lay moored at the shore, occasionally creaking ominously as if the wood might splinter at any moment. Longhun, our vessel is beyond repair, declared a tall, lanky youth clad in leather boots, his piercing gaze directed at the boy reclining beneath a tree. Longhun barely opened his eyes, having been in this world for a mere week. Longhun, originally from Earth, China, had found himself transported to this pirate realm after a dizzying spell while playing video games late into the night. From the memories of the former owner of this body, he learned that he too bore the name Longhun and was, in fact, the third brother of Luffy. In this piratical world, Luffy had 3 brothers, making them 4 in total, and Longhun was the third brother of Luffy. Now, only 10 days remained until the onset of the Great War. Longhun aspired to become one of the pirates alongside Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, all of whom had nurtured dreams of freedom since childhood. Unfortunately, much like Sabo, Longhun was regarded as a tragic figure in the hearts of Luffy and Ace, having met an untimely demise. In truth, Longhun had indeed been rescued, much like Sabo, but had remained in a comatose state, his body even weaker than in his youth. This reincarnated Longhun sought to take his place, yearning to set sail and embrace the life of a pirate. Ultimately, he was saved by Jinshin. Just as Longhun had convinced Jinshin to join his pirate crew as a companion, calamity struck. The pain was excruciating. It nearly led to the ship's destruction and their demise. Is this truly a place for human habitation? Longhun's thoughts were laced with curses upon his arrival in this new world. He had nearly drowned. In just a few days, he had come perilously close to being devoured by a sea beast. Now, trapped on this desolate, forsaken isle, Longhun could almost foresee his grim fate. He recalled how Sanji and Uncle Zepp had ended up stranded on an island, later enduring 18 levels of hellish torment. This was not merely a test of will, but a matter of humanity itself. Why do other travelers possess golden fingers while I have none? Longhun pondered in silence. As an avid reader and a fan of the sea, Longhun was well aware that most travelers came equipped with extraordinary abilities. Initially, he had been filled with ambition and confidence, skillfully maneuvering to persuade his benefactor to join his crew. Yet, this golden finger had yet to manifest. Ding! The Supreme Guardian Brother system has been successfully bound. At last, Longhun's body trembled slightly. Had his golden finger finally arrived? Ding! Your brother, Monkey D. Luffy, will reach the Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, 10 days from now. As a seasoned Guardian Brother, it was utterly unacceptable to leave his brother alone in such dire straits. The host must reach Marine Ford within 10 days to assist Brother Luffy in rescuing their elder brother Ace during the Great War. Warning: failure to complete the mission will result in the host's automatic annihilation. Ding! It has been detected that the host's original body is too weak to survive in the pirate world. This system has specially provided a newbie gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skills of a swordsman, the flame fruit, and a spirit sword. Ah, Longhun inhaled deeply, realizing that without strength in this world of freedom, he would lack the desire to survive. His recent experiences had made it clear that he was ill-suited for life in this pirate realm. Yet, at this moment, Longhun felt 1,000 curses bubbling within him. You wretched system, arriving late is one thing, but do you dare utter such words? Was it not your fault that I cannot survive, given your tardiness? Longhun confined these thoughts to his mind. Voicing them might provoke the system and make him disappear again. He opened the character panel. World, Pirate World. Host, Longhun. Skill level, Swordsman. Note: due to the variable strength settings in this world, the system assigns skill levels accordingly, categorized as Swordsman, Swordsman of Great Renown, Grand Swordsman, and Sword Saint. Skills: none. Items: Flame Fruit, Spirit Sword. Note: items are stored within the system's internal space. External objects can also be placed within this space, but only inanimate ones. Gazing at his merely second-tier status as a swordsman, Longhun cursed the system for its meager offerings, especially as he prepared to participate in the Grand War, where the strongest would converge. This level of power would scarcely suffice for even the most menial tasks. System, what level does this swordsman skill represent? I am about to engage in the great war. This paltry strength might not even be enough to deliver supplies. Perhaps you could grant me the status of a sword saint, Longhun cautiously suggested, filled with hope. After a moment's silence, seeing no response, Longhun continued, "This is simply unacceptable. A grand swordsman level would not be out of the question." Long pause. "Damn it. You're the system, aren't you? Why do you choose to go silent at such a critical moment? You could go to hell." Longhun exploded in anger, having waited so long without a single reply from the system. Had he not felt a genuine increase in strength, he would have thought the system's sudden appearance was merely a dream. This damn system. Warning. The host has expressed malicious intent towards the system. A verbal warning is issued. Any further infractions will result in immediate severance from the host. FCK. Longhun's eyes widened in disbelief. This entity was infuriatingly intolerable. "Longhun, what is wrong with you?" Jinshin inquired, observing Longhun's frantic demeanor, his expression darkening. What kind of captain had he followed? Longhun froze momentarily, then slowly sat down. It dawned on him that they were not yet out of danger. At this point, the only reliance he had was on the system. Esteemed system, I apologize for my earlier arrogance. Please, enlightened system, guide me." In his mind, Longhun underwent a complete transformation, nearly bowing in apology to the system. "Huh, weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? What happened?" The system seemed to take delight in teasing him. FCK. Longhun felt an intense urge to curse the system's ancestors, but maintained a composed facade. "Esteemed system, please disregard my previous remarks. They were mere folly." "Humph." The system nodded in satisfaction, though Longhun could not see it. "You have shown some sense. Regarding this matter, the system cannot provide much assistance. However, I can inform you that someone will arrive shortly. At that point, you shall be able to leave." The system's voice grew faint until it vanished entirely. Longhun's face fell in disbelief. Had he been deceived? As dawn broke, the first rays of light slowly illuminated the land. A distant black dot gradually emerged on the horizon of the sea, coming into Longhun's view. "Jinshin, someone is approaching." "Is it really someone?" Jinshin hurried to the shore, gazing into the distance, then hesitated, saying, "That doesn't look like a ship. Could it be?" Observing the swaying black, Longhun suddenly considered a possibility, his expression shifting dramatically. "Jinshin, do not mention we are pirates from this moment on. We are merely ordinary people in distress." With that, Longhun took a deep breath. He found it hard to believe that a marine admiral would be wandering about in such a critical time of impending war. The newcomer was none other than Kazan, one of the top 3 admirals of the marine headquarters, also known as Akiji. That unique style of traversing the sea on a bicycle was the hallmark of Admiral Akiji. As Akiji, who had consumed the ice fruit, could freeze anything he touched into solid ice, the moment his bicycle made contact with the sea, a thick layer of ice would form, giving rise to his signature transportation. Soon, Akiji noticed the presence of 2 individuals on the island, steering his bicycle towards them. "Who are you two? What brings you to this deserted island?" Akiji inquired, eyeing the 2 young men before him. Riding a bicycle on the sea, Jiangxin's voice trembled slightly, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. "Who exactly are you?" This reaction was understandable. Longhun remembered watching One Piece and feeling utterly astonished the first time he witnessed Akiji in action. All he could think was, what the hell? Gazing at the wrecked ship, Akiji raised an eyebrow in perplexity. "Have you met with misfortune? We are pirates. Who are you?" Jiangxin's expression turned grave as he asked earnestly. Longhun thought to himself, this is quite different from what we discussed earlier. Green pheasant. What brings you here? Longhun asked directly, casting aside his pretense, asserting, after all, I am a pirate. "Oh, a pirate, you say? In that case, I cannot allow you to leave unscathed." However, Green Pheasant glanced around, noticing the absence of any ships, and added, "It seems you have no means of escape either. Never mind." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Longhun was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, wow, Green Pheasant truly lives up to his reputation. He is remarkably nonchalant. Nevertheless, Longhun's spiritual sword manifested in his hand. At this moment, he could not afford to hold back. What if Green Pheasant was indeed the formidable adversary the dog system had warned him about? Relying solely on the dog system was unwise. He had to depend on his own strength. Isn't it rather absurd for a vice admiral to let a pirate go free? Longhun declared, striking Green Pheasant's back with his sword. A crisp sound resonated as the spiritual sword collided with Green Pheasant, gradually forming a thin layer of ice on him, which began to creep up Longhun's arm. "Oh dear, you really are quite ruthless." The Vice Admiral, Sword Heart, gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ding! Host detected to be facing a formidable enemy, triggering a side quest. Endure for the duration of an incense stick against Vice Admiral Green Pheasant. Reward unknown. Difficulty level hard. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Longhun's mind. Damn, an incense stick? Longhun swiftly retreated, feeling the chilling temperature of the sword in his hand, cursing inwardly. Although the ice had not spread to the hilt, Longhun could still feel the bone-chilling cold. With a resonant sound, the ice shattered under the force of the sword's swing, scattering into fragments. Observing the radiant sword in his grasp, Longhun experienced an inexplicable sense of connection. A spiritual sword, perhaps? The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile as he realized that this sword was no ordinary weapon, it truly possessed spirit. From this day forth, I shall name you Kan Hong. Raising the sword, Longhun summoned all his strength and declared, "Let us battle." Hey there! Green Pheasant picked up a handful of grass, exhaling upon it, which instantly transformed into a blade of ice, clashing against Longhun's strike. Ice military knife. Boom! This time, Kan Hong did not succumb to freezing. Gazing at the ice blade in Green Pheasant's hand, Longhun's lips twitched. Blowing grass into a blade, one of the Vice Admiral's ostentatious tricks. Previously, he had only seen it on television. Witnessing it in person now made Longhun feel as if the ice fruit had been endowed with cheat-like powers. "Are you truly a pirate? I don't recall hearing of anyone like you," Green Pheasant expressed, somewhat astonished that this sword-wielding individual had managed to shatter his ice. Clang, clang, clang. After exchanging a series of blows, Longhun became increasingly adept at wielding Kan Hong. Longhun seized the moment and unleashed a powerful strike, the sword enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Sword Heart was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Longhun in combat, and his strength was on par with the Navy's highest combatants. Oh dear! Green Pheasant's demeanor grew serious. Casually discarding the ice blade and crossing his arms, he swung, declaring, "Ice line." Two icy rays shot forth towards Longhun, their speed akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him, causing his pupils to constrict. "Longhun, be careful!" Sword Heart exclaimed in alarm, drawing his long knife and slashing at Green Pheasant. However, he was a moment too late. Clang! Longhun swept his sword to intercept the two icy rays, but the blade was instantly encased in ice, freezing his hand as well. Subsequently, Kenshin's blade struck fiercely against Akiji's chest. Boom! The body shattered with a resounding crash, transforming Akiji into a pile of ice shards. "Longhun, are you all right?" Kenshin inquired as he approached Longhun, casting a glance at Akiji. Longhun remained silent. This situation was rather precarious. He was aware that Akiji was largely unharmed. Such was the terrifying nature of the Logia-type devil fruit. To combat a Logia user, one must wield another Logia fruit, or resort to Haki. Ding! Mission accomplished. Please check your rewards. Just as Longhun found himself in a dilemma, the system's melodious voice echoed. "Open it quickly," Longhun exclaimed with excitement. This dogged system had finally come through in the nick of time. It was a lifeline. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired one Thunder Fruit, a choice of any of the three Haki types, and a high-tech submarine. Submarine, appear, Longhun shouted, as a medium-sized submarine, adorned in white and light blue, slowly materialized by the shore. "Kenshin, let us go." The moment the submarine appeared, Longhun grasped Kenshin and entered the vessel. Ding! Welcome aboard the Guardian ship. Would you like to activate the identity recognition system? Hurry, we need to leave. Longhun paused slightly. It seemed they were unfamiliar with operating this submarine. Ding! Identity confirmed. Captain of the Guardian ship, Longhun. Voice commands have been issued. The Guardian ship will depart in 10 seconds. What? 10 seconds. Without time to marvel at the advanced technology of the Guardian ship, Longhun was left dumbfounded. Outside, the shattered ice gradually converged, forming a humanoid figure. Akiji had reformed. Oh dear, how ruthless, Akiji remarked. Momentarily taken aback by the colossal vessel before him. In the next instant, he leaped into action, sending 2 icy beams crashing onto the ocean's surface. Though your group may not yet be renowned, allowing you to continue growing will undoubtedly lead to great calamity. As he spoke, half of Akiji's face was enveloped in ice, his expression turning solemn. Ice Age. Longhun felt a chill run down his spine. Was he truly going to be this merciless? Just as he feared the worst, the Guardian ship suddenly jolted. Ding! Alert! The Guardian ship has detected imminent danger and will automatically activate the teleportation system. Please brace yourselves to avoid injury. Buzz. In an instant, Longhun and Kenshin were enveloped in dizziness, their consciousness slipping away. Hey! Akiji could hardly believe his eyes as such a massive submarine vanished right before him. What manner of ability was this? Given the bizarre occurrence, Akiji immediately thought of the capabilities of a devil fruit. It was only natural, after all, for this was the world of pirates, at a depth of 100 meters. 10 miles away, the Guardian ship lay quietly anchored. Hiss. Longhun inhaled sharply. He hadn't anticipated the immense power of the Guardian ship, which had instantly transported them 10 miles away. Even Akiji would have no means to counter this. Wouldn't this make their journey to Marineford significantly easier? Truly, a product of the system. Ding. Host, do not misjudge the situation. The Guardian ship's teleportation requires a substantial amount of energy, which can only be supplied by Guardian Stones. Guardian Stones? Longhun inquired. What are Guardian Stones? Ding. Such an ignorant question. Please consult the information yourself. Subsequently, the system fell silent. Longhun. Damn it. Unable to do otherwise, Longhun opened the system panel, where he found an information retrieval option in the upper right corner. After a thorough reading, he gleaned a general understanding. The Guardian Stone was a product of the system, specifically designed to fuel high-tech devices. At present, the Guardian ship had only 20% of its energy remaining. It seemed it would not last much longer. System, you dog. Longhun called out twice. A familiar special page of the system gradually appeared in his mind. He quickly amended, System, I wish to inquire if I can learn Conqueror's Haki if I choose it. Regarding the matter of Haki rewards, Longhun had been pondering it for quite some time. It was, after all, the greatest power in the pirate world. Aside from the devil fruits, Haki was divided into 3 types: observation, armament, and Conqueror's Haki. Among these, armament Haki was the perfect weapon against Logia-type users. Just think, had Kenshin's strike been imbued with armament Haki, even if Akiji transformed into ice, it would still have inflicted damage upon him. As for Conqueror's Haki, it could only be awakened by those possessing the qualities of a king, primarily manifesting as an overwhelming aura. Only a select few strong individuals could wield it for attack. That would be Conqueror's Haki entanglement. No, the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki, like the high-level applications of Flowing Cherry and the foresight of Observation Haki, belonged to advanced utilizations. When one reached the required level, it could be achieved. I choose armament Haki. Since that option was not viable, Longhun had already devised a plan. The foes they would face included numerous Logia users. Armament Haki was the clear choice. Ding. Host has acquired armament Haki. Please check the exact level on the character panel. Additionally, a side quest has been triggered, out of brotherly affection. Your second brother Sabo is currently in a high position within the Revolutionary Army. With his memories lost, the host needs to restore his memories and accompany him to Marineford to rescue your older brother Ace. Mission rewards: 100 Guardian Stones, a Senza bean from the Dragon Ball world. Depending on the situation, the host will also receive a life paper for your brother Sabo. There will be no penalties for failure in this mission. Longhun suddenly felt overwhelming joy. His greatest regret while watching One Piece had been that his brother Sabo had left without accomplishing anything before Ace's demise. Perhaps this could lead to a perfect ending, he mused quietly. Opening the character panel. Host, Longhun. Cultivation, Swordmaster. Skill, Primary Armament Haki. 100, 1000. Items, Logia-type fruit. Flame fruit, thunder fruit, remnant rainbow sword. Tools, Guardian ship. Crew, Kenshin, Swordmaster level. Upon seeing the crew section, Longhun was momentarily taken aback. However, he now understood Kenshin's true strength. It seemed their powers were comparable. From the earlier battle with Akiji, Longhun surmised that Kenshin's Swordmaster level was likely on par with Zoro's from 2 years prior. Nevertheless, Longhun currently possessed no ultimate techniques. Zoro's moves could be described as inexhaustible and ever-evolving. One could never predict when he might unveil a new technique, and the names of these moves were always grandiose, filled with limitless profundity and poetic essence. However, now that Longhun had acquired armament haki, his strength had undeniably increased. Facing Logia users, he felt a newfound confidence. It appeared that haki was also enhanced through skill experience points. With this plan in mind, Longhun turned his attention to the 2 Logia-type fruits in his inventory. These fruits were undoubtedly among the elite in terms of abilities. In fact, during his battle with Akiji, he had momentarily considered consuming the flame fruit, believing it might grant him the power to contend with Akiji. Ultimately, having escaped, he dismissed that thought. He resolved to reserve the flame fruit for his brother Sabo. This, Longhun felt, was the essence of the pirate world. As for the thunder fruit, he had already decided to give it to Kenshin. 2 days later, on a coastal shore, a shadow gradually emerged from the sea surface. Smooth as if freshly hatched from an eggshell, this was the guardian ship, intermittently flashing with electric sparks. Kenshin, you must quickly learn to control the power of the thunder fruit, Longhun said, observing the lightning occasionally surging from Kenshin. Longhun, Kenshin replied, still struggling to grasp the surreal nature of this situation. Such a precious Logia-type fruit had been so freely placed before him in a daze. He had consumed it, feeling the electric power surging within him, as if he had transformed into lightning itself. Nodding slightly, Kenshin gazed through the specialized glass of the guardian ship, peering at the distant coastline, and murmured, "Is the brother you spoke of here?" with a hint of nostalgia. Longhun's memories began to surface in this body. The 4 brothers had once wreaked havoc together, doing as they pleased, living freely. They left behind a series of heartwarming memories in that small mountain village. A faint smile graced Jianshin's lips as he observed Longhun, lost in reminiscence, and he closed his eyes. As an elder brother, he must save him. He had come to realize that the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, Ace, who was about to be executed by the world government, was their older brother. When the elder brother is in peril, the younger brothers must vow to stand by him to the death. Jianshin understood Longhun's current feelings all too well. Perhaps he could hardly muster the thought to speak. At the same time, Jianshin had made up his mind. In the scant week remaining, he would master the powers of the thunder fruit. Only then could he assist Longhun in this war. Let us disembark. As he gazed at the approaching shore, Longhun rose slowly. Whooshed, he summoned the guardian ship into the system space, ensuring its convenient use. Witnessing Longhun's effortless gesture, Jianshin was taken aback. What manner of technique was this? A devil fruit ability? Who are you? Where did that creature go? Suddenly, a figure with gray-blue hair emerged, adopting a karate stance with wary hands. Observing Longhun and Jianshin intently, upon recognizing the newcomer, Longhun knew his 2nd brother, Sabo, must be nearby. Fishman karate, a unique skill of Fishman Island, belonged to this individual, who was none other than Haku, a revolutionary comrade who often accompanied Sabo. Longhun speculated that they were likely on a mission together. "Hey, I'm asking you a question." Haku, sensing their reluctance to respond, tightened his vigilance. "Ha ha ha, don't misunderstand, we are not enemies." The sight of Haki meant they were close to Sabo. And Longhun spoke with excitement. "Sabo is here, right? We have urgent matters to discuss with him." "How do you know?" Haku was taken aback. Their mission should have been confidential. These two seemed to possess a detailed understanding of their movements. As he spoke, Haku quickly closed his mouth, chastising himself for inadvertently revealing too much. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Longhun displayed the life paper in his hand, stating, "We have come following Sabo's life paper. It is indeed urgent. We kindly request to meet him. Wait here." Upon seeing the life paper, Haku understood that they were genuinely seeking Sabo. He instructed them and hurried towards a cluster of buildings. Longhun and Jianshin waited in silence. And perhaps due to the memories of Longhun's childhood, he felt an uncontrollable excitement. They had not seen each other in many years, and this feeling caused Longhun's blood to course with renewed vigor. He knew they were now truly brothers. Longhun had always envied the bonds of brotherhood in the pirate world, especially between Luffy and his brothers, who shared an unrestrained camaraderie. Only the bonds of brotherhood tightly bound them together. Just the thought of it made Longhun feel unable to resist. Now he too was among this brotherhood. Just as Longhun's excitement reached its peak, 3 figures gradually approached them. The one in the center had wavy golden hair and wore a grand hat adorned with windbreak glasses, obscuring much of his golden locks. Dressed in a black coat, he exuded an undeniable aristocratic aura. At merely 20 years of age, he had ascended to the rank of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. Chief of Staff, Sabo, Beside him was a beautiful woman with short orange hair, his sister-in-law, Koala Dotatsuyo. Sabo began, momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting as he regarded Longhun. Who are you? Longhun opened his mouth to respond. But the words eluded him, his heart overflowing with longing. Suddenly, Sabo stiffened, as if a multitude of voices echoed in his mind. Sabo, you are our brother. One by one, the little figures appeared in Sabo's thoughts, calling out repeatedly, plunging him into a state of confusion. Finally, he was seized by a wave of intense pain in his head, and Sabo cried out in agony. Yes, we are brothers. With those words, Sabo collapsed. Longhun rushed forward to support him, but someone was faster. Just as Longhun was about to touch Sabo, a shadow darted in, lifting Sabo and leaping several dozen meters away. Sabo, Sabo, what happened to you? Koala exclaimed in a panic, receiving no response and feeling utterly at a loss. You idiot, what did you do? Haku regretted calling Sabo over, feeling it was all his fault. For 1,000 brick fists. Haku suddenly hurled a punch at Longhun. Slowly extending his hand, Longhun caught Haku's fist, exclaiming helplessly, Hold on, there's no need to act hastily. What did you do to Sabo? Just as Longhun began to explain, a voice interrupted. Haku, stop. Sabo, you're awake, Koala exclaimed with joy. You scared me to death. I hit you several times. Cough, cough. Take it easy, Sabo gasped, sitting up and looking at Longhun softly, saying, Longhun. Yes. They exchanged smiles. Longhun nodded emphatically, feeling relieved. He had feared Sabo might remain unconscious for days. If that were the case, things would become troublesome. Ha ha ha. Sabo lay on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, startling both Koala and Haku. Sabo, are you all right? Ha ha ha. Longhun's lips curled into a grin, and he too burst into laughter. The sound of their hearty laughter echoed through the heavens, nearly reverberating across the entire sea. Haku and Koala looked utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for what was happening, listening to their joyous laughter resounding in the sky. Jianshin's lips lifted slightly as he recalled his earlier conversation with Longhun. To save the elder brother. Yes, the Marine is about to execute Port Ace. My elder brother. Longhun's mood turned somber, his gaze deepening. This was the first time Jianshin had seen Longhun in such a state. Soon, Longhun began recounting the tale of their 4 brothers. Upon learning this news, even Jianshin found it hard to contain his emotions. Second brother Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, the elder brother, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. The younger brother, the new age's Straw Hat Kid. For brothers, what a formidable lineup. Jianshin was genuinely astonished. Given time, this era would likely be reshaped by the 4 of them. Sabo, Koala called out again. I'm fine. Don't worry. Sabo gradually stood, his gaze fervently fixed on Longhun. How did you come to be here? And how did you know I was here? Producing a blank piece of paper, Longhun, noticing Sabo's puzzled expression, stated directly, Sabo, we cannot delay. Ace is to be executed. What? Sabo's pupils dilated sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he asked, what happened? You know Ace's background. Longhun slowly tucked away the life paper, turning to face the sea. Is it because of Roger's bloodline? Sabo approached the shore, standing shoulder to shoulder with Longhun. They both understood that the world government would never allow the bloodline of the most notorious pirate, Gold. Roger, to persist. Ace was the son of the pirate king, Roger, a fact they had known since childhood, and naturally, they understood that such a day would inevitably come. Once Ace's lineage was revealed, the world government and the Marine headquarters would undoubtedly act to eliminate him. They would spare no effort in hunting Ace down. However, Ace was their brother, regardless of who the enemy was, even if it were the entire world. So what? It was merely a battle. Has Ace been captured? Sabo's tone carried disbelief. He knew Ace's strength. Could an ordinary person truly capture him? Longhun opened his mouth, an anger rising within him at the thought of Blackbeard's betrayal. Ace's capture was undoubtedly a lasting pain for countless fans of the sea. Since I have become brothers with Ace and the others, I must stop Blackbeard this time. In the realm of true piracy, Blackbeard can undoubtedly be deemed the ultimate victor of the Marineford War. Not only did he acquire the formidable powers of the Tremor fruit, but he also personally dealt the fatal blow to Whitebeard, the legendary figure. Huff, Long Soul exhaled, stating, Sabo, at this very moment, Luffy should be en route to Impel Down. The mere mention of Impel Down caused Sabo to freeze momentarily, swiftly turning to Zhou and exclaiming, the world's foremost prison. We must act quickly to prevent him. Is Luffy throwing caution to the wind? A slight smirk graced Long Soul's lips. Observing Sabo's demeanor, he understood that Sabo remained unchanged, still the gentle older brother to Luffy. Sabo, Long Soul called out sharply, lowering his gaze. Sabo stiffened, glancing at Long Soul. Before quickly regaining his composure, he recognized that Long Soul's visit was undoubtedly related to this matter. Calm yourself. Let me recount the events of these past years, Long Soul implored, settling down on the ground. His eyes fixed on Sabo. Huff, Sabo followed suit, taking a seat and responding, speak. Ding. The long-awaited notification echoed in Long Soul's mind. Task completed. Rewards have been allocated to the item inventory. The simplicity of this task took Long Soul by surprise. He had expected it to be more arduous. Initially, he had harbored concerns about whether time would be sufficient. However, it now appeared that there was no cause for alarm, and all was still within reach. In truth, we are quite alike. Not long after your departure, I too left them behind, Long Soul reflected, suppressing his elation as he drifted into memories. A sudden tightening sensation gripped Sabo's heart, an ominous premonition surfacing. Indeed, in the hearts of Luffy and Ace, they now possessed but a single remaining brother. At this moment, Ace languished in the 6th level of Impel Down. You know Luffy well. Given such a grave situation with Ace, how could he possibly remain idle? Upon hearing this news, he would have set off with fervor, Long Soul continued. That fool Luffy, Sabo muttered through clenched teeth, a pained expression crossing his face. Ha ha ha, Sabo. Luffy is no longer that weeping child of yours. Take a look at this, Long Soul said, a grin forming as he produced a bounty poster from his belongings and presented it to Sabo. 300 million berries. Sabo gazed at the bounty notice. An indescribable sensation swelling within him. Luffy, you have not changed at all. The smiling visage of Luffy remained on the poster, yet he no longer appeared to be the crybaby of the past. Have faith in Luffy. It is too late for us to reach Impel Down now. We must hasten to Marine headquarters in Marineford, Long Soul declared, rising with unwavering determination. Indeed, just in case, if Luffy fails to rescue Ace, we shall take it upon ourselves to do so. Sabo's gaze fixed forward. Having only just regained his memories, he could not bear to witness the loss of another brother. Clara, you and the others should return on our ship first. I have matters to attend to. Inform Captain Long that the task has been accomplished. Allow me a few days of respite. You, Clara, his second sister, began to protest, but Haku shook his head beside her. They had already learned the full extent of the situation from GNXIN. Times like these, offering support was all that was required. Very well, Sabo. You must return safely. She understood that her assistance in this world-class conflict would be limited. Even Sabo could not guarantee a favorable outcome. Sabo adjusted his grand hat, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied resolutely, yes, rest assured, his piercing gaze fixed on the horizon. Luffy, Ace, how are you faring? With a swift motion, Long Soul summoned the guardian ship, which landed upon the sea's surface, creating towering waves. What is this? Haku and the others stared in disbelief at the colossal vessel that had seemingly materialized from thin air. Their first thought was that Long Soul must possess some extraordinary powers. Thud. Long Soul leapt gracefully onto the deck of the guardian ship, turning to face Sabo. They need our strength, after exchanging a few words with Clara and Haku. Sabo's aura intensified as he too leapt aboard the guardian ship, one hand clutching his grand hat, revealing a captivating gaze. Yes, world government, Marine headquarters. If you wish to harm our brothers, you must first seek our consent. With a sweeping glance toward the distance, Long Soul opened the entrance to the guardian ship. Jianshin, we set sail. Destination, Marineford, full speed ahead. Ding. Searching for destination. Target locked. The guardian ship will commence operation in 10 seconds. Ace, we shall rescue you. As they watched the guardian ship gradually descend, Clara and Haku were overwhelmed with mixed emotions. This Long Soul, the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, the super rookie Straw Hat Luffy, and their Revolutionary Army's chief strategist Sabo were indeed four brothers. For the sake of their sibling, they defied the tidal waves of war and ventured forth alone. Would this conflict be altered by the presence of these four brothers? Hey, system, what is this experience value all about? Long Soul inquired, scrutinizing the character panel with curiosity. Host, Long Soul. Level, Sword Hero. Skills, Beginner Armament Hockey. Items, Stendo, Can Rainbow Sword. Tools. Guardian Ship. The sudden increase in skill experience left Long Soul astonished. Ding. This system allocates experience based on task completion and character difficulty. However, experience comes in various forms and must be exchanged by the host. Note: each skill activation requires 1,000 experience points. Promotions depend on specific circumstances. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. Long Soul quickly questioned, does this mean that my 1,000 experience points can be used not only to enhance armament hockey but also to unlock observation hockey? He sought validation for his thoughts, realizing that if this were indeed the case, his power might escalate significantly before reaching Marineford. Host, you possess some discernment, not entirely foolish, the system's flippant voice chimed, eliciting a mild annoyance from Long Soul. Yet, the joy swelling within him overshadowed any irritation, and he chose to overlook the system's attitude. System, upgrade armament hockey. In this moment, boosting his strength through armament hockey was paramount if he could master Flowing Cherry. His abilities would ascend to new heights. Ding. Armament hockey upgraded. Now at intermediate armament hockey. Status, Flowing Cherry. Long Soul was elated. He promptly opened the character panel once more. The skill line had transformed to skills. Intermediate armament hockey. 1001000. It appeared that to further elevate intermediate armament hockey, he would require 10,000 experience points. Long Soul was intrigued. If Flowing Cherry constituted intermediate armament hockey, what would advanced armament hockey entail? Perhaps mastering advanced armament hockey would be sufficient to contend with an admiral. Suddenly, Long Soul felt that the distance to admiral-level power was within reach. System, what is the state of advanced armament hockey? Ultimately, Long Soul could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Host temporarily lacks the authority to obtain the answer to this question. His lips twitched. He knew that this system would not easily divulge such information. Nevertheless, Long Soul had mentally prepared himself and felt little disappointment. After all, it was merely 10,000 experience points, wasn't it? Host, if you have more queries, the system still wishes to convey something. But Long Soul had lost interest, opting to exit the interface as he emerged from the system space. He peered through the large screen of the Guardian ship. Assessing the surrounding situation, noticing nothing amiss, he gradually made his way toward the innermost chamber of the hall. Through the specially crafted glass doors, he observed flames raging and lightning crackling. Fire Fist, as he leapt along the walls. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo unleashed a fiery punch toward Jianshin. Long Soul had given Sabo the flame fruit before their departure. In the midst of Sab's bewildered gaze, Longhun remained silent. Ultimately, Sab consumed the Mera no Mi. For with the impending war, such a Logia-type fruit would significantly enhance his combat prowess. He held an unwavering trust in Longhun. If Longhun asserted the authenticity of the Mera no Mi, it must be true. Though puzzled by the simultaneous appearance of two identical fruits, he dismissed the concern. The Humo had already broadened his horizons, and in light of that, the two identical fruits seemed insignificant. Swish, swish, Jianshin's speed was akin to lightning, rendering him almost invisible. Only the sound of his rapid movements broke the silence. Yet, the confines of the room were limited. No matter how swift Jianshin was, he could not evade Sab's punch. Boom! As Sab's fist made contact, Jianshin's form gradually came into view, his face emanating electric energy, bracing himself against the blow. Dragon Claw Fist. In an instant, Sab's forearm transformed into a shade of black, his palm morphing into a dragon's claw. Lunging toward Jianshin. Observing this, Jianshin transformed his entire body into lightning and swung his blade. Clang! Sab's claw seized Jianshin's longsword. How could this be possible? Jianshin's pupils contracted in shock. At this moment, he was unaware of the existence of Haki. Confounded as to how Sab could grasp his blade with bare hands, he was filled with doubt. Discharged 20 million volts. A surge of intense electricity erupted, surging towards Sab. Buzz! In an instant, Sab transformed into a ball of flame. Leaping away from Jianshin, with sword in hand, Jianshin took a sudden step forward, his blade crackling with electricity. 60 million volts. The lightning shot upwards to the ceiling, cascading a massive, lightning-infused strike that nearly occupied half the room. Fire Fist. With both hands apart, Sab concentrated his fiery power into his right hand, unleashing a mighty punch. Boom! The clash between the lightning slash and Sab's colossal fire fist reverberated throughout the room, engulfing it in a haze of smoke. As the sound of a door creaking open echoed, Longhun slowly entered. As the smoke dissipated, the figures of Sab and Jianshin gradually came into focus. Sab, what was that move just now? How could it possess such hardness even without weapons? Jianshin sheathed his longsword, perplexed. Haki, armament Haki. Before Sab could respond, Longhun interjected. Haki. Jianshin nodded slightly, and Longhun produced 3 bento boxes to share with them, a feature of the Humo that allowed for convenient meal ordering, albeit limited to the onboard menu. Finding a spot to sit, Longhun began to explain while eating. There are 2 common types of Haki. One is the armament Haki, which hardens the user's body, and the other is the observation Haki, which allows one to predict an opponent's actions. Lastly, there's the Conqueror's Haki, a rare gift possessed by only a few among countless people. Boom! just as Longhun elaborated on haki. The Humo suddenly shook violently. "What is happening?" Jinshin exclaimed. They quickly made their way to the hall, only to find the screen engulfed in darkness. Humo, what is wrong? What issue has arisen?" Longhun inquired impatiently. "Beep. Warning. The Humo has detected that it is currently situated within the body of an unidentified creature and has automatically activated the defensive system. Captain Longhun, please address the crisis promptly," staring at the blank screen. Longhun realized they were most likely swallowed whole by some massive sea beast, his expression turning grim. At this moment, Longhun could only contemplate two methods, either to break free from within or to utilize the Humo's teleportation feature. Humo, do you have any effective means of escape?" Longhun felt it necessary to inquire, wondering if the Humo possessed any advanced capabilities. Beep. Ion wave can be activated. Ion wave. Longhun's face lit up with excitement. This was excellent news, as he had not realized that the Humo had an offensive system. System-produced, indeed. This dog system is somewhat reliable. Activate ion wave. Longhun gestured forward, and the front of the Humo slowly opened, revealing the proud head of a dragon cannon. Buzz. A terrifying energy began to coalesce, and this spectacle was vividly captured on the large screen, leaving not only Jinshin and Sabo in awe but even Longhun. A modern individual transported through time, utterly astonished. Previously, he had thought the ion wave was somewhat comparable to the Straw Hat Pirate's lion's roar, yet it now seemed immensely more powerful. A column of energy, emitting faint electric sparks, shot straight ahead, illuminating the surrounding darkness with the brilliance of dawn. As Longhun and the others regained their vision, they beheld a colossal energy beam racing toward the distant horizon. Clearly, the ion wave still had substantial power left. Sab opened his mouth in astonishment, unsure of what to say. He turned to Longhun and remarked, "Longhun, what on earth is this Humo? Its power is astounding." Ha. No need to dwell on it," Longhun chuckled, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed ahead. "Sab, with this, our chances of rescuing Ace have significantly increased. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yes, indeed." Sab smiled. His eyes filled with hope as he gazed into the distance. "By the way, Longhun, you should tell me why Ace was captured." Sab had long harbored doubts. He knew Ace's strength all too well and found it hard to believe that the Navy could easily apprehend him, unless they deployed an admiral-level force. However, if an admiral took action, the Revolutionary Army would surely have received word. It was Blackbeard. After a brief silence, Longhun divulged the truth about Blackbeard. His real name is Marshal D. Teach. He was formerly the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of Ace's subordinates. Longhun shared all the information he had regarding Blackbeard with Sab and Jinshin, since Blackbeard would also be participating in this war. It was prudent to inform Sab and Jinshin in advance, for Blackbeard's strength was not to be underestimated. According to the true progression of the pirate world, the greatest beneficiary of the upcoming Marineford War would undoubtedly be Blackbeard. Not only had he obtained the powers of the Gura no Mi, but he had also risen to become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Was it all orchestrated by that Blackbeard? Sab's eyes sharpened. His hands clenched tightly. It was evident that he was far from calm beneath the surface. Indeed, Longhun nodded slowly. Blackbeard posed a considerable challenge, for the power of the Yami no Mi was a formidable weapon against other devil fruit users. However, it only targeted abilities. Without the powers of a devil fruit, Blackbeard was merely an ordinary individual. Without the Gura no Mi, he had not yet entered the ranks of true powerhouses. With the Yami no Mi's abilities, Blackbeard had surpassed Ace. He would undoubtedly seize this war as an opportunity to fish for advantage, thus necessitating their utmost vigilance. So, this Blackbeard can be considered the bane of all devil fruit users. Jinshin remarked seriously, acknowledging the danger posed by the Yami no Mi. Not exactly. As Longhun spoke of the Yami no Mi, he couldn't help but sigh, recognizing Blackbeard as an ambitious figure, a veritable rogue, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends, driven by insatiable ambition, lying in wait for decades. Who could withstand such a person? Is that Blackbeard the one clad in a coat, grotesque in appearance, with a round belly covered in hair, armed with 3 pistols and a bottle of liquor, and missing several teeth? Jinshin inquired, slightly hesitant. How do you know this? Longhun looked at Jinshin in surprise, astonished that he had more detailed knowledge than he himself did. Look, with a gesture toward the front, Jinshin's expression turned peculiar, casting a suspicious glance at Jinshin. Longhun felt confused. Just as he turned his head, he was left speechless. How is this possible? Gazing at the warship above the sea, Longhun was momentarily at a loss for words. Is that Blackbeard? How did he end up here? There, on the warship, stood Blackbeard and his crew. with only 2 days remaining until the Marineford War. They should have been on their way to impel down. How could they possibly be here? They had yet to enter the Navy's triangular zone. For the peculiar ocean currents there would have alerted them long ago if they had. Logically speaking, Blackbeard should be at the Navy headquarters at this time. Could that man truly be Blackbeard? Sabo clenched his teeth, his gaze fixated on the imposing figure of Blackbeard aboard the warship. At that moment, 200 meters ahead of the protecting demon, a naval vessel slowly approached, unaware of the submerged protecting demon below the surface. Dragon Soul, what should we do? Sword Hard inched closer to Dragon Soul. Aware that the very Blackbeard who had sent their brothers to impel down was now within reach. It was best to let Dragon Soul decide their course of action. Sabo, Dragon Soul stepped forward and placed a hand on Sabo's shoulder. Speaking gently, "Yes, I understand. Don't worry." Sabo nodded slightly, acknowledging the undeniable strength of Blackbeard. Yet, the thought of letting him leave unscathed stirred a deep resentment within him. It was true that they couldn't allow Blackbeard to depart so easily. A faint smile tugged at Dragon Soul's lips. Although he was uncertain why Blackbeard was present, he was acutely aware that Blackbeard was a mortal enemy to their quartet. As far as Dragon Soul knew, these rogues would soon head to the underwater prison to meet Luffy. Suddenly, Dragon Soul's eyes narrowed in realization. He recalled that at this very moment, Luffy would be fighting Magellan, nearly succumbing to poison. He took a deep breath, glancing at their course. They were still a day and a half away from Marineford. Utilizing instant transmission would deplete their energy reserves, leaving them no time to spare. They could only place their faith in Luffy, but Dragon Soul lifted his gaze to the grinning Blackbeard, and a surge of fury welled within him. "Let us fire a shot. If we survive, it will be a stroke of luck." Dragon Soul pointed at the naval vessel where Blackbeard sat and commanded, "Protecting Demon, launch an ion beam at the approaching warship." Beep. Activating ion beam. Virum. A beam of light shot diagonally from the surface of the sea, striking the warship occupied by Blackbeard's crew. "What is happening?" Blackbeard exclaimed as he caught sight of the beam racing towards him. Without a moment to think, he unleashed a dark force, attempting to absorb the ion beam. Darkness. The ion beam pierced through the hull from below, engulfing Blackbeard in its radiance. Before he could fully manifest his darkness, the ion beam struck him squarely, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. "Captain." The members of Blackbeard's crew were taken aback. Who dares?" Basis scanned the surroundings, trying to pinpoint the enemy. However, the protecting demon had already begun to submerge into the depths, leaving no trace behind. Bang, bang, bang. Vinoka, the sharpshooter, quickly deduced the origin of the ion beam and fired several shots. "People have likely fled." "Oh no, we've got a massive hole in the ship," Basis cried, rushing to Blackbeard's side. "Captain, are you all right?" "Ugh, cough." Blackbeard struggled to rise, his hand brushing against the blood on his forehead. His expression grim. Who was it?" Blackbeard roared, his face contorted with rage as he slowly sat back down. "Can the ship still sail? It can still manage, but it will require repairs to navigate. Let us go." Wiping the blood from his forehead, Blackbeard rose slowly, gazing at the sea around him with a puzzled heart. Who could have ambushed them in such a place? What about their ship? Did we sink it? Sword Hard inquired, grasping the hilt of his sword. "Not sunk, but it served to teach Blackbeard a lesson. Our energy reserves are running low. Is that so?" Dragon Soul shook his head. "Why is that?" Sabo asked. Puzzled, Blackbeard's destination is impelled down. His subordinates are prepared. Someone will open the gates of justice for them. If anything goes awry, Luffy will truly be in grave danger, Dragon Soul explained. The most critical reason is the system's mention of the Marineford War. Since the war has become a primary mission, it indicates that the system believes its occurrence to be inevitable. Even if he tries to intervene, he may not succeed. We cannot afford to delay our journey. Reaching Marineford is of utmost importance. But Luffy, he is certainly facing life-threatening trials. At the noon of the 5th level of the underwater prison impelled down, Luffy had been severely injured and poisoned by Magellan. Ivankov, legendary queen of the Okama, dragged him, nearly at her limit, in search of the elusive Ivankov. Unfortunately, they were ambushed and ensnared by a pack of wolves. In the midst of the peril, Luffy suddenly awakened his conqueror's haki, stunning the wolves, but he and Ivankov both collapsed. They were taken by the Revolutionary Army's Imizuna to the 5.5 level of the underground Okama Paradise. Receiving treatment from Ivankov, Luffy's injuries had reached a critical point. The cost of healing was 10 years of his lifespan. "Luffy, you must feel utterly helpless, with your only remaining brother facing execution, and your comrades scattered across the globe. You have ventured alone into the world's most notorious underwater prison, now teetering on the brink of life and death. I am so sorry, all of this burdens you alone." Suddenly, a spark ignited in Dragon Soul's eyes as he shouted inwardly. You have two brothers. We are right behind you. You are not alone. Dragon Soul, what's wrong? Sabo noticed a change in Dragon Soul and expressed concern. I'm fine. Dragon Soul decided against worrying Sabo further, opting to keep his thoughts to himself. Hold on, Luffy. You are our brother, destined to become the Pirate King. Dragon Soul silently roared within. The path to kingship is fraught with challenges, yet Luffy has his three brothers at his back. This Marineford War will serve as a declaration to the world. Luffy is our brother. Anyone daring to lay a hand on him must carefully reconsider their worth. Ace, you would agree, wouldn't you? Dragon Soul knew that Ace would share those sentiments. Although Luffy no longer evoked the same level of concern as in his childhood, he remained Luffy, and as a brother, worry was inevitable. At this rate, they should reach Marineford by noon in 2 days, and Ace's execution was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. There was ample time. Boom. Just as Dragon Soul fell into contemplation, the protecting demon was suddenly jolted by a tremor. Warning! Warning! Seeing the flashing red lights on the protecting demon, Dragon Soul felt a jolt of alarm. They should have been submerged by now. How could they be under attack? Could it be another Sea King? Their luck was truly dreadful, or was this sea simply treacherous by nature? The screen scanning the surroundings of the protecting demon was engulfed in darkness, the edges glowing with red. Protecting demon, what is happening? What's going on outside? Dragon Soul inquired urgently. Alert! The protecting demon is currently in an extremely high-temperature environment, activating self-defense systems. All functions are locked. All functions locked. Dragon Soul paused, a sense of foreboding creeping in, and hesitantly asked, We aren't immobilized, are we? Beep! The protecting demon, engaged in self-defense, can only sail at minimal speed and cannot utilize any functions. What on earth is happening? Sabo and Sword Heart realized they were in danger. Beep! The protecting demon must escape the high-temperature environment within 10 minutes, or it will suffer damage and be left in a precarious situation. Protecting demon, do you know what has transpired? Why has the temperature risen so suddenly? Dragon Soul calmed himself, suddenly recognizing the absurdity of the situation. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How could it change so drastically? Beep! Suddenly, a transparent screen materialized before Dragon Soul and the others. A naval vessel appeared on the surface, and at its forefront stood a red figure with arms crossed. This is Dragon Soul, and Sabo's pupils constricted in unison, their hearts racing as they incredulously exclaimed, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. What is he doing here? At this critical juncture, he should not have remained at the naval headquarters, should he? The emergence of Akainu cast a shadow of dread over Longhun and Sabo. However, Longhun's feelings were distinctly different. He was acutely aware that this individual was the true perpetrator behind Ace's demise. His presence here was nothing short of a brazen declaration that this red dog was indeed the nemesis of their brother. Gazing upon that haughty and merciless visage, an inferno of rage ignited within Longhun's heart. He muttered, is there a way for the protecting demon to get us up there? With his eyes aflame with determination, Longhun resolved to confront the red dog. Longhun, what are you planning? That's an admiral of the Navy. Don't act impulsively. Sabo rushed forward to obstruct Longhun, fully aware of the admiral's formidable strength. The title of Akainu was well known to him as the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, and it was certainly not an opportune moment to engage him in battle. Ding! The protecting demon was equipped with small aircraft specifically designed for combat personnel. Available in 3 modes, aerial, land, and sea. Longhun smirked slightly, realizing he had stumbled upon something quite beneficial. Sabo, Jianshin, let's go, as they donned the small aircraft and grasped its operational principles. Excitement surged through them. This was indeed a remarkable asset. Longhun, this protecting demon. Sabo glanced around, curiosity piqued by its capabilities, which surpassed his understanding. Ha ha ha, such trivial matters are of no concern. Longhun waved his hand dismissively, recognizing that silence was golden in such moments. Sabo's lips curled into a slight smile, acknowledging that these minor details were insignificant. Jianshin, Sabo, we move. With a sharp sound, Longhun drew the remnant rainbow sword and, in the instant of departing the protecting demon, unleashed a powerful strike. The sea was violently parted, creating a gaping maw as Longhun and his companions soared forth, simultaneously retracting the protecting demon into the system space. Red Dog, prepare to meet your end. Bursting forth from the sea, Longhun gathered an immense amount of haki into the glimmering sword in his hand, unleashing a flowing cherry blossom slash. Red Dog? Both Akainu and even Sabo and Jianshin, who stood behind Longhun, were momentarily taken aback. Upon scrutinizing Akainu closely, they realized that the moniker was indeed fitting. Red Dog. No mistake there. Akainu's hands transformed into searing magma as he intercepted Longhun's flowing cherry with a single punch. Great fire. he followed up with another punch directed at Longhun and his companions. Quick, scatter. The aircraft behind them surged forward, propelling Longhun into the air above Akainu. Channeling all his haki into the glimmering sword, Longhun prepared for a full-force strike. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has triggered a skill. Please choose the skill characteristics. 1. Speed type. 2. Power type. 3. Sharpness type. Damn it, Longhun exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Was this really the time for choices? He was currently in the heat of battle. Without further deliberation, he hastily blurted out. Choose sharpness type. Ding. Selection successful. Skill generation in progress. Generation complete. Skill triggered. Sweep the 8 desolates. With a single stroke, a visible ripple spread across the sea, slicing horizontally toward the red dog. The blade cleaved through a substantial amount of magma, causing Akainu to slide several meters across the deck before coming to a halt. Bastard, he spat, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he glared upward, the magma around him intensifying, rendering his expression increasingly menacing. Boom! A cacophony of thunder erupted as countless bolts of lightning cascaded down upon the unyielding red dog. Akainu's eyes sharpened, but before he could react, the tempest of lightning enveloped him. Rumble. Witnessing this scene, Longhun exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the thought of Akainu's overwhelming strength quickly rekindled his tension. He turned to Sabo and shouted, Sabo. Understood, Sabo replied. Instantly comprehending Longhun's intent, flames erupted around him as he hurled a punch toward Akainu. Fire Fist. The massive flaming fist surged toward Akainu, engulfing the entire warship. The inferno seemed poised to obliterate the vessel upon which Akainu stood. Suddenly, Longhun felt a tightening in his chest, fully aware that such an assault would hardly injure the red dog. Although this crimson canine was one of the most despised figures among him and the other pirates, his strength was indisputable. To say he was the pinnacle of combat prowess in the pirate world would not be an exaggeration. Only the 4 emperors and admirals could hope to best him, and even most would only achieve a stalemate. Of course, there was also the enigmatic leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, but after over 2 decades of silence, Longhun found it difficult to gauge his true power. Nevertheless, Longhun had always believed that Dragon's strength was on par with the 4 emperors. Boom! A powerful force surged forth as deep crimson magma surged forth, obliterating the flaming fist and radiating outward. Sweep the 8 desolates. Having observed the pirate world for so long, Longhun understood that Akainu was not to be trifled with. He wasted no time, channeling his energy once more and striking with blinding speed. Swish! A golden sword aura sliced through the air, aimed directly at the warship beneath Akainu. Damn it! I'm no fool. Why should a novice from a starting village confront a shameless titan at the pinnacle of the world directly? In such moments, one must strike at the vulnerabilities. The greatest weakness for a devil fruit user is the sea, and here they were, on the ocean. As long as the red dog lost his warship, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Longhun's smile twisted into a sinister grin. If he could eliminate Akainu right from the outset, victory in this war would be all but assured. The 3 admirals were all in. Yet the others, well, everyone understood the unspoken truth. Akiji's laid-back justice, while principled, was imbued with a sense of humanity. He would show leniency towards the grandson of the hero, Garp. As for Kizaru, he was the embodiment of apathy, having mastered the art of slacking off to an extraordinary degree. Not to mention, in the entire pirate world, there were few who could approach their work with the same indifference as Kizaru. He would let Luffy go with a single kick, shoot laser beams, and only engage in 1 or 2 exchanges if necessary. This had even become a running joke. Of course, Longhun did not genuinely believe Kizaru to be Luffy's uncle. Yet, he felt a sense of assurance regarding the laziness that Kizaru exhibited. Canine bite Red Lotus. Akainu's palm transformed into a wolf's head, lunging toward the sword aura emitted by Longhun. Boom! Damn it! How ruthless! Longhun cursed, initially believing that his full-force strike would inflict some damage on Akainu, but the canine bite Red Lotus came barreling toward him unimpeded. At that moment, Longhun realized the situation was dire. The Crimson Lotus, which had been cleaved by Whitebeard during the Paramount War, now appeared unstoppable before him. Longhun! Sabo shouted, launching another fiery fist. Simultaneously, Longhun activated the small engines of the aircraft, pushing his speed to the limit, narrowly evading the attack. Quick! Support the Admiral! The urgent voices of the Navy echoed from the warship. Fire! Boom! 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 Not good. Longhun's pupils dilated, cursing the Navy for their lack of martial ethics. Armament Haki. Longhun immediately activated his armament Haki, shielding his chest. Boom! 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 Several cannonballs struck Longhun directly, enveloping the air in a cloud of smoke. Within the smoke, Longhun was pleasantly surprised to discover that the cannonballs inflicted nearly negligible damage upon him. Not merely due to the armament hockey, but also because his physical resilience exceeded all expectations. For a weapon such as a cannonball, its destructive capacity in his past life in China was well known. A single shot could obliterate a human body into smithereens. The notion of being reduced to nothingness was all too real. As a good youth of China, Longhun's understanding of such lethal weaponry was rooted in that era, leading him to instinctively feel trepidation upon witnessing cannonballs. In that moment, Longhun comprehended that his might was beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. This world was the world of pirates. It was akin to possessing superhuman strength. Behind him was the aircraft, a spiritual sword in hand, the prowess of a sword master coursing through his body, and the formidable power of armed hockey. The dragon's soul felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. As if on the verge of tears, was this not the very dream he had longed for? A hero. Suddenly, an intense heat surged forth, startling the dragon's soul. As the smoke dissipated, he beheld a sky filled with molten magma. Was this not the devastating technique of the Red Dog? Meanwhile, Sabo and Kenshin had been forced back by Akainu, who was evidently aware of his disadvantage. After all, the three of them could fly. For a devil fruit user, falling into the sea usually meant certain doom. They had but one warship, and should it be sunk, Meteor Volcano. Damn, the Red Dog was indeed merciless. This technique, Meteor Volcano, had nearly obliterated the Whitebeard pirates. Was he aiming to eliminate the three of them in one fell swoop? Yet, could it be so easily accomplished? Thunder of the 10 directions, Fire Fist, 8 direction sweep. With nimble evasions, the trio unleashed their ultimate techniques as sword energy surged with boundless flames and lightning. A combined ultimate skill. Thunder and fire move in all directions. Such a name rolled off the tongue with ease. As Dragon Soul gazed upon the relentless combination attack, he felt increasingly entwined with the world of pirates. Even the ability to name techniques had surged forward, but it was clear that a new method of attack was necessary. The Red Dog, despite his canine nature, was a formidable foe. As anticipated, the combined technique was thwarted by Akainu. Kenshin, Sabo, with your sudden burst of inspiration, I can't help but smile, mused Dragon Soul. 3 capable flyers sinking a warship was no small feat, even if that ship housed the Navy headquarters' most powerful admirals. Clang! Dragon Soul brandished his sword, charging forth with unparalleled bravado, deftly evading numerous streams of magma before thrusting his sword with fierce intent. Here to die, Akainu tilted his head slightly, dodging the thrust, and retaliated with a left-handed punch. Boom! Dragon Soul was sent hurtling back hundreds of meters, plummeting straight toward the sea. Dragon Soul, both Sabo and Kenshin shouted in unison, but being devil fruit users, the sea was their nemesis. Of course, this was their belief. And Akainu shared the same sentiment. Damn it! Sabo and Kenshin unleashed their punches toward Akainu simultaneously. Fire! Just then, the Navy adjusted the angle of their cannons. Boom! 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 Hellhound! A colossal molten punch collided heavily with the electrified Fire Fist. Boom! Ah! Sabo and Kenshin staggered back several meters from the energy shockwave, gazing incredulously at the unwavering Akainu. They had not anticipated his strength to be so formidable. Their own powers had surged tremendously after gaining their devil fruit abilities. Such is the nature of this world, where certain abilities can elevate one to greatness. The dark fruit, tremor fruit, and glint fruit all exemplified this. Even the relatively weak Blackbeard, with the dark fruit, managed to defeat Ace. Blackbeard, wielding the tremor fruit, had ascended to the level of an emperor. It was clear that the Red Dog's powers far surpassed those of the top-tier flame and thunder fruits. His might was evident. Who exactly are you? What are you doing here? Akainu inquired with a stern expression. So you finally choose to speak. Kenshin unsheathed his longsword, his demeanor calm. Admiral Akainu, if you are unaware of our identities, why did you resort to lethal force right from the start? Are you not concerned about wrongly accusing the innocent? Your magma's heat is capable of melting anything. Just a gut feeling, Akainu replied nonchalantly. Well, I don't know you. This gentleman beside you must be Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, which affirms my instincts. What brings the Revolutionary Army to this location? It's south perilously close to Navy headquarters. He continued, revealing a contemptible expression that could only be described as loathsome. Intuition. Are you not worried about misjudging the situation? What happens to the innocent you might wrongfully accuse? Kenshin could scarcely believe his ears. The Navy would strike merely on instinct. If they truly were innocent, their sacrifice for the greater good would be commendable, and he ought to feel pride in that. Akainu slowly removed his hat, running a hand over his buzz cut, adopting an expression that signified resignation. Observing Akainu's infuriating demeanor, Kenshin and Sabo gritted their teeth in frustration. This was truly maddening. One of your companions has already perished. Now, you might as well surrender, Akina said, shrugging his shoulders before redonning his hat. Is that so? Sabo and Kenshin exchanged glances, their lips curling into faint smiles. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, Dragon Soul suddenly opened his eyes. The blade of the remnant rainbow sword gleaming coldly. 8 direction sweep. This technique was not a traditional mass extermination skill. Rather, it compressed the flowing Sakura to its utmost limit, forming an exceedingly thin blade of sword energy. Its sharpness had reached the pinnacle of Dragon Soul's current capabilities. Whoosh, though submerged, the slender speed of the sword energy faced minimal resistance, darting toward the bottom of the warship with breathtaking speed. Clang! A flash of golden light erupted as it soared from the depths, cleaving the warship in twain right beneath Akina. Not good. Akina suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. The warship collapsed instantly, and he nearly lost his balance, teetering toward the sea. Fire Fist. A sudden fire punch obliterated the warship into fragments without warning. 200 million volts, just as Dragon Soul burst forth from the water's surface. Kenshin extended his hand towards the sea, unleashing a maximum thunderous attack. In such circumstances, a non-ability user would suffer grievous injuries, and for ability users, it was akin to death. Success. As they gazed at the vacant sea surface, Dragon Soul and his companions shared a smile. Ding. The Guardian ship will arrive at Marineford in 4 hours. Glancing at the special clock aboard the Guardian ship, it was 9 in the morning. If memory served, this was precisely the time Ace was being transported. Dragon Soul mused silently. At this moment, Luffy should be reaching the 6th level of Impel Down. Soon, Dragon Soul's gaze brimmed with hope as he gripped the gleaming sword tightly. Ace was not far ahead. Tap, tap, tap. Sabo slowly approached, adjusting his top hat, revealing eyes filled with seriousness. Observing the 2 silent figures in front, Kenshin touched the long sword at his waist, positioning himself beside Dragon Soul. These past 2 days had not been spent in mere tranquility. They had endured hellish training, leaving even Dragon Soul himself feeling incredulous. Opening the character panel, Host, Dragon Soul, Prowess, Sword Master, Sword Saint Skills, 1. Intermediate Armed Hockey, for 568100000. 2. Sword Technique, 8 Direction Sweep, Beginner, 3. Sword Technique, Dance of Demons, Beginner, Items, Remnant Rainbow Sword, Beginner, Senza Beans, Detector, Tools. Guardian Ship, Beginner Crew, Kenshin, Sword Master Prowess. During the battle with Akainu, a system mission was triggered, rewarding him with 3,000 experience points in this detector. Initially, Dragon Soul thought the system was rather stingy. 3,000 experience points for a trivial item. This was undoubtedly the work of a heartless merchant. Even the infamous Zhang Baki would not be this ruthless. After all, it was Akainu. This achievement was vastly different from the last encounter with him. Whether that red dog lived or died was another matter entirely. Of course, Dragon Soul merely entertained such thoughts. How could someone like Akainu be so easily defeated? Based on his years of watching pirates, it was clear that this fellow was akin to a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Yet, he couldn't possibly receive such scant rewards, especially after discovering the Guardian ship's newfound capabilities, which only intensified his curses toward the system. Training room. Specialized training chambers tailored for various disciplines, they have spent the last few days immersed in this sanctum of cultivation, undoubtedly enhancing their prowess significantly. His over 1,000 experience points accrued abroad were derived from diligent training, indicating that such practice indeed contributes to the accumulation of experience. As this notion crossed his mind, Longhun could no longer remain composed. This was clearly the work of a vampiric demon. Attaining the level of Akainu required merely 3,000 experience points. However, at present, the system was remarkably generous. The system emitted a curt snort before vanishing from sight. Longhun paid no heed to this, eagerly examining the detector affixed to his right eye. Aiming the device at Jinshin, he received the following readout. Ding. Name, Jinshin. Current status, crew member of the Demon Guardian Pirates. A swordsman with the prowess of a sword master, and a user of the sound Thunder Fruit. Gazing at the display, Longhun suppressed his exhilaration, swallowing hard. This detector was capable of discerning others' cultivation levels and identities. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary tool for cheating. He then redirected the device towards Sabo. Ding. Name, Sabo. Current status, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, cultivation level nearly approaching that of a Grand Sword Master. Formidable strength. Subsequently, Longhun detected a peculiar signal and curiously activated it. Ding. User of the Flame Fruit, proficient in both armament hockey and observation hockey at an intermediate level, with a sharp intake of breath. Longhun realized this was Sabo's true strength. He mentally compared it to Sabo's power 2 years hence. While Sabo's current abilities might not quite match those he would possess after consuming the flame fruit, the difference would be negligible. This implied that he could likely hold his own against a vice admiral without issue. Nevertheless, an accurate assessment would require Longhun to analyze the data of others first. However, this revelation made everything much more intriguing. Longhun gazed towards the nearby Marine headquarters, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, in the depths of Impel Down 6th level, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, was dashing forward, with the Okama King Ivankov and the Revolutionary Lightning closely trailing behind. Traps were ineffective, and all guards lay incapacitated. The trio of criminals, Straw Hat Luffy, Okama King Ivankov, and Revolutionary Lightning had penetrated the 6th level. In the monitoring room, prison guards reported in shock about the recent events. Ace, Luffy exclaimed, rushing down the stairs while panting heavily. Surveying the eerily silent prison cells, Ivankov slowly remarked, "This is the 6th level, where the most notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are confined. Where are you, Ace?" Scanning the area, Luffy shouted, "I've come to rescue you." "Ace, where are you?" "Stop shouting," Ivankov said, grabbing a guard and pressing his terrifying visage close. Inquiring, "Can you tell us where he is?" The guard trembled, stuttering, "I refuse." Oh, suddenly, spikes protruded from Ivankov's fingers, piercing the guard's waist. "Be honest with yourself," with a scream that faded into silence. The guard underwent a dramatic transformation. His broad physique gradually becoming slender, his chest swelling. His waist became increasingly delicate. In his struggle, the guard transformed into a fair-skinned, beautiful woman, staring at her reflection in the mirror, suddenly realizing she had discovered her true self, gradually evolving into a new Okama. Subsequently, she revealed Ace's location to Luffy and the others. However, upon arriving at Ace's cell, they discovered he had already been taken away. Jinbei, sharing the same cell as Ace, informed them of Ace's recent transfer. Simultaneously, the elevator was sabotaged and an iron gate barred their escape, while sleep-inducing gas began to pour in. Although Lightning used his scissors ability to seal the gas, the exit remained blocked, trapping them in the 6th level. Regretfully, they could only resist. Ivankov, with a flicker of his gaze, knocked down the surveillance snail on the wall. Judging by common sense, it was already too late. Ace had been taken up by the elevator. The military's escort speed was incredibly swift. Look at the paper of life. It isn't pointing directly upward, is it? Ah. Luffy gasped in astonishment. It seemed Ace had been delivered to the Marines. Ivankov raised his hand, making the characteristic gesture of the Okama, addressing Luffy. "We need to change our mindset. I will do my utmost to assist your escape from this prison." Ace has already been confirmed to be in the hands of Marine headquarters. Give it up. No. The only option left is to bet on Whitebeard. He is not someone who would abandon his subordinates. He will undoubtedly take action. Luffy's gaze fell into silence, gradually coming to a halt. "I will go. To Ivankov's astonishment, Luffy slowly turned to him, stating solemnly, "I will go to Marine headquarters. Don't be ridiculous. That place is home to the world's strongest forces, admirals, vice-admirals, and the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you not remember how close you came to death fighting against Magellan?" Ivankov shouted. "How many lives do you have? If I give up now, I will surely regret it." Luffy's head shot up, his gaze resolute. Ivankov staggered back in shock. "Let us not even discuss whether we can go or not. Right now, we can't even escape this level." At that moment, Lightning stepped forward, just as Luffy and the others were at their wits' end. A uniquely charismatic laughter echoed through the space. "Ha ha ha. If you want to leave here, let me go. I can make a hole in the ceiling. Ha ha ha." Luffy stared in astonishment at the figure that emerged, exclaiming, "Crocodile. Ha ha ha. Long time no see." Straw Hat, the former warlord, clad in prison garb and sporting a golden hook, sauntered forward. "I thought escaping to the outside world would mean the end of interesting events. But with Whitebeard preparing for war against the Marines, it seems I have a chance to claim that old man's head. I am quite intrigued by this war. What do you say? With my power, we can escape." Naturally, Luffy vehemently disagreed, recalling how Crocodile had once wreaked havoc in Vivi's kingdom. However, ultimately, under Ivankov's suggestion, they decided to release him, along with Jinbei, who wished to do something for Ace. Thus, the strongest team was assembled. During their ascent, they encountered a few obstacles, including the infamous buggy, and ultimately, over 200 people escaped to the surface. However, upon seizing a warship, they faced yet another life-threatening dilemma: the gates of justice. A dozen or so warships surrounded Impel Down. With everyone pitifully watching Luffy and his cruise ship drift away, The so-called Gates of Justice were the colossal doors established by the Marines to secure their fortresses. Even a massive warship appeared as small as an ant before these gates. It was utterly impossible to push open the Gates of Justice with mere human strength. They were fortified in all three Marine strongholds. Only the power room within the fortress could open them. In other words, without the Marines' permission, no one could escape from impelled down. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Gazing at the imposing Gates of Justice, adorned with the Marines' distinctive seagull emblem, the group felt a heavy weight in their hearts. This was an almost insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, numerous warships behind them launched a fierce assault, attempting to sink Luffy's vessel, just as despair settled in. The Gates of Justice unexpectedly swung open. A glimmer of hope illuminated their view, gradually widening until a large opening was created. It opened. Everyone stared in disbelief. The Gates of Justice had truly opened. Jinbei slowly revealed the truth. Someone had voluntarily stayed behind to open the Gates of Justice. That person was none other than the self-proclaimed ally of Luffy, Feng Jiang, or Feng Qilai. In this critical moment, he transformed into the imposing figure of Warden Magellan, using his remarkable ability to change his appearance. Commanding the opening of the power room, connecting through the Din Din Mushi, Luffy could no longer contain the surge of emotions within him and shouted out the name Feng Jiang with fervor. The other escapees expressed their heartfelt gratitude, reminiscing about past events that led Luffy to shed tears. Little Straw Hat, you must rescue your brother. In the depths of hell, the blossoms of friendship flourished. The rippling azure waves were laden with petals of memories. One day, they would surely bloom again, entwined in the path of humans and demons. The genuine guardianship of Feng Jiang added a touch of warmth to the otherwise frigid depths of the great underwater prison. After Luffy and the others made their escape, the Gates of Justice slammed shut, the switch obliterated by Feng Jiang, effectively eliminating any lingering concerns for Luffy and his comrades. At that moment, the infamous impelled down prison witnessed the escape of 241 prisoners, marking one of the most disgraceful chapters in its history. Meanwhile, at Marineford, the Navy began organizing crowds to take refuge, while Vice Admiral Kizaru escorted Ace to Marineford. 18 noon, the naval headquarters amassed its forces. Beginning with the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and Boa Hancock, excluding Blackbeard and Jinbei, the remaining warlords were all en route to the harbor of Marineford. The Navy's supreme combat power, the 3 admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, were also present. It was uncertain how Akainu had managed to escape from the sea, but it was indeed an omen foretold by the dragon's spirit. Admirals were not so easily vanquished. On the other hand, Ace was gradually being led to the execution platform, yet his mind was preoccupied only with his brother, Luffy, who remained in impelled down. In this sensitive moment, the eyes of the world were fixed upon this event. The world's foremost pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates, would never abandon their comrades lightly. The news of Firefist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, facing execution had spread across the globe. The question of whether Whitebeard would venture to Marineford to rescue Ace was fervently debated worldwide. Some believed that Whitebeard would indeed come to save Ace, even if it meant confronting the Navy headquarters, while others argued that it was impossible for Whitebeard to openly challenge the world government and act tantamount to seeking death. However, the legend of Whitebeard had been woven into the fabric of the world for years. The strongest man in the world was Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. The entire pirate world, indeed, the entire world, should have known of Whitebeard's dedication to family. This battle was fated by the heavens at Sabaody Archipelago, where the refugees had gathered. 3 colossal screens in the plaza broadcasted events from Marineford. Bang! In Sengoku's office, Garp slammed his hand on the desk, his expression dark, struggling to voice his thoughts. Is this truly necessary? I cannot accept this. This public execution was not merely a punishment for a single pirate. Its implications for the future of the world were monumental. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke softly. Garp, with a scowl, gradually exited the office. At that moment, Sengoku raised his head slightly and remarked, as the party involved, you bear an undeniable responsibility in this matter. Ignoring him, Garp strode out. Watching Garp's departing figure, Sengoku sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the military deployment at Marineford had been completed, forming a crescent shape around the central plaza, with the rear comprised of naval headquarters buildings and numerous residences. 50 warships surrounded the crescent, and the shoreline bristled with heavy artillery from the harbor. One could see the pivotal figures of the 7 warlords of the sea stationed at the forefront of the army, while the highest combat power of the Navy, the 3 admirals, held their ground at the execution platform. 100,000 sailors, along with nearly all the Navy's vice admirals, had gathered, representing the might of justice as they prepared to thwart Whitebeard's attempt to rescue ACE.AS. Ace was gradually led up to the execution platform. He came into view of the Din Din Mushi, and the entire world was watching this pivotal moment, the man who would ignite the flames of war. Shortly thereafter, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Garp approached. And just before ascending the platform, Sengoku stated, "I must reveal everything. Do as you wish," Garp replied, his face darkening, as he slowly descended from the platform. "Ace, state your father's name," Sengoku said, holding the Din Din Mushi. Upon hearing this question, Ace turned to gaze at Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This moment was broadcast live on the giant screens at Sabaody Archipelago, leaving the audience bewildered. Why concern oneself with a father at such a time? "My father is Whitebeard." Ace closed his eyes and spoke softly. "No, there is nothing incorrect. It is only Whitebeard, no one else," Ace shouted defiantly. Sengoku solemnly recounted, "We desperately searched for him, believing that on a certain island, the child of that man might be found. Based on scan intelligence from CP, we conducted a thorough investigation of the soon-to-be-born infant and their mother, yet found nothing. However, this is hardly surprising. Your birth cost your mother her life, as she deceived the eyes of the world. Your mother was Port Rouge. Her actions transcended our understanding. She carried you for 20 months, ultimately perishing in the process of giving birth." Upon hearing this, Ace clenched his teeth, his pupils dilating. A year and 3 months after his father's death, the child bearing the most malevolent bloodline was born. Looking at Ace, Sengoku continued, "That child is you. You cannot be unaware. Your father is the Pirate King, Gold. Roger." At this revelation, the world fell silent, the Navy below stunned into disbelief. Meanwhile, the reporters in front of the screens at Sabaody Archipelago went into a frenzy. "Breaking news! Notify headquarters! Breaking news! Breaking news!" Some were left speechless. Could the most malevolent bloodline still be alive? The bloodline of the Pirate King. This news sparked a whirlwind of discussions at Navy headquarters. Both sailors and warlords expressed their shock openly, while the three admirals and those in the know remained silent. The legacy of the Pirate King had been entrusted to the Navy hero Garp, a twist of fate no one could have predicted, filled with drama and incredulity. Yet, the truth remained unchanged. 2 years ago, you set sail using your mother's name, and when your exceptional talents began to shine, we finally realized that Roger's bloodline had not been extinguished. Sengoku continued, "Whitebeard became aware of this and sought to protect you, raising you to become the next Pirate King. No." Ace cried out, "I joined the Whitebeard pirates to help Whitebeard become the Pirate King." "That is your perspective, yet the reality is we cannot act against you because you are under Whitebeard's protection," Sengoku replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ace. "If we were to neglect you, you would undoubtedly reach the next pinnacle of power. Thus, executing you here today carries immense significance." "Ah!" the Navy shouted in unison. Just then, the gates of justice opened of their own accord, allowing Luffy and his comrades to pass through. That moment, Marineford fell into an eerie calm, a silence that bred fear. Pirate ships, one after another, began to approach Marineford, a formidable fleet of pirates. The Navy officer using a telescope exclaimed, "All hands prepare for battle." In an instant, alarms blared, and the Navy entered a state of readiness. The naval personnel were taken aback, holding their breath as they fixed their gaze on the approaching pirate ships. Where did they come from? Fleet Admiral Sengoku wondered aloud. "Quickly, confirm Whitebeard's location," commanded the officer. The scouts hurriedly identified the incoming ships and their captains, Ryder Doma, Thunderlord Magellan, the Dicalban brothers, and Big Wave Spider Squardo. Each was a notorious pirate, captains from the New World, totaling 43 ships. The absence of Whitebeard and his crew was palpable. Yet, without a doubt, these were the pirates under Whitebeard's command. "Little Ace, we are here. Ace, wait for us." The distant cries for Ace began to resonate as the group of pirates drew nearer. Ace, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Even you all have come." The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The world's foremost pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates, was approaching. Regardless of whether they were young sailors or seasoned veterans, all were on high alert. "Ho ho ho, come forth, Whitebeard," anticipated the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. A staggering 100,000 Navy personnel were fixated on the sea, striving to catch a glimpse of the Whitebeard pirates. In the Crescent Bay of Marineford, peculiar sounds began to emanate from the water. Accompanied by the sporadic emergence of bubbles, the naval officers exchanged wary glances. The coastline was already brimming with Navy troops, and the sounds grew increasingly ominous, stirring doubts within them. Could it be that they are emerging from an unexpected direction? Garp remarked involuntarily. "The formation is in disarray," muttered Vice Admiral Tsuru. rendered speechless. Boom, boom. Enormous geysers of seawater erupted one after another, followed by successive pirate ships emerging. Countless droplets of seawater cascaded down like rain. It turned out that their vessels had been coated and were surfacing from the depths of the ocean. At that moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku could no longer remain oblivious to the unfolding situation. It's the Moby Dick. 4 pirate ships emerged from the depths in a cross formation, facing the Navy head-on. The 1st Division Captain, Marco, is here. All 14 captains have arrived. A resonant sound of footsteps echoed. A towering figure emerged from the Moby Dick and stepped onto the deck. Gururara, it has been decades since we last met. Sengoku, Whitebeard, wielding his supreme blade. The Tsonginchia smirked slightly at Sengoku, Whitebeard. I never expected you to breach this close. Is my dear son unharmed? Gururara, wait for me. Ace. With that, Whitebeard planted the Tsonginchia firmly on the deck, assuming a stance of concentration, and then struck forcefully to either side. Boom. The space around Whitebeard's punch erupted with spiderweb-like fractures. Extending relentlessly, when it reached its limit, a wave of shock reverberated outward. The sea on either side began to rise, forming colossal waves that expanded in all directions. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates billowed in the wind at Navy headquarters. And Ace beheld the familiar faces before him, memories of the past flooding his mind, from setting sail, to first meeting Whitebeard, to joining the Whitebeard pirates. Old man, everyone. Ace gritted his teeth and shouted, I was the one who disregarded the warnings and came out. Why don't you abandon me? No. Whitebeard fixed his gaze on Ace and declared, it was I who instructed you to go. My son. Ace's pupils constricted sharply as he faced the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Shouting, stop lying. You clearly tried to stop me at that time. It was I who urged you to go. Whitebeard interjected, silencing Ace's protest. I said to let you go. Right, Marco? Indeed. I heard it too, Marco replied, looking solemnly at Ace. You've suffered so much, Ace. In these waters, everyone should know the consequences of laying a hand on our comrades. We will never let anyone who harms you get away. Ace, just wait. We shall rescue you at once. Prepare yourselves, Navy headquarters. Even in the face of the world's mightiest forces, the world government, they showed no fear. This was the Whitebeard pirates, Navy headquarters, the pinnacle of naval power? So what? From the moment they set sail as pirates, they had long cast aside the notion of life and death. Moreover, their father was none other than Whitebeard. Meanwhile, on the ocean surface thousands of meters away from Marineford, Long Sol, Sabo, and Jianshin quietly observed the unfolding scene. The shock within them had yet to subside, especially after Whitebeard's quake nearly claimed their lives. Had they not hastily submerged beneath the waves, they would have undoubtedly been reduced to nothing by the crashing tides. Once the tsunami receded, they felt secure enough to surface. Long Sol was particularly moved. Having watched the anime in his previous life, he had only known the power of the tremor fruit but had never grasped its true might. Even if an earthquake were to occur, it wouldn't kill, would it? Destroying the world, that seemed far-fetched. However, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. A mere strike could cause the ocean to convulse. And the vast island of Marineford was likely nothing more than a toy in Whitebeard's eyes. He could tilt it whichever way he pleased. For those who had never witnessed an earthquake, the terror of such power might remain utterly unfathomable. Whitebeard. At that moment, Long Sol could think only one thing. The world's strongest man was indeed as fearsome as rumored. Were it not for Admiral Akiji at Navy headquarters, Whitebeard's strike could have easily shattered their ranks. Long Sol, I'm somewhat worried about Luffy. Sabo glanced back. Fear not. Luffy will certainly be all right. Long Sol shook his head. Focusing on the battlefield, simultaneously, he felt a twinge of helplessness as he gazed at the man in red sitting cross-legged at the execution platform, incredulity swelling within him. That isn't Akainu, is it? How did he escape? It seemed that the war of the best was poised to erupt without hindrance. Was fate truly unchangeable? No, it can certainly be altered. Long Sol abruptly shook his head, glancing at Sabo, who was struggling to contain his impatience. A slight smile gracing his lips. This time is different. Ace. Sabo looked at the shackled Ace on the execution platform, nearly unable to suppress his fury. Sabo, wait a moment. Long Sol hastily called out. This battle cannot be won through brute force alone. After all, so many warlords and admirals were present. With their current strength, they could not directly overpower them, but if they charged in recklessly, they might find themselves trapped. If we are to strike, we must do so when they least expect it. I understand. Sabo nodded slowly. Rumble. Suddenly, the sea surface trembled once more, the boundless ocean surging as if the entire world were shaking. This was the might of Whitebeard. Feeling the tremors of the world, Long Soul, typically indifferent to devil fruit powers, couldn't help but feel stirred that moment. He began to ponder whether the system could grant him the Tremor fruit. Just a few days prior, he had already acquired the Flame fruit and the Sound fruit, filling him with a sense of confidence that he must not allow Blackbeard to obtain Whitebeard's powers. This thought struck him as he recalled Blackbeard's dual devil fruit powers in the later stages of the story. If that fiend were to acquire the Tremor fruit, he would become an exceedingly formidable adversary. Sabo, Jianshin, I must attend to something. You two should change your attire and blend in with the Navy. Striking at the opportune moment, Long Soul declared, retrieving 3 flying devices for them to don. All right. Sabo and Jinshin exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Especially Sabo. At this moment, he would not allow Ace to slip from his sight. Of course, as the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, he understood that now was not the time to act. The most effective strategy was to rescue Ace amidst the chaos of battle, with the flying devices and the guardianship. They were confident in their escape. Both focused their gaze upon Long Soul, marveling at the wonders of the guardianship. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed such intelligent technology existed. Regardless, they now had nearly full confidence in their plan. They were merely there to rescue someone, not to engage the Navy in combat. As long as they seized the right moment, they anticipated no significant issues. This was the strategy they had previously devised. All right, I shall take my leave. The protective vessel beneath their feet was swiftly absorbed into the system's spatial realm, and the Dragon Soul plunged directly into the sea. Adjusting the aircraft's mode to submerge. As the Dragon Soul gradually vanished from sight, Sabo withdrew his gaze, suppressing the myriad complex emotions within, and addressed Jianshin. Let us depart as well. That moment, the colossal waves in the distance loomed closer, and both of them leapt into the water. Previously, the Dragon Soul had informed them about their immunity to seawater. Although they were initially incredulous, they had no choice but to accept it, having already experienced it firsthand. What is that? The Navy personnel stationed on the shore gaped in astonishment at the towering tsunami approaching them with an overwhelming force, rendering them speechless. New recruits, recently inducted into the Navy, were so petrified that their legs wobbled, nearly causing them to collapse. The entire island appeared alarmingly diminutive, as if it could be obliterated in the blink of an eye. Tsunami. The Admiral, Sengoku, observed the monstrous wave rushing forth with a grave expression, his voice steady. Even Carp could not restrain himself from exclaiming, the Tremor fruit user, the Earthquake Man, Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. In an instant, the hearts of all present at the harbor were profoundly shaken. The 4 emperors, the legendary pirate Whitebeard, possessed such cataclysmic power. This scene instilled a newfound sense of the world's vastness within some of the Navy soldiers. The focus shifted back to the naval admirals, each maintaining a stoic demeanor, their iconic postures evoking an aura of unapproachability. That moment, Akiji slowly rose to his feet, leaping into the air, his hands unleashing a line of ice that pierced straight into the towering tsunami. Ice Age. An endless surge of icy power erupted from the ice line, rapidly freezing the wave in mere moments. Admiral Kazan, the Navy personnel sighed in relief upon witnessing the unstoppable tsunami being encased in ice by Akiji. You little brat, Whitebeard remarked slowly, observing the tsunami he had triggered being frozen solid before his eyes. Simultaneously, Akiji thrust out 4 ice spears towards Whitebeard. Ice spear. Whitebeard momentarily gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch into the air before him. Boom! The force of the impact shattered the very fabric of space. In contrast, Akiji's ice spears fragmented, and he himself was sent hurtling downwards, transformed into an ice block, plummeting towards the sea surface. The instant Akiji hit the water, an explosive surge of icy energy erupted, freezing the surrounding ocean as well. This was the advantage of the ice fruit. Upon contact with seawater, it froze instantly, eliminating any concerns of losing power. After a brief moment of staring at the frozen sea, the Navy personnel finally reacted, regaining their confidence through Akiji's actions. We possess the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals. We have nothing to fear from the Whitebeard pirates. Fire, with the Navy's offensive. The battlefield ignited into a fervent state. Let us join the fray, declared the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, weapons in hand. Let them witness our might. The 5th Division captain, Vista, brandished his dual swords and was the first to leap into action. The other captains followed suit closely behind. The grand battle was on the verge of erupting. The pirates intensified their assault, with the Whitebeard pirates clashing against the Navy within the bay. The vast ice field frozen by Akiji became the battleground. As the captains and Navy officers engaged in fierce combat, Outside the bay, the pirate crews under Whitebeard attacked the Navy's defensive lines, cannon fire lighting up the sky, echoing through the air. The sounds of battle, shouts, and the clash of weapons filled every corner of Marineford, as smoke billowed, signaling the imminent conflict in a nearby residential building. Sabo observed the battlefield in astonishment. Even he, who had long roamed the fields of war, was taken aback. Truly, this gathering of the world's top combatants makes this conflict an epic showdown, Jinshin remarked slowly. Indeed, Sabo clenched his fist. This battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos, and who could predict its outcome? Although the Navy held advantages in numbers and geography, Whitebeard possessed the power to devastate the world. The outcome of this battle was far from certain. However, his gaze shifted towards Ace's direction, his resolve solidifying further. No matter who the enemy is, Ace, I will not allow you to come to harm. After so many years apart, how could he let Ace perish before his eyes? That is. At that moment, a figure emerged at the forefront of the execution platform, clad in a red-patterned long coat, wielding a large sword, with hawk-like eyes. Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Sabo immediately recognized him as one of the 7 warlords. Dracul Mihawk, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Jinshin touched the long sword at his waist, a flicker of yearning crossing his eyes. He too was a swordsman, and Mihawk was the ultimate goal pursued by all swordsmen, himself included. Shing. Mihawk unsheathed the sword from his back and struck forward in a single motion. His target was clear, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Let me witness the gap between us, Mihawk thought gravely. Mihawk was actually making a move. This is not good. The crowd hastily scattered in all directions as the first-rate combat power sliced through the icy ground, aimed directly at Whitebeard. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, blocking the trajectory of the strike. Boom! The slash collided against the shadow, abruptly halting. Ha! With a roar, the massive figure thrust the strike skyward. The shadow gradually transformed into a radiant diamond, revealing a familiar face. Diamond Jozu, 3rd Division Captain. A smirk crept onto Jozu's lips. How foolish, since you insist on a frontal breach. Admiral Sengoku stepped forward, issuing orders. Eliminate the pirates outside and their ships. With a resounding series of cannon fire, dark, cold barrels unleashed a fierce onslaught. Below the execution platform, Admiral Kazuru suddenly rose, murmuring, as expected of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Each one is as strong as a monster. To minimize losses, they could only capture the king first. With that, he transformed into a streak of golden light, disappearing and reappearing before Whitebeard. Yada no Kagami, crossing his arms, countless light orbs shot forth from Kazuru's hands. Buzz, a sound of air being split emerged as the blue light surged forth, clashing directly with Kazuru's formidable attack. The Admiral's strike was unexpectedly blocked. The Navy personnel below were taken aback, only to realize the assailant was the 1st Division Captain, Marco, surrounded by blue flames and sporting a pair of blue wings. Marco appeared extraordinarily fantastical, his injuries gradually healing due to the intense flames. With his pineapple-like hairstyle, our little Marco stepped into view. How can you disrupt our great captain right from the start? Phoenix Marco, how terrifying, Kazara murmured slowly. Even rarer than Logia types, a mythical Zoan.it worked. Marco's flames surged, transforming into a blue-yellow phoenix, executing a downward kick that sent Kazara flying. Boom. He fell like a streak of golden light to the ground. As the golden light settled, Kazara stood unscathed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. It seems you won't let me succeed easily. He then turned toward the execution platform, instructing, giant squad, keep an eye on the skies. At that moment, Joza suddenly hurled a massive ice block towards the execution platform. Come on, try to block this. The Whitebeard pirates watched the outrageous battle unfold, astonished, with even Sabo and Jinshin feeling a sense of shock. Great fire, rising slowly, Akainu abruptly stood, molten magma flowing from his hands as a gigantic molten fist surged forth, instantly reducing the entire ice block to ashes. Akainu, Sabo, and Kenshin were taken aback, unable to fathom how this old wretch had managed to survive. However, at this juncture, such musings were of little consequence. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, the entire battlefield was jolted, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is that? From the distance, a series of colossal vibrations approached, and a gigantic shadow gradually emerged from the thick fog.it was Little Oars. Charge forth, Little Oars. The Whitebeard pirates were invigorated by a surge of spirit. Such a massive form. What could it possibly be? The Navy was utterly astounded. That is, Sabo, witnessing little oars stride forth from the sea, was equally shocked. Even he had never encountered a creature of such magnitude. Yet, he recalled the legend of the Oars family. The fabled race of demons. Ace. Little Oars slightly parted his massive jaws, filled with jagged teeth, and slowly proclaimed, "Ace, I have come to rescue you." Observing Oars, who was single-mindedly advancing, Whitebeard gripped his great sword tightly. In the chaos of battle, Oars' colossal form would undoubtedly render him a living target for the enemy. This was a battle of attrition, where the distance he covered would be directly proportional to the damage he could absorb. Oars, Whitebeard called out softly, his expression grave. Recklessness and bravery are two different matters. I shall rescue Ace with utmost swiftness. Do not hinder me, old man. Oars surged ahead, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. After a brief silence, Whitebeard slowly commanded, "You all shield Oars." Boom, boom, boom. Oars, wielding his great sword, cleaved through warships and shattered cannon fortifications. Such immense power was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to resist, and he soon burst into the harbor. Stopping him is our task. The giant vice admiral rushed forward, yet even they could only gaze up at Oars in awe. The disparity in their sizes was utterly fatal. Oars' strength was evidently beyond their ability to impede. He disregarded all obstacles in his path. His singular goal remained unchanged. Ace, atop the execution platform. The enormous straw hat upon his head symbolized their eternal bond, a testament to the ties and genuine feelings that permeated the world of pirates. The Oars, known to the world as the demon race, were merely beings of innate strength and fearsome appearance. Beneath that terrifying visage lay a heart of innocence and sincerity. Ace, noticing the smallest details, stood tall under the scorching sun, and thus crafted a magnificent straw hat as a gift. The tenderness that Ace inadvertently displayed profoundly touched Oars' heart, deepening the bond between them. "Ace, wait for me. I'm coming." At that moment, a figure devoid of expression approached Oars, arms wide open, slowly compressing. Ultimately, a small spherical paw appeared in his hands. It was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, as the crowd looked on in confusion. Kuma gradually opened his arms to reveal the small paw. Like a balloon swaying in a gentle breeze, it floated slowly, appearing almost comical, evoking a sense of absurdity. However, as Oars remained indifferent, the paw drifted towards him, and upon contact, transformed into an immense shockwave, leaving an imprint on Oars' chest, a blow of formidable strength. Kuma paw shock. With just a single strike, Oars was on the brink of losing his ability to move. Kuma, Sabo, observing the emotionless figure, was momentarily stunned, yet this was clearly not the time for reunions. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Sabo felt a greater sense of determination regarding this mission. Unbeknownst to him, Kuma was no longer the individual he once knew. He had become a weapon of the world government, a proponent of peace. In Sabo's moment of distraction, Oars fell, rendered powerless against the multitude of warlords. Oars. Ace's eyes brimmed with horror and anguish as he cried out in a heart-wrenching wail. Was Oars finished? The Whitebeard pirates collectively gasped. A wave of sorrow began to wash over the pirates, yet more than that, a fierce anger ignited within them. "Brothers, charge forth. Let us not squander the path Oars has opened for us. You lot." Whitebeard's expression darkened as he suddenly bellowed, "Advance upon Oars. Charge." The battle intensified, and the Navy commenced their operational plans, with Admiral Sengoku's orders gradually reaching the ears of all Navy personnel. What? Sabo could scarcely believe his ears. The figure that materialized before them was none other than the Admiral Akainu, who had only recently engaged in a fierce battle. Moreover, they had received the shocking news of an order for Ace's execution. Yet, Akainu seemed oblivious to their presence, merely having come to execute a Navy soldier who had fled the battlefield. This revelation provided Sabo and Kenshin with a fresh perspective on Admiral Akainu's character, an embodiment of absolute justice. For the sake of justice, he was willing to sacrifice everything. The loss of a few soldiers was merely a necessary consequence, provided that the outcome was just. This was the essence of Akainu's unwavering justice. A chill ran down their spines as they reflected on how astute their earlier decision to confront Akainu had been. Alas, they had allowed Akainu to escape, watching the Admiral retreat into the distance. Sabo could no longer contain himself, speaking in a low voice. "Let us take action." "Very well." Kenshin stepped forward, joining Sabo's side. He understood Sabo's feelings. Since joining the Dragon's team, he had prepared himself for the life of a pirate. Fighting alongside the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army seemed quite appealing. It was said that one should not overstep their bounds. A commotion erupted from the skies above. It was all her fault. Crocodile, is this really my doing? Think of a way out. Below is nothing but ice. Falling would surely result in death. I refuse to meet such an end. Oh, I'm fine because I'm made of rubber. Do you wish to escape alone? Hurry, think of something. A small black shadow appeared in the sky, gradually enlarging as it descended. It's a warship, a surprise attack from the Navy. The pirates felt a heavy weight in their hearts. If that were the case, it would not bode well for them. Luffy. Ace stared in disbelief, his heart pounding with alarm. Beside him, Garp had yet to shake off his sorrow, suddenly witnessing his grandson Luffy plummeting from the sky, leaving him speechless in shock. With the order for execution issued, Garp had climbed to the execution platform. Even though he could hardly accept it, reality had unfolded before his eyes. For the first time, the normally indifferent Garp felt utterly helpless. Pirates were undeserving of sympathy, but family was an entirely different matter. Garp, it's your family again, Sengoku scolded furiously. Luffy. Sabo gazed at the vibrant, exuberant Luffy, a genuine smile breaking across his face. Finally, the four brothers were reunited. It had been far too long. Luffy. Boom. Countless black dots, accompanied by a massive warship, plummeted rapidly, ultimately crashing into the sea and sending up a spray of water to as for why there was a sea surface amidst the surrounding frozen ice. Everyone's gaze turned to Jozu, who had just lifted the icy expanse. Rescued by Jinbe, Luffy gradually opened his eyes. This was the drawback of being a devil fruit user, once plunged into the sea. If no one comes to the rescue, one is destined to succumb entirely. Ace suddenly sprang up, scanning the surroundings, and finally spotted the execution platform looming before the warship. Ace, Luffy exclaimed with exuberance, raising his fists high and shouting. Haha, we finally meet. Ever since he learned of Ace's impending execution, he had been sustained by the conviction of rescuing his brother. Even an Iron Man could not endure such torment, having narrowly escaped death numerous times. He still had not even caught a glimpse of Ace's figure. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have crumbled and given up long ago, but Luffy was a fool who would risk everything for his desires. Ace, he said, momentarily startled. He had never anticipated Luffy would arrive here. Such a grand scale of warfare was beyond what he thought Luffy could handle. After all, Luffy was still merely a novice, unaware of what Haki was. Recklessly throwing himself into chaos. One misstep could lead to his demise right here. For Ace, Luffy was his last remaining brother. The failure to protect his siblings had already plunged him into deep self-reproach. Now, Luffy had placed himself amidst such immense turmoil for Ace's sake. How could he not worry? How could he not feel guilty? The bloodline of the Pirate King. Ace had always sought to understand the purpose of his existence. Or whether his very being was right or wrong, the lineage of the devil must be severed. This was the conclusion he had drawn from his search across the world. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Ultimately, he had found a sense of home within the Whitebeard pirates. However, he had yet to uncover the meaning of life, a truth that eluded him even if he scoured the globe. For the meaning of life was something one must bestow upon oneself. And others' opinions were merely justifications one imposed upon their own existence. Seeing the man he had always referred to as Old Man, Garp shed tears of sorrow for him, and witnessing his crybaby brother repeatedly placing himself in peril to save Ace filled him with self-loathing. He felt like a failure, pondering whether he deserved to perish unnoticed, having never found the meaning to live. Why? Why come to save someone like me? A thunderous roar interrupted Ace's thoughts. Crocodile, Luffy shouted. In mere moments, the battlefield had shifted dramatically. Luffy had now positioned himself behind Whitebeard, enveloped in steam. Straw Hat, we have arrived at Marineford. The alliance is hereby dissolved. My target is Whitebeard. Step aside, Crocodile observed Luffy. Drenched, and a glimmer of realization crossed his mind. It seemed he had prepared himself for battle ahead of time. Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea and a user of the sand fruit, had one weakness: water. Not only did he fear water as a devil fruit user, but it was also a natural bane for him. Generally, even entities that could evade capture by Haki could be seized by water. Not bad, Ace's brother, remarked Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, as he relaxed slightly. Just moments ago, Crocodile's sudden attack had caught the Whitebeard pirates off guard. But thankfully, Luffy had intervened. Is this old man really Whitebeard? Then I won't allow you to lay a hand on him. Ace holds great affection for this man, Luffy asserted resolutely. Don't let him near Dad. That moment, several crewmates of the Whitebeard pirates positioned themselves before Crocodile. Whitebeard noticed the straw hat atop Luffy's head, recalling a conversation he once had with Ace. Kid, your straw hat resembles the one Shanks used to wear. Oh, This is just being borrowed from Shanks for the time being," Luffy said, touching the hat around his neck. A nostalgic smile gracing his face, he then turned to Whitebeard and asked, "Uncle, do you know Shanks?" Seeing Luffy's demeanor brought back memories of his encounter with Shanks. When discussing the loss of his left arm, Shanks had said, "I wagered it on the new ERA.AT." That moment, Whitebeard understood that Shanks had staked his arm on this very boy before him, the one wearing the straw hat. However, the reality was perplexing. A formidable Yonko had lost an arm in the East Blue. Such a notion was troubling. Those familiar with piracy knew that Shanks had sacrificed his arm to save Luffy from a Sea King. Yet, it was clear to all that this was a deliberate act on Shanks' part. After all, a Yonko would not jest about such matters. Not even Whitebeard could easily claim an arm from Shanks. It was likely a means to solidify Luffy's resolve to set sail, to nurture a future pirate king capable of ushering in a new era. Nonetheless, the bond between Shanks and Luffy was genuine. Any feigned sentiment was uncharacteristic of Shanks. "Are you here to save your brother?" Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, his tone measured. "You should know where you are, kid. Someone like you could lose their life." An instant silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on Whitebeard and Luffy, the world's strongest man speaking. Amidst the silence, Luffy abruptly waved his hand and declared loudly, "Enough of your nonsense. Why should you decide? I know you want to be the Pirate King too." The crowd gasped. Figures like Buggy and Ivankov were taken aback. "But I'll tell you this. It is I who will become the Pirate King," Luffy proclaimed, hands on his hips, eyes wide with determination. His boldness left everyone in stunned silence. Was he foolish? Buggy looked utterly despairing. How could he oppose Whitebeard? The onlookers from Impel Down were equally astonished, jaws dropping in disbelief. With a thundering crash, Whitebeard swung the bisecting blade of his weapon in the air before slamming it onto the deck. The Navy and pirates below were sent sprawling in fear. "Humph," he smirked slightly, his voice low. "You're quite audacious. If you slow me down, I want to go easy on you. Quit the chatter. I'll save Ace my own way." Luffy replied with a dismissive wave. After a brief silence, he added, "Hey, Uncle, I have some news for you. Just so you know, I'm telling you this because we're both here to save Ace." The crowd was taken aback at the sight of Luffy conversing with Whitebeard as an equal. Why was he able to speak to Whitebeard on such terms? Buggy was baffled. "No wonder he asked Dragon's son." Ivankov nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Sabo's gaze softened as he saw his most cherished brother, unchanged from the past, allowing him to finally feel at ease. His focus then shifted to the execution platform. With his sword firmly grasped in hand, he prepared for the upcoming battle, though unease lingered in his heart. Naturally, due to Luffy.is that so, they planned to execute Ace ahead of schedule, Whitebeard mused, nodding slightly. "Thanks, not a problem," Luffy replied nonchalantly. This scene genuinely shocked everyone. The world's strongest man was conversing with this newcomer. The Straw Hat, as equals. "All right, wait for me, Ace," Luffy shouted as he leaped off the Moby Dick, racing towards the execution platform. "Out of the way," he yelled, throwing punches and kicks with unrestrained fervor. Seeing Luffy charge recklessly, Ace opened his mouth, but no words came out. "You fools, that is, and Luffy too. Why come to save me? This is all my fault." And the next moment, the Warlord of the Sea, Jinbei, the Revolutionary Army Ivankov, and a host of new allies joined the fray. "Clear the way," Luffy shouted, striking down foes one by one, his momentum unyielding. "We can't lose to him." "Charge, 3rd Division," Joza bellowed, rallying the troops. "Roar." The Whitebeard pirates surged forward, their spirits invigorated as they charged towards the Navy. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of cannon fire and clashing weapons erupted once more, the cries of battle resonating through the skies. Were moving. Kenshin and Sabo, clad in the attire of naval lieutenants, gradually blended into the chaos of the battlefield. Longhun had instructed us to seek out a person marked by the numeral 3 atop their head. What precisely could this 3 signify? Kenshin cast his gaze around, yet found nothing amiss. "I believe I have spotted something," Sabo remarked with an odd expression. "What?" Kenshin hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but after a brief moment, he had yet to uncover anything. As pirates encircled him one after another, leaving him little room to maneuver. "Get away." The sword's energy sliced through the air, sending the encroaching pirates flying. Over there, following the direction indicated by Sabo's finger, Kenshin gradually discerned a cluster of pirates clad in prison garb that he recognized them as those who had escaped from Impel Down, with the notorious Buggy leading the pack. Among them was a figure sporting a hairstyle resembling the number 3. Kenshin's mouth twitched. At this moment, he comprehended the implication of Longhun's words. That hairstyle is rather distinctive. He mused that it must be him. "Let us approach," Sabo declared. Suddenly, a rush of air swept past. Clang! Kenshin swiftly countered with his sword. Ugh! Pushing the newcomer away, Kenshin stepped back a few paces, finally recognizing the individual before him, murmuring, "Bista do." Bista expressed surprise. This seemingly ordinary naval officer had managed to withstand his strike. "That it appears you are also a swordsman. The Navy truly is brimming with talent." Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Sabo drew the pipe from behind him, spinning it to deflect the incoming bullets. Captain of the 16th Division, Izo, Sabo found it peculiar that they had only just arrived on the battlefield, yet had already attracted the attention of the Whitebeard pirates' captains. Something felt amiss. Reports had indicated that two formidable individuals were deliberately donning naval uniforms. It seemed that was indeed the case. Izo raised his twin pistols once more. Bang! 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 Clang! Sabo felt somewhat speechless, but acknowledged that he had been a bit careless. One could never afford to be lax on the battlefield. "Izo, Bista, hear me out," Sabo said as he retreated. "We are not the Navy." Clang! Kenshin and Bista clashed, and Bista displayed a flicker of astonishment. "What proof do you have that you are not the Navy?" "This." Kenshin pondered for a long moment, struggling to articulate a coherent response. "I believe you might be somewhat familiar with my appearance. At this juncture, Sabo slowly interjected. Upon closer inspection, Izo and Bista both appeared momentarily taken aback, as if recognizing something familiar. "You are Sabo of the Revolutionary Army?" Izo raised an eyebrow, having indeed recognized Sabo, though he was puzzled as to why the Revolutionary Army had returned here. One thing was certain. The Revolutionary Army had always been the Navy's foremost adversary, and it was clear that things were not as they had initially presumed. "What brings you, Revolutionary Army?" Izo instinctively categorized Kenshin as one of Sabo's comrades. "Humph." Sabo's lips curled slightly as he replied. "To rescue my brother." "Brother?" Both Bista and Izo exchanged bewildered glances, inquiring, "Who is your brother?" "Our objectives align," Sabo asserted. "What?" Bista and Izo exchanged incredulous looks, simultaneously questioning, "Are you referring to Ace?" "Indeed. You will soon understand. I must save Ace," Sabo stated solemnly, his gaze fixed on the familiar yet distant figure on the execution platform. "Thus, we are not enemies." Both captains found themselves in a dilemma. Sabo, being the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, undoubtedly possessed great strength. Forming an alliance would be ideal, yet they could not dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives. "We have discovered a method to rescue Ace. If you could cooperate with us, success would be nearly assured," Sabo pressed on, recalling an important detail that Longhun had previously mentioned. "Whitebeard will be gravely injured by a betrayal from one of his subordinates at the onset of this conflict." Although he was unaware of how Longhun had acquired such knowledge, Sabo believed it to be true. Longhun would not deceive him, now that they had encountered the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Perhaps they could avert disaster. This revelation was monumental, whether true or not. It could prove pivotal in the unfolding conflict. The two captains of the Whitebeard pirates adopted a cautious yet intrigued demeanor. "Do elaborate." "Very well." Sabo nodded before continuing. "However, we must maintain appearances. Let us fight while we converse." "Agreed." The four engaged in combat once more. "First, I wish to inquire, where is Squard of the Whitebeard pirates?" "Squard?" Bista appeared perplexed but replied, "He should still be outside the bay." "Why? What of him?" "That's good. One of you must remain by Whitebeard's side. Should Squard exhibit any unusual behavior, he must be restrained." Sabo inhaled deeply and articulated. To dispel suspicions, he elaborated on the potential motives behind Squard's betrayal of Whitebeard, concluding with insinuations of manipulation. Sabo understood that to convince them, he had to present it this way. After all, they were members of the Whitebeard pirates, and the notion of one of their own attempting to assassinate their captain would be met with skepticism. "I know you will find this hard to believe, but I merely ask you to station someone near Whitebeard. This is purely precautionary." "Very well, we shall proceed thusly. For the sake of our captain, it is imperative," Bista quickly decided, recognizing that there was little risk involved. At that moment, Izo noticed with suspicion that the Navy within the bay was gradually retreating. Boom, boom, boom. An intense series of explosions erupted from the rear. What is that? Suddenly, a multitude of warlords, led by Bartholomew Kuma, emerged outside the bay. A barrage of lasers rained down, delivering a devastating blow to the pirates within. The pirates outside suddenly realized that the Navy's retreat had been a ruse to lure them in. Had they truly ventured into the bay, they would have found themselves cornered by the world government's weapons and pacifists. Thankfully, their captain discerned the Navy's scheme in time and ordered a strategic breakout to the sides rather than a headlong rush into the bay. The consequences would have been dire otherwise. Ah! In the distance, a cry rang out, prompting Sabo to swiftly turn his gaze, spotting Luffy rolling on the ground. Before Luffy stood the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. "Luffy!" Sabo shouted, charging forward while leaving behind a parting remark. "I leave this to you, Kenshin." Rest assured, Kenshin understood Sabo's intent. Their purpose for being here was singular. He then fixed his gaze upon the one marked by the numeral 3. Clang. Sabo used his pipe to block Mihawk's slash. "Who are you?" Mihawk inquired, observing Sabo in naval attire, perplexed as to why a Navy officer would impede his path. What is that Navy officer doing?" Luffy, having been flung aside, was filled with questions upon seeing a naval officer obstruct Mihawk's advance. Forget it, he thought, unable to derive any sense from it, as he rose and charged forward once more. "Ace, I'm coming." Luffy. At that moment, Ace on the execution platform suddenly shouted, "You must understand, we are both pirates. You have your adventures, and I have mine. I have my comrades. Why do you meddle in my affairs? I cannot believe I need a coward like you to come to my rescue. There is nothing more shameful than this." With that, Ace painfully closed his eyes. "Luffy, please, hurry and leave. All of this is my negligence. There is no need for you to be embroiled in peril alongside me." Observing Luffy repeatedly falling into distress, Ace could no longer contain himself, interrupted. "Ace." The members of the Whitebeard pirates gazed at him with complex expressions. Sabo shuddered slightly, lifting his gaze to Ace, whose face was marred with anguish, as if a piercing thorn had lodged itself deep within his heart. Ace. No one understood Ace's sentiments better than him. Sabo, being of the same age as Ace, was acutely aware of the heavy burdens Ace bore. Having lived under the shadow of a devil's lineage since childhood, he longed for nothing more than to end it all. The thought that his own actions had placed his brother in danger was unbearable to him. Even death might be a form of relief for Ace. The only person he could not bear to part with in this world was Luffy. Suddenly, Luffy shot up and shouted, "I am your brother. No matter what you say, I will risk my life to save you. As for your words, they mean nothing to me." Ace opened his mouth but ultimately could not articulate a single word. However, Luffy's proclamation created an uproar. Ace's brother. Ace was of the bloodline of the Pirate King, Roger. With this revelation, the crowd became unsettled, but then reconsidered. It was impossible. Roger had already been executed when Ace was born. Ace could not possibly have a brother. Amidst the confusion, Sengoku raised the Den Den Mushi in his hand and proclaimed loudly, "The pirate monkey D. Luffy is the son of the world's most notorious criminal, Dragon, and also the sworn brother who grew up alongside Ace." The mention of Dragon's lineage caused Kizaru and Borsalino to swallow hard. Filled with anxiety, is his father really that famous? Buggy, who had accompanied Luffy here, looked astonished. "I know that person," he exclaimed, moved. "The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, is the son of that dragon." The Navy collectively gasped in shock. Not only that, but these two most dangerous individuals were sworn brothers. This news struck like thunder, shattering the composure of all present. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Dragon's bloodline must be eradicated immediately. He must not be permitted to grow. The Navy, having regained their senses, charged towards Luffy in the name of justice. "We will not allow you to leave here." The reporters on Sabaody Archipelago, now fully alert, exclaimed, "Headquarters, major news, inform the world." On the other side, Whitebeard pirates, do not let Ace's brother down. We shall join. Humph, what fools. With a slight smirk, Whitebeard looked at Luffy with admiration and said to Marco, do not let him die. Understood. At this moment, Ace's heart trembled uncontrollably. It was neither anger nor fear, but exhilaration. In that instant, he suddenly realized that the answer he had been seeking had always been by his side. Having endured so much throughout his life, he was no longer alone. Countless bonds had unknowingly tied themselves to him. His life was no longer solely his own. Many people wished for him to remain in this world. The bond of brotherhood compelled Luffy to protect him, something he would defend with his life. His own brother. With such a brother, how could he, as an older sibling, irresponsibly utter, "You should go back and not continue to endanger yourself"? That would be the most irresponsible thing to say. In this moment, he profoundly understood the preciousness of life. His departure could inflict catastrophic consequences on many. He could not leave, reigning in all emotions. Ace calmly observed the scenes unfolding on the battlefield, regardless of the outcome. He would accept it. He would firmly grasp the outstretched hand of salvation. Even death was an acceptable fate. Ace, Sabo's lips curled slightly. He knew Ace had found his rightful place. He then fixed his gaze on Mihawk before him, the world's greatest swordsman. Let me have a go at you. Twirling the water pipe in his hand, Sabo launched a series of attacks. Clang, clang, clang. Mihawk grew increasingly astonished. This seemingly youthful marine's strength exceeded his expectations. For a moment, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. He was left with only the ability to parry. Look, that marine is fighting with Mihawk. Wow, this marine's strength is extraordinary. Before long, the battle between Sabo and Mihawk drew the attention of those around them. Even the Navy was perplexed. They did not recognize this marine. Yet his strength was indeed remarkable. Hey, what is going on with that marine? Sengoku remarked in confusion from the execution platform. Quick, stop him. We cannot have infighting at this moment. Even Sengoku was somewhat astonished that this previously unseen marine could contend with Mihawk without losing ground. Ace fixed his gaze intently on the familiar yet strange face beneath the large hat. He had previously seen this marine intervene to assist Luffy. Initially, he had assumed this person was one of the old man's subordinates. But now it seemed otherwise. Carp's astonished expression confirmed that he would never disguise his true intentions. Moreover, Carp would not so casually betray a sense of justice. It could not be him. Thus, this person must be someone else entirely. The distinctive scar on his face, if he had seen it before, he would certainly remember, yet it evoked an inexplicable familiarity. Clang. The water pipe clashed once more with the black sword. Yoru. Suddenly, Ace froze, his pupils gradually constricting at the sight of that striking large hat. Though Sabo was clad in a marine coat, he had not changed his hat. The golden hair stirred long-buried memories like a tidal wave, and the long-lost thoughts filled Ace with a sense of surrealism. He could not believe his speculation. However, barring this possibility, he could not fathom why this person would help Luffy. Fire Fist, what is wrong with you? Noticing Ace's strange demeanor, Sengoku glanced over, saying blandly, nothing, suppressing the questions and shock within him. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief, if it truly was Sabo. Clang, who on earth are you? Mihawk frowned, bewildered as to why this marine obstructed his path. Hey, what are you doing? A marine, witnessing Sabo entangled with Mihawk, was about to question him, but a sudden blade took his life. The battlefield shifted in an instant, especially in such a tumultuous time when many individuals with unknown backgrounds, motives, and allegiances were present. The nearby Navy received orders. If they did not cease their actions, they would be treated as traitors and spies. Sengoku's gaze fixed on the obscure figure of Sabo, speaking earnestly, in times like this, we must act decisively. This person has yet to speak, and he could very well be a spy or something worse. But Sabo paid him no mind, continuing to engage Mihawk in a fierce exchange. Mihawk, you may execute him on the spot. This person must be a spy. Seeing Sabo remain silent, Sengoku narrowed his eyes and issued a direct order. Mihawk's brows furrowed, feeling somewhat vexed, silently wondering, does he truly believe we cannot discern that we are evenly matched at the moment? Or is he merely toying with me? Yet his expression remained unchanged. Mihawk was known as Hawkeye for his relentless and composed demeanor. No, it should be said he was arrogant. Although Sabo's actions had caused quite a stir, they did not draw undue attention. The emergence of a traitor or spy would not impact the ongoing battle. Fighting Mihawk was not Sabo's intent. He had come to protect Luffy. Thus, his gaze frequently drifted back to Luffy. It could be likened to an exhilarating roller coaster ride. Luffy, who had yet to grasp Haki, was undoubtedly beset by numerous vulnerabilities. When faced with a Logia user, he was utterly helpless. Just moments ago, Smoker had nearly captured Luffy. Fortunately, there was assistance. But upon seeing the person who saved Luffy, his eyes widened in astonishment. The Empress, Boa Hancock. With that, his heart raced to his throat. She was one of the 7 warlords. However, there was a sudden silence that followed, as if the Empress had come specifically to rescue Luffy. Yet before anyone could react, a chilling glint struck first. Bang! In a moment of haste, one hurriedly defended himself. And upon seeing that there was no murderous intent emanating from Mihawk, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, you must be Sabo from the Revolutionary Army, right? Yet, the very next words from Mihawk caused him to momentarily startle, only to quickly find solace. After engaging in combat for so long, and with no disguise to his appearance, it was hardly surprising to be recognized. Sabo smiled silently, now that his identity was exposed. It mattered little. as he had no intention of concealing it. Moreover, he had resolved to ensure that during this war, everyone would know that Luffy had the support of his 4 elder brothers. Don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious. With Ivankov over there, are you revolutionaries also joining the fray? Mihawk casually waved his sword, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Oh, Sabo slightly raised his eyes, a flicker of brilliance passing through them. And a proud smile began to grace his lips as he declared, "For my brother." Brother? Mihawk appeared somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, Sabo froze for a moment, disbelief washing over him as he turned his gaze. He was taken aback to see another figure aboard the Moby Dick. A ship that should have only housed Whitebeard. An ominous premonition gripped him, and he quickly called out to Izo. That wouldn't be Squard, would it? He pointed towards the figure behind Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. What? Izo and Visto were momentarily stunned, turning to find that Squard, whom they had just been discussing, had indeed appeared beside their captain. Squard? What is he doing there? Connecting the dots with Sabo's earlier words, both Izo and Vista felt a jolt of cold dread spread through them. Marco, hurry and stop Squard. Izo shouted to Marco, who was not far away. At this moment, only Marco's speed might suffice. Yet upon hearing Izo's words, Marco momentarily froze. By the time he regained his composure, he saw Squard drawing his sword and suddenly lunging it towards his father, Whitebeard. The blade pierced through Whitebeard's chest without any obstruction. Instantly, the entire battlefield fell silent, with everyone wide-eyed at the sight of Whitebeard being impaled. Father, countless members of the Whitebeard pirates cried out in alarm, their hearts filled more with shock than anything else. The scene of Whitebeard's injury was transmitted through the Din Mushi Disabaity archipelago, leaving those watching the battlefield in utter disbelief as their jaws dropped. Whitebeard has been attacked. What on earth is happening? This is huge news. Quickly inform headquarters. Amidst the shock, some began to react, hastily speaking. Squard. Marco transformed into a phoenix, soaring to Whitebeard's side, angrily reproaching Squard. Do you even realize what you've done? At that moment, all eyes on the battlefield were drawn to the Moby Dick. Enough with the pretense. As the captain of the 1st Division, you cannot possibly claim ignorance of the plan, Squard retorted, taking a deep breath. I don't think I'm unaware of what the Whitebeard pirates have done. Gathering his courage, he proclaimed loudly, Everyone, listen, our father, Whitebeard, has made a deal with the Marines. The Whitebeard pirates and Ace will be saved, while our affiliated pirate crews will meet their demise in Marineford. These words fell like a thunderclap, leaving the arena in stunned silence. Both Marines and pirates alike were momentarily still. What was Squard saying? He claimed that father had betrayed them. Impossible. Father would never betray us. Though they spoke bravely, unease crept into their hearts. But what if? Boom, boom, boom. The pacifistas continued their relentless bombardment, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, some noticed that these pacifistas were targeting only them, trapped by the tsunami's icy wall. They found themselves in a dead end, subjected to merciless attacks. Father, please tell us if this is true. Speak to us, father. The pirates beyond the bay lamented in despair. Whitebeard knelt on one knee, blood gushing from his wound, his complexion pale, lowering the sword in his hand. Squard gasped for breath before continuing, Father, when you found me, I was all alone. You know why I was alone? Because all our comrades were killed by Roger. This statement was nearly a roar. How few could comprehend the desolation contained within. This was the world of pirates, a realm where everyone yearned for freedom yet was fraught with peril. Yet a true man knows when to act and when to refrain. A man should bravely pursue his dreams, for the sea embodies the aspirations of all pirates. I never knew Ace was Roger's son. Squard spoke. His expression turned sorrowful. I even became good friends with Ace. If you wished for Ace to become the Pirate King, why did you hide it from us? If it were someone else facing execution today, would you still come to their rescue? Having said all this, Squard seemed to prepare himself, slowly lowering his sword. To land a blow is already a miracle. He closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. He did not regret this. All of it was for his crew and a sense of camaraderie. Beside him, Marco remained silent, unsure of how to respond in such a moment, casting a glance at Whitebeard, feeling an indescribable melancholy in his heart. Indeed, one would think that even with those close to him, Whitebeard could evade harm. Yet the issue lay with Whitebeard's body. Now 70 years old, he had endured countless battles, leaving him with many hidden injuries. Even in ordinary times, Whitebeard required the aid of an drip, a clear sign of his aging. The most prominent change was his significantly reduced mobility and agility compared to his younger days. Slowly rising to his feet, Whitebeard fixed his gaze upon Squard. Extending his hand, With beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, Squard gritted his teeth, vowing never to regret, even at the cost of his life. Yet what awaited him was not the wrath of Whitebeard, but a warm embrace that was a feeling he could not articulate. Even a foolish son like me still loves you. Whitebeard held Squard tightly in his arms. Squard, the notion of a son repaying a father's debt is utterly absurd. What has Ace ever done to you? How many experiences have you shared together, overcoming countless hardships? What wrong has Ace committed? Why must he bear the hatred of his forebears? It is not only Ace who is special. You are all my sons. The Squard's eyes flickered with uncertainty, memories of Ace flooding his mind, and suddenly he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Akainu, is it? He led you into the depths of darkness. Whitebeard slowly rose, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Speaking of which, it seems my blade has not dulled with age, Sengoku. You've played me like a fool to say that I would betray my own son. Whitebeard crouched slightly, his fists suddenly swinging outwards. Boom! The icy walls shattered instantly, creating an escape route for the pirates. Sengoku was taken aback. The ice is broken. The pirates trapped within the ice walls were momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. This meant they could retreat whenever they wished. As pirates, you must choose what to believe. Those who are prepared, follow me. With that, Whitebeard leaped from the Moby Dick. Boom! His massive form crashed to the ground. Wielding his sword, the tremor fruit, and unleashed a powerful strike forward, sending a wave of marines flying. That was all a ruse. I knew father would never betray us. How despicable of the marines to resort to such tricks. But what on earth did Squard do to harm his own father? How painful it must be. Damn the marines. Charge with father. We must rescue Ace. In an instant, the pirates were filled with righteous fury, their spirits soaring. Seeing the morale of the Whitebeard pirates surge because of Whitebeard's words, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grave. Luffy gazed at the Whitebeard pirates, now imbued with unparalleled resolve. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him. This was not the time for distraction. A peculiar figure, tall and with an elongated neck, adorned in a straw hat, stood before Luffy. Moria, a formidable adversary, had arrived. Luffy's expression darkened slightly. He had no time to waste. Just as well, I still need to extract her shadow to awaken Ors. Ha ha ha. Zombie army. With a flourish of his hands, cracks began to appear on the ground, and one by one, zombies slowly emerged. Charge! At the command, a horde of zombies lunged toward Luffy. Each punch could fell a child, yet the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and they would rise again immediately after being struck, leaving Luffy momentarily entangled in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, a column of water surged from the sea, drenching the zombies and sending them sprawling to the ground. Moria, your zombies certainly fear water. At that moment, the former warlord of the sea, Jinbe, leaped forth from the ocean. He turned to Luffy and declared, Luffy, you must go. I will handle this. All right, I'm counting on you. Luffy wasted no time and dashed forward. A glance over his shoulder revealed Sabo smiling in approval. Indeed, Luffy had matured. One by one, his friends were providing cover for him. Two warlords, Hancock and Jinbe, had already extended their hands in assistance. Unknown to Sabo, the bond between Hancock and Luffy was quite unique. They had shared the same garment. Haha, who knows when they might become siblings. Boom! Another figure blocked Luffy's path. Warlord, Bartholomew Kuma. It's the bear. Sabo breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was Kuma, there was little to worry about. Kuma surely understood Luffy's lineage. That's a relief. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of laser fire targeted Luffy. The scene startled Sabo. Just as he was about to intervene, someone was swifter. Hey, Kuma, don't go overboard. Ivankov approached Kuma, whispering something. Yet, the response was an unyielding storm of gunfire that almost obliterated her. Hey, even if you have your stance as a warlord, you can't unleash such perilous lasers upon an old friend. Before she could finish, a fresh hail of fire awaited her. Boom, boom, boom. Ivankov. And then commenced the dance of the Okama. Little did they know, Kuma had transformed into a weapon devoid of any emotion. Meanwhile, Squard surveyed the battlefield, chaos all around, and cried out, Why? Why has the war not ceased? According to the agreement, shouldn't there be a truce now? If that's the case, everything must have been a lie. Did I strike against father for nothing? What have I done? Marco observed the scene quietly, understanding Squard's turmoil, but that did not absolve him of the consequences of his actions. However, since father had already forgiven him, Marco could channel his anger solely towards this group of justice-wielding Marines that he approached scored gently. Does crying bring any solace? Grasp your weapon, and if you feel wronged, unleash your fury upon the enemy. With that, he did not linger, soaring into the fray. Holding his blade, Squard was unable to stifle his tears. 1,000 words transformed into profound emotion. The Whitebeard pirates would never harbor resentment or hatred towards a family member who had erred. No one blamed him. They all understood the true culprits were the enemies. Regaining his composure, he rose steadily to return to his crew, vowing in that moment to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the Whitebeard pirates until his last breath. Be cautious, Ivankov. Kuma is formidable. Luffy was well aware of Kuma's might. Their group had been sent flying by him before. I'm fine. Ivankov waved dismissively. She was well acquainted with Kuma. You go on ahead. I'll handle this. Seeing this, Luffy hesitated no longer. Halt, Straw Hat. I shall block your path in the name of justice, and I vow you shall not advance another step. A colossal figure loomed before Luffy, each step causing the ground to tremble. Giant Vice Admiral. Third gear. Boom. Without hesitation, Luffy inflated his fist, causing it to swell dramatically. Its size surpassed even that of the giant's arm, and with a single punch, he struck the giant Vice Admiral, creating a massive dent. A one-hit knockout. This time, the prowess of the Straw Hat was undeniable. Even as a newcomer, he was no ordinary foe. This display did not escape Sabo's keen observation. His heart eased considerably, but the next moment left him dumbfounded. Luffy suddenly transformed into a small pudding, appearing even smaller than he had in his childhood. Have you become too arrogant? Mihawk furrowed his brow. He had intended to playfully engage, but this was far too dismissive. The sword hummed with energy as he aimed to strike at Sabo. Clang! Sabo hastily defended himself, sighing in relief when Luffy reverted back to his original form. Meanwhile, the Marines began their gradual retreat, their actions growing increasingly apparent. Boom! Countless Marines were swept into the air, the scene utterly explosive. Whitebeard, hailed as the strongest man in the world, was indeed not to be underestimated. With a single slash, he shattered countless spaces. Those touched by his power were no more than ants, scattered across the sky. Their S.A. Gap, the giant Vice Admiral, wielding a massive axe, charged at Whitebeard from the side with all his might. Just then, a fist met the axe, shattering it effortlessly. Whitebeard didn't even turn his head. He seized the giant Vice Admiral's head and smashed it into the ground. With a sudden burst of power, he crushed the Vice Admiral's skull and tossed him aside. The mighty Marine Vice Admiral was no more than a child in Whitebeard's grasp, easily subdued in just 2 moves. Vice Admiral Longs. The Marines swallowed hard, many trembling in their legs. This was the terror of the world's top combat power, utterly beyond common reasoning. A Vice Admiral, capable of defending a region, was casually thrown aside. There was no sense of incongruity. Even with his massive stature, that a single slash could cleave the earth. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, was truly fearsome. Boom, boom, boom. Whitebeard continued his relentless assault, step after step. Nearly no one could impede his advance. Were it not for the small wound still oozing crimson blood on his chest, they might have believed his earlier injury was merely a dream. What is this? A frail old man, grievously wounded, can be this ferocious? Upon the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku observed the rampaging Whitebeard with a furrowed brow. This old man was a walking destruction machine. That it seemed plans must be set into motion. Soon, everyone noticed the Marines were indeed beginning to retreat, and the pirates' morale surged. Didn't you see that the Marines are frightened by us? We must pursue with vigor. The pirates charged into the bay. The battlefield shifting dramatically, their spirits soaring to new heights. However, those who liked to think critically sensed something amiss. The Marines were not this weak, and they were not at a disadvantage, but rather held the upper hand. In an instant, uncertainty began to cloud their judgment. Charge with all your might, Vista shouted, wielding his sword. Regardless of the Marines' underlying schemes, if they could rush to the plaza in one breath, all would be in vain. Onward, a multitude of pirates surged forward, relentless in their pursuit of the Marines. Whitebeard's strides were unstoppable, and he soon reached the edge of the plaza. Buzz! Whitebeard suddenly gathered his strength, channeling a vast amount of vibrating energy. Aimed directly at the execution platform. Boom! A colossal wave of tremors erupted, sending every Marine within the line of fire soaring into the sky. The power of the tremor slash remained undiminished, crashing toward the execution platform with an unmatched force. Charge! The pirates, witnessing this spectacle, felt their spirits ignite. Boom, boom, boom. The slash raised clouds of dust, and everyone held their breath, anxiously watching the unfolding scene. Had the execution platform been destroyed, in no time, an answer emerged. As the smoke cleared, the silhouettes of the three admirals gradually came into view. The three admirals of the Navy headquarters, with their hands positioned in a stance of opposition, evidently managed to thwart the attack through their combined efforts. Although disappointment lingered, the pirates maintained their formidable spirit. Why is it still not ready? Hurry and activate the encirclement wall. Sengoku, witnessing Whitebeard charging forward, could no longer remain seated. Report, Marshal, the ice layer is exceedingly thick. The encirclement wall cannot ascend at this moment. Damn it. Hurry, concentrate all the energy from the entire town. And what about that? What's going on? Sengoku suddenly realized that one of the visual transponders had yet to be turned off. Just moments ago, one of the visual transponder snails had gone missing. To go find it, Sengoku uttered. Somewhat exasperated, it was inconceivable that such a trivial matter could not be managed, especially with time pressing on. At that moment, the last visual snail unexpectedly began to broadcast. The special personal show of the infamous Buggy the Clown commenced, or rather, it could be said that the personal show of the great Buggy had begun. After this war, Buggy would ascend to the pinnacle of his life, ascending to the warlords of the sea, with a host of formidable allies flocking to him. None of that was particularly noteworthy. The most remarkable highlight, however, was his verbal duel with the Emperor Shanks. The bonds of brotherhood are often so perplexing. Akiji, Sengoku could no longer bear to watch this scene and exclaimed, "Understood." Akiji leaped forth, unleashing an attack reminiscent of the Ice Age, creating a series of human-shaped ice sculptures. He then swiftly encased Buggy, who had endured countless hardships to acquire the transponder snail, in ice. Yet even with this, time remained insufficient. Whitebeard had already reached the edge of the square. Cannon fire would do little to impede Whitebeard's advance as he wielded his supreme blade, the Tsung Yun Chia, with the might to challenge the heavens. "I'll buy us some time." Another giant marine jumped down from the square, blocking Whitebeard's path. "That I will not let you pass," he declared, slashing with his sword. "That you're simply in the way." Whitebeard, unwilling to waste time, plunged the Tsung Yun Chia into the ground and forcefully swept his hands through the air. Instantly, the sea and the entire marine fort began to tilt dramatically, with very few able to maintain their footing. Subsequently, he leaped up and delivered a powerful punch towards the giant marine. The immense shock wave shattered the space around them, and the terrifying force fractured the very ground of marine fort. Boom! The giant marine rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the Tsung Yun Chia, he prepared to charge towards the square when suddenly the earth began to tremble. The cacophony of machinery echoed, causing anxiety to ripple through the crowd. However, as time ticked by, the noise persisted, growing increasingly chaotic and erratic. "What is happening?" Sengoku shouted, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Report, Marshal. For some reason, the gears have jammed. Moreover, the energy is leaking continuously, and we haven't identified the cause." The soldier's voice lacked confidence. He understood that this was a critical step in their plan. With the encirclement wall unable to rise, the situation was dire. Sengoku buzzed at this moment. Whitebeard raised his blade once more, preparing for what might transpire at such close quarters. "Kizuru, check on the situation. Be swift." He was compelled to send an admiral, and only Kizuru's speed could suffice. If the situation remained controllable, there was still time. "I'm on it." Kizuru transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished. Akiji, understood. He leaped into action, forming an ice blade with both hands aimed at Whitebeard. "Marines, suppress fire. Do not let a single pirate enter the square." Sengoku commanded. "Understood." Clang, as the clash ensued. Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with intensity. There was a sense of familiarity. "Since you refuse to let me in, then I must enter." Buzz, a slash from his blade shattered the ice knife in Akiji's hands. "You're quite a nuisance," Whitebeard declared, not wishing to waste time. He thrust the Tsung Yun Chia into the ground and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The punch struck Akiji squarely in the face, instantly reducing it to ruins. Then came another slash. Boom! The entire staircase was flattened beneath Whitebeard's blade. Akiji slowly regained his human form, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Whitebeard with a grave expression. At that moment, a golden light descended, piercing through Whitebeard's right shoulder. "You've let your guard down, Whitebeard." "Old man." The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was thrown into a state of panic. Nothing was more distressing than seeing their captain injured. Kizaru, Marco soared into action, launching a kick mid-air. Buzz. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, reappearing on the execution platform. It's over. The power room has been damaged by someone. Not only that, but the machines themselves are severely compromised and cannot be repaired in a timely manner. Even Kizaru's expression darkened at the situation. He hadn't anticipated the earlier ambush to land so effectively, but his mood improved slightly. Is that so? Taking a deep breath, Sengoku composed himself. On the battlefield, chaos was permissible for all but him. Akainu, take action, he ordered immediately. While previously the results might have been less effective, there was no time to waste. The Navy's original plan was to activate the encirclement wall, trapping all the pirates within, followed by an all-out assault by Admiral Akainu. It was indeed a beautiful notion, striving to conserve manpower and minimize casualties. Alas, it was Navi. He could not comprehend how such a secret plan had been compromised. His gaze then settled on Sabo, who, having taken advantage of Mihawk's retreat, was intentionally or not clearing the area around Luffy of lesser foes. If there were indeed traitors, it seemed plausible. Yet, such confidential information was not something a mere school-level individual could acquire. Akainu slowly advanced, his arms transforming into molten magma, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar. Volcanic meteor. He raised his arms, unleashing countless molten projectiles into the sky. Boom! At that moment, a shockwave punch surged forward. Akainu's intentions were clear, and Whitebeard could discern them. There was no way he would allow him to act freely. This order was given right before their eyes. Did they truly believe the Whitebeard pirates were blind? The moment Akainu made his move, Sengoku was already prepared. Suddenly, Aokiji materialized in front of Akainu, conjuring an ice wall and exuding freezing air from his hands. Boom, boom, boom. However, that wasn't the end of it. Brilliant blue flames erupted, sweeping toward Akainu's head from the right. Phoenix, Marco, at that moment, Kizaru appeared beside Marco, delivering a kick of his own. Boom, Marco was sent flying, barely managing to land on his feet. Captain Marco. Not good. A massive molten fist descended from the sky. Just as everyone thought they could not stop Akainu, a sudden flash of red light appeared, piercing through Akainu's neck from behind, carving a deep scar into the ground. Akainu's head, along with his righteous hat, rolled to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. Taish. As the sound echoed, the crowd beheld a figure clad in shorts and flip-flops, gradually materializing in the air before them. This individual executed a magnificent turn and landed gracefully on the ship named Dick. It was none other than Longhun. At that moment, Longhun wielded the remnant rainbow sword. His expression marked by discontent, for he was acutely aware that the old dog, Akainu, was up to no good. The timing, force, and angle had all been executed flawlessly, and yet he found himself evading a blow, indicating that he still lacked sufficient prowess. Was this the disparity between high and middle-tier strength? Beneath the mask, a single-eye detector above Longhun's left eye displayed a series of numbers. Comprehensive combat power, 8200. This was a new function that Longhun had developed, a genuine assessment of one's strength. Even with cultivation, it was impossible to ascertain an individual's true capabilities, for factors such as devil fruit powers, various hockey, and martial arts all contributed to one's might. Cultivation merely represented the strength one could achieve independently, without reliance on external abilities. Furthermore, even among those of the same cultivation level, significant variations in power existed. Akainu's data was astonishingly high. The ceiling for combat power in the pirate world was 10,000. According to the detector's precise readings, the Red Dog's combat power reach 8200 was indeed staggering. Even Kizaru and Aokiji barely registered at 8000, solidifying Akainu's status as a formidable adversary. Akainu, a master swordsman, an expert in the magma fruit, possessed advanced Busashoka haki and intermediate Kinbunchika haki. Soon, Akainu slowly manifested a head made of magma, crouching slightly to retrieve his hat and donning it once more. Due to Longhun's interruption, he had only managed to unleash a few magma grenades, which were hardly significant. Akainu raised his head slowly, his countenance darkened. He had indeed faced a perilous moment, had he not hastily discarded his head in a moment of desperation. He might have sustained serious injuries. There had been no time to utilize Busashoka haki, although Busashoka haki could grasp the physical form of a Logia-type user if that portion had been abandoned beforehand. There was nothing that could be done. This exemplified the strength of Kinbunshika Haki. Akaina had anticipated Longhun's actions, instantaneously transforming his body into an elemental state and discarding his head. Thus, Longhun's strike had missed its mark. Who is it? Who is aboard the Dick? Instantly, all eyes converged upon Longhun, and several members of the Whitebeard pirates attempted to advance, only to be restrained by those beside them. Firstly, Longhun's display of strength was extraordinary. An ordinary individual would not stand a chance. Secondly, he had just attacked Akainu, leading to the notion that an enemy's enemy might be a friend. Longhun sat nonchalantly at the bow of the Dick, crossing his legs in comfort. Who is it? Sengoku's expression darkened. First, someone had disrupted his plans, and now another individual had interrupted his attempts to rectify the situation. This person exhibited formidable strength, for even he had not discerned how Longhun had flown onto the Dick. Dealing with such a capability would likely prove challenging. Does it matter who I am? Longhun replied indifferently, though internally he was in a state of panic. Nevertheless, he had to maintain his composure. There could be no mistakes. Even if this battle did not earn him renown, he must instill fear. Weren't you all desperately trying to find me just moments ago? How is it that you no longer recognize me? You are the ones who sabotaged the power room. Sengoku's expression soured further. Navy, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? You are digging your own graves. With a chuckle, Longhun slowly lifted his gaze, casting a disdainful look at Sengoku atop the execution platform, his scornful words flowing forth that put it charitably. You fight for that hypocritical justice. To put it bluntly, you are merely a dog of the celestial dragons. Accompanied by a dismissive gesture, his demeanor transcended mere arrogance. These words stirred a tempest among the assembled navy, as one could hardly remain composed upon hearing their beliefs so brazenly trampled. Nonsense. Even Sengoku's face darkened menacingly. Some newly enlisted soldiers may have been unaware of the celestial dragons, but the majority of the navy knew all too well. Although Longhun's words were harsh, they were not entirely unfounded. This struck a nerve deep within many high-ranking navy officials. Now, even Whitebeard and his captains could no longer remain indifferent. As he openly challenged the authority of the celestial dragons, this man either possessed great courage or was simply a fool. Humph! A slight smirk crept across Longhun's lips. Despite his underlying anxiety, this was exhilarating. Were it not for the multitude surrounding him and the gravity of the moment, he would have wished to bellow to the heavens. He dared to ask, who else stood in the presence of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, and the greatest military might of the navy, mocking the so-called justice? He could be deemed the greatest individual of all time. Had he not already shut down all the transponder snails, his voice would undoubtedly echo throughout history. Kizaru, with a grim countenance, Sengoku spoke slowly. How terrifying, indeed, was this audacity. Kizaru understood the implication of Sengoku's words and transformed into a beam of light. I trust you understand the consequences of uttering those words. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru appeared above Longhun, a luminous leg aimed at his face. Yet, Longhun was swifter. At the very instant Kizaru vanished, he moved, his body leaning backward, the remnant rainbow ablaze with brilliance. In that fleeting moment of evasion, he swept his sword, striking Kizaru squarely on the forehead. Bang! Upon landing a hit, Longhun propelled himself skyward, hovering in midair, directly facing the execution platform. On the Dick, Kizaru reformed from a beam of golden light, observing Longhun cease his actions. Following the earlier exchange, he recognized that capturing Longhun would not be a simple feat. However, even if he was merely a dog of the celestial dragons, it bore no relevance to him. The gravest mistake you all have made is to toy with the lives of my brethren. With that, Longhun surged forward, racing toward the execution platform. Sabo understood. From the moment Longhun appeared, Sabo had prepared himself. In an instant, they both darted toward the execution platform from opposite sides. Akiji, sensing the gravity of the situation, sought to obstruct one of them, but Whitebeard, an old hand, understood the stakes. Though unaware of Longhun's intentions, he perceived them as adversaries of the navy. Thus, he could not allow Akiji to interfere. A tremor struck Akiji's back as Whitebeard's attack landed squarely, causing Akiji to stagger, nearly falling to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. With a mere glance, Marco immediately positioned himself before Akainu. I cannot allow you to interfere. The clash of blue flames and crimson magma erupted violently. Ace's body trembled uncontrollably, and this scene left Sengoku perplexed. However, he did not dwell on it for long, encountering a glimmer of hope amidst despair often incites excitement. This merely indicated that Ace was an ordinary person. Many in the Navy watching this display wore expressions of disdain, for the bloodline of the Pirate King, Fire Fist Ace, amounted to little. In such moments, could he really be reduced to trembling? What they did not realize was that Ace's tremors stemmed from the name Longhun had called out. Sabo, it truly is Sabo, he thought. Immediately recalling Longhun's earlier declaration of our brother, the groundbreaking thoughts surged into his mind. Could it be? No, that was impossible. The mere fact that Sabo was alive was miraculous enough. How could it be? In an instant, Ace's mind became a whirlwind. Just then, a shadow darted past, and in the next moment, Sabo was sent flying by a punch. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground. Longhun was momentarily stunned. Was such force truly necessary? After all, they were at least half family. The one who struck Sabo wasn't just anyone. It was none other than their grandfather, Garp. At that moment, Garp's expression was grim, his gaze shifting from Sabo to Longhun. That glance sent a shiver down Longhun's spine, eliciting a primal fear rooted deep within, undoubtedly a shadow from his childhood. Beep, beep, beep. The detector on Longhun's left eye gradually revealed a series of information. Monkey D. Garp, Master Swordsman, Top-Tier Busashoka Haki, Intermediate Kinbunchika Haki, God of Martial Arts, Comprehensive Combat Power, 9800, damn it, Longhun exclaimed, his exclamation laced with frustration. Yet, Garp, the old man, wore a grim expression, utterly devoid of any semblance of joy. It was understandable, after all. It was hardly a day for celebration when his grandson faced execution. As the old man's iron fist loomed, Longhun blurted out, "You old geezer, don't hit my backside," instantly. His face flushed with embarrassment. He wished he could burrow into the earth. What a humiliating predicament. This wretched psychological trauma. No, he absolutely could not remove his mask. As long as others remained unaware of his identity, he could convince himself that the embarrassment did not belong to him. As long as he felt no shame, it was others who would bear the awkwardness. In a fleeting moment, he clasped his head, realizing that while other things could be sacrificed, the mask must remain intact. He would guard it with his life. However, after waiting and waiting, that beloved iron fist never arrived, leading to an involuntary crack in his resolve. He noticed Garp standing there, lost in thought, and with a firm bite of his teeth. Longhun swiftly bypassed Garp, drawing his sword to sever the chains binding in the next instant. A flash of golden light caught his eye. Without a doubt, it was the old man Kizaru. He quickly sheathed his sword, narrowly evading the beam of light. Yet, what greeted him was a barrage of golden energy projectiles, the 8-foot-long Gyoku spinning with remarkable precision. His pupils constricted sharply as a wave of danger washed over him. If not now, then when? Boom, boom, boom. Countless golden orbs chased closely behind Longhun. Although Kizaru was swift, Longhun managed to evade him by the skin of his teeth. Could the high-tech flying machines operate in land, sea, and air? Just as Longhun thought Kizaru was about to catch up, he abruptly halted. This infuriated Longhun. He had already devised a countermeasure, intending to lead the projectiles into the naval forces. Yet now, the opportunity had vanished. Kizaru, true to his nature, was as lackadaisical as ever. Alas, it was all the same. If he could slack off at work, he would. But this was the true essence of the pirate world. Execute. Time could not be wasted. Who knew what unforeseen circumstances might arise? Sengoku issued a direct command, glancing quizzically at the stiffened Garp, unable to suppress his words. "If you have any other thoughts right now, Garp, I want to let you off the hook." Garp turned his head away and seated himself in the central chair beneath the execution platform, a spot originally reserved for Admiral Akainu. However, his presence there caused the hearts of the Navy to collectively sigh in relief. Vice Admiral Garp had stepped up, the strongest defender. In an instant, the morale of the Navy surged. The pirates displayed expressions of terror. This was the intimidating presence of Hero Garp. Glancing at Garp, Sengoku sighed internally, choosing silence thereafter. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Ace, with his eyes closed, was consumed by the memory of a previous scene. "Don't hit my backside. You old geezer. You old geezer." Sob, sob, sob. Were they truly still alive? In that moment, Ace's will to survive reached its zenith. How could he bear to leave the world they shared so easily? He wanted to live. Two soldiers clad in brown military uniforms stood at attention, saluting. Without a doubt, this formality had to be upheld. Oh no, they were about to execute Ace. The Whitebeard pirates wore anxious expressions. Whitebeard's face turned ashen as he saw Akiji blocking him firmly. Meanwhile, Marco found himself hindered by Akainu, unable to break free, and he felt his body gradually reaching its limits. Others were also caught off guard. The battlefield changed too rapidly. Diamond Jozu, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, was directly subdued by the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, becoming a mere puppet, already beginning to slaughter his own comrades. Marco, go, Whitebeard commanded, swinging his blade toward Akiji and then swiftly delivering a powerful punch aimed at Akainu. Clearly, he intended to simultaneously thwart both Akiji and Akainu. Old man. Marco's face turned grim as he gritted his teeth and leapt into the air. Old man, are you being a bit overconfident? Akiji, catching Whitebeard's blade, leapt upward, unleashing a blast of ice toward Marco. Just as Whitebeard was about to intervene, Akainu shouted, delivering a fierce punch to Whitebeard's chest. Hellhound. That punch pierced straight through Whitebeard. Endless blood gushed forth, and Whitebeard's expression darkened, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He then violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Akainu slowly raised his head, a smug grin curling at his lips. Old man. The Whitebeard pirates were instantly struck with shock. Witnessing this scene, Longhun's pupils dilated. This moment felt hauntingly familiar. Despite some changes, was Whitebeard truly at his end? Meanwhile, Akiji's ice had encased Marco, causing him to plummet from the sky. Upon hitting the ground, Marco broke free from the ice, kneeling on one knee, yet his breath grew increasingly shallow, clearly suffering significant injuries. Victory or defeat can hinge on a single moment. Just when the spirits of the Whitebeard pirates sank to their lowest. Ace! Luffy roared, kicking aside the navy that obstructed him, his voice akin to a beast's howl. Just as he was about to charge forward, he found himself surrounded once more. Although the navy's plan for encirclement and slaughter had been disrupted, they still held the geographical advantage, fully encircling the Bay Area and the plaza. Navy soldiers frequently descended to block the pirates. Get out of my way, Luffy roared, unleashing his strength to send a group of navy flying. However, the navy was overwhelming in numbers. They quickly formed a tight circle around Luffy. I said get out of my way. Didn't you hear me? A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by an unparalleled momentum that surged through the air. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, a phrase surfaced in Longhun's mind. Ding! Skill activated, awakening Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, a peculiar power surged within him, and as Longhun's gaze sharpened, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Both Luffy and Longhun had their sights set on the execution platform. However, the initial awakening of Conqueror's Haki lacked control, expanding indiscriminately throughout the area. Yet there was a distinction. While Luffy acted unconsciously, Longhun was fully aware. Countless individuals collapsed in response, both navy and pirates alike. Any with wavering resolve succumbing to the ground. The two executioners fell as well. In an instant, the entire area fell into silence. No way, this can't be real. Akiji mused in disbelief. Kizaru appeared equally astonished. Meanwhile, Akainu felt a weight in his heart, resolutely deciding that Luffy could not be allowed to live. He posed too great a threat. A wave of dread washed over the navy. They understood all too well what this meant. Royal potential. And to make matters worse, there were two of them, all enemies of the navy. Are you two as well? Ace stared blankly at the unfolding events, murmuring. Sengoku's expression darkened. This was not good news for them. Stop them. Quickly send in new executioners. Soon, another wave of personnel surged forward, encircling Luffy. Captains, majors, and vice admirals, each possessing considerable strength. One wielding a spiked club brought it crashing down onto Luffy's head. Blood trickled down. But Luffy seemed oblivious, his legs suddenly surging with power, his body turning crimson as steam erupted violently from within. Second gear. Longhun witnessed this scene unfold, and he could no longer hold back. Just as he was about to intervene, a navy soldier clad in a justice coat charged forth with a formidable blade. Narrowing his eyes, Longhun pivoted his sword, aiming it at the approaching navy. Clang! The blades clashed. In that brief moment, Luffy was injured once more. Gasping for breath like a wounded beast, activating second gear was incredibly taxing on Luffy's stamina, and in such a densely populated battlefield, he quickly reached his limits. Damn it! Longhun's expression turned grim. Luffy was now ensnared right before him, and he found himself entangled at such a critical moment. Get up! Kill him! This man is a grave threat. He must not be allowed to return alive. Due to Longhun's previous remarks and various actions, the Navy had long been harboring a surge of anger. In an instant, countless Navy soldiers surged towards Longhun. How could I waste time here? With a cold glint in his eyes beneath the mask, Longhun frantically condensed his sword energy, leaping into the air to execute a spinning sword strike. Sweep the 8 wildernesses. A crescent-shaped sword energy, stretching several dozen meters, sliced through the space, sending the encroaching Navy soldiers flying. He then charged towards Luffy, who, with Jinbei's assistance, was already racing towards the plaza to go back. This is not a place for you. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared, and Kizaru materialized before Luffy, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Jinbei quickly caught Luffy. Observing Luffy, who was kneeling on the ground and panting heavily, Kizaru slowly remarked, "No matter what, you are merely a rookie to is this all you can do? Without strength, no amount of effort will protect what needs protecting. But you might as well die. Otherwise, the celestial dragons will come to bother me every day." Saying this, he approached Luffy, about to stomp down. Clang! A figure blocked Luffy, revealing a blood-red sword that intercepted Kizaru's luminous leg. Cough cough, this luminous leg is not that luminous leg. Goose, goose, goose. Don't misunderstand. The red color signifies flames. The snow-white sword body turning white indicates it has acquired the power of flames. When comprehending the Conqueror's haki, the system had already provided an explanation. The protective brother crazy demon system is a specially designated advanced system aimed at safeguarding one's brother. Since protection is the goal, it would be unreasonable for the host to possess lesser strength than the brother. Therefore, whenever the brother becomes stronger, the host's strength will also surge correspondingly. The specifics of the enhancement are hard to specify, but it will undoubtedly surpass the brother's. Thus, when Luffy truly awakened the Conqueror's haki, Longhun also awakened the Conqueror's haki. Alongside it awakened the power of the Lingjin Kanhong. At this moment, Longhun understood the might of Kanhong. According to the system, Kanhong possesses 4 abilities: wind, fire, ice, and thunder. The red represents fire. Gray symbolizes wind, water blue denotes ice, and blue-purple indicates thunder. Good heavens, a single sword has developed such a plethora of powers. However, currently, the Kanhong sword had only awakened the power of fire. Clang! Longhun sharply lifted the sword, deflecting Kizaru. "I don't quite agree with what you said." Kizaru responded, puzzled. "We will definitely rescue Ace, and Luffy will not allow you to harm him." Longhun slowly removed his mask, breaking into a radiant smile. "Isn't that right, Luffy?" You." Luffy's pupils dilated suddenly, his words stumbling. Bang! He crushed the mask. Longhun raised his sword, pointing it directly at Sengoku. "Tell the world, no one can take our brother away. What do you say?" "Sabo." Indeed, at that moment, Sabo slowly emerged from the encirclement of the Navy, crushing those who dared to obstruct him with a claw as he approached Luffy, gently lifting him, and placed the straw hat he treasured so dearly upon Luffy's head. Then he stood protectively in front of him. "I won't let you harm our brother like this." The Navy headquarters. As he slowly removed his grand hat, he looked up at Ace on the execution platform. "Ace, this is too unbecoming. It doesn't suit you at all. You are our elder brother." In this moment, Sabo felt an overwhelming joy that he almost missed everything. If it weren't for Longhun, he might not have seen Ace's last moments. Ha ha ha. Ace opened his mouth, his eyes wide, unable to utter a word. Even though he had long anticipated such a possibility, when the reality unfolded before him, he couldn't help but shed tears. "You guys really, ha ha ha." Ace could no longer contain his laughter, his chuckles growing louder. "What's wrong? Fire Fist, what's happening?" Sengoku frowned deeply. The laughter of Sabo and Ace resonated throughout the venue, leaving the crowd bewildered. "What's up with Ace?" The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were equally astonished. They had never seen Ace laugh like this before. Although they were unaware of the circumstances, they recognized it as a joyful expression. Ace, Whitebeard observed Ace's frenetic laughter. A slight smile gracing his lips. In that moment, he felt a sense of relief. "Ace." The captains gazed at Ace, knowing he was happy, and that was sufficient. However, on the Navy's side, confusion reigned supreme. The admirals wore grim expressions. The battlefield seemed to temporarily pause, captivated by the laughter of the two, their gazes frozen. The only ones present who understood the truth were the 4 brothers and Old Man Garp. Garp's eyes nearly popped out in shock. His mouth agape. "Longhun, Sabo, it's actually you. It's you." Akainu and Akiji exclaimed in unison. This was probably the only time in their lives that Akainu and Akiji had such harmonious cooperation. They both recognized Longhun. Moreover, they had encountered him not long ago and had even fought, yet failed to capture him. Isn't that infuriating? Unlike Akiji's astonishment, Akainu's face darkened menacingly. He had almost been done in by Longhun. If he didn't exact revenge, could he still call himself a man? Could he still call himself a Navy man? Longhun disregarded the Admiral Kizaru before him and proclaimed loudly to the execution platform, No one in this world can harm our brothers. Especially our brother, the pirate, Straw Hat Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, is our brother, whom we share with Ace. He shall be under our protection. As he spoke, Longhun's gaze suddenly turned icy. Today, you all intend to execute our elder brother Ace. I presume everyone is prepared to die on the battlefield. Longhun's voice was loud enough for nearly everyone on the battlefield to hear clearly at that moment. The expressions of all the Navy personnel darkened. What did he say? He said they are brothers with Ace. Could it be that they are four brothers? What on earth is happening? The scene fell into utter chaos. Even the Whitebeard pirates were bewildered, wondering what was going on. Why do I feel increasingly confused? Whitebeard glanced at the astonished Garp, seemingly grasping something, a slight smile tugging at his lips. These kids, gulu gulu gulu. Garp, what's going on? Sengoku had never anticipated that these newcomers had such a relationship with Ace. Infuriated, he shot a fierce glare at Garp, but Garp himself was equally bewildered, unable to focus on Sengoku, clutching his head in a state of utter confusion. It was all too sudden. He truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The person who was supposed to be dead was now standing alive before him, which should be a cause for joy. But the key was that these individuals were here to disrupt the execution. I know that person, that golden-haired one is Sabo from the Revolutionary Army, isn't it? A Navy officer recognized Sabo. Hiss. The second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army is the brother of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? That's quite explosive. And the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. What a formidable lineup of brothers. Who is that person? Many were puzzled, looking at Longhun. They had no recollection of this individual, but his strength was undeniably impressive. First, he ambushed Admiral Akainu, then directly flew towards the execution platform, and now confronted Kizaru. This was clearly a figure of great significance, but why could they not recall who he was? Meanwhile, as Akainu's magma grenade thawed Buggy, who was frozen in shock, he couldn't help but exclaim, 3. This straw hat has some serious backing. After waiting for a moment without hearing any response, he was momentarily taken aback, searching around but finding no trace. He finally asked, "Where's 3? The younger brother who had not been by my side answered. Baki, he probably escaped," he said, dismissing the matter. Little did they know that these individuals were indeed Ace's brothers. Wait, there was still one more, wasn't there? At that moment, Izong noticed with suspicion that Jianshin, who had been present, was now nowhere to be seen. Revolutionary Army. Sengoku's expression had soured ever since the appearance of the Dragon Soul. Now, it was even more grim. With Sabo's arrival, who knew if the Revolutionary Army had come as well? The situation was becoming dire. Seal off the pirates' escape routes. Annihilate all pirates on both sides. Fire. With Sengoku's command. War erupted once more. Kill the ducks. Eliminate the pirates. Fire. The sounds of cannon fire resounded again. The pirates' offensive growing increasingly fierce, led by various captains and the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates. Flames of battle igniting the air. Rescue the captain. Countless pirates surged towards Don Quixote da Flamingo, for the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jaws, was still in his grasp. Meanwhile, Sabo, Dragon Soul, and Luffy watched the familiar figure, their hearts heavy, almost brought to tears. Sob sob, Sabo, Dragon Soul. Ha ha ha, Luffy is still the same. Sabo smiled warmly. No way, I'm not a crybaby anymore, Luffy pouted. Sabo chuckled, well aware that Luffy was no longer a mere crybaby. After all, the feats he had accomplished were not something a crybaby could achieve. He had circled the world's greatest prison. Was there anyone braver than him? Suddenly realizing something, he quickly stood up. This is bad. Ace is about to be executed. We must hurry to save him. Yes, the 3 of them fixed their gazes upon the familiar figure on the execution platform. Ace, wait for us. We will rescue you soon. Dragon Soul smiled with reassurance. Luffy was certainly not a crybaby. He was destined to become the Pirate King. He was our brother, Luffy, Dragon Soul called out, and Luffy turned to him. You are not alone. The words resounded with strength. Luffy nodded firmly, pressing down his straw hat. Though he had 1,000 words to say, now was not the time. Let's go. Luffy and Sabo shouted in unison. Just as they moved, Kizaru acted. Your brothers really love to cause trouble. I can't let you pass. Sabo, you go ahead, Dragon Soul signaled. Sabo understood instantly. Luffy, let's go. But Luffy hesitated. After all, that was an admiral. It's all right. He is your 3rd brother. Luffy nodded decisively. The 2 immediately dashed towards the execution platform. Did you really think you could escape? Kizaru, somewhat annoyed, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. In the blink of an eye, a flash of red light passed, and Kizaru returned to his human form. Admirals really looked down on people. Dragon Soul's sword glimmered fiercely as he raised it for another strike. Boom! It seemed that I couldn't leave without resolving this. How terrifying! Heavenly Amaterasu's sword. As he spoke, he gathered both hands to form a light sword, clashing with Kizaru's attack. That moment, Dragon Soul received a stream of information. Kizaru, a master swordsman, user of the Pika no Mi, possesses intermediate Busashoku and Kenbunchika Haki. Overall combat power, 8,000. Dragon Soul then understood why Kizaru was said to rely too heavily on his devil fruit abilities. Akiji and Akaina wielded advanced Busashoku, while Kizaru only possessed intermediate. However, his combat power was indeed formidable. An admiral of the navy remained an admiral. Yet, the prowess of his fruit was indeed impressive. Nevertheless, Dragon Soul was able to maneuver around Kizaru, utilizing his agility to engage in a fierce battle. The two were locked in a fierce clash. Kizaru grew increasingly astonished, realizing that Dragon Soul's techniques bore a peculiar intensity, exuding an unparalleled heat. Even when struck, he would sustain injuries. Cautiously, he began to take Dragon Soul more seriously. However, to others witnessing this, it was a different story. An admiral, Kizaru, was unable to subdue this individual. What was this person's strength? To be able to contend with an admiral so closely, previously it had all been sneak attacks and evasive maneuvers, but now it was a genuine confrontation. Luffy, witnessing the intense battle with Kizaru, felt a surge of excitement. Sabo, how can Dragon Soul fight Kizaru? Isn't it impossible for Logia users to be hit? Well, that's Haki. Sabo chuckled. Using Busashoku Haki allows one to grasp the tangible form of Logia users. Haki? Luffy tilted his head, visibly perplexed, with countless question marks appearing above him. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. If you want to learn, we'll teach you once we've rescued Ace.O. Luffy's spirit surged. He had always been troubled by Logia users, as he couldn't land a hit. It felt like an inevitable defeat. This Haki could grasp Logia. Luffy felt invigorated. Sabo spun the steel pipe in his hand, knocking down any Navy soldiers that approached. The two worked in perfect harmony, striking and defending, a seamless exchange of blows. The Navy could barely approach them. The members of the Whitebeard pirates watched in amazement. Sabo, look at this. Luffy produced an object from his hand. What is this? This is the key to Sea Prism Stone. Luffy grinned. This key had been given to him by Hancock. He was deeply grateful for the care he had received from the Empress along the way. Ha ha ha, you really are something. Sabo laughed. It's time to go. All right. Luffy, you go first. Sabo urged, gathering strength in his legs as he swung the steel pipe. Here it comes. All right. The two brothers needed no further words. A single glance conveyed their intentions. Luffy leaped powerfully, landing squarely on the steel pipe that Sabo was swinging. Sabo's gaze sharpened as he exerted force. Luffy shot forth like a cannonball towards the execution platform. Witnessing this, Jinbei could only sigh in amazement. Everyone present was stunned. This was incredibly fast. Akainu, with a dark expression, was about to leap forward, only to be met with a colossal fist. Whitebeard's punch, imbued with seismic force, crashed heavily into Akainu's face. Crack. The sound of shattering space jolted everyone awake. Yet, it was Akainu who felt the brunt of it. The tremendous force of the punch nearly distorted his face, accompanied by a shockwave that reverberated across the entire island. A fissure erupted from Akainu, spreading wildly, as if the ground had been cleaved in two. Boom. At that moment, a giant marine rear admiral appeared before Luffy, barreling towards him, when suddenly a figure, swift as the wind, collided heavily with the giant's chest, sending him flying back. What? The Marines gasped in shock. It was Diamond Jaws, the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. They had not expected that the one rushing to assist Luffy was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Jaws landed heavily, without uttering a word. Luffy approached the execution platform unimpeded. However, there was still one final obstacle. The Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. As Luffy neared the execution platform, Ivankov was left in utter shock. But there was still this formidable hurdle. Garp slowly rose, his expression grave as he regarded the approaching Luffy. Get out of the way, Luffy shouted. Yet, Garp continued to glare. I am a Marine. How could I possibly step back against pirates? This is the path you chose. Luffy. Luffy's eyes widened in horror. Memories of his childhood with Garp flooded back, the echoes of his grandfather's unyielding admonitions ringing in his ears. Luffy, you and Ace must become excellent Marines. In that moment, he finally grasped the meaning behind Garp's persistent words. When grandfather and grandson meet, they are foes. This is the path of a pirate. Garp is a hero of the Navy. Yet, Ace cannot die. Suddenly, his conviction solidified. Carp gazed at the approaching Luffy and leapt into action, ready to deliver a crushing blow. However, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air, and before he could react, a steel pipe struck him squarely in the face. Boom! He plummeted towards the ground. "Forgive me, old man." There was Sabo, soaring through the air with a broad smile, his gaze then shifting towards Ace. "Carp. Vice Admiral Carp." The Navy exclaimed in disbelief at that moment. Two new executioners slowly approached at. Ace opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. "Luffy, Sabo, quickly unlock it," Luffy called out, but Sabo stood protectively in front. "Okay." Luffy hurriedly produced the key. The Navy gasped. How could that Straw Hat Kid possess the key? "Step back," Sengoku commanded with a wave of his hand, causing the two executioners to retreat. Buzz, Sengoku prepared to unleash his power. Just then, a laser shot forth, severing the key in two. Even Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Dragon Soul's lips twitched. That Kizaru certainly knew how to play, as all attempts to block proved futile. One could only wonder what Sengoku was feeling at that moment. Was he jubilant that the key was broken? Or despondent that only the key was severed? After all, the actor remained an actor. However, Dragon Soul had anticipated all of this. "Sengoku, await the surprise." Luffy exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. "What do we do now? The key is broken. Do you think I would allow you to succeed so easily?" Sengoku's body began to swell, and a golden Buddha materialized before everyone. The human fruit, Buddha form, Marine Admiral Sengoku, a master swordsman, wielder of the Buddha fruit abilities. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Armament Haki, and Intermediate Observation Haki. Overall combat power, 9,000. Sengoku raised his hand, preparing to strike down. Wrath of the Thunder God, Thunder Pillar. Suddenly, a voice resounded from behind. A blue beam struck Sengoku's back, toppling the execution platform. "Straw Hat Kid, save your brother," one of the executioners shouted, tossing a candle-made key. "Mr. 3, Galdino, a user of the wax fruit, once an enemy of Luffy, now a comrade. 3, Luffy exclaimed. Overjoyed. "You've helped immensely." He seized the key and swiftly unlocked the sea stone handcuffs. Damn it. Sengoku could only watch helplessly as Ace was freed. He never anticipated that these two newly arrived executioners were enemies. Ding. Mission to rescue Big Brother Ace completed. Rewards have been dispatched to the system space. However, Dragon Soul was too preoccupied with the situation at the execution platform to notice. "That's Mr. 3. One of Buggy's subordinates exclaimed. Buggy stared in disbelief, stuttering. "3? What is he doing there, risking his life?" "Captain Buggy, look, Mr. 3 has stolen the spotlight. We need to act quickly," the underlings urged, excitement radiating from each one. Buggy found himself at a loss for tears, merely managing a sheepish smile. Boom. A torrent of crimson magma surged forth as Akainu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, charged towards the execution platform, evidently intent on killing Ace and the others. Cough, cough. Whitebeard spat a mouthful of blood, feeling somewhat powerless, his mobility severely impaired, unable to catch up to Akainu. Moreover, Akiji stood in front of Whitebeard, his expression unusually serious as he regarded the injured pirate. Meanwhile, Marco had transformed into a solid ice sculpture, prepare to die. Akainu swung his massive magma fist, unleashing it towards the execution platform, a strike that could potentially engulf the entire structure. Mr. 3, witnessing this scene, was immediately paralyzed by fear. Buzz. Suddenly, flames erupted from the execution platform, revealing the fiery emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace transformed into a blazing inferno, instantaneously shielding Luffy behind him. Ace, Sabo, and Ace leaned back against one another, their lips curling into slight smiles. "Let us strike together." "All right. Fire Fist," they shouted in unison. Two enormous flaming fists surged forth, though slightly smaller than the Magma Fist. Yet, when they combined, their power nearly doubled that of the Magma Fist. Boom. The colossal fists collided violently, sending countless sparks and magma projectiles flying in all directions, resembling a torrential downpour. As the residual waves subsided, Ace and the others re-emerged into view, both sides unharmed. Luffy and his crew had a wax room that, though nearly melted, still provided protection. This clash ended in a stalemate. The magma of Admiral Sakazuki was thwarted, leaving the Navy in shock, expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. This scene left not only everyone present astonished but also Dragon Soul, as memories of the pirate world he had once observed flooded back to him. In the climactic duel between Ace and Akainu, Ace faltered, only to hear Akainu boast, "Magma and fire exist in a hierarchy. Fire can never defeat magma." This moment was a resounding slap in the face. Weren't you so formidable? How could you not best the fire fist? Indeed, as long as the flames were sufficiently intense, no magma could withstand them. Heh, if conditions permitted, Dragon Soul wished to record this moment and show it to that little red dog, to remind him of his arrogance. Heh, one ought to possess some strength. Otherwise, how could one befit the position of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Vista, the Flower Sword, wore a slight smile. The Whitebeard Pirates gained an immediate surge of morale. The Navy, in stark contrast, plummeted into despair, yet the battle raged on. Kenshin, lead Luffy, and the others to Dragon Soul. Sabo adjusted his grand hat, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. Okay, without further ado, the other executioner was naturally Kenshin. When Dragon Soul emerged, he had discreetly sought out Kenshin, instructing him to wait behind the base for an opportune moment. The original plan was for Mr. 3 to unlock the sea stone handcuffs, while he and Sabo would draw fire, ensuring that the Navy's focus remained firmly on them. Every action was a prelude to facilitating Kenshin's mission. Of course, they exerted their utmost effort, and if they could rescue Ace directly, that would be even better. With a flying apparatus, it would be a breeze to escape with Luffy and Mr. 3. We will take our leave first. With that, Kenshin grasped one of them and soared into the sky. Mr. 3 felt as though he had survived a calamity, everything resembling a fleeting dream. Yet he harbored no regrets. Upon learning that Kenshin sought him to create the key to rescue Ace, he had agreed without a second thought. Even he himself could not articulate why. Perhaps it was Luffy's relentless spirit and pure heart. Observing Luffy's joyous expression, Mr. 3 couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude, though he quickly averted his gaze to conceal it from Luffy. Nevertheless, Kenshin noticed everything. As they ascended, Akainu's face soured, yet he paid it no mind. At this juncture, all plans were irrelevant. It was time to engage in battle. Fire Fist, you shall not leave Marineford. Akainu erupted in magma, seemingly resolute in preventing Ace and the others from escaping. Do you truly believe you can detain us? Ace replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Sabo too wore a gentle smile. Do you honestly think that by merely blocking one of my attacks, you can defeat me? Without further ado, Akainu initiated combat. The magma threatened to transform into a molten river, and the execution platform began to dissolve and collapse. Ace, grab hold of me. Sabo activated the flying apparatus. Just as they were about to ascend, Akainu lunged forward, delivering a punch. Mirror fire. A torrent of flames erupted violently from Ace's hand, instantly expanding for hundreds of meters. Yet, even such a formidable blaze could not entirely obstruct the onslaught. Glimmers of magma began to emerge from the inferno. Although considerably weakened, it continued its relentless advance towards Ace and his companions. Flame Dragon King. Sabo unleashed a swirling vortex of flames from his dragon claws, colliding directly with the molten droplets. Using the force of the rebound, he soared into the sky, moving at a speed akin to that of an aircraft, allowing Akainu to indulge in yet another fiery feast. The two, in perfect synchrony, exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously unleashing a powerful fire punch. Fire punch, the colossal flaming fist descended from above, engulfing the entire plaza, with its epicenter being the stubborn old dog. Boom! A massive wave of flames surged forth, causing the pirates who had rushed onto the plaza to immediately turn and flee. This was no jest. Such an expansive inferno was far beyond their capacity to endure. Unfortunately, the Navy was not as fortunate, as the plaza was almost entirely occupied by their ranks, leaving them utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Calm yourselves. Akainu emerged slowly from the flames, his massive magma fists relentlessly hammering into the sky. His intent was not merely to win, but to obliterate. Otherwise, the cascading flames and molten rock would undoubtedly inflict grievous casualties upon the Navy. Boom. Oh, how familiar this scene seemed to Long Soul. Indeed, this fire punch was of his own making. Even our light, Admiral Kizaru, was taken aback by the overwhelming blaze. The descending fist of flames was truly fearsome, as Long Soul's lips twitched. What a terrifying descending attack. The colossal magma fist collided with the fiery fist, creating ripples in the air, while the point of contact between the two massive fists unleashed a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward. Long Soul opened his mouth, struggling to find any words to describe the spectacle. The enormous fiery punch, astonishingly, did not cause any substantial damage, yet torrents of magma and flames cascaded downwards. One could hardly blame Akainu. After all, he had risked his life to achieve this level of power. As the molten rock and flames threatened to shower down upon them, the Navy could no longer maintain their composure, erupting into chaos. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the scene. Long Soul initially thought it was Kizaru, wondering if the old man had changed his ways or was merely seeking trouble. However, He quickly realized he had overestimated Kizaru's sense of duty, for the admiral appeared to be observing the spectacle like a fireworks display. Upon witnessing the radiant golden Buddha, Long Soul understood that it was none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In an instant, Sengoku's golden light exploded forth, as he unleashed a series of shockwaves from his palm, sending the descending flames and magma flying in all directions. The Buddha's palm technique. Long Soul couldn't help but feel envious. This transformation was indeed terrifying. Huff, huff. Sengoku returned to his human form, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. At that moment, the swordsman had already arrived beside Long Soul. "Brother Long," Luffy called out to his elder brother, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You've come, Luffy," Long Soul replied joyfully, though he soon found himself struggling to breathe. Luffy had dashed over and embraced Long Soul's head, and it took a considerable effort for him to break free from Luffy's tight grip that he nearly suffocated. Yet, seeing Luffy in tears softened his heart. No matter how glorious one may be outside, the longing for home brings forth tears in abundance. Luffy. Memories of Luffy flooded back to him, recalling the journey of his growth in this life and the previous one. In that moment, Long Soul realized he was indeed Luffy's older brother, not the Long Soul of the past. The past had become history, the present was now in motion. Emerging from his reverie, he noticed Luffy still holding on to him tightly, prompting a smile to creep onto his lips. "This brother of mine, I shall protect with my very life. His dreams, I shall unwaveringly support." Sabo embraced him, and to his surprise, he felt fortunate to receive such warmth. "Hey, you guys are being a bit too dismissive of me." Kizaru finally lost his patience. "You come here and then hug him, and for this long, one can tolerate a lot, but this is too much." At that moment, Luffy noticed Kizaru's presence and jumped off Long Soul. "Kizaru, what are you doing here?" "Wait, you didn't realize all this time?" Swordsman exclaimed. Escaping would not be so simple. Kizaru crossed his arms. "Yada no Kagami." Luffy stepped back. Long Soul waved his hand, his sword glowing with a crimson light. "Let the Admiral test my new technique." Each swing of his sword was accompanied by a cascade of exquisite petals. Skyward flying fresh, this was the newly awakened skill of the Remnant Rainbow Sword, now imbued with the power of fire. Countless red petals burst forth, creating a sea of blossoms before him. Boom, boom, boom. The laser petals collided, showering down fragments that transformed into sparkling embers upon touching the ground, lingering like stars in the night sky. Yet, petals continued to swirl around Long Soul, an endless flow. With this strike, he successfully blocked Kizaru's attack. Kizaru appeared somewhat astonished. None of the four brothers were to be underestimated. The Admiral's assault had been thwarted. The Navy was filled with conflicting emotions. The strongest forces of the Navy had been held back by these four brothers. In such chaotic times, could the Navy truly execute justice? In that moment, the once steadfast belief held by many began to waver, often without their own realization. How terrifying the Straw Hat Kid's brother is. Kizaru thought unconsciously. "Father!" A loud shout echoed through the chaos. At that moment, Whitebeard had transformed into an ice sculpture. Members of the Whitebeard pirates rushed forward, but were intercepted by the Navy. Admiral Akiji had defeated Whitebeard. News of Akiji's situation sent shockwaves through the Navy's ranks. "We, the Navy, bear the justice of the world and cannot bow to this band of wicked pirates. Kill them." Crack. The ice sculpture began to show cracks, and Whitebeard burst forth from the ice, albeit weakened and gasping for breath due to the injuries and the freezing. "Father!" Marco had just been thawed and aimed to provide support when a laser shot pierced through him. Kizaru had appeared before him. Long Soul could only watch helplessly. He could not stop Kizaru from leaving. Frowning, Marco still charged forward. The Phoenix's ability could restore any damage he sustained. It was merely a matter of time. "It's your turn." Kizaru waved his hand, and a figure suddenly appeared beside Marco. Crack. Marco felt an overwhelming fatigue and turned to see that his hand had been shackled. Sea Prism Stone. He was taken aback. Whoosh, whoosh. Two more lasers shot forth. Marco collapsed to one knee, blood oozing from two wounds. Captain Marco, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates wore grim expressions. Bang. At that moment, a shadow struck Akiji, sending him flying. Boom. Admiral Akiji. Akiji coughed blood, his demeanor grave. Diamond Jozu, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, regarded Akiji with a solemn expression. "Father, you must leave. Ace has been rescued. We must retreat quickly." Armament Haki. Akiji retaliated with a powerful punch to Jozu's face. Infused with immense strength, boom. Jozu was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ice. Whitebeard, today marks your demise, extreme ice. The white smoke billowed from Akiji's hands, clearly indicating that he had condensed the chill to its utmost limit. As he lunged towards Akiji, Whitebeard remained expressionless, struggling to rise to his feet. Fire fist. Suddenly, a colossal flame fist descended from the heavens, crashing violently towards Akiji. Akiji had no time to react and was immediately engulfed by the flames. Old man, Ace shouted from the air. Upon seeing Ace, a faint smile crept onto Whitebeard's lips. What is happening? This is not right, Sabo suddenly exclaimed, as he and Ace plummeted from the sky. Sabo. Ace. What is going on? Look, the Fire Fist and the Revolutionary Army Sabo are falling from the sky. Boom. Ace and Sabo landed before Whitebeard. Sabo, what is happening? Ace asked in confusion. That I have no idea either. Sabo replied, equally bewildered. Meanwhile, the red light on the aircraft above flickered incessantly before extinguishing. Is this due to a lack of energy? It seemed indeed a possibility. Whitebeard. At that moment, Akainu charged forward, carrying an immensely scorching magma. Akainu. Ace and Sabo simultaneously gathered their strength to strike. You too, stand back. Whitebeard stepped forward slowly, his towering figure remarkably imposing. Old man. Ace opened his mouth to speak. The Whitebeard pirates listened intently. Whitebeard brandished his supreme sword. The Tsong Yun Xia, draped in a coat, resembling a seasoned general who had fought countless battles. All hands retreat. Everyone must return safely to the new world. Old man. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in unison. Hurry and retreat as well. Hearing the incessant cries from below, a smile played on Whitebeard's lips. I've already decided to remain here. With that, his eyes widened, and he swiftly grabbed Ace and Sabo, hurling them backward. Get them away. Old man. The members of the Whitebeard pirates could hardly believe what they were hearing. They had just rescued Ace, yet the old man. However, they knew that without someone to cover their retreat, they would not escape, and those of weaker strength would be of little use. This is the captain's order. Whitebeard's tone was exceptionally grave, leaving no room for doubt. The crowd below struggled desperately. Marco and the other captains wore somber expressions. They understood Whitebeard's intentions all too well, but how could they bear to let him stay? Go. Marco nearly screamed. As reason triumphed over emotion. Tears of reluctance streamed down their faces as they sprinted with all their might. I won't leave. Some lost their sanity, weeping profusely, adamant about staying. You fool. Do you wish to dishonor the old man's resolve? Others tugged at him, tears in their eyes. Such scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Pursue the pirates. Spare not a single one. Akainu commanded with a grim expression. Kill them. Countless Navy soldiers surged toward the pirates. Navy, do you not desire my head? Why have you retreated? Whitebeard's tremor-inducing power suddenly coalesced, and he slammed a fist into the ground. Boom. The earth split apart. Countless Navy soldiers chasing the pirates fell into the abyss. Whitebeard had actually divided the land in two to cover the pirates' retreat. A profound fear welled up within the Navy ranks. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Such a monster must be the pinnacle of pirates. The sense of helplessness gradually rose within the hearts of the Navy. Could mere mortals truly contend with such a being? Many among them were just ordinary people, and before a powerhouse like Whitebeard, they felt like a mountain, unmovable. Old man. Ace shouted, watching Whitebeard stand against the Navy. He wanted to say more, but Whitebeard interrupted him directly. Ace. Am I still a worthy father to you? Of course. Ace exclaimed, kneeling in awe. Whitebeard smirked. If that is the case, then it is sufficient. With that, Whitebeard plunged the Tsong Yun Xia into the ground. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship to carry me into the new age. He then clenched his fists and struck outwards with tremendous force. Boom. The space shattered. 2 waves of shockwaves surged forth, sending countless Navy soldiers flying. Cries of anguish filled the air. Sabo approached Ace and patted his shoulder. Ace, I promise, I will not allow the old man's sacrifices to be in vain. Ace gritted his teeth and stood up. However, at that moment, a crimson figure flew towards them, catching Sabo off guard, as an intense sense of crisis enveloped him. Turning his head, he was met with an old face smeared with blood rushing towards him. Akainu, the deep crater created by Whitebeard could fend off regular soldiers, but it could not stop Akainu. With a murderous intent, Akainu charged forward. Ace, we must flee. Sabo grasped Ace and hastily retreated. This scene did not escape the notice of Longhun, whose heart tightened. Why does this scene feel so familiar? He rushed forward with his sword in hand. Shinjian, I leave Luffy to you. Without looking back, he dashed ahead, the blade glowing crimson. He knew that Akainu would not hesitate to eliminate them. The detector displayed a series of information. Admiral Akainu, a master swordsman, user of the magma fruit, possesses advanced armament haki and intermediate observation haki. 8200, the strongest among the Navy's admirals. Although the gap was merely 200, it was still a significant advantage, and Longhun dared not underestimate it. He could not afford to stumble now. He quickly considered all available resources and suddenly remembered his mission. That's right, having rescued Ace. This task should be complete. That he hurriedly checked, only to find his expression darkening. Dog system. Come out, or I swear I will annihilate you. Upon checking the system's inventory, it displayed only item, remnant rainbow, sword beginner. Spirit bean, detector, devil fruit, unknown. Ding, detection of malicious language towards the system. Warning issued. Hearing the system's cold, emotionless voice, Longhun gritted his teeth. Fine, let me ask you, why is there only one devil fruit for completing the main quest? Or at this moment, Longhun found it difficult to articulate. That devil fruit looked exactly like the hairstyle of a certain lazy character, didn't it? It was undeniably that kind of fruit. How could one take a bite of that? The abilities of that devil fruit were one matter, but for a main quest, after all this effort, to receive merely one devil fruit as a reward seemed utterly unreasonable. Ding, this devil fruit has a special effect. If the host does not require it, the system will immediately reclaim it. Longhun. This was clearly an overt threat. However, now was not the time to haggle with this system. Gazing at the advancing Akainu, his expression turned serious. Ace, Sabo, come here, he shouted, causing a moment of surprise. Suddenly, it was as if he had discovered a new continent. Yes, with this, is everything still a problem? It turns out your function is here. No, I must negotiate. I cannot suffer a loss. With this thought, a mysterious smile spread across Longhun's face. Longhun, at this moment, Ace and Sabo had already reached his side. You shall not escape. Akainu's expression was ruthless as he hurled a fist towards Longhun and the others. Red Dog, you cannot seriously believe you can defeat the three of us alone. Longhun laughed in anger, raising his sword to strike. Heavenly Blossom, countless crimson petals erupted from the blade, soaring towards Akainu. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their attacks. Fire Fist. The blazing fists converged instantaneously, unleashing a colossal fireball that hurtled towards Akainu. Enveloped by an endless swirl of petals, this strike was utterly terrifying. With a thunderous crash, magma and flames collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent everyone flying. Akainu was no exception. The rebounding Longhun wore a disgruntled expression, muttering curses under his breath. What are you running from? Dare you face me? With a deep breath, Longhun bellowed, Whitebeard pirates, listen closely. I possess a method to save Whitebeard. What? At this proclamation, both pirates and marines halted in their tracks, their gazes fixated on Longhun. Longhun, you. Ace's pupils contracted. Leave it to me. Ace thought I will ensure that your father is returned to you whole, Longhun grinned. Striding forward. Hey, Ace's brother, what do you mean by that? Jozu shouted. Though typically reticent, Jozu could not contain himself when it came to his father's life. The members of the Whitebeard pirates fixed their eyes on Longhun. Are you truly serious? On the other side, the suddenly ambushed squad was also taken aback. He had prepared himself for a fate shared with his father. At that moment, he had already navigated his ship close to Whitebeard. This was a monumental mistake he had made. There was nothing left but to fight. The Marine headquarters. It was then that everyone realized Squad had somehow circumvented the deep chasm and arrived at the battlefield beside Whitebeard. Looking at the expectant Squad, the Whitebeard pirates finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. They understood Squad's feelings, having been misled by the Marines into betraying their father. What a wretched circumstance to endure. In that moment, only by facing death alongside their father could their hearts find solace. Humph, Longhun smirked, activating his flying apparatus and heading toward Whitebeard. All attention in the arena was now riveted on Longhun. Beneath the ruins of the execution platform, Sengoku's expression darkened. When he saw Longhun soaring towards Whitebeard, an ominous premonition gripped his heart. At that point, Whitebeard was surrounded by a multitude of Marines, yet he was not alone. The former warlord of the sea, Jinbei, a man destined to be part of the Pirate King's crew. I have resolved to perish on this battlefield. To die alongside my father holds no regrets. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, Whitebeard ceased to speak. He recognized that some fools were beyond persuasion. With a swift motion, he cast Jinbei aside. "Father!" Jinbei hadn't anticipated Whitebeard's sudden action, exclaiming in surprise. However, in that instant, a figure brushed past him. A smiling face addressed him. "Our brother has been under your care." And then, the figure was gone. "Sir, I heard you say that no ship can carry you in this era." Hovering above Whitebeard, Longhun grinned. "I have a ship. Would you like to come aboard?" At Longhun's words, the battlefield fell silent. Marines. "Pirates, what are you doing? Is it really appropriate to poach our captain in front of us all?" Ace remarked. This scene truly astonished everyone. Was this really fitting? After all, this was a battlefield. Moreover, was that truly the intention? "What do you mean you have a ship? Who doesn't have a ship?" Luffy's eyes widened as he witnessed the scene. A wave of realization washing over him. "I've learned something new today." Whitebeard paused for a moment, then broke into a grin. "What an audacious little brat." However, he warned, "This place is perilous. You should return." Moreover, Whitebeard turned back, feigning anger as he declared, "Have you all forgotten my orders? Hurry and leave." The Whitebeard pirates exchanged glances, hesitant. Ultimately, their gazes turned towards Longhun. "Humph," Longhun smiled, positioning himself behind Whitebeard. At that moment, the Marines surrounding Whitebeard were indeed numerous. Stretching beyond sight. "Sir, the Whitebeard pirates still need you. You cannot die yet." With his back to Whitebeard, Longhun spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes darkened, yet he resolved to do his utmost. His mission was to ensure his sons returned safely to the new world. As for what lay ahead, he could only place his faith in them. They were worthy of his trust. Gura. "I believe in them," Whitebeard thought, his eyes no longer clouded. Life inevitably concludes, and he sensed that his time was approaching. This journey had indeed been long. Longhun resonated deeply with these words. Whitebeard had set sail at a young age, battling through the years. The title of the strongest man was not easily earned. "Uncle, let us not speak such morose words." Longhun shook his head. "Consider Blackbeard. Do you intend to allow him to continue targeting your sons in this world?" Upon hearing Blackbeard's name, Whitebeard's eyes gleamed with intensity. "I possess a method to heal all your wounds instantly." Sensing that the moment was ripe, Longhun hurriedly added that it was crucial to dissuade Whitebeard from his death wish. Upon hearing Longhun's words, Whitebeard stiffened. However, at that moment, the Marines charged forward. "Whitebeard, and you, the brother of that fire fist, you shall perish here today." Attack. Even now, they remained unaware of Longhun's true identity. "Is what you say true?" Whitebeard suppressed his astonishment. Speaking slowly. "Indeed, yet you must endure a little longer. Otherwise, trouble may arise if Blackbeard does not dare to show himself." Nodding, Longhun resolved to use the magical beans to mend Whitebeard's wounds. With that, how could the Marines hope to impede them? "You mean Blackbeard has also come to Marineford?" Whitebeard squinted. "Yes," Longhun replied with a slight nod. Armed with a sharp sword, Longhun leaped into the fray, determined to unleash his fury upon the Marines. "Let me test your strength. I shall sweep through all." A crescent-shaped sword energy sliced through the air, directly mowing down a throng of Marines. Indeed, a veritable mound. The Marines' numbers were truly daunting. Last time you escaped. But this time it shall not be so easy. Just as Longhun was reveling in his onslaught, the temperature in the air plummeted. Admiral Akiji. Longhun grinned. Though trepidation tightened in his chest, in 8,000 battle power was no trifling matter. One misstep could lead to catastrophe. Meanwhile, Whitebeard remained besieged, and he glanced at the miraculous beans in his hand, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. He was unsure if Longhun spoke the truth. However, he stowed the beans away, grinning. Gura. "Marines, come forth." The blade of the swirling cloud cut through the air, gathering an immense force of vibration, and with a sudden swing, a thunderous roar erupted. The sheer destructive power shook all of Marineford. What? As everyone observed the fierce clash between Whitebeard and Longhun, confusion enveloped them. Should we retreat or not? This question weighed on Marco's mind as well. The situation was utterly unclear. Longhun, Jinshin paused, perplexed. He was uncertain of Longhun's intentions. According to their original plan, they should have retreated immediately after rescuing Ace. Now, however, everything was in disarray. "I can't comprehend this. We're going to." Ace, witnessing the increasing injuries on Whitebeard, could no longer remain idle. He prepared to charge forward. Sabo restrained him. Sabo, do not hold me back. They cannot keep me here. Ace shook his head. Sabo's lips curled into a smile. When did I ever intend to stop you? Ace's pupils dilated as he heard Sabo continue. We shall go together. Longhun needs our assistance at this moment. Sabo had already noticed that Akiji had approached the Dragon Soul. Their Mera Mera no Mi was indeed the nemesis of the Hai Hai no Mi. In the presence of fire, ice could hardly exert its influence. All right, let us go. Ace and Sabo charged towards the Dragon Soul. Kenshin, I leave Luffy to you, came Sabo's voice, filled with trust. Kenshin thought to himself, so now I am merely a caretaker. Am I? Though a hint of helplessness lingered in his heart, he did not mind. He could empathize with their feelings. This is for the best. Yes, leave it to me. Fire Fist, where do you think you're going? Akainu, upon seeing Ace rush towards the main battlefield, was about to pursue him when he suddenly halted, locking his gaze onto Luffy at this moment. Luffy was utterly devoid of fighting spirit, having exhausted his strength twice in succession. He was on the brink of physical collapse. I'll deal with you first. His eyes turned cold as he transformed into magma, charging forward. Kenshin was naturally aware of Akainu's movements. He drew his long blade. Bracing himself for the impending confrontation, since he had promised to protect Luffy, he was determined to see it through. Ah, it's coming towards us, the three cried out in panic, hastily fleeing. Not good. Ace suddenly stopped. Akainu was rushing towards Luffy. Sabo witnessed this scene as well, but a confident smile spread across his face. Don't worry, Kenshin is here. Seeing Sabo's assurance, Ace felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sabo would never gamble with Luffy's life. That if he said it was fine, it certainly was. He recalled how Kenshin had once sent Sengoku flying with a single strike. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. In the realm of swordsmanship, speed is paramount. Kenshin's blade glinted with a cold light. One sword style, a flash of lightning appeared. What initially seemed like an unremarkable strike transformed in an instant. Enveloped in an aura of thunder, it was not due to weakness but rather overwhelming strength. With this technique, Kenshin compressed the thunder until it was nearly invisible. His sword struck Akainu's chest, and in that moment, the lightning erupted. Boom! It sent Akainu flying. Fire Fist. Two voices echoed in unison. Two massive flaming fists barreled towards Akiji. Ice Bird. A colossal ice bird was unleashed from Akiji's hand. Boom! Fire clashed against ice. However, Sabo and Ace had the upper hand, as they fought in tandem. Leave Akiji to us. Ace extended his fingers, flames bursting forth, clearly brimming with fighting spirit. Sabo wore a beaming smile. This scene exhilarated the Dragon Soul. Two users of the Mera Mera no Mi were joining forces against the Hai Hai no Mi of Akiji, creating a formidable offensive that it was conceivable that Ace and Sabo could defeat Akiji together. The timing was ripe. The tide of this battle was gradually turning in favor of the Whitebeard pirates. Due to the previous mass retreat of pirates, most of them had now congregated at the bay entrance, clashing with the numerous pacifists blocking their path. Although the pacifists were not weak, now not only the various captains, but even the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were present. One pacifist after another fell as the navy took substantial action. Fire at will. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannons unleashed devastating barrages upon the numerous pirate ships on the sea. Pirate vessels were mercilessly sunk one after another. The war had already ravaged many ships, with the navy concentrating their fire. The remaining pirate ships were dwindling. Our ships. The Whitebeard pirates immediately realized this, and their faces darkened. Those ships were their means of navigation. Without the pirate ships, how could they return? Quick, do whatever it takes to save the remaining ships. Otherwise, we'll be trapped in Marineford. Move. The war escalated with fervor. Quick, find a way to break me free, Marco exclaimed anxiously. At this critical moment, he found himself restrained by sea stone cuffs, making even movement difficult. There's no way out. The person beside him wore a bitter expression, equally anxious. But how could they unlock the sea stone handcuffs without a key? The key. That person, another exclaimed. What person? Oh, the one who helped Ace break free from the sea stone cuffs. He should have the ability to create a key. Yes, yes. Quickly find that person. Members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately set out to locate him. Astonishingly, the wax fruit had been forced into becoming a universal unlocking tool. At this point, the battlefield had descended into chaos, completely beyond Sengoku's control. Emerging from the ruins, Sengoku bore a look of shame. despite my presence, such events have transpired. I feel utterly humiliated. At that moment, Garp also crawled out from the debris, blood streaming down his forehead. After all, he was facing Luffy. Even though he had prepared for battle, he had not employed haki. Thus, Sabo's strike was able to inflict damage upon him. At least on the surface, that's how it appears to in reality. One could only question Garp himself. With a combat strength of 9,800, he was sent flying by Sabo and took this long to stand up. Who would believe it was unintentional? Who would buy that? Now, there was no need for Sengoku to issue orders. The battlefield had shifted into a final, intense confrontation. The Navy, driven by their convictions, could not allow a vicious criminal to escape and fought fiercely against the pirates. On the other side, the battle was indeed fierce. Mirror fire, golden flames erupted into a sea of fire, while Aokiji unleashed layers of ice. The two sides engaged in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, Sabo stood to the side, not idly watching. He was contemplating new techniques for the Mera Mera no Mi. Although he was unaware of where the Dragon Soul had obtained a second Mera Mera no Mi, he was certain that he had consumed the genuine fruit. Moreover, it was a devil fruit that would not fear the sea. As sparks of golden flames fell before him, Sabo seemed to reach an epiphany, crouching down to feel the energy. Ice Age. When Sabo opened his eyes again, he saw Aokiji right before Ace, a hand resting on Ace's shoulder. Ace visibly froze, rapidly transforming into an ice sculpture. However, in the next instant, flames erupted, and Ace broke free from the ice. Aokiji seemed prepared, continuously releasing cold air from his hand, causing the ground beneath to freeze anew. The battle between fire and ice had officially commenced. However, it was evident that Ace was at a disadvantage, as Aokiji's attacks were directed at him. Over time, Ace began to weaken. You have no future. What future can you speak of? Today, you shall perish here. Super Ice Age. As this technique was unleashed, even Ace's flames began to show signs of being encased in ice. Yet, Aokiji was also starting to weaken, panting heavily. Clearly, this technique was physically taxing for him. After all, ice could not simply freeze fire without significant effort. Aokiji's plan was straightforward. Eliminate Ace, who possessed the Mera Mera no Mi, thereby eliminating his nemesis. Although Sabo had also utilized fire abilities, his flames posed far less threat than Ace's to this point. Not only Aokiji, but everyone present believed that Sabo's flames were merely a special manifestation of fire. After all, the simultaneous presence of the same ability in two individuals was an impossibility in the world of pirates. This time, Aokiji had truly miscalculated. Mirror fire. Sabo extended his hands, transforming a significant portion of his body into flames, an ability unique to a Logia user. The golden flames engulfed Aokiji in his moment of shock. Instantly, the cold air surrounding Aokiji was evaporated, striking directly at him. Boom! This scene was witnessed by Sengoku, who was left astonished. What is happening? Not only Sengoku, but everyone who beheld this moment was left dumbfounded. Is that the ability of the Mera Mera no Mi? Emerging from the flames, Ace was unharmed and equally surprised. Sabo, this is... Sabo smirked. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? As the flames dissipated, the figure of Aokiji emerged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and a charred mark evident on his hand, unmistakably a sign of injury. Admiral Kazan. The Navy personnel were utterly astonished, realizing that even an admiral had sustained wounds, and from the looks of it, quite serious ones. How could there be two flame fruit users? Aokiji himself seemed unable to fathom the situation. The world is vast and full of wonders. Sabo refrained from elaborating further, as he too was perplexed. The essence of the dragon soul remained shrouded in mystery, and each unfolding event shattered his preconceived notions. However, such complexities mattered little. What was paramount was that he remained our brother, and that was sufficient. Is that so? Ace smiled knowingly and declared, Sabo, behold my technique. Great flame ring, flame emperor, an endless torrent of fire coalesced. As Ace unleashed a massive solar disk, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. What is this? Sabo recognized that Ace intended to demonstrate the correct application of the flame fruit. They were all acutely aware of what mattered most. Aokiji felt an intense sense of danger emanating from the colossal fiery ring, and his expression turned grave. Ice Age. The clash of ice and fire ensued. Ultimately, the flames and ice vanished simultaneously, resulting in a stalemate. Sabo appeared to be in deep contemplation. He soon attempted to unleash his own extreme flames, creating a 2-on-1 scenario. Akiji found himself on the defensive. Meanwhile, Dragon Soul hurriedly made his way towards Kin's location, as it had already been surrounded. Upon witnessing the fiercely advancing Akainu, Dragon Soul's lips twitched. His haki reserves were nearly depleted. It seemed unlikely he could withstand Akainu's assault. Without any hesitation, he produced the fruit awarded for a mission, closed his eyes, and took a decisive bite. He couldn't bear to open his eyes. The appearance of this devil fruit was simply, "Hey, look at what that person is eating," shouted one Navy officer, drawing the attention of many. They saw Dragon Soul rushing forward while voraciously consuming something. "This is absurd. Even if I were starving, I wouldn't resort to eating." The sight left both Navy and pirates gasping in astonishment. What a fierce individual. Best to steer clear of him. Now, even the Navy dared not approach Dragon Soul, who felt utterly helpless. He had no desire to consume it, yet upon taking a bite, an extraordinary aroma enveloped him, causing him to gulp involuntarily. Even though it was already in his mouth, he couldn't stop salivating and began to devour it voraciously. In mere moments, he had consumed it entirely, licking his lips and fingers, determined not to waste a single drop of juice. This scene, witnessed by the Navy, painted a different picture. Finishing that treat and licking it clean displayed an insatiable hunger. They collectively parted ways to give Dragon Soul space. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He had grasped the essence of this ability, undoubtedly formidable. With a newfound sense of confidence, he regarded Akainu with a playful glint. Shield of the Thunder God, a wall of lightning net was conjured by Kin. As Akainu charged in with an enormous magma-infused punch, boom, the lightning net dissipated almost instantaneously, prompting Kin to swing his sword once more, the blade still crackling with arcs of lightning. Clang! His feet skidded back on the icy surface as Kin's expression darkened. Akainu's strength was overwhelming, rendering Kin's divine lightning nearly ineffective. Had it not been for the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit's power, he would have been defeated countless times by now. The Navy headquarters' mightiest force. The Admiral of the Navy. Truly, their reputation was well-deserved. If you wish to avoid death, step aside. My target is the Straw Hat Brat. Akainu glared down at Kin impassively. Humph. Kin's lips curled slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Impossible. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity between us. Akainu's body was engulfed in rolling magma, surrounded by thick black smoke. Meanwhile, Luffy was flanked by numerous Navy soldiers. While they were ill-equipped to handle an admiral, they could manage these minor foes. Suppression, Dragon Soul spun in the sky, causing the surrounding Navy to collapse to the ground, immobilized. "Luffy, wait for me," he exclaimed as he lunged towards Akainu. That moment, Ivankov and Jinbei also arrived at Luffy's side, ready to provide protection. "Little Ivankov, Jinbei," Luffy exclaimed joyfully, "we've rescued Ace. It's time to retreat." Luffy nodded emphatically. Though he felt they needed to wait a moment longer, everyone's attention shifted to Dragon Soul, who was occasionally interrupted by advancing Navy soldiers. Fishman Karate, Tankawawa Fist, boom, Death Gaze, boom, Rubber Whip. The trio continued to fend off the minor soldiers while keeping an eye on the situation between Dragon Soul and Kin. Boom, magma broke through Kin's Thunder God defense, landing a punch squarely on Kin's chest. Dragon Soul caught Kin as he was sent flying. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Kin replied, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his clothing singed in multiple places. "Leave this to me." Dragon Soul stepped forward, blocking Akainu's escape route. "Kid, who are you?" Akainu inquired, looking down disdainfully. "I'm Luffy's brother," Dragon Soul replied with a slight smile. "With a brother so reckless, I can't help but worry." "Oh." Akainu remained expressionless. "In that case, you shall not be spared." Hellhound. He swung a punch toward Dragon Soul with ferocious intent. This technique was capable of inflicting severe injury on Whitebeard, clearly indicating Akainu's desire for a swift resolution. Yet Dragon Soul stood resolute, steady as a mountain. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, he slowly raised his right hand and calmly stated, "Suppression." Clang. The onrushing Akainu suddenly found himself pinned to the ground, feeling an immense weight upon his back, crushing the breath from him, rendering even his magma unable to spread. It was gravity, yet it felt unlike any he had encountered. What in the world was this ability? This? Ivankov and Jinbei stared dumbfounded at the subdued Akainu, speechless. Luffy was equally astonished. What sort of power was this? With merely a raised hand, he had subdued the Navy headquarters top-tier admiral. What kind of strength was this? "Straw Hat, Your brother possesses remarkable power. Ivankov marveled. Jinbei's expression was grave as well. None of these four brothers were ordinary. Each one was as formidable as a monster, especially Dragon Soul, whose abilities remained a mystery even now. Is he truly your brother? Yes, of course. Luffy affirmed that it's just that. Like Sabo, I haven't seen him in ages that we thought he. As he mentioned Dragon Soul and Sabo, Luffy's excitement brought tears to his eyes, his words becoming incoherent. Little Ivankov, Jinbei chuckled softly. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering echoed, and Akainu rose to his feet. What was that? He asked, his expression darkening. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth once more, and he had lost count of how many times this had occurred. Rage transformed Akainu's countenance into an ominous shade that he realized this was no ordinary gravity. Something tangible pressed down upon him, enveloping him entirely. Not even his magma could melt away the weight, confronted with this mysterious force. Even Akainu felt a tinge of trepidation. Well, Dragon Soul raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile that I won't tell you. Akainu's expression stiffened in anticipation. Doe, are you angry? Just asking if you're upset. I'm just not telling you. Very well. Akainu seethed, remembering that it was these very individuals who had previously ambushed him. Prepare to die. Great fire blast. Suppression. With a mere raise of his hand, Longhun unleashed an immense force of oppression that enveloped Akainu's back. But who was he? A Navy admiral, not one to be trifled with. Ugh. Akainu struggled fiercely, managing to withstand the pressure. With a resounding bang, his legs sank deep into the ice, his expression twisted in a grimace despite his formidable strength. It was evident that the force he faced was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to endure. Crack. The sound of something shattering echoed again, and Akainu felt his body suddenly lighten as a colossal magma fist surged toward Longhun. Concentrate. Longhun slightly raised his hand, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Here it comes again. Akainu sensed an invisible force binding his arm, causing it to sink uncontrollably. Boom! A punch struck the ice before Longhun, who leaped away with agility. The once pristine ice surface was now marred by a large crater, the molten heat swiftly melting the icy expanse. He leaped back up, demonstrating why he was indeed an admiral of the Navy. Any ordinary person would have likely plunged into the sea by now. Boom! Free from control, Akainu hesitated to act recklessly. This was the open sea. Should he fall into the water, it would spell his doom. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Akainu turned to Longhun with a mocking smile, declaring that none of them would return alive before turning to leave. Longhun? Even Luffy and the others were taken aback. What did it mean to make such a fierce proclamation only to turn away? Soon, they were horrified to see Akainu unleash a torrent of magma from both hands, relentlessly targeting the ice within the harbor. The thick ice, of indeterminate depth, visibly melted at an astonishing rate, and in mere moments, the area was filled with anguished cries. The massive magma fists continued to rain down, and due to prior retreat. The Whitebeard pirates and their allied crews had gathered in force at the bay's entrance. Akainu's intentions were painfully clear, a massacre on a grand scale. Furthermore, given the icy terrain, the abilities of Devil Fruit users could be fully realized. And Akainu's actions aimed to eliminate them. His previous encounter with Longhun had left him feeling at a loss. The peculiar nature of his powers was indeed quite troublesome. Nevertheless, great fire, while this would inevitably harm some Navy personnel. There was no room for hesitation. The elimination of pirates justified any sacrifices. Thus, Akainu unleashed his ultimate move, hurling it directly at Longhun. By now, the ice surface within the bay had been ravaged by Akainu's assault. Although many Navy personnel were affected, the primary casualties were still the pirates. After all, Akainu was no fool. The ice around Longhun had nearly melted away, yet he remained as steadfast as ever. Sanjin Jinbei. Longhun spoke calmly over his shoulder to Luffy and the others. I entrust my brother to you for the moment. With Jinbei present, Longhun was confident that Luffy would remain safe even amidst the chaos of the sea. Before his words had faded, Longhun charged forward, heavenly flying fresh. Countless petals surged upward in the wind, standing defiantly against Akainu's devastating technique. The sparks of lava mingled with the vibrant crimson petals, creating a breathtaking tableau in the sky. The delicate scarlet fragments drifted down, settling upon the ocean's surface like eternal flames. Akainu's onslaught was indeed fierce. Countless petals shattered upon contact with the molten magma. From Longhun's hand, a relentless torrent of petals surged forth. Seemingly infinite, old petals falling as new ones sprang to life. Remarkably, they withstood the Admiral's assault. All Navy personnel witnessing this scene were left awestruck. After all, this was an Admiral. This was not some underhanded trick. It was a direct confrontation. Akainu's face turned a deep shade of anger, his eyes widening as he clearly intensified his power. Soon, the rate of petal generation could no longer keep pace with their destruction. The once balanced exchange began to tilt in favor of Akainu's attack. Longhun, Luffy called out anxiously. However, Longhun was unfazed, simply stating, "Get Luffy out of here." In the next instant, Longhun vanished. When he reappeared, he was at Akainu's left front. The blade of his Jien, the remnant rainbow, dangerously close to Akainu's neck. The blade radiated immense heat, imbued with a significant amount of Hakai. In that moment, Longhun held nothing back, having consumed a devil fruit. His abilities had undergone a qualitative transformation, not merely in cultivation or strength, but in combat prowess. His primary ability had awakened. The power of space. Why call it the primary ability? Because Longhun sensed that his powers extended beyond this. He could wield two abilities. One was spatial binding, akin to manipulating an invisible wall through spatial compression. This was how he had previously hindered Akainu's movements. Anyone caught off guard by such a robust spatial force would inevitably be affected. Including Akainu, an admiral of the Navy. Longhun perceived that this ability bore a striking resemblance to Admiral Fujitora's powers in later stages. Gravity is invisible, just as space is. The only difference is that he could not summon meteorites. The second ability was the true manifestation of spatial power, teleportation. However, this skill was dependent on one's cultivation. No. Every ability is tied to one's cultivation. From the information on his fruit's powers, Longhun understood that the strength of one's abilities was determined by their cultivation level. For him, it was true. For others, it might not be the same. Otherwise, how could the legendary swordsman of the Navy, Sengoku, wield such formidable powers in conjunction with a devil fruit? He knew that the strength of a devil fruit's ability was related to its development, rather than strictly linked to cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the distance one could teleport. Currently, his cultivation allowed him to move freely within a 10-meter radius. Nevertheless, this was already a formidable advantage. As it was a powerful assassination tool, sharp sword combined with teleportation speed equated to an invisible threat. Thus, in an instant, Longhun's lethal strike was upon him. The remnant rainbow radiating intense heat while the blade gleamed with a chilling light. Sweep the 8 directions. This strike came without warning and bore no mercy. Through precise calculations, Longhun could discern the might of this attack. Attack power, 7,200. This was the strongest force he had witnessed. Aside from the admirals, the 4 emperors, and the legendary figures like Garp and Sengoku, even Marco, the vice admiral, boasted only 6,600. Of course, this was merely a standard combat power assessment and did not reflect the true strength of a special move. Yet, even so, it indicated that Longhun's power had reached vice admiral levels. This was a cause for concern. Longhun's movements were defined by one word: speed. Impossibly swift. By the time anyone noticed his figure, he had already struck, appearing like a phantom behind Akainu. A deep gash opened from Akainu's neck to his left chest, molten magma spraying forth in torrents. Jinbei, carrying Luffy and Ivankov, stood stunned. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Longhun's actions were executed with utmost precision, vanishing in an instant as his blade descended. Ugh, Luffy gasped, astonished yet unable to articulate his thoughts. Soon, exhilaration took over. The one who had struck was none other than his brother. Simultaneously, he resolved within himself that he, too, must become the Pirate King, and to do so, he must surpass these brothers. Ivankov, on the other hand, could only blink in shock, utterly speechless. Admiral, those who witnessed this scene were collectively astounded. The Navy expressed their shock through anguished cries, while the pirates were equally astonished by Longhun's strength. Not a pleasant sight for you, Akainu. Longhun's eyes sparkled with determination. He recognized that this strike was aimed directly at Akainu. And in that fleeting moment, he relinquished the thought of severing his head. Previously, he had been oblivious, but through successive battles, he had acclimated to the combat dynamics of the pirate world. He had also come to understand one crucial truth: instinct. In moments of peril, individuals often awaken a primal instinct within their bodies. This was especially true for those with remarkable talents and formidable strength. Their survival instincts were precisely why they were so difficult to eliminate. Please note, this is not merely a manifestation of perception. but rather an enigmatic phenomenon that he has struggled to comprehend in the past. After all, such phenomena often evoke a sense of deception. Yet, undeniably, it exists. In the face of life and death, this instinctual ability can often lead one from the brink of despair to salvation. Even when he was certain he could strike Red Dog down, he chose to inflict the wound upon himself instead, showcasing a profound sense of crisis. The instinct of the Dragon Soul's body whispered to him that this strike would not claim Red Dog's life. He could only settle for inflicting injury upon him. The reality was that he managed to land a blow, but without any moment of respite. Dragon Soul teleported once more to the right flank behind Red Dog as he landed. Sweep the 8 wildernesses. This time, the attack targeted the neck. Although Dragon Soul had tremendous confidence, he dared not be complacent in the slightest at a wave of sword energy, shaped like a colossal crescent moon, surged towards Red Dog with ferocity. Witnessing the unimpeded onslaught of sword energy aimed at Red Dog, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. What on earth is he trying to accomplish? That is a Vice Admiral. Is one strike not enough for you? Have you become overly confident? However, quite the opposite was true. In that moment, Dragon Soul was tense and resolute, launching consecutive attacks without hesitation. First, to avenge the grievances of his past life, and second, to wound Red Dog, for this adversary was exceedingly powerful. Even after sustaining several heavy blows from Whitebeard in his previous life, he still remained vibrant and unyielding. Dragon Soul would not arrogantly presume that his strike could severely injure Red Dog. Just as the sword energy was about to slice through Red Dog's neck, he moved, his head transforming into molten magma, plummeting towards the ground. Simultaneously, the sword energy narrowly grazed by, resulting in a misstrike. Boom! The sound of the sword energy crashing into a corner of the harbor reverberated heavily in the hearts of the spectators. Hiss! The ordinary Marines and pirates collectively inhaled sharply. Those of formidable strength also wore grave expressions. Such power should not be overlooked. Even in the New World, this individual would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of warriors. But why had such a powerful person remained hidden until now? Who exactly is he? And how could such a being be a brother of the Straw Hat and Fire Fist? What allegiance does he hold? Pirate, Revolutionary Army, yet another unknown entity. In this moment, the crowd was engulfed in confusion. No, to be precise, it was the Marines who were perplexed. They could clearly discern Dragon Soul's age, and these 4 brothers were simply terrifying. Their innate talents had just been showcased through 2 waves of Conqueror's Haki that swept across the battlefield. In terms of strength, not a single one among the 4 brothers could be underestimated. The most problematic newcomer among the pirates, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the 2nd in command of the Revolutionary Army. And then there was Dragon Soul, whose power could contend with a Vice Admiral. Should they be allowed to grow, they would undoubtedly rival any of the 4 Emperor's crews. This assessment only considered their individual strengths. If one were to factor in the forces behind them, Whitebeard Pirates, Revolutionary Army, Straw Hat Pirates, and Dragon Soul, they were uncertain whether Dragon Soul possessed any affiliations. However, it appeared that Dragon Soul was more likely aligned with the Revolutionary Army. Considering he was acting alongside the 2nd in command of the Revolutionary Army, even these foot soldiers were acutely aware of this. As a Vice Admiral, Red Dog was undoubtedly cognizant of this fact as well. The magma gradually reformed, and Red Dog's body slowly returned to its original state, albeit with a long scar now etched across his chest. The crimson fabric of his uniform was stained with blood, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The Vice Admiral has been wounded. Who on earth are you? Red Dog's face turned ashen, his voice a low growl that it was utterly humiliating to be bloodied by an unknown youth. After all, he was a dignified Vice Admiral. Whitebeard had barely managed to injure him. Yet now he had been harmed by a young man whose name he did not even know. Luffy's brother. Dragon Soul pointed his sword at Red Dog, declaring that this battle was inevitable. Red Dog's lips twitched in irritation. Was this even the question he sought to ask? Your name. Your name. Excellent. Surely you must understand the gravity of your actions. Opposing the world government is not a wise decision. Red Dog touched the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression devoid of emotion. Dragon Soul smiled calmly, meeting Red Dog's gaze and slowly stating, "To stand against my 3 brothers and me is not a prudent choice. World government. If we have not crossed paths, the world government remains as it is, and you, Red Dog, continue to be a Vice Admiral. However, Dragon Soul's eyes glinted fiercely. Should you provoke us, you will find yourselves in dire straits. And the world government shall be due for reformed at this moment." Dragon Soul was overwhelmed with excitement. This power was undoubtedly tailor-made for him, a capability that could be deemed otherworldly, and this was only the beginning. In that instant, Dragon Soul realized how wise his prior decision to forego consuming a devil fruit had been. This was the essence of a true protagonist's endowment. Please do not misunderstand. I certainly did not part with the Mera Mera no Mi and Goro Goro no Mi for the sake of acquiring better abilities. No, that is certainly not the case. You, Red Dog seethed with rage. Excellent. With words failing to resonate, Red Dog's unparalleled sarcasm fell flat against Dragon Soul. Boom! With a single step, Red Dog shattered the ice beneath him, launching himself towards Dragon Soul like a cannonball. Dragon Soul, unwilling to back down, met him head-on, and the two soon clashed once more. Although Dragon Soul's words were harsh, they undeniably held merit. The threat posed by these four brothers was exceedingly grave. Should they all mature, they could potentially wield battle prowess equivalent to that of 4 vice-admirals, which would spell catastrophic consequences for both the world government and the Marines. Fully aware of this, Red Dog resolved to capture Dragon Soul. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield descended into chaos. Whitebeard found himself besieged as the Marines swarmed like ants from a disturbed nest. They surrounded Whitebeard, unleashing an array of attacks. The sky filled with cannon fire and the ground littered with scars of battle. Additionally, the yellow monkey intermittently fired laser beams from his position, further increasing the number of wounds adorning Whitebeard's body. Blood flowing profusely. Boom! Whitebeard unleashed a powerful shockwave slash, immediately dropping to one knee. A mouthful of blood spilled forth. The Whitebeard pirates cried out in despair. Old man. Ugh! Whitebeard's eyes widened as he struggled to contain the pain radiating from his numerous injuries. Rising once more, his towering figure exuded an aura that seemed unshakable, despite his battered state. Gurura, what's wrong? Afraid to come forward. Even in his severely weakened condition, Whitebeard's spirit remained undiminished. For a moment, not a single Marine dared to advance. One Marine officer gritted his teeth, boldly charging forward while shouting, "Let us all go together." He is on the verge of collapse. There were still Marines like this officer, whose sense of justice would not allow them to retreat an inch. Kill him. The Marine surged forward, treating Whitebeard like an insurmountable mountain, fully committed to a desperate charge. Virum. Whitebeard wielded his sword, the power of tremors coalescing as he unleashed a strike. Boom. The immense shockwave instantly cleared the Marines before him, scattering them like leaves in a tempest. Did they think sheer numbers could slay me? Whitebeard stood firm with his sword, appearing as if he were at the end of his rope, yet still exuding an indomitable presence. Just then, several Marine officers seized the opportunity, leaping into the air, each brandishing sharp blades aimed at Whitebeard's back. A glance from Whitebeard, followed by a sudden, powerful punch from his left hand. Boom, the space shattered, sending the Marines flying, blood spewing from their mouths, their eyes rolling back in their heads. Clearly, they had lost consciousness. Swish, at that moment, a laser shot forth. Instantly, another small wound appeared on Whitebeard's body. You let your guard down. Whitebeard. From a distance, the yellow monkey pointed his finger, directing the attack towards Whitebeard. Ugh. Whitebeard coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision growing dim. Charge, kill him, with the yellow monkey's command. The surrounding Marines surged with renewed vigor, rushing towards Whitebeard. In one corner of the battlefield, a small group of individuals gathered. Captain Buggy, it is time for us to act. Let us claim Whitebeard's head and gain fame in battle. The prisoners following Buggy were all filled with enthusiasm. However, upon turning away, Buggy nearly let his snot drip down, his heart racing with panic. Internally, he lamented, "Look at Whitebeard. Does he seem like he is on the verge of collapse? One punch from him could shake the entire island." At this moment, Buggy made a significant decision. He absolutely could not engage. The great deity of Pakistan often invites misunderstanding, a timid soul who ultimately transforms into a heroic figure, evoking a profound sense of camaraderie among those who witness his journey. The audience is moved, their hearts stirred. That moment, one seemingly simple-minded prisoner clutches the freshly thawed phone bug in his hands. Meanwhile, an epic battle looms on the horizon. It is crucial to note that the Navy has nearly assembled every available naval force. The number of vice admirals has reached a peak, and 100,000 Navy personnel is no trivial matter. In the face of such an overwhelming assault, even someone with the strength of a Commodore would meet a grim fate. Yet, he is Whitebeard. With a resounding hum, Whitebeard rises once more, his weapon, the Tsung Yun Xia, swirling around him, sending shockwaves akin to colossal waves crashing outward. The surrounding Navy forces are violently thrown back, and the very ground of Marineford trembles in response. Following the initial onslaught, Whitebeard's aura appears diminished, as if he can only rely on the Tsong Yunxia to maintain his footing. Quick, a prime opportunity. The Navy, witnessing Whitebeard's apparent frailty, rushes in for the attack. With a cacophony of sounds, blade after blade pierces Whitebeard's chest, while several Navy soldiers cling desperately to his back, akin to ants overwhelming an elephant, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Father. The members of Whitebeard's crew, upon witnessing this scene, cry out in anguish, tears welling in their eyes. Marco, closest to Whitebeard, though previously ordered to retreat, resolves to accompany his father on this final journey, even as the dragon's soul complicates matters. Quickly, release this. At this moment, Marco is consumed with urgency, oblivious to the meaning of the dragon's soul. However, he clings to the slightest glimmer of hope, unwilling to let his father depart from them so easily. We are searching for that person, replies the one tasked with the search, equally frantic. Father, you absolutely mustn't come to harm. Suddenly, a voice soars into the heavens, flames erupting in a relentless torrent across the battlefield. Ace, transformed into a blazing inferno, weaves through the chaos, sending anyone who dares approach him hurtling away. Get away from me. In this moment, Ace is nearly driven to madness. Mirror flame. It is at this juncture that the crowd notices the Navy Admiral Akiji. His garments tattered and his face darkened. Before him stands Sabo, blocking the path. Clearly, even Akiji has bowed to the prowess of two users of the flame fruit. In stark contrast, Ace and Sabo remain unscathed. Their attire intact. The victor and the vanquished are evident. This implies that strength is not the sole measure of superiority. The relationships between devil fruits also play a crucial role. Akiji, suppressed by the powers of the fruits, stands no chance against two opponents. Where do you think you're going? Just as Ace is on the verge of reaching Whitebeard, a blinding light suddenly appears before him. Buzz, Kizaru delivers a lateral kick, sending Ace sprawling away. Kizaru, after rolling twice on the ground, Ace kneels on one knee, gritting his teeth and gazing defiantly at the distant Kizaru. Ace understands that with his current strength, he cannot evade Kizaru's block to reach Whitebeard. Kizaru's reputation for destruction and speed is well-founded. Passing him is nearly impossible. As Ace grapples with uncertainty, a voice suddenly pierces through, causing his heart to race. Did you truly believe you could kill me? Whitebeard's eyes snap open, and with a powerful spin, he sends all nearby Navy personnel flying. It is as if a colossal aura has erupted, creating a no-go zone within several meters around Whitebeard. Anyone caught in its wake is sent reeling backward. What a monster! He is indeed a monster. Some in the Navy can no longer contain their despair. Logically, Whitebeard should have succumbed to the myriad of wounds he bears, enough to fell an average person 10 times over. Yet, he stands tall and unyielding. With a resounding thud, Whitebeard drives the Tsong Yunxia into the ground, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Humph, Kizaru, you stand before my son. With that, Whitebeard swiftly positions himself behind Kizaru, unleashing a fierce strike. Bang! Kizaru transforms into light, narrowly evading the blow, creating distance between himself and Whitebeard. To withstand Whitebeard's assault, even an admiral would feel the weight of youth in their bones. After all, he is no novice, but a seasoned warrior who has fought countless battles. Look at those two. One is bleeding, the other scorched. However, despite Akiji's apparent disarray, he has suffered little more than torn clothing. Akainu's situation, however, is starkly different. His injuries are a testament to real sacrifice. With a shudder, Whitebeard remains undeterred, his imposing presence capable of reshaping the very world with each movement. Yet, keen observers can discern that Whitebeard is nearing his limit, his strength waning. Nevertheless, the Navy understands this truth but lacks the courage to confront him. Ha ha ha, it's been far too long, old man. Suddenly, an unexpected voice calls out. Both Navy and pirates alike turn their gaze, as if choreographed, halting the battle in an eerie truce. Teach. Whitebeard squints, his tone laden with unspoken implications. The newcomer is Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard. The captain of the Blackbeard pirates stands behind him, flanked by his crew, led by the champion Bastias. Oh, Ace is here too. You truly are lucky. Blackbeard raises an eyebrow, astonished to escape like this. It seems the Navy is utterly foolish. Hearing Blackbeard's words, the Navy seethes with rage. Blackbeard continues, Navy, I hereby declare my official departure from the 7 warlords of the sea. Humph, he smirks. raising both hands, shouting, "From this day forth, we are enemies." Sengoku's expression darkens. Teach, Ace approaches Whitebeard, sensing his father's body nearing its limits. Anxiety gnawing at his heart. He remains ignorant of the Dragon Soul's true significance. But he clings to the belief that it can ensure his father's safety. Such a notion may seem far-fetched, yet he has faith in the Dragon Soul. After all, it represents his brother, and he will not deceive himself about such matters. Therefore, until the Dragon Soul achieves its purpose, he must protect his father. Teach, what brings you here? Ace lifts his head slightly, his voice steady. Blackbeard bursts into laughter before quickly calming down, fixing his gaze on Ace. Where is your brother? The Straw Hat. He risked everything to storm the world's most notorious prison, impelled down. You owe your rescue to him, don't you? At the mention of Luffy, Ace's eyes flash with intensity as he retorts. My brother is perfectly safe. Now, tell me, what is your purpose here? Buzz, a fiery blast surges towards Blackbeard. How rude. Blackbeard seems prepared for the assault, effortlessly deflecting it. Buzz, flames swirl around Ace as he charges at Blackbeard. Boom, a figure leaps from behind Blackbeard, intercepting Ace's advance. The crowd gasps in unison. Shiryu of the Rain. Sengoku's expression darkens at the sight of the figure beneath the execution platform. Who are you? Ace frowns, sensing the formidable strength of this adversary. Humph, Shiryu's lips curled slightly, a faint smile gracing his face. You intend to attack my captain? That simply cannot be allowed. Shiryu puffed on his cigar, his knife gleaming with lethal sharpness. Swish! With a sudden surge of force, Ace had no choice but to retreat first. The blade emanated a formidable aura that could not be recklessly confronted. With Shiryu obstructing him, Ace was unable to reach Whitebeard in time. Teach, Whitebeard began slowly. Only you are unworthy of being my son. As he spoke, he prepared to swing his massive blade down. Old man, you have grown feeble, Blackbeard retorted defiantly, undeterred even in the presence of his longtime father figure. In his prime, Whitebeard's strength was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the pirate world, unmatched by all save for a select few, including the Pirate King, Roger. No one could stand against Whitebeard. Wah! The champion, Basis, laughed maniacally, while Blackbeard's crew remained unfazed. Indeed, the members of Blackbeard's crew were not to be underestimated. Buzz, Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, an immense amount of tremor energy accumulating in his hand. Since you have come, I cannot let you leave, he declared, launching a powerful punch towards Blackbeard. Unyielding, Blackbeard charged forward to meet Whitebeard's tremor-infused fist, raising his hand to block it directly. Whitebeard fell silent, his powers rendered ineffective. Huh? Blackbeard cackled at the sight of Whitebeard's troubled expression, reveling in his triumph. See, old man? Earlier, Ace bore the same look of confusion. Look at this, he proclaimed, as shadows began to swirl around his hands, exuding an eerie aura. The powers of the dark fruit could nullify the abilities of others, a fact that rendered it the most fearsome of the natural-type devil fruits. Ace had fallen to this very power, losing his abilities the moment he was touched by Blackbeard's hands. This is the power of the devil fruit I obtained from Sachi. He laughed wickedly. Buzz, though Blackbeard's words were not yet finished, Whitebeard had no intention of letting him continue. Gathering a massive amount of tremor energy, he swung his left fist down towards Blackbeard. Unperturbed, Blackbeard raised his hand slowly to block Whitebeard's punch. Unsurprisingly, the tremor still proved ineffective. Buzz, Whitebeard unleashed one punch after another, each one met with Blackbeard's unwavering defense. This is quite embarrassing, old man, Blackbeard taunted, smirking. You have grown old. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly. His blade, the Kong Sai, began to whirl, alternating hands as he executed a powerful slash. Swish. This time, Whitebeard did not rely on his devil fruit powers. Wielding the power of hockey, he struck Blackbeard, breaking through his defenses. That hurts. Blackbeard's grin faltered, collapsing to the ground in agony. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Whitebeard spun the Kong Sai a few times before plunging it into the earth. Gripping Blackbeard's neck tightly, he began to gather an immense amount of tremor energy. Buzz, old man, I am your son. You cannot kill me, Blackbeard exclaimed, sensing the imminent threat of death. His composure shattered. Kakaka. Seeing their captain being held down by Whitebeard, his crew could no longer stand idle. Brandishing their weapons, release our captain. Buzz, Whitebeard cast a deep look at the Blackbeard pinned beneath him, then slowly closed his eyes. Bang. This time, Whitebeard held nothing back. A colossal shockwave erupted from his right hand. The ground was blasted into a massive crater as Blackbeard's eyes rolled back and blood gushed from his mouth. Fire. Witnessing Whitebeard's lethal intent, Blackbeard's crew hastily opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 bang, bang. Swish, swish, swish. Countless cannonballs and bullets rained down upon Whitebeard. His body buckled under the weight of the onslaught. Whitebeard's grip on Blackbeard's neck gradually loosened. "Old man!" Ace shouted frantically, his eyes bloodshot as he attempted to reach Whitebeard. But Shiryu remained firmly in his path. "Get out of my way!" Ace's cry reverberated across the battlefield. Sabo, Dragon Soul, and Luffy paused in shock. Then they beheld Whitebeard, standing like an unyielding mountain, his body drenched in blood. Sabo and Luffy's pupils dilated in disbelief, unable to utter a word. Even Dragon Soul felt a pang of anxiety. He had given Whitebeard a Senzabine, but whether it would have any effect remained uncertain. No one knew if Whitebeard had utilized it that moment. The entire battlefield froze in astonishment. As all combatants ceased their fighting, their gazes locked onto Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Had he perished? Doubt crept in, as the blood pooling beneath Whitebeard reached a horrifying volume. "Old man!" The Whitebeard pirates cried in unison. Gulalalala. Amidst the collective uncertainty, Whitebeard suddenly spoke. "Why are you still alive? At your age, shouldn't you be dead?" Blackbeard, forcing his consciousness to return, mumbled incoherently, clearly terrified. The members of Blackbeard's crew wore solemn expressions. They had just expended every last round of ammunition from their weapons, and without exception, it had all been directed at Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard's open eyes conveyed the essence of a pirate standing at the apex of power. "Quickly, release me," Marco urged, glancing at the three who had been brought over, their heads adorned with bumps from previous reprimands. At this moment, Marco was frantic. Whitebeard was on the brink of death, and he had no idea what Ace's brother, referring to Dragon Soul, had discussed with their father. Whether Whitebeard could survive was uncertain. And he did not push them to retreat either. With uncertainty gnawing at him, he yearned to reach his father's side and protect him. The three rubbed their hands together, an eager expression crossing their faces as they hastily unlocked Marco's handcuffs. Suddenly, a new sun appeared in the sky, a colossal orb of light that enveloped the entire plaza. In that moment, Ace unleashed his full power, igniting a colossal fiery attack, upon witnessing the immense golden flames. Shiryu's expression grew grave. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, truly deserving of the title. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the arena in a sea of flames. Dark hole. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate move, absorbing the encroaching flames into a vast darkness, half sunfire, half shadow. Meanwhile, Whitebeard found himself ensnared by Blackbeard's dark hole. Blackbeard's intentions were clear. He sought Whitebeard. Only Dragon Soul understood this. While he was unsure how Blackbeard acquired the powers of others, it was an undeniable fact that he had become a wielder of dual devil fruit abilities. Blackbeard must not be allowed to acquire the Tremor Fruit's powers, as he observed the fierce assault from Akainu. Dragon Soul silently lamented. Even with his teleportation abilities, evading Akainu's observation was no simple task. Presently, Dragon Soul's maximum movement distance barely reached 10 meters, making escape from Akainu exceedingly difficult. Buzz. At that moment, a brilliant blue flame erupted into the sky. The blue flames, interspersed with golden sparks, heralded the arrival of the mythical Zoan, the Phoenix. Marco surged forth like a shooting star, racing towards Whitebeard. "Captain Marco, you must slay this traitor. Save our father." The members of the Whitebeard pirates cried out, rallying around Marco, who represented their hope. As the captain of the 1st Division, Marco was akin to the vice-captain, the second in command. Buzz. The wings of the Phoenix expanded, its flight generating a chorus of sonic booms. Whoosh. As Marco charged towards the darkness, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates held their breath, their hearts racing. They must rescue their father. Buzz. Marco hurtled forward, delivering a meteor-like kick aimed at Blackbeard. "Be careful, Marco. Do not let him touch you," Ace shouted from a distance. However, it was too late. Marco delivered a powerful kick, sending Blackbeard crashing to the ground and creating a large crater. Blackbeard cried out in agony. The pain of double suffering is not something an ordinary person can endure. This must also be a side effect of the Yami Yami no Mi Wiha. At that moment, Basis charged forward, throwing a punch at Marco. Boom. The punch landed heavily on Marco's chest, with a muffled sound. Marco spat out blood, his face a mask of disbelief. As the wielder of the phoenix fruit, he had never experienced such a sensation. This punch had genuinely struck his flesh. The feeling was more terrifying than hockey. Beneath Marco, Blackbeard clung tightly to Marco's calf. His expression arrogant. It was likely the first time he had been struck like this. Look, this is the power of the Yami Yami no Mi. The muscular basis. Gathering his strength, prepared to unleash a devastating blow. Boom. Marco, not daring to underestimate him, concentrated hockey into his hands. The moment he dodged the attack, he retaliated with a punch to Blackbeard's face. Boom. The ground sank once more. And the pit beneath Blackbeard deepened. Freeing himself from restraint, Marco leapt into the air, blue flames bursting forth. His injuries quickly healed, and he delivered a kick to Basis's face. Boom. Basis was sent flying. Marco moved with incredible speed. Launching another kick towards Blackbeard, dark energy surged from Blackbeard's hands, pulling Marco towards him. For Marco, who excelled in aerial combat, encountering Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi felt like a complete counter. Boom. As Marco was drawn closer, Blackbeard struck with a heavy blow that landed on Marco. Ugh. This time, Marco truly felt the taste of helplessness. Upon contact with Blackbeard, he lost the ability of the phoenix and plummeted from the sky. Facing Blackbeard's thick, dark, hairy arm, just this single strike felt as though a mountain had collided with him. He knew it was the full force of Blackbeard. This guy truly concealed his true power. Though the blow landed on him, the pain resonated deeply in his heart. This moment, Marco was tormented, knowing that Blackbeard had been with the Whitebeard pirates for decades. Had he been pretending all along? This ruthless and unscrupulous Blackbeard was truly the real Teach. As Marco was blasted away, he transformed once again into the fiery phoenix, flames raging. His injuries healed in an instant, but his demeanor towards Blackbeard grew increasingly grave. His gaze fixed on Blackbeard and the crew behind him. What are your true intentions, Teach? Blackbeard grinned widely. I want old man's life. You. Marco erupted in fury, positioning himself protectively in front of Whitebeard, whose feet were already sinking into darkness. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in curses upon hearing Blackbeard's declaration. What did this traitor just say? He wants to kill the old man. Damn, Teach. Have you forgotten who raised you? Pirates who knew Blackbeard's past shouted out in outrage. The entire battlefield was captivated by this scene, and the Marines did not intervene, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. After all, who wouldn't relish the prospect of profit from such chaos? Yet, this was merely the battlefield on Whitebeard's side. Elsewhere, the clash continued unabated. Meanwhile, the prisoners led by Buggy were fixated on the unfolding drama surrounding Whitebeard. The once nearly lifeless Den Mushi had revived, captivated by the personal magnetism of our Lord Buggy, and resumed broadcasting. Whitebeard, bloodied and engulfed in darkness, found Marco's blue flames to appear exceptionally diminutive. This scene was captured by the Den Mushi, leaving journalists on Sabati Archipelago, the public watching the war, and everyone else utterly stunned. After a long silence, someone stammered, "Is Whitebeard dead?" No one replied, and the question lingered in the hearts of many. In the distance, atop a high platform, a solitary figure with silvery hair and an air of loneliness sipped his drink. The first mate of the pirate king, the king of the underworld, Silver's Rayleigh. "Are you leaving, Whitebeard? Go." Blackbeard had no intention of facing Marco alone. After all, he was up against a team captain, with Blackbeard's command. Those prepared for ranged attacks readied themselves while those suited for close combat charged forward to Weha. Leading the charge was none other than Champion Basis, faced with the overwhelming numbers of the Blackbeard pirates. Marco's expression turned grave. He had the old man to protect. He was not afraid to fight them alone, but one mistake could cost the old man's life. Champion Strike. Basis was the first to reach Marco. Throwing a punch. Buzz. Marco's flames blazed fiercely as he evaded the attack and retaliated with a claw strike towards Basis. Phoenix Stamp. The strike sent Basis flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Boom. Buzz. With his wings spread wide. Marco's fighting spirit surged, but an endless darkness enveloped him. Nevertheless, Marco was prepared and shot upwards. He had learned that Blackbeard's method for neutralizing powers required direct contact. Marco excelled in speed, aerial combat, and healing. In the air, he was exceptionally agile. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, Marco struck again. Although the members of the Blackbeard pirates were formidable, they were still significantly outmatched by the Vice Admiral. In such circumstances, being struck by Marco would send them flying, though they likely wouldn't suffer fatal injuries. However, he failed to notice Whitebeard's body gradually sinking. Blackbeard's diversion had caught everyone off guard. "Captain Marco!" Some members of the Whitebeard pirates recognized the situation and shouted urgently. "Old man, the old man is being pulled in." The captains were understandably anxious, but they couldn't break away. "What?" Marco was horrified. Just as he turned, Blackbeard seized the opportunity and caught him. Immediately, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates surged forward, attacking en masse. Bang! Boom! After enduring several strikes, Marco gritted his teeth, remaining silent and refusing to retreat. Without the regenerative flames, blood began to trickle from the corner of Marco's mouth. Yet, the onslaught from the Blackbeard pirates grew fiercer. Blackbeard's maniacal laughter echoing. "Ha!" At last, Marco, unable to withstand the pressure, coughed up blood and was sent flying. "Captain Marco!" The Whitebeard pirates were taken aback. Ace witnessed this scene, his heart racing with anxiety, shouting, "Marco! Fire Fist!" He hurled a punch towards Blackbeard, unleashing a barrage at Shiryu. Fire Gun! Seizing the moment, he charged towards Blackbeard. Shiryu swung his sword furiously, deflecting the fire gun, but did not immediately pursue AC. It was too late. Marco knelt before Whitebeard, his regenerative flames burning fiercely. But his injuries refused to heal. Marco suddenly noticed purple spots appearing on his hands. "That I'm poisoned." For Marco, the Phoenix, poison was typically ineffective. Yet this poison was clearly extraordinary. While it couldn't inflict significant damage, it drastically slowed the recovery speed of his regenerative flames. In an instant, Marco found himself unable to return to peak condition. His power significantly diminished. Among the Blackbeard pirates stood a half-dead old man. Grinning, Poison Q, the ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates. The poison affecting Marco was his handiwork. Taking advantage of the moment, Captain Marco, Blackbeard slowly approached, hands raised in a gesture of mockery, a smile on his face. "If you join my Blackbeard pirates, I will spare you. What do you say?" At that moment, a massive fire fist struck, engulfing the Blackbeard pirates. With a mere glance, Blackbeard summoned a torrent of darkness and flames that collided violently. Boom! The flames extinguished, yet the darkness remained unwavering. Waha! Basis eagerly charged toward Ace. "Dream on!" Marco soared into the air, channeling all his strength into his feet. Immortal piercing clouds. Darkness. A shroud of darkness enveloped Blackbeard as he clenched his fists and unleashed a punch. Boom! The two figures collided with tremendous force, causing Marco, heavily injured, to be sent flying first, barely halting before Whitebeard. Blackbeard fared no better, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, if that is the case. Then perish. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Blackbeard's eyes as he extended his hands, releasing a tremendous pull. Dark water. The immense force latched onto Marco in an instant, who gasped in alarm, realizing the peril he faced. Just as he thought he would be swept away, a massive hand landed on his shoulder, anchoring him in place with overwhelming power. Marco trembled uncontrollably, afraid to turn his head, fearing it was not as he imagined. The familiar, long-missed laughter echoed throughout the battlefield, startling everyone. There stood Whitebeard, half submerged in the abyss, laughing maniacally. "Old man!" The Whitebeard pirates were electrified. The crowd erupted in excitement, while the Navy felt a chill run down their spines. This moment broadcasted to Sabati Archipelago. The realization that Whitebeard was still alive left everyone in stunned disbelief, their hearts filled with shock. How could a body so battered still endure? Why had he not succumbed? Many present felt a sense of injustice. In their eyes, a villain like Whitebeard should not continue to exist, every additional second of his life a detriment to them. This era was shrouded in chaos, and few could discern who deserved respect and who deserved scorn. The pirate world existed in a time that appeared to uphold justice, but was truly searching for it. The Navy, deemed the embodiment of justice, was rife with corruption, many seeking personal gain at the expense of the world, spawning countless tragedies. Among the fearsome pirates, there were souls like Luffy, pure and open-hearted, who could truly define what justice is. "Old man!" Ace and Marco called out in unison. "No one can harm my sons." Whitebeard lifted his head slightly, his fist clenched tightly. Buzz. An overwhelming energy resonated. Even before the punch was thrown, the sound of power instilled fear. Boom! His fists exploded outward, sending a colossal shockwave that rocked the very foundation of Marineford. Layers of space shattered, one after another, like fragile glass. "Damn!" Long Soul cried out, inwardly lamenting. as the space walls he had conjured were obliterated. Prepare to die. Freed from his restraints, Akainu charged towards Long Soul, his body flowing with molten magma, a testament to his terrifying might. Akainu, fuming with indignation, had discerned through their prolonged battle that while Long Soul was formidable, he was still far from Akainu's level. The reason he had not subdued Long Soul was due to the latter's bizarre abilities, which not only restricted his movements, but also allowed for rapid mobility. In this scenario, Akainu found himself at a loss against Long Soul. It dawned on Long Soul that his spatial restraints could not withstand the force of vibrations. The powers of the tremor fruit were the bane of his spatial abilities. More perplexing was the realization that despite being so far from Whitebeard, the impact felt akin to shattering glass. Suddenly, he grasped something, his gaze darting towards Whitebeard. A powerful aura swept across the battlefield. Dark red lightning patterns illuminating the air, causing Marineford to tremble as if in fear. Conqueror's Haki. This spectacle left Long Soul in awe. This was the true manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. The wind stirred only slightly when he and Luffy had used it. Whitebeard's presence forced the clouds above to scatter in all directions. The surrounding darkness dissipated, revealing the towering figure of Whitebeard. With his body in a deep squat, he slowly rose, retracting his fists. Long Soul gazed upon the steadfast figure, his heart struck by a profound realization. This was a true powerhouse, the strongest man in the world. From the aura emanating from Whitebeard, it was clear his injuries had healed, and he was now wielding Conqueror's Haki, an ability he had not previously displayed. Waves of Navy soldiers collapsed, unable to remain conscious in the face of Whitebeard's overwhelming Haki. Swiftly dodging Akainu's assault, Long Soul felt the tides of the battle shift in his favor. Whitebeard's recovery altered the course of this war. What lay ahead for this pirate world? Long Soul felt a flicker of anticipation. This scene was broadcasted to Sabaody Archipelago, leaving everyone in astonishment. Even Rayleigh, who had been drinking heartily in preparation to bid farewell to Whitebeard, stood up in shock. What was happening? How could this be? Someone explain. The crowd collectively found themselves in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Buggy and his crew, holding the transponder snail, were utterly dumbfounded, unable to offer any commentary. Many around them had already lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Gulalala. Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes, radiating a fierce light. Everyone sensed that Whitebeard seemed somehow different, though they couldn't pinpoint how. Teach. His voice resonated with authority and power. Blackbeard felt a foreboding sensation, but regained confidence upon seeing the pools of blood at Whitebeard's feet. Old man, you are outdated. This era no longer needs you, while I shall seize everything from this world. A glint of malice flickered in Blackbeard's eyes as he plotted something sinister. Buzz. Yet Whitebeard showed no sign of hesitation. Striding forward to confront Blackbeard, a devastating punch landed squarely on Blackbeard's forehead. Boom! The unparalleled force sent Blackbeard crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Before Blackbeard could even scream, Whitebeard pinned his head down and unleashed a powerful shockwave. Buzzing. The immense vibration coursed through Blackbeard. A blow that could shake the world. Marineford itself trembled. The surrounding ice shattered, and the seas roared with fury, as if the very island had been struck by this single punch. In this moment, Whitebeard showed no mercy. He had witnessed Ace and Marco's plight clearly. Blackbeard could not be spared. Otherwise, with his treacherous ambitions, many of his sons would inevitably fall victim to him in the future. After delivering 2 decisive blows, Whitebeard slowly rose, gripping the Yoru sword and thrusting it into the ground. In that instant, the might of the world's strongest man was undeniable. Whitebeard's speed was astonishing. Not only did Blackbeard fail to react, but neither did anyone else present. Wasn't Whitebeard supposed to be out of commission? How could he unleash such an overwhelming aura, shattering Blackbeard's darkness and leaving him senseless, too fast, in the blink of an eye? The once confident Blackbeard now lay motionless in the deep pit. The members of the Blackbeard pirates stood in shock, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. The old man, seemingly on the verge of death, somehow found his captain sprawled on the ground in an instant. Boschus, struggling to articulate his thoughts, remained at a loss for words. Not only he, but everyone who laid eyes on Whitebeard's face wore expressions of utter disbelief, even shock rendering them speechless. For at that moment, the myriad of wounds that had once marred Whitebeard's body had miraculously healed, leaving behind only a few scars. Yet in the world of pirates, scars are a commonplace occurrence. It is not just Whitebeard. Every pirate bears the marks of their tumultuous existence. Captain, The members of the Blackbeard pirates rushed forward, shielding Blackbeard with their bodies. Even Shiryu joined them. Though the Blackbeard pirates appeared remarkably harmonious, it was solely due to Blackbeard's presence. They were all notorious criminals, some having joined the Blackbeard pirates by choice, while others were left with no alternatives. Each individual harbored different motives, and if Blackbeard were to perish, the Blackbeard pirates would effectively cease to exist. My heavens. The onlookers from Sabaody Archipelago were left utterly stunned. What sort of assault was this? The residual force of the battle reverberated through the screen, creating an overwhelming sensation as if it was unfolding right before their eyes. They clearly witnessed Whitebeard merely make a slight movement. And the entirety of Marineford trembled, an oppressive force suffocating the crowd. Was this truly the might of the strongest pirate, Whitebeard? A profound sense of impending doom descended upon the hearts of all. In this era, as pirates grew increasingly formidable, the most unfortunate were the ordinary people. They harbored a premonition that this war would not be easily won, even with the Navy's highest combat capabilities deployed. Silently, they began to pray for a stroke of luck in these trying times. Meanwhile, some were exhilarated, such as certain pirates and reporters, who hoped for a rise in pirate ranks. After all, they too belonged to that world. The reporters cared not for notions of justice. As long as it was sensational and captivating, they were thrilled. Rayleigh stood momentarily stunned, observing Whitebeard confront the entire arena with a mere blade. How could he appear so unscathed? He had just felt a wave of sorrow for Whitebeard moments ago. Now he found himself speechless. If you weren't injured, why didn't you get up sooner? You've left me here to bid farewell in vain. How lonely. However, as he gazed at Whitebeard's silhouette on the screen, a slight smile crept upon his lips. It was good to be alive. Otherwise, he would have been left in solitude, not far from Marineford. Several pirate ships gradually came to a halt. They were the new generation of pirates, having rushed from Sabaody Archipelago to witness this historical moment. Each leader among them boasted bounties exceeding 100 million. Buzz, at that moment, Whitebeard moved once more, channeling a massive surge of tremor energy into a single strike aimed at the Blackbeard pirates. Danger! Get away! Shiryu's pupils contracted as he shouted. Hastily retreating, he couldn't concern himself with others' lives. His own was of utmost importance. Among the four who had just joined the Blackbeard pirates from Impel Down, only the distant giant warship Wolf remained. The others hastily withdrew. Bosch's, resolute, hoisted Blackbeard and fled. For they were among the most loyal to him. Boom! A colossal shockwave obliterated everything in front of them. The Blackbeard pirates were sent flying in an instant. Those of lesser strength collapsed, unable to rise. Even Bosch's, with his formidable prowess, was nearly knocked unconscious by the residual force, blood trickling from his mouth. The Blackbeard pirates were instantly battered. Whitebeard, Sengoku could no longer remain passive, rushing to the front lines of the battle. Why had Whitebeard's strength surged inexplicably? Both the Navy and the pirates swallowed hard. What had transpired? How had Whitebeard, this monstrous figure, seemingly resurrected and appeared even more terrifying? This was the collective thought of the Navy. Conversely, the members of the Whitebeard pirates displayed expressions of elation. Although they could not comprehend the circumstances, their father's power had shown no signs of waning. There were no traces of injury to be found. Whitebeard slowly raised his hand. Not only were others astonished, he himself was rendered speechless. No, it was more accurate to say he was horrified. At this moment, Whitebeard felt an inexhaustible power surging within him. As if he were rejuvenated, he had not experienced such a sensation since his youth. Every cell in his body felt as if it had been revived, just moments ago, in the face of dire crisis. Whitebeard had resolutely consumed the magic being gifted by Dragon, accepting whatever fate may come. Yet, the moment the small bean entered his stomach, a profound transformation occurred. All his wounds healed instantaneously, were it not for the grotesque scars that remained. He might have believed his previous injuries were merely a figment of his imagination. Divine medicine. This was the first thought to cross Whitebeard's mind. He then associated it with the devil fruits. For most extraordinary phenomena in this world often had the devil fruits lurking behind them. Buzz, the tremor energy in Whitebeard's grasp emitted a faint hum. He sensed his body was no longer afflicted by lingering ailments. The numerous internal injuries had vanished, and although his bodily functions still exhibited signs of aging, they no longer hindered his movements. In that moment, Whitebeard stood tall, gazing down at Blackbeard with a lifted chin. Leave Titch behind. You may depart. Whitebeard's words brooked no argument. The members of the Blackbeard pirates exchanged glances, ultimately deciding not to back down. After all, they found themselves in a locale where the world's strongest forces converged. They were no fools. Even if Whitebeard granted them safe passage, would the Navy allow them to leave unscathed? They couldn't possibly be that Na'vi. You will not take him. Marshal D. Teach is our captain. We cannot abandon him, the Blackbeard pirates declared with unwavering conviction. As the prospect of battle loomed, Ace and Marco prepared to step in front of Whitebeard. Gura! Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Halting them both, he advanced alone. His speed so swift that it astounded everyone present. Was that figure, swift as a phantom, truly Whitebeard? Surely it could not be an impostor. How could that old man seem like a completely different person? In an instant, Whitebeard was before Bosch's, gripping Blackbeard's arm. Despite having confirmed that Blackbeard should already be unconscious, the seasoned Whitebeard remained cautious, swiftly restraining Blackbeard's hands, limiting his abilities. Clang. At that moment, a blade of light struck. Whitebeard slightly raised his hand, using his tremor ability to block the attack. Clang. Shiryu, cigar in mouth and a serious expression on his face, witnessed his sneak attack effortlessly thwarted by Whitebeard. Kid, you should return home for your milk. Whitebeard suddenly unleashed a surge of tremor energy, sending Shiryu flying. Just as he intended to seize Blackbeard, the entirety of the Blackbeard pirates surged forward, encircling Whitebeard. Wah! Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of heavy punches, slashes, and sniper shots descended upon Whitebeard. Father, Ace and Marco gasped in horror, rushing forward. This scene left everyone holding their breath. Both pirates and Navy alike were uncertain of the outcome. What had become of Whitebeard? Had his injuries truly healed? All remained shrouded in mystery, yet each harbored their own hopes. The Navy wished for Whitebeard's demise, while the pirates feared that their father would fall victim to the enemy's treachery. Boom! A thunderous shockwave echoed across the battlefield. Moments later, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were sent flying through the air. Buzz! A powerful tremor resonated through the dust, revealing a colossal figure launching an enormous fist. Boom! Though none could discern his face, they all recognized this as Whitebeard's ability. He had struck once more. However, the devastation wrought by this strike was not limited to the Blackbeard pirates. The Navy, spectating from the sidelines, could not escape unscathed either. That a tremendous shockwave, unleashed by Whitebeard, sent them sprawling, enveloping the air in a cloud of dust and debris. Soon, Whitebeard's formidable figure re-emerged before the stunned onlookers, his imposing stance rendering the crowd breathless. The sight of the Navy was nothing short of spectacular, with each sailor appearing as powerless as mere children, flung about in the chaos. Whitebeard. At this sight, Sengoku could no longer remain seated and hurriedly approached Whitebeard. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "You have gone too far." Whitebeard cast a fleeting glance at Blackbeard, who had been rescued by his crew, suppressing his immediate urge to obliterate him on the spot. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards the fleet admiral. Sengoku's face darkened as Whitebeard's laughter echoed around him, only ceasing when Sengoku's expression reached its nadir of fury. "Do you intend to let us go?" Originally, Sengoku's demeanor had begun to regain its composure with Whitebeard's pause. But upon hearing this, his countenance darkened once more, his inner fury flaring. He could not fathom why Whitebeard, who appeared to be on the brink of death, had suddenly regained his strength. Indeed, it was a miraculous recovery. So close in proximity, and yet Whitebeard merely donned a coat. The myriad wounds that had once marred his abdomen were now completely healed. Had Sengoku not witnessed this with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. What could possibly have enabled Whitebeard to heal so instantaneously, without a trace of imperfection? At that moment, the words of Dragon echoed in Sengoku's ears, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. His gaze shifted to the figure of Dragon, who was locked in a fierce struggle with a kind of variable. To Sengoku, Dragon represented a monumental variable. Since his appearance, the plans had been thrown into disarray. First, the encirclement had been shattered, then Ace had been rescued. Now, their brother was blocking Akainu. Additionally, the Revolutionary Army's Sabo. These individuals were extraordinarily gifted young men capable of shaking the very foundations of this era. It seemed apparent that Whitebeard's recovery was somehow linked to Dragon's intervention, or perhaps a gift he had bestowed upon him. After all, how could one not recognize Sengoku's astuteness? His analysis was rational and coherent. Swiftly attributing the disarray of their war to Dragon's influence, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the Navy erupted in fury. They bore the weight of justice for this era, and failure was not an option. At least, that was their conviction. We shall not lose this war. Sengoku declared solemnly, as the highest-ranking member of the world government's military and the Navy's fleet admiral. Defeat was not an option. This war must end in victory. Not only to execute Ace, the son of the Pirate King, but also to demonstrate to the world that they could triumph over pirates, even against the formidable Whitebeard pirates. They aimed to bolster the Navy's ranks, elevate its reputation, and instill fear among all pirates. This era could indeed be termed the Great Pirate Era. If the Navy could not achieve something that would astonish the world, how could they reassure the populace? How could they instill caution in the hearts of pirates, compelling them to temper their audacity at such a critical juncture? Any sign of retreat from their side would predictably herald a chaotic age. With piracy becoming a source of pride for all, the world would descend into turmoil. The world government would lose its authority, and the Navy would falter in its convictions. Such outcomes would deal a fatal blow to both the Navy and the world government. As Whitebeard stepped forward slightly, the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates arrived one after another, gathering before him. The Navy, not to be outdone, saw several officers rally around Sengoku, including commanders, vice-commanders, and various ranks of sailors. All pillars of the Navy's strength. Even Kazara sauntered over, eventually positioning himself beside Sengoku. One admiral was occupied with Dragon, another with Sabo, leaving only Kazara to hold the rear. In this moment of eerie silence, an abrupt sound broke through. Blackbeard stirred awake, gasping for breath, his body drenched in crimson blood. The fact that he had weathered Whitebeard's 2 devastating blows was a testament to his strength. However, even this seemingly indomitable cockroach had reached his limits. As evidenced by his grievous injuries, it was evident he was nearing the end. The Blackbeard pirates, far from being pushovers, possessed a formidable presence. The 3 great powers, the Whitebeard pirates, the Marine headquarters at Marineford, and the Blackbeard pirates, stood in confrontation. Currently, the Blackbeard pirates were the weakest, having come to this war aiming to reap the benefits. Now, having gained nothing, they found themselves ensnared. They had antagonized both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, and their captain was nearly incapacitated by Whitebeard. In this dire situation, the members of the Blackbeard pirates felt a chill of dread. Their strength was not to be underestimated, nor was their courage. However, they faced the formidable might of Whitebeard and the entire Navy. Just when they felt hopeless, Blackbeard managed to rise from the ground, supported by Basis. Despite his grievous injuries, his eyes remained fiercely determined. Dark yet resolute. "Help me up," he commanded. Slowly regaining his footing with Basis's assistance, Blackbeard. Sengoku gritted his teeth but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He had just learned of Blackbeard's incursion into Impel Down. Given the individuals surrounding Blackbeard, the intent was unmistakable that Blackbeard's original goal had been to infiltrate Impel Down and recruit allies. With that aim now achieved, he no longer required the title of Shichibukai. This was a tremendous insult to the Navy, a blatant act of defiance against the intelligence of the world government and their naval forces. If one were to consider who the Navy loathed most in this moment, it would undoubtedly be Blackbeard. Anxiety gripped the hearts of those present as the battlefield approached its conclusion. The pirates had gathered at the bend, many already engaging in combat on their ships, striving to secure a means of escape. Their glances frequently darted toward Whitebeard, for if he and the captains came forth, they could flee and return to their territory in the New World. Teach. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates glared at Blackbeard, their faces contorted with rage. They all knew who was responsible for this chaos. The traitor. It was Blackbeard who had instigated this great war. Since his defection, he had shown no mercy to the Whitebeard pirates. This time, he had pushed them to the brink, and had it not been for their father's sudden recovery, he would have perished at Marineford. The true architect of this turmoil stood before them, once a family member. Yet, seeing Blackbeard, who was on the verge of death, evoked a mix of disdain and satisfaction among the captains. They were acutely aware of who had dealt him such a beating. Why Whitebeard had suddenly recovered remained a mystery to them. However, as pirates, they deemed such matters unnecessary to discuss, harboring their own conjectures. After all, Dragon had openly proclaimed it before everyone. Even if they grasped the truth, they would remain tight-lipped, for saving Whitebeard equated to saving the Whitebeard pirates. A simple thank you would hardly suffice, and Whitebeard might not even require such gratitude. This unspoken understanding lingered among them. Ha! Blackbeard laughed defiantly, unfazed, whether out of confidence or mere bravado, or perhaps resignation to his fate. Long time no see, captains. It was as though several old friends had not met for an eternity. Blackbeard exhibited not a trace of embarrassment. As if he were not the one who had betrayed his own crew, the captains gritted their teeth, striving to suppress the fury boiling within them. This Teach was truly an actor. Had he been playing a part for them all these years? The death of Sachi remained an everlasting wound in their hearts. They had never anticipated such a traitor would arise within the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard had already attained a status akin to that of an elder in the crew. And all this time had it merely been for a single devil fruit. It was utterly impossible to claim that no hatred resided within their hearts. Yet, this was not the moment for impulsiveness. Everyone was on high alert, for they faced not just Blackbeard and his crew. The vast number of Marines from the Navy headquarters also loomed before them, and the Whitebeard pirates had already suffered considerable losses in this skirmish. Having rescued Ace, it seemed their father was also in no grave danger. Retreating now would undoubtedly be the wisest course of action. Of course, all hinged on Whitebeard's will. They merely needed to execute his commands. "We must depart, Sengoku. You cannot hinder us." Whitebeard spoke slowly, his gaze piercing. "Whitebeard," Sengoku gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Blackbeard. Currently, both factions were pirates, and it was the Navy that found itself in the most precarious position. The mere presence of the Whitebeard pirates was enough to give them a headache. Now, with the addition of the Blackbeard pirates, whose crew was notorious for their malevolence, the situation had become even more dire. "Blackbeard," Sengoku soon reached a resolution. "In such times, one could only gamble. Your target is Whitebeard, is it not?" Not only Blackbeard, but everyone else was taken aback. What could such words mean at this juncture? "Haha." Blackbeard suddenly erupted into laughter, clearly understanding Sengoku's intent, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, I have come to Marineford to claim Whitebeard as head." "What?" The captains erupted in anger. "Teach, what are you saying? You scoundrel! Have you forgotten our father's kindness towards you? Words are futile. Today, we shall cleanse our ranks," Marco declared resolutely. This moment, the toxins that had plagued Marco had dissipated, and possessing the power of the Phoenix. He had nearly fully regained his strength. Hearing Blackbeard, the traitor, declare his intent to take their father's head had breached the final line for Marco. He was not alone in this sentiment. Whitebeard was their father. The person they held in the highest regard, the one they cherished above all else. Yet, it was not Marco who charged forward first, but Ace. For Ace, aside from his brothers and Garp, Whitebeard was his everything. The Whitebeard pirates were his family, and he would not permit anyone to insult or disrespect his father. Buzz, flames erupted around Ace as he gathered his strength. "Ace, wait." Whitebeard halted him. Blackbeard disregarded Ace and the others, grinning wickedly as he addressed Sengoku. "Shall we join forces?" Sengoku displayed a facade of sorrow, yet he had no other recourse. If he were to push Blackbeard to the opposing side, the outcome of this war would be uncertain. "Who would want to ally with you?" The Navy glared fiercely at Blackbeard, many cursing vehemently. The Navy would rather die than collaborate with pirates. "Indeed, Sengoku, we cannot acquiesce to him. We must not agree." The surrounding Marines, witnessing Sengoku's hesitation to promptly reject the proposal, urgently voiced their concerns. Allying with pirates was an immense disgrace for them, especially with one like Blackbeard, the scoundrel who had shamelessly invaded and held down under the name of a warlord, only to openly declare his pirate allegiance afterward. What did he take the Navy for? A fool to be toyed with. Moreover, this was a grand-scale war that the world was watching, should news of an alliance with pirates spread. How could the Navy ever hold their heads high again? Buzz, just as all eyes turned to Sengoku, a barrage of lasers suddenly shot forth. Target, Blackbeard's crew. What is happening? Not only Blackbeard's crew, but even the captains from Whitebeard's side and the Marines were left in shock. In mere moments, all members of Blackbeard's crew fell to the ground. Only Shiryu knelt on one knee, yet he bore a fresh wound. "Kizaru," Blackbeard's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a second ago, everything was fine. And now his crew had been obliterated? Glancing at his own wound, Blackbeard ultimately collapsed, desperately trying to prop himself up with his hands, but the earlier blows from Whitebeard had pushed his body to its limits. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not rise again. Wow, Long Soul nearly leaped in excitement at this scene. Blackbeard's crew was gone just like that. Was it supposed to be this thrilling? Blackbeard, after all, was destined to become one of the 4 emperors. Though he was not the most pleasing to the eye, he possessed ambition and cunning. Such a formidable figure had fallen so easily. To be frank, Long Soul was somewhat incredulous. The Marines beside Kizaru were aghast. The assault had been executed far too swiftly. They then glanced at Sengoku, finding his demeanor unperturbed, which alleviated their anxiety. Indeed, how could the fleet admiral possibly ally with such a vicious pirate as Blackbeard? The ultimate victory would undoubtedly belong to the Navy headquarters. Even if Whitebeard was formidable, they had 3 admirals. At this moment, all Marines resolved to grip their weapons tightly. They had to win this battle. Someone, restrain all of Blackbeard's crew. Sengoku waved his hand decisively. He had never intended to cooperate with Blackbeard. This war could only be won by the Navy. He then turned his gaze towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, goo-la-la-la, sons, keep your distance. Whitebeard knew that this battle was inevitable, and he had to deal with Blackbeard himself. Buzz, the power of tremors coalesced around his blade, and a fierce light shone in Whitebeard's eyes as he swung his weapon. Whitebeard was about to strike. Long Soul, teleporting, observed the situation with astonishment. The effects of the miraculous beams were indeed swift. Simultaneously, he felt reassured. It seemed that at the very least, he would not perish here. What Long Soul did not realize was that Whitebeard's recovery was far from simple. The system always delivered unexpected surprises. Boom! The colossal tremor sliced through the air towards Sengoku, gouging a deep trench into the ground. Buzz! Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, energy gathering in his right hand, which he then struck down. Boom! The power of tremors clashed violently with the shockwave, sending everything nearby flying. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. Gathering another sphere of tremor energy in his hand. Boom! He unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! Sengoku was taken aback as his shockwave was forcefully repelled. Oh no! To have returned the fleet admiral's shockwave, the Marines were filled with disbelief. Aside from the older generation, few had truly witnessed the fleet admiral Sengoku's capabilities. Previously, he had merely used his powers to clear away the magma and flames above. They had been filled with anticipation that their admiral could triumph over the legendary Whitebeard. Yet, the shockwave, which was almost the stuff of legends, had been sent back by Whitebeard. How could they not be astonished? Their mental barriers were once again shaken. The pirates of this era were terrifying beyond measure. Leaving the Navy to gaze up in awe at such power, the era of great pirates was not mere talk. How terrifying! Seeing Sengoku on the verge of faltering, Kizaru could not afford to remain idle. A mistake here could cost him his position. Kizaru slowly transformed into a beam of golden light, charging towards Whitebeard. Buzz! At that moment, Marco soared into the sky, heading straight for Kizu. Boom! The two collided midair. Marco gradually revealing his human form, azure flames blazing brilliantly. Marco! Kizaru furrowed his brow slightly, just as a wave of scorching heat surged towards him. Flame fist! Suddenly, a torrent of flames erupted from Ace's hands. Hurtling directly towards Kizaru, with no choice but to retreat, Kizaru found himself backing away. Just as Sengoku was on the brink of being overwhelmed, a towering figure leaped forth, delivering a powerful punch towards Whitebeard. The speed of this figure was astonishing. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the captains took notice, this individual had already positioned himself before Whitebeard. Whitebeard's pupils narrowed slightly as he swung his right hand, the sword of his weapon, Son Yun Xie, slicing through the air before him. Bang! The collision of fist and blade sent a tremendous wave of energy reverberating across the battlefield. It was Vice Admiral Garp. The Navy rejoiced. Sengoku, having evaded a blow, panted slightly, gradually regaining his composure, his gaze fixed upon Garp, who stood in confrontation with Whitebeard. Garp. Whitebeard's eyes sharpened as he subtly gathered his strength. While Garp wore a serious expression, the two roared simultaneously, their powers coalescing to an extreme. The residual force from their clash caused the very ground of Marineford to tremble. Zizzizizi clang. They separated, both staring intently at one another. Garp, despite his advancing years, still exhibited remarkable vitality. Whitebeard braced himself, aware that Garp's prowess had been legendary for decades. The title of Navy hero, akin to that of Pirate King Roger, spoke volumes of his formidable strength. They had clashed before, yet Garp's physical condition had always seemed somewhat peculiar. His strength appeared undiminished, unlike Whitebeard, whose capabilities had been marred by the passage of time. Whitebeard felt a twinge of astonishment. He realized that not only had Garp shown no signs of weakening, but he was actually stronger than in their earlier encounters, were it not for the miraculous herb that had healed his long-standing injuries. Whitebeard knew he would have been at a severe disadvantage in this battle. Even with the power of the Gura no Mi, victory over Garp seemed far from assured. However, in this moment, whoosh, Whitebeard charged forward, wielding his Tsongyun Xie in a flurry of strikes, one after another. Clang, the fist met the blade, producing a resounding clash of weapons. Whitebeard's movements flowed like water, each strike seamlessly following the last. Almost as if he were a different person. This spectacle left the captains of the Whitebeard pirates in awe. Was this truly their father? When had he become so fierce? His movements were as vigorous as ever. If he possessed such strength, how could he have been pierced by sword before? Bang! Before long, the two were clashing again, their combat sending shockwaves that forced those around them to retreat. Only a handful managed to maintain their composure amidst the chaos. How terrifying, Mr. Garp, Kizaru remarked, his eyes widening slightly as he realized the gap between himself and these legendary warriors. Though he could not fathom the source of their power, he sensed that enduring such relentless blows would leave him barely able to hold his ground. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, confident that his fruit abilities allowed him to evade and escape. Whoa! Meanwhile, the dragon soul found himself in a perilous situation, as Akainu transformed into magma and melded into the earth. The intensity of their battle shifted locations rapidly, driving both the navy and the pirates to the brink of madness. Yet, one could not entirely blame Akainu. It was primarily the dragon soul's arrogance that had led him to be pursued like a dog. With Whitebeard shaking the battlefield, the spatial constraints that had briefly held Akainu in check shattered into fragments. Thus, the Gura no Mi was deemed an unrivaled force, a nemesis to spatial abilities. Akainu had already deciphered the dragon soul's capabilities and was prepared for his teleportation, rendering the dragon soul's offensive power ineffectual against him. Moreover, his haki was gradually depleting. Now, the dragon soul could only rely on his teleportation abilities to flee swiftly. However, Akainu was relentless, fueled by the dragon soul's earlier provocations. To the dragon soul's relief, Luffy had been taken away by Jinbe. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated further. Yet, in the next moment, the dragon soul's eyes widened in shock as a rapid water column surged towards the square. At the forefront of that water column was none other than Luffy. Ace, Sabo, I'm here. His voice, nearly a shout, resonated throughout the battlefield. This moment left the dragon soul momentarily stunned, and it was precisely this lapse that Akainu seized upon, launching a molten punch directly at the dragon soul. Bang! Ugh! The dragon soul was caught completely off guard, receiving a devastating blow to his chest. He was sent flying like a cannonball, his body scorched. The unmistakable aroma of singed flesh wafting through the air. Poof! As the dragon soul abruptly stopped using his teleportation, he spat out a mouthful of blood, astonished and in awe. The ancients had not deceived him. It was indeed true that injuries could lead to bloodshed. At that moment, the dragon soul found himself admiring the martial dramas of his past life, though he had no time to reflect as Akainu lunged at him once more. A sudden wave of danger washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his teleportation again and again. In such circumstances, the dragon soul knew that a single teleportation would not suffice to escape Akainu's pursuit. And indeed, that proved to be correct. Even after 4 consecutive uses of teleportation, Akainu remained hot on his heels. The dragon soul gasped in trepidation, feeling a sense of urgency as he inwardly cursed Akainu for his lack of honor. Why, as a vice-admiral, was he fixated on a mere minor character instead of confronting Whitebeard directly? Little did the dragon soul realize that his previous arrogance and taunts had thoroughly enraged Akainu. For Akainu, being able to outsmart an enemy was ideal, but if that was not feasible, then resolving matters with sheer force was the way to go. After all, strength was the mantra Akainu lived by. Most alarming to the dragon soul was that Akainu seemed to be on the cusp of reaching Sword Saint levels of mastery, and it appeared that it wouldn't be long before he achieved that goal. The dragon soul could no longer remain still. It was no wonder Akainu's strength was so formidable. It was nearing the threshold of Sword Saint, just one step away from entering that realm. Of course, this knowledge was gleaned from his scanner, and the concept of mastery remained a mystery to him. The dragon soul understood that in the world of pirates, strength was generally categorized into 4 types: haki, fruit abilities, swordsmanship, and martial arts. What precisely was mastery? That question would have to wait for another day. For now, survival was paramount. Drip, 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 the sound of magma steadily dropping to the ground filled the air as the dragon soul remained on high alert, occasionally gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. The dragon soul was nearing his limits. The rapid, unceasing teleportation had begun to take its toll, even on his considerable strength. Meanwhile, Luffy, carried aloft by the water column, landed heavily on the square. His purpose in this chaotic scene was clear: to stand alongside Ace and Sabo, to share in their battles. With all three of his brothers engaged in combat, how could he stand idly by? The very person clashing with Whitebeard was his grandfather, Garp. Things were becoming increasingly chaotic. Nevertheless, Luffy's resolve was simple: to obstruct as many Navy personnel as possible to minimize the damage to their ships, ensuring their safe escape from Marineford. It's the Straw Hat Kid. The moment Luffy touched down, the Navy spotted him and surged forward. He was the son of the infamous criminal, Dragon. He could not be allowed to return alive. Straw Hat Kid, your head will be mine. Luffy, however, wore a broad grin, feeling a happiness he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Since the day he was sent flying by a bear, Luffy's heart has plunged into a frozen abyss. Shortly thereafter, the news of his brother Ace's execution struck him like a thunderbolt, gradually filling his being with a profound melancholy. Fortunately, he later received assistance from the Empress Boa Hancock. Following that, he faced life-and-death crises and impelled down. Yet he did not even catch a glimpse of his brother's shadow. Such tribulations would drive any other person to madness. However, all is well now. It seems that everything he endured was merely a test from the heavens, and he has finally reaped the rewards of his suffering. Not only was Ace saved, but Sabo and the Spirit of Dragon have also arrived. His efforts have yielded the most exquisite return. And despite the hardships he faced, the current outcome is nothing short of perfect for Luffy. With his rubbery fists stretching freely, Luffy unleashed a flurry of punches, sending every advancing Marine flying. Machine gun. In a small corner, two junior officers clad in Navy uniforms were rendered speechless by fear. Let alone Whitebeard. Even a top-tier admiral or a mere pirate officer was beyond their reach. They were none other than Koby and Helmeppo, who had recently joined the Navy. Koby, what's wrong? Helmeppo suddenly noticed that Koby seemed off. Koby hung his head, trembling slightly, gritting his teeth as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a long moment, just when Helmeppo thought something was amiss, Koby suddenly spoke up. I must go. What? Helmeppo was momentarily taken aback before quickly reacting, exclaiming, what are you talking about? Do you not understand the situation over there? You could lose your life. That's precisely why I must go. Koby slowly raised his head, his expression grave. Koby, a friend Luffy met when he first set sail, aspired to become an admiral, influenced by Luffy. He rekindled that dream and vowed to become an admiral. He had even shared his dream with Luffy. For Koby, Luffy was the beacon guiding him on his path. It may seem odd for a pirate to inspire someone to join the Navy, but in this case, it was perfectly logical. He needed to prove to Luffy that he possessed this courage. Otherwise, he would never be able to forgive himself. Luffy-san. Koby resolved in his heart and began to stride towards Luffy. In such a battlefield, he and Helmeppo were merely cannon fodder. He had once boldly declared his intent to become an admiral to show Luffy. Now, lacking even the courage to enter the fray, he felt utterly ashamed to face Luffy again. Thus, he disregarded Helmeppo's frantic cries and ultimately reached Luffy's side. Luffy-san. Koby. Luffy was momentarily surprised to see Koby, but he quickly understood the situation from his expression. With a slight smile, Luffy charged forward, requiring no words. Everything was conveyed through action. Suddenly, Luffy leaped and hurled a punch at Koby. Pistol, shave. Koby vanished in an instant. With his strike missing, Luffy focused intently on the movements around him. And soon Koby charged from his left. Luffy swiftly turned to evade the attack, delivering a powerful punch straight to Koby's face. Bang! The punch sent Koby flying, but Luffy did not pause, as a swarm of Marines was closing in. Koby. Helmeppo had been closely monitoring Koby's situation, and upon seeing him hurled away, he rushed forward. Reaching Koby's side, Helmeppo cried out, Koby, Koby, don't die. That detestable Straw Hat Kid showed no mercy at all. Just then, Koby slowly opened his eyes. Koby, seeing that Koby was relatively unscathed, Helmeppo quickly pulled him into an embrace. I'm so glad you're okay. But that Straw Hat Kid hit way too hard. I am still too weak, Koby lamented, his face filled with regret. His resolve to grow stronger solidified. I must become stronger. I will definitely become an admiral to show him. All right. Helmeppo shouted, although they had initially clashed. Their prolonged companionship had forged a bond of trust, allowing them to rely on one another. They freely shared their dreams, perhaps a testament to the genuine nature of pirates. Boom. The scene shifted back to the battlefield where Whitebeard and Garp clashed. Their exchanges of blows made it evident to all what it meant to be a top-tier powerhouse of the old generation. Even Sengoku stepped aside, quietly observing this pinnacle battle after their earlier confrontation. He had realized the gravity of the situation. Whitebeard's strength showed no signs of waning. His movements were even more agile, devoid of any indication of age-related decline. This was the miraculous effect of the Senzu beans. The long-standing hidden injuries of Whitebeard healed in an instant. In that moment, Whitebeard was in prime condition, his physical capabilities brimming with vitality, fueling an impulse to unleash his power freely. After all, the sensation of feeling youthful again was exhilarating beyond measure. In the arena, only you, Garp, could rival Whitebeard at this moment. Sengoku deeply understood the magnitude of Whitebeard's power. Even an average admiral would need to avoid confronting him directly, though the reasons remained unclear. Whitebeard's current actions surpassed anything he had previously exhibited. It was unlikely that anyone could sneak attack Whitebeard now. He possessed strength and speed in abundance. Gura, Whitebeard declared, I am also a Marine, as long as I am here. You shall not act recklessly in Marineford. Garp, enveloped in an intense armament coating, fought fiercely against Whitebeard, neither side willing to yield. The old man's mastery of swordsmanship was indeed formidable. As Dragon fled, he was equally astonished by the battle between Whitebeard and Garp. Such clashes between top-tier warriors were a rarity, a once-in-a-decade occurrence. Witnessing two sword saints engage in combat was truly exceptional. The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo watched the battle between Whitebeard and Garp with gleaming eyes. A broad smile on his face. This is becoming increasingly interesting. I wonder how this era will evolve. I truly anticipate it. Hero Monkey D. Garp truly lives up to his reputation. Not only Da Flamingo but also the other warlords were mesmerized by the scene. It should be noted that although Garp was renowned, he had consistently maintained the image of a harmless old man. Everyone was aware of his name, yet few had genuinely witnessed his strength. Ever since Roger's execution and the capture of the Golden Lion, there had been no reports of Garp engaging in battle. This did not imply Garp was weak, but rather that no one had yet pushed him to fight with his full strength. How terrifying these two old men are, Da Flamingo could not help but exclaim. Still as formidable as ever, Garp. The two titans collided heavily. Garp's expression grew slightly serious. Whitebeard, I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Humph, Whitebeard replied, a hint of a smile on his lips as he slowly spoke. I want Tiki's head. Hand him over, and I will retreat. You should know that you cannot stop us. Whitebeard spoke the truth. Ever since he had regained his strength and healed from his injuries, he was fully confident in his ability to escape Marineford. This was something that Garp and Sengoku were well aware of. Even if Sengoku had unwavering confidence, he dared not claim he could detain Whitebeard. However, he still had his own plans. We can give you Blackbeard, Sengoku stated, addressing Whitebeard. Sengoku-san. The Marines were taken aback in unison. Though surrendering Blackbeard to Whitebeard seemed innocuous, given that Blackbeard was already an enemy to the Navy, agreeing to Whitebeard's demands at this juncture signified a capitulation. They had not lost yet. We won, ace. However, Sengoku's next words relieved the anxious Marines. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, and the other Whitebeard pirates wore unfriendly expressions. You won, ace. We came here to rescue Ace. How could we possibly hand him over? Gorarara. Whitebeard laughed heartily, then his gaze turned steely. Whitebeard pirates, retreat. Marco, eliminate the traitor Tiki on the spot. Understood. As the wings of the immortal Marco unfurled dramatically, he soared towards Blackbeard's direction. Not only that, but with a single utterance from Whitebeard, the entire Whitebeard pirates sprang into action, their ship setting forth into the distance. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates took their positions, ready to thwart the Navy's advances and protect their vessels. Kizaru, destroy their pirate ships, ordered Sengoku once more. Understood. However, just as Kizaru was about to make his move, Whitebeard sprang into action. With his massive blade, he swung the tornado slash, his eyes gleaming with a fierce red light. He unleashed a devastating strike, sending forth countless crimson lightning bolts. In that instant, Whitebeard's aura transformed dramatically, resembling a war god emerging from the depths of a blood-soaked abyss. Boom! This strike altered the very atmosphere. And before Kizaru could react, he was sent flying by the force of Whitebeard's blow. The thunderous roar of the attack caused the surrounding air to freeze. Conqueror's haki entwined. Damn it. Dragon's soul erupted with expletives once more. His lack of eloquence evident as he resorted to the same phrase repeatedly. Having no suitable idioms to encapsulate his emotions, he found himself at a loss for words. Conqueror's haki indeed. It was undoubtedly the Conqueror's haki. And while Dragon's soul had a fair understanding of the pirate world, he recognized that the power Whitebeard had just unleashed was a manifestation of this rare ability. Only the most extraordinary individuals could master such a skill. And those who did were destined to become the pinnacle of strength in the pirate realm. In Dragon's soul's memories, both Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard possessed this formidable ability. Yet, it seemed Whitebeard had refrained from using it during the Marineford War. Now, however, he had unleashed the Conqueror's haki, signaling a significant shift in the world, as the fabled narrative of destiny had been altered. Nevertheless, Dragon's soul felt an exhilarating thrill. This was the Conqueror's haki, once comprehended. It could elevate one to the ranks of supreme power. At that moment, Akainu, who had been closely following Dragon's soul, came to an unprecedented halt, evidently taken aback by Whitebeard's display of Conqueror's haki. His expression grew grave as he glanced at the heavily panting Dragon's soul, who felt an overwhelming tension. Any misstep now could lead to dire consequences. Akainu's face remained impassive, just when Dragon's soul anticipated Akainu would charge at him with full force. The latter broke into a strange smile. The unsettling grin sent a wave of anxiety through Dragon's soul, and in the next moment, Akainu dashed backward. Initially stunned, Dragon's soul cursed the cunning Akainu under his breath. Realizing the latter's intentions were all too clear, he aimed to destroy the pirate ship. In a series of quick movements, Dragon's soul rushed toward Akainu while remaining vigilant for any sudden attacks. His motivation was not merely to protect the Whitebeard pirates, but to prepare for a potential escape. However, Dragon's soul soon found himself bewildered, discovering that he could not keep pace with Akainu. His physical exhaustion made the intervals between his teleportations increasingly lengthy. Should Akainu choose to attack at this moment, Dragon's soul doubted his ability to evade. Yet, Akainu made no such move. His objective was evidently to ensnare all the pirates at once. Without their ships, these pirates would be trapped in Marineford, and no matter how formidable Whitebeard was, the Navy had the upper hand, with 3 admirals representing peak combat strength in a life-or-death struggle, while the Navy might sustain heavy losses. The Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly be obliterated from the annals of history. Akainu's first target was unmistakable. The Thatch, the ship that bore the pride of the Whitebeard pirates for decades. Look, what is Akainu planning? The Whitebeard pirates quickly sensed Akainu's unusual movements. At this moment, the Thatch, having received Whitebeard's orders, had reached the harbor entrance and was preparing for a full retreat as long as they maintained a reasonable distance. The captains were confident in their ability to escape. Despite having lost nearly 2/3 of their ships, they still had enough vessels to carry their crew to the New World. However, the destruction of the Thatch was simply unacceptable. Fire at will. We must stop Akainu. In a fervor, the crew aboard the Thatch readied themselves for battle. The Thatch represented the pride of the Whitebeard pirates, a vessel that encapsulated years of achievements and memories. Many had joined the crew at a young age. The Thatch was akin to their home, accompanying them through countless battles and forging bonds with numerous comrades. They vowed to defend the Thatch with their lives. The pirates unleashed their full might. Cannon fire erupted, and those with abilities utilized their powers while gunmen took aim. With the captains clustered around Whitebeard, the pirates in this vicinity exhibited a vulnerability. Bang, 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 fire, boom, boom, boom. The cries of the pirates drew everyone's attention. None could have anticipated that Admiral Akainu would dare to launch an assault on their ship. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates quickly reacted, their faces darkening. The war was nearing its conclusion, and was the Navy truly prepared to fight with no retreat? Look! Zhang noticed a shadow moving swiftly towards Akainu. It was like a dart, vanishing and reappearing in an instant, but undeniably headed in Akainu's direction, seemingly in pursuit of him. It was Ace's brother. The captains gasped in astonishment. They understood that they were facing an admiral of the Navy. And Dragon Soul's intentions were crystal clear. He aimed to thwart Akainu. In that moment, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates felt a profound sense of gratitude. First, he had healed their father's wounds. And now he was pursuing an admiral single-handedly for the sake of their crew. What extraordinary courage! However, they remained unaware that Dragon Soul had not contemplated such noble thoughts. He merely understood that if the Whitebeard pirates were to remain here, Ace would undoubtedly refuse to leave. Thus, the significance of the Marineford War remained unchanged, a notion that Dragon Soul found unfathomable. Yet, Dragon Soul was no reckless fool. He recognized that he was no match for Akainu. The disparity between them was vast, and failing to acknowledge this reality would lead to his downfall. Any form of arrogance in such a perilous world could prove fatal. He had to stall Akainu for just a moment. The speed of Akainu was akin to that of a specter, swiftly reaching the harbor. Cannonballs and bullets posed no threat to him. He transformed into molten lava, his expression cold and unyielding. Magma Fist. A colossal stream of magma erupted from Akainu's hand, aimed directly at the thatch, ready to strike with devastating force that, oh no, this blow would surely sink the thatch. Bang! Someone, eyes vacant, collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "We cannot face father and the captains." Just as despair began to engulf the crowd, a voice of astonishment rang out. "Look, what is that?" As everyone looked up, they beheld a dark figure behind Akainu, gradually enlarging, a lone figure wielding a sword charging at Akainu. At this moment, his intentions were unmistakable, clear to any observant eye. Dragon Soul. This scene unfolded before all, including Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, flames surging forth, he left a trail of crimson light in the sky. And then, with a mighty slash, he struck towards a canoe that was Ace's brother. Until that moment, the crew aboard the Moby Dick had not laid eyes on the visage of Longhun. Previously, the speed at which Longhun moved was astonishingly swift. After all, it was akin to teleportation. Although there were intervals, the velocity was beyond what an ordinary person could perceive. Witnessing Longhun's reckless assault on Akainu, they could not deny the stirring of emotions within their hearts. A crescent-shaped slash, which nearly painted the sky red, surged forth from behind, bearing down on Akainu. If sensing the impending danger, Akainu abruptly turned and unleashed a punch. The collision of molten rock and crimson sword energy erupted. And despite Longhun pouring every ounce of strength into that strike, it was repelled by Akainu's fist. However, Longhun had anticipated this, evading with a series of 3 instantaneous movements. The massive energy blast obliterated a corner of the Marineford harbor, leaving Longhun gasping for breath, a feeling of dread lingering in his chest. At that moment, Longhun's stamina was truly at its limits, far exceeding the fatigue experienced during physical tests back in his previous life. He felt utterly disoriented, with sharp pains coursing through his body and a haze clouding his vision. This time, Longhun fought with every fiber of his being. He did not consider himself a hero, nor did he believe he was particularly remarkable. Yet this time, he was determined to hold off Akainu. He could not allow his own pirate world to continue while he stood idly by. Despite possessing a system, if Akainu were to interfere, what would be the meaning of his arrival in this world? Although this was a fictional realm, it felt extraordinarily real at this moment. The system was genuine, the world was genuine, and the bonds of friendship were undeniably real. Since he was here, he must act. Ace must not die. This was Longhun's sole conviction, that he knew that even if Ace were aware of his ability to escape aboard the Moby, as long as the members of the Whitebeard pirates could not leave, he would never abandon them. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates must escape. First, he would deal with Akainu. Akainu, radiating murderous intent, lunged at Longhun. Longhun! Ace, Sabo, and Luffy shouted in unison at that moment. Anyone with keen eyes could see that Longhun was in dire straits. His body swaying precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Akainu's aura of slaughter and molten fury was no jest. He clearly intended to eliminate Longhun on the spot. "Bista?" Marco shouted, soaring into the sky. Understood. Bista, who had spent nearly every day with Marco, instantly grasped his intention. After affirming, he charged towards the Blackbeard pirates, resolute in his mission to eliminate Blackbeard in front of everyone. At this juncture, the Blackbeard pirates had all been captured, yet without seastone handcuffs, they were temporarily free to wield their powers. However, the Marines had dispatched personnel to retrieve the seastone cuffs, expected to return within 2 minutes. "Marco!" Ace called out, gazing at Marco's airborne silhouette. Marco smiled knowingly and declared, "Fear not, Ace. Your brother fights for us." He transformed into a streak of blue flames, soaring towards Akainu like a shooting star, silently adding to himself that he had saved their father. As Marco returned to the fray, the other commanders of the Whitebeard crew began to retreat. Only the 3rd Division Captain, Jozu, remained by Whitebeard's side, to which Whitebeard said nothing, merely smiling faintly. Vista, driven by the mission to eliminate traitors, found the Marines feigning a semblance of opposition. After all, they had come to eliminate Blackbeard. They were enemies by nature and had no intention of protecting him. Their previous reluctance to hand him over to the Whitebeard pirates was merely to avoid losing face. If they were truly to risk everything to protect Blackbeard, then they would be the greatest fools. Thus, Vista smoothly approached the Blackbeard pirates on the other side. Amidst his haze of confusion, Longhun sensed a wave of heat approaching. Pushing his mind to its limits, his body, however, felt unresponsive. He wished to move, but found himself immobilized. Just as those around him began to worry, Longhun activated his instantaneous movement once more, arriving behind Akainu. Yet, this was the extent of Longhun's capabilities. Any further movement would prove exceedingly difficult. In this critical moment, the first thought that crossed Longhun's mind was the Senzu beans, knowing full well their miraculous restorative properties from the Dragon Ball universe. Even half a bean could potentially heal his injuries and restore his stamina, that he resolved to acquire more Senzu beans for future encounters. This battle marked Longhun's first true breakthrough of limits. After all, how could this not be termed the paramount war? Those who could endure until the end were anything but ordinary. Moreover, Longhun was up against the Marine Admiral Akainu, maintaining an extreme level of concentration throughout the ordeal. Boom! Akainu's fist swung wide, missing its target, and he frowned. He then suddenly turned, and upon seeing Longhun, his molten fist lunged forward. After such a prolonged engagement, Akainu had nearly discerned Longhun's patterns of instantaneous movement. But it was only a matter of 10 meters. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates, which had just begun to settle, tightened once more. Buzz, a streak of blue flame cut through the sky, positioning itself in front of Longhun. Boom! The collision of molten rock and azure flames echoed, unyielding in their fury. It was Captain Marco. The sight of Marco racing towards them filled the Whitebeard crew with joy. Bang! After blocking Akainu's assault, Marco transformed back into his human form. Though his wings continued to blaze with blue flames, the expressionless Akainu regarded Marco, but soon his lips curled into a slight smirk. A frown creased his brow, sensing something ominous about Marco's demeanor. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions erupted from behind. The crimson glow illuminated Akainu's face, causing Marco's pupils to constrict. Our ship. Following this, a cacophony of anguished cries echoed, and as Marco turned, he beheld numerous fragments of pirate ships scattered across the sea. Countless agents of the world government and pacifists unleashed a relentless barrage. Sinking ship after ship, pirates aboard fell into the ocean, their cries for help met only with the cold, merciless laser fire of the human weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone. Marco opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Sink the Moby Dick. War, wielding a massive axe, bellowed orders at the Moby Dick. Soon, several pacifists locked onto the Moby Dick as their target. Buzz. Gritting his teeth, Marco glanced at the approaching sword wielders and charged forward. This all came too suddenly. It turned out the Marines had long been scheming. How could I allow you to sink the Moby Dick before my eyes? Always calm, Marco was truly enraged this time. First, there were traitors like Teach, and now there were those who sought to destroy their pride, their home, right before him. Damn the Marines. The captains were all taken aback. They had never anticipated such a plan from the Marines. The actions of those pacifists indicated that everything had been meticulously prepared. In other words, they had all been played. First, they were lured away, and then their ship was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Quickly, they needed to hold on to as many ships as possible. At this moment, not only the captains, but also some subordinate captains felt a sense of urgency. They had already rescued Ace. Their goal had been achieved. If they had to remain behind to fight the Marines to the bitter end without a ship, then, just the thought of it made the hearts of the pirates tremble, for that would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Even if they could slay numerous Marines, what significance would it hold? Boom, boom, boom. The relentless bombardment from the pacifists showed no sign of abating. Father, Jozu exclaimed, struggling to remain steady as he witnessed the extensive destruction of their ships. Whitebeard observed Sengoku's impassive expression, his heart sinking slightly, before a faint smile appeared on his lips. Sengoku truly showed no mercy in this battle. The Marines must win this fight. Sengoku remained calm, knowing that even so, many pirates would still manage to escape. But that was sufficient. Whitebeard would never abandon his crew, nor would the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace would certainly do the same. We shall all return to the new world, Whitebeard declared with undeniable authority. Sengoku, you cannot stop us. As he spoke, Whitebeard concentrated all his might, the dark red conqueror's haki swirling and coalescing into a formidable force, visibly rippling with immense energy. This is bad, Sengoku and Garp exclaimed in unison, but it was already too late. With a sudden, powerful slash from above, Whitebeard unleashed an invisible blade of energy that struck the Marine headquarters fortress directly. Boom! In an instant, the entire Marine headquarters began to crack slowly, forming a cut as smooth as a mirror. With one stroke, he cleaved the Marine headquarters in two. Who else in this world could accomplish such a feat? Whitebeard, Sengoku, regaining his composure, glared at Whitebeard, unable to calm his fury. Buzz. Marco single-handedly absorbed all the lasers aimed at the Dick, his body gradually healing from the laser wounds. He dashed forward, arriving before the pacifists, his feet enveloped in an abundance of armament haki. Die! Marco soared through the air with lightning speed, delivering a kick, swiftly followed by another. Although the pacifists possessed considerable strength, they could not withstand Marco's onslaught. Especially not the wrathful Marco. Each kick rendered an opponent incapacitated, his legs wrapped in armament haki being both hard and powerful. Captain Marco, the serious-faced Bartolomeo exclaimed. However, Marco merely glanced at him before charging towards Akainu. It's up to you now. At this moment, the other captains had also arrived, nodding towards Marco. The Whitebeard captain faced off against the pacifists. The remaining pirate ships began to salvage their fallen comrades from the sea. Meanwhile, Dragon Soul was swiftly fleeing, supported by Jinshin, with Akainu hot on their heels. Their primary objective now was to eliminate Dragon Soul and his companions. The threat they posed was immense. Such power at such a young age could become a grave concern for the world government and the Marines in due time. Anyone could leave, but you few must remain. Akainu's emotionless voice echoed like a demon emerging from hell, solely seeking lives. Jinshin remained silent. All that occupied his mind was the singular thought of evading this calamity. Any superfluous words at this juncture could lead to their demise. They were, after all, unfortunate souls, having just joined this pirate crew without even choosing a name, only to be thrust into a world-class war. However, none of this mattered. Although Dragon Soul was somewhat enigmatic, with actions and possessions of extraordinary quality, Jinshin could at least perceive Dragon Soul's sincerity. Moreover, the brotherly bond that stirred one's emotions made Jinshin feel that joining such a pirate crew was indeed worthwhile. Therefore, he could not allow this nascent crew to meet its end before it had even begun. No matter what, he must ensure the survival of Dragon Soul. Boom! Akainu unleashed a fierce punch aimed at Jinshin's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Jinshin leaped repeatedly. Their flying vessel had run out of energy and could no longer maneuver freely. Otherwise, escaping from Akainu would have been a trivial matter, without needing to resort to such complexities. Just as Jinshin narrowly evaded Akainu's attack, he realized his speed paled in comparison to Akainu's, and in the blink of an eye, Akainu was upon them. Toot toot. Akainu's hands flowed with magma, an overwhelming force emanating from him. As he lowered Dragon Soul to the ground, Jinshin understood that mere flight would lead to only one outcome: death. Ziz. Lightning crackled around Jinshin, his right hand gripping his sword tightly. This battle was unavoidable. Dragon Soul knelt on one knee, struggling to lift his head, looking at the two confronting each other, his spirit momentarily easing. With Jinshin present, he knew he need not worry, and he slumped to the ground. In a state of panic, he called out, Hey, system, are you there?" It seemed this time the system did not disappoint him. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, a response finally came. "Ding, the system is here." Ah, taking a deep breath, hearing the system's reply allowed Dragon Soul to genuinely relax, and he quickly inquired, "Senza beans, I need Senza beans. Where can I obtain them?" Yet, he was aware that the system's nature was not one to grant requests so readily. Ding, because the host completed the first main quest, the system shop has been opened, and the host may purchase the required items. Upon hearing this, Dragon Soul was instantly elated. This system truly delivered. Ugh, it's the great system. Opening the system shop, soon, a vivid display appeared in Dragon Soul's mind. showcasing an array of items categorized for convenience. Swallowing hard, Dragon Soul embarked on a shopping spree. Meanwhile, outside, Jinshin had engaged Akainu in battle, unleashing a torrent of lightning with each strike. Bang! Aware that his swordsmanship could barely scratch Akainu, Jinshin relied primarily on his fruit abilities. After all, magma is not immune to lightning. Thus, each of Jinshin's slashes sent forth a column of thunder. Even Akainu could not dismiss their effects entirely. However, Jinshin's evident inferiority meant he could only barely withstand Akainu's relentless assault, merely managing to resist. Buzz! Just as Jinshin struggled to hold his ground, a bolt of azure flame descended from above. Crashing onto Akainu's back, boom! The earth instantly cratered. Akainu struggled to lift his head, noticing Marco delivering a kick to his side, furrowing his brow. You don't seriously think you can defeat me by teaming up, do you? Toot toot. Akainu's entire body began to transform into magma, and Marco felt a wave of heat, hastily retreating. Bang! Suddenly, it was as if an explosion had occurred, with countless streams of magma erupting in all directions. Faced with the torrential downpour of magma, both Jinshin and Marco wore grave expressions. Marco, benefiting from his regenerative flames, could barely withstand the onslaught, while Jinshin found himself in a precarious situation. A direct hit would result in severe injury. Though he lacked haki, Jinshin was not entirely helpless. He summoned forth a brilliant display of lightning, coalescing around him. Enveloping himself in a layer of electric armor, he concentrated the lightning in his hands. Its intensity rising, boom! Akainu hurled a fierce punch at Jinshin. Unwilling to back down, Jinshin countered, lightning net. A massive net of lightning erupted from his sword, acting as a shield against the magma. Upon the contact of the lightning net and Akainu's magma-infused fist, Jinshin's body sank, creating a deep crater beneath his feet. Clearly, withstanding this blow came at a significant cost. Buzz! Just as Marco prepared to strike, a magma fist from earlier surged toward him amidst the scattered remnants. He raised his arms to block, but was still sent flying by Akainu's punch. Yet Marco, an adept in aerial combat, soared upward before even hitting the ground, charging towards Akainu. Buzz! He flew at breakneck speed, stirring up a tempest in his wake. Boom! Seizing the moment, he landed a kick to Akainu's ear. Akainu's head tilted slightly, but his expression remained unchanged, indicating the strike had little effect. Bang! At that moment, Jinshin deflected Akainu's magma-infused punch, thrusting his blade towards Akainu's heart. Thunder God pierces. A colossal surge of lightning energy shot forth like a devastating arrow, striking towards Akainu. Boom! In response, Akainu offered only a punch. The tremendous clash of energy sent debris flying, as the magma's force broke through the lightning and surged toward Jinshin. Boom! Marco lunged to intercept the blow to Jinshin, and Marco struggled against Akainu in a 2-on-1 battle. Dragon Soul slowly opened his eyes. His mouth twitching, he had already vented his frustrations upon the system in his mind, cursing it for its insensitivity to the value of essential resources. The system shop was clearly not meant for him. One senza bean cost a staggering 100 million berries. Was this not outright robbery? Currently, he and Jinshin together had barely 30,000 berries. How could they afford such a price? Allow me to clarify that nearly all of the 300,000 berries belong to Kenshin, while Longhun's pockets are as clean as his face. The only thing left of Longhun, who was rescued from the sea by Kenshin, is his own person. However, thanks to the system, Longhun now possesses a system space, allowing him to have at least some items. Though he remains devoid of money, he glanced at the items in the system store, and indeed, there were quite a few remarkable items available, ranging from high-grade weapons to modern tools. Even the devil fruits were present, albeit the ones that could currently be obtained appeared to possess little utility. Yet, one should not underestimate their worth, as the prices are quite steep. Items in the store rarely fall below 10 million berries. Thus, their several 100,000 berries are scarcely distinguishable from being utterly penniless. Reluctantly, they had to abandon their aspirations of purchasing the senza beans. Meanwhile, Flower Sword Bista had arrived before Blackbeard. Teach! Bista's gaze sharpened as he simultaneously swung his twin blades towards Blackbeard. Today, I shall avenge Sachi. Clang! Just when an unexpected occurrence seemed improbable, fate intervened at that moment. The entire Blackbeard pirates' crew had been bound. Although they were not shackled with seastone handcuffs, There was no chance of any mishap. If such an incident were to occur, it would signify Bista slowly lifted his head. And before him stood the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. "Oh, you know me," Shiryu remarked, as he, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, effortlessly parried Bista's dual blades with one hand while retrieving a cigar with the other. Igniting it, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, and Bista felt an ominous premonition. "Ha ha ha ha. Captain Bista, ever the meticulous strategist," Blackbeard's voice echoed once more. Bista observed Blackbeard, who appeared to untie his bonds with remarkable ease, and slowly uttered, "Teach." Blackbeard, who had been laughing raucously, suddenly choked, blood spurting from his mouth as he gasped for AI. No matter how skilled an actor he was, the wounds he bore were irrefutable. The truth remained that after the Yellow Monkey's intervention, he had to feign incapacity. Otherwise, the Blackbeard pirates would undoubtedly become targets for both Whitebeard and the Marines, leading to their utter demise. If only Marco had arrived, the Blackbeard's expression darkened, yet he chose to remain silent. "We are preparing to retreat." With Blackbeard's command, the previously incapacitated members of the Blackbeard pirates rose to their feet. "What is happening?" The surrounding Marines looked on in horror at the Blackbeard pirates, who had seemingly recovered from their captivity in the blink of an eye. The crew appeared unfazed, clearly orchestrating their act. However, the laser fired by the Yellow Monkey had indeed struck them, albeit without inflicting any fatal injuries. Such wounds were mere trifles to them. Their spirits were evidently not high, having suffered significant losses. Not only had they gained nothing, but they also bore injuries, especially Blackbeard, who could barely stand as if he were a normal person. Feeling as though he had exerted every ounce of his strength, initially, he had contemplated a coordinated ambush on Marco if he had come, hoping to seize him and inherit his Phoenix powers for recovery, thus retaining their fighting spirit. But now, with Bista in front of him, that plan was no longer viable, as Bista was not a devil fruit user. Despite his lingering resentment, retreat was the only viable option for now. Swish! Bista deftly deflected Shiryu's blade and closed in on Blackbeard, unleashing a ferocious slash imbued with armament Hakita. Blackbeard's pupils dilated, caught off guard by Bista's sudden assault, and he was astonished that Shiryu did not intervene. Desperately attempting to evade, it was already too late. Bista's blade struck Blackbeard's chest, leaving a cross-shaped wound from which blood gushed forth. It hurts. Blackbeard collapsed to the ground in response. Swish! Bista's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he aimed a strike at Blackbeard's neck. Clang! Shiryu intercepted the attack with his blade. Bang, bang! Van Augur, Pizarro, and Baxbridge all unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Bista. Boom, boom! The cannons joined the fray, bombarding Bista relentlessly. Simultaneously, Shiryu pressed the attack, exchanging blows as a swordsman. Wahaha! Amidst the clash between Bista and Shiryu, Basis leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Bista. This is bad. Bista had no time to defend himself and was struck squarely in the face. Boom! Bista was sent flying, blood trickling down his forehead. "Old man," Joseph shouted, ready to rush to his aid. Whitebeard hesitated momentarily. The best course of action was to retreat. Bista sprang to his feet, intent on charging at Blackbeard. But a voice halted him. "Bista?" Ace, alongside Sabo, called out urgently, "Don't go." Due to Whitebeard's prior orders, he and Sabo had intended to rendezvous with Luffy and depart together. Yet, the situation with Blackbeard, which should have been easily resolved, proved to be exceedingly complicated. If they continued to linger, it would spell disaster for everyone. The only immediate solution was to retreat. "Old man," Ace implored Whitebeard, "leave Teach to me. He is my crew member, and it is my duty to deal with him personally. I shall take care of the matter of executing Teach afterward." With that, Ace deeply bowed to Whitebeard. "I beg of you." The Marine stood in stunned silence at this scene. Even Sengoku merely observed quietly, saying nothing further. Ace, Carp watched Ace and Sabo with a complex expression. "Ha ha ha. Ace, you intend to deal with me." Blackbeard laughed heartily. Ace remained silent, simply gazing at Whitebeard, who soon bore a faint smile. "If that is the case, then it is entrusted to you." Ace smiled slightly, replying, "Of course." Blackbeard ignored me. Bang! Whitebeard swung his weapon, that Song Yun Xia, with a fierce motion. "Boys, we are heading back to the New World." Oh, the Whitebeard pirates erupted in spirited cheers, their voices soaring into the heavens. Ace and Whitebeard's conversation disregarded Blackbeard entirely. and with Whitebeard's command, Vista and Jozu positioned themselves protectively around Whitebeard as they rushed towards the port. Along their path, anyone who obstructed them was sent flying. The pirate ship commenced its voyage, and at this moment, the Marines mobilized their warships, intent on sinking the last remaining pirate vessels. Carp did not impede Whitebeard's departure. On one hand, he understood it was futile, and on the other, he simply did not wish to interfere. Whitebeard, Sengoku murmured, watching as Whitebeard and Ace gradually receded from view. Tio, leave is not so simple. Boom! At that moment, a crimson light flashed suddenly, as if a new sun had risen upon the sea. Our ship. Another pirate vessel was obliterated in an instant, erupting in a massive explosion. This is bad. Our ships are running low. It is the yellow monkey. A radiant golden light revealed Kizaru's form as he descended from the sky. The Whitebeard pirates truly departing? Damn it. Some of the pirates under his command relentlessly pounded the deck, realizing that their comrades might not return. Countless pirates on the surface of the sea desperately cried for help, and some powerful individuals, upon falling into the water, felt as if they had briefly visited the realm of the dead. Among the dozens of pirate warships, only 5 remained besides the Dick, with the largest having already been sunk. Even the Dick could not accommodate such a multitude of individuals, inevitably leaving some comrades behind, presenting a dire dilemma for them. Get up here. The remaining pirate ship was now overcrowded. Even the vast Dick was no exception. Yet, many souls still lingered in the water. Buzz. At that moment, a golden light flashed once more as Kizaru crossed his arms. His gaze indifferent. Yada no Kagami. This time, Kizaru's target was the Dick. However, a towering figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was Whitebeard, who swiftly struck down with his blade, landing a blow on Kizaru. Boom. The shockwaves of energy erupted uncontrollably. The space around them began to crack, distorting under the force of the strike. Whitebeard. Kizaru was sent flying by the blow, barely managing to regain his composure as he regarded Whitebeard with a grave expression. It must be said that Kizaru, having been struck twice by Whitebeard, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Simultaneously, he was alarmed. Whitebeard's power seemed to possess an inexplicable enhancement, most notably his speed. Previously, Whitebeard suffered grievous injuries due to his sluggishness and massive form. But now, everything was different. The speed was astonishing. Buzz. As Kizaru's thoughts raced, Whitebeard raised his tremor-infused fist once more. Boom! Just as another punch was about to be unleashed, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light. Retreating swiftly, engaging directly was not his style. A strategic withdrawal was the key. Failing to land his strike, Whitebeard chose not to pursue, but instead focused his attention on Akainu, who was overpowering Marco and Kinemon. At this moment, Ace and Sabo had reached Luffy's side, their cooperation seamless and without gaps. Bolstered by the flames of their abilities, they could be described as a formidable force. Vista and Jozu had already joined other captains, steadfastly guarding the shore and providing cover for their ships. The call of rubber rubber from Luffy echoed uniquely across the battlefield. Ace and Sabo flanked Luffy on either side, fighting their way toward the shore. Boom! A single punch sent Marco and Kinemon sprawling, and Akainu's gaze immediately locked onto Luffy and his companions. You lot cannot be allowed to return alive. With that, Akainu lunged toward them. This is bad. Marco and Kinemon gasped for breath, only to realize that Akainu had already moved far ahead. It's the Admiral. Luffy felt a twinge of anxiety. He had witnessed the Admiral's strength firsthand. Their physical stamina had waned significantly, leaving Luffy uncertain. Akainu. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, preparing to act. Are we to flee now? The Whitebeard pirates truly are a disarrayed bunch. Akainu's voice arrived even before his presence. In my opinion, Whitebeard is merely a figure exaggerated by public acclaim. The strongest man in the world? A mere facade. Ace halted abruptly, his expression darkening as he glared at the approaching Akainu. I will not allow you to defame our father. Am I mistaken? Akainu approached Ace and his companions, his demeanor dismissive. Whitebeard was defeated by your father, Gold. Roger, long ago. Decades have passed, and he still shamelessly occupies the position of a Yonko. He will never become the Pirate King. Do not speak nonsense. This era belongs to Whitebeard, Ace declared, preparing to strike. What was happening? This scene appeared all too familiar to the Dragon's soul, who was left in shock. His anxiety reached a peak. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. No way, no way. Ace. Sabo grasped Ace's arm, gently shaking his head. Gritting his teeth, Ace trembled slightly, his conflicted expression revealing the turmoil within. After a long moment, Ace calmed himself, slowly raising his gaze to Akainu, only to freeze mid-sentence. "Little magma brat, who are you referring to?" A sudden voice emerged from behind Akainu, startling him into stillness. Akainu's pupils dilated as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Turning to look was unexpectedly difficult. Meanwhile, Ace gazed dreamily. "Father? Uncle?" Luffy stood dumbfounded, realizing that Whitebeard was right behind Akainu. Whitebeard. Sabo was momentarily taken aback to that moment. Akainu was inundated with countless thoughts racing through his mind. Whitebeard. How was he here? Wasn't he on the plaza? Akainu's recollection of Whitebeard was from when he had been surrounded by numerous naval forces. Although it seemed he had recovered, there was no way he could have broken through the Navy's encirclement so swiftly. Especially with Sengoku the Fleet Admiral and Kizaru present, not to mention the ever-watchful Garp. With those three around, how could Whitebeard have made it over? Buzz, the familiar sound of gathering energy resonated, and Akainu could no longer stand still. He hurriedly attempted to distance himself from Whitebeard, but Whitebeard would not afford him that chance. In the instant Akainu moved, a fist descended toward his forehead. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the impact left a large crater in the ground. As Akainu attempted to rise, Whitebeard's fist swung sideways, the tremor energy crashing into Akainu's right cheek. Crack! Boom! The residual force from the strike flattened the ground behind Akainu, sending him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes rolling back. Whoa! Incredible! At that moment, Dragon Soul felt no limit to his excitement, nearly jumping with joy. Kneeling on one knee, Akainu quickly regained his senses, his expression dark as he glared at Whitebeard, gritting his teeth as he stood to attack. However, Whitebeard easily evaded Akainu's strike, and Akainu, undeterred, unleashed punch after punch. Yet, without exception, they were all dodged by Whitebeard. Mag Dog. After dozens of exchanges, Akainu finally seized the opportunity to unleash a fierce punch toward Whitebeard's chest. Though he couldn't comprehend why Whitebeard's wounds had fully healed, he decided that it was irrelevant. If he had recovered, he would just have to strike again. A slight smile crept onto Whitebeard's lips as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The collision of tremor energy and magma-fueled fists resulted in a blend of red and colorless energies. Their gazes locked. Whitebeard's was calm, while Akainu's was ferocious. Simultaneously, Marineford trembled violently, capturing the attention of both Navy and pirates alike. What on earth is happening? Buggy clutched his head, a stream of mucus trailing down as he stared in astonishment at the invigorated Whitebeard. Through the transponder snail, the events here had long been broadcast to the world. The entire Sabiti archipelago was thrown into chaos, as Whitebeard single-handedly turned the tide, engaging with various formidable foes in a display that seemed divine. First, he wounded Admiral Kizaru, then exchanged blows with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Garp. And now he was clashing with Admiral Akainu. From the looks of it, Whitebeard was overpowering Akainu. With a decisive strike, Whitebeard took the initiative, his blade thirsting for action. This time, he leaped into the air, his weapon, the Tontata, slicing down toward Akainu. Boom! The seemingly ordinary strike bore no tremor energy, yet dark red lightning crackled around the blade the conqueror's hockey entwined. Akainu was not to be outdone, unleashing a punch that spewed magma in response. Boom! The blade cleaved through the magma, landing heavily upon Akainu. Bang! Akainu was sent flying like a grenade, shattering everything in his path. Sakazuki, the admiral. The Navy personnel shouted in unison. This scene, witnessed by Kizaru, evoked a flicker of sympathy within him. How terrifying, indeed, was Whitebeard, as the entire naval headquarters was pierced through by Akainu, who only came to a halt on the other side of the island. Blood occasionally spewed from his mouth, his face contorted with indignation. The detestable Whitebeard, Longhun swallowed hard beside him. Utterly terrified as he gazed upon Whitebeard's towering figure, his respect for him deepened that moment. A multitude of Navy soldiers had already encircled them, with Whitebeard, Longhun, Jinshin, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, alongside the remaining captains of the Whitebeard crew, gathering together. Among the Navy stood the 5 warlords of the sea, yet at such a critical juncture, none dared to step forward. Were they merely bystanders, waiting for the outcome? Why would they risk their lives? At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates were exerting their utmost efforts. Anyone who dared to intervene would surely meet their demise. Whereas Ivankov, Luffy scanned the vicinity, but found no trace of him. Jinbei, who had just arrived, shook his head. The battlefield changed in an instant, and he had not noticed Ivankov's whereabouts. Never mind, he should be fine. Luffy pushed the thought aside, focusing intently on the scene before him. The Navy made no immediate move, merely increasing the number of encircling troops. As the encirclement gradually solidified, Admiral Sengoku stepped forward from the Navy ranks. "Whitebeard, you cannot escape," he said, his tone devoid of urgency. He understood that as long as even one member of the Whitebeard pirates remained, the entire crew would not abandon their comrade. However, Sengoku's gaze lingered on Ace, his uncertainty palpable. This plan was only half realized. Since Whitebeard would not leave, he would undoubtedly ensure Ace and the others could escape. It now rested solely on Ace's resolve. As long as he refused to flee, the plan would be considered a success. A flash of golden light heralded Kazar's arrival before Whitebeard, transforming the standoff into a confrontation between two factions. Observing this spectacle, Longhun couldn't help but twitch his lips in annoyance, wondering if this incessant game was truly entertaining. Was it necessary to keep Whitebeard and his crew here? Nevertheless, he had already prepared to facilitate Ace and the others' escape at a moment's notice. Given Whitebeard's current strength, it was nearly impossible for the Navy to detain him, unless Whitebeard himself wished for death. Having come to this realization, Longhun was ready to summon the protectors at any moment. His gaze occasionally drifted towards Ace, noticing the struggle etched on his face, and it became clear that he did not wish to flee alone. Seizing a naval vessel now seemed an insurmountable challenge, as the Navy had likely anticipated such a move. When Longhun's gaze turned to Whitebeard and the other captains, he was momentarily taken aback. Why did the members of the Whitebeard pirates display not an ounce of concern? Something felt amiss, far too amiss. "If you hand over Fire Fist, you may leave immediately. We will even provide you with ships for your departure," Sengoku declared, fixing his gaze on Whitebeard. "What did you say?" Before Whitebeard could respond, his crew erupted in outrage. "You must be dreaming if you think we would surrender one of our own," Marco retorted bluntly. "Ha ha!" Laughter erupted from the others. "Did you hear that, Sengoku? This is our answer." A smirk graced Whitebeard's lips as he addressed Sengoku. The Admiral's brow furrowed slightly, then shifted his gaze to Ace. "What do you think?" "Fire Fist." The question left everyone in stunned silence. Ace, Longhun, Sabo, and Luffy exclaimed simultaneously. Concern etched across their faces as they looked at Ace. The captains shared grim expressions, well aware that Ace would never abandon his comrades. Ace turned to Whitebeard, speaking softly. "I am already grateful for your efforts to rescue me. Truly, I know what you want to say." Before he could finish, Whitebeard interrupted him, a slight smile curling his lips. "Who said we cannot return?" "This." Ace opened his mouth, about to speak when the Navy began to shout in alarm. "What is that?" Something is rising from the sea. With a thunderous roar, the ocean erupted in waves as a massive shadow slowly emerged from the depths. It was a grand pirate ship. The Navy's cries of astonishment were unrelenting. "What?" Sengoku's pupils dilated as he witnessed Whitebeard erupt in laughter. "Gura, I never said my ship wasn't ready, Sengoku." At that moment, Longhun cursed himself for being foolish. Forgetting that Whitebeard always had a backup plan. A large pirate ship was on its way. No wonder the captains of the Whitebeard crew appeared unfazed, as they had been prepared all along. What a needless worry that had been. The encircling Navy exchanged glances, an ominous premonition settling over them. Indeed, they soon heard Whitebeard's booming voice. "Men, all aboard. Everyone, retreat. The Whitebeard pirates will cover the rear," as Whitebeard's command rang out. Many pirates stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting disbelief as they looked to Whitebeard. "The Whitebeard pirates covering the rear. Do not worry about us. Hurry back to the New World." "Yes, you must leave. Ace has been rescued. Thanks to all of you. And now let us take care of the rest," Marco added. The captains wore faint smiles, their intentions unmistakable, though the crew felt a sting of emotion. They understood the necessity of adhering to Whitebeard's orders. "Everyone," at that moment, Ace suddenly shouted, drawing the gaze of all present, their expressions softening. "I won't say thank you, because we no longer need to say such things. I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused." With that, Ace bowed deeply towards the 5 departing pirate ships. "Ace," Marco's lips curled into a faint smile as he closed his eyes, saying nothing. "Damn it. Ace, what are you doing? If you do this, I won't be able to hold back." Many on the pirate ship felt a sting in their eyes. "Oh dear. Why is the wind so strong? It's blowing sand into my eyes. Ace, we have no troubles between us. How could you say such things at a time like this? Everyone, listen up. At that moment, the various pirate captains issued orders. All hands, retreat. Ace, we will depart first. We will wait for you in the new world. Old man, I entrust you with everything. You must return safely. Smack. Why did you hit me? That's a given. Of course, the old man and the others will return alive. Don't speak such nonsense. Oh, right. How could I let you escape so easily? At that moment, a figure leapt into the air. Was Admiral Akiji. The crowd gasped in shock. Ice Age. Akiji crossed his arms, and icy lines shot forth from the sea, causing ice to spread rapidly. Sabo! Ace shouted, leaping into the air, flames engulfing him. Sabo adjusted his top hat, mirroring Ace's movements with fluid grace, flames erupting in torrents. Fire Fist. In unison, a tremendous wave of flames swiftly melted away the recently formed ice surface. Ace gazed at the pirate ship gradually receding into the distance, murmuring, "Allow me to bid you farewell." From above, Akiji descended, his expression grave as he observed Ace and Sabo. Yet at that moment, Kizaru suddenly sprang into action. Unleashing a radiant burst of light towards the departing vessel, the Hakushaku Kg Yumi resonated with a hum as Kizaru struck, but Marco soared into the air, positioning himself in front of him. Whitebeard, Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha, his right hand thrusting forward with force that a massive shockwave surged towards them all. This strike encompassed each of them, and Whitebeard stepped forward, delivering a powerful left hook. Grara, the collision of vibrational energy and shockwave cleared the area entirely. Whitebeard exerted his strength, causing the rift in space to widen once more, suppressing the shockwave. Boom! The immense vibrational energy surged forth, directed at the navy centered around Sengoku. At that moment, Sengoku felt an unpleasant sensation. This was the second disastrous attempt. Ultimately, it fell upon Old Man Garp to bear the entire burden. Garp threw a punch in response, colliding heavily with Whitebeard. Boom! 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 Humph! A slight smirk appeared on Whitebeard's lips as he looked at Garp, saying, "Sengoku is getting old." Whitebeard. Garp maintained an impassive expression, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. However, Dragon knew his mood should not be too dismal. Especially since both Luffy and Ace were unharmed. As for why he bore such an expression, well, that was a serious matter. The Navy had deployed warships. They were about to commence their pursuit. Marco approached Whitebeard and spoke. All right. Whitebeard slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on the Moby Dick. Board the ship. Block them. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates leaped towards the Moby Dick, while Marco soared above the naval vessels. I cannot allow you to pass so easily. Marco, the vice admiral aboard the warship, wore a grim expression, observing the chaos around them. Ace smiled slightly and turned to Sabo, Luffy, and Dragon, saying, "Let us take our leave." Jinbei. Ace glanced back at Jinbei and cheerfully remarked, "Luffy has received your kindness before." Ace, do not misunderstand. I acted this way solely because of Luffy. Jinbei waved his hand dismissively. I understand perfectly, Ace replied with a smile. Let us stay with the Whitebeard pirates for a while. Saying this, Ace led everyone to leap aboard the Moby Dick. Boom! Whitebeard landed heavily on the deck, once again standing on the Moby Dick. Whether it was the captains, Whitebeard himself, or the ordinary crew members, they all felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie. They had triumphed, though they had yet to escape. When the Whitebeard pirates set sail, they had never feared anyone. Boys, hold them off for 10 minutes. Whitebeard stood on the deck, a sudden gust of wind whipping his coat dramatically. If they could fend off the Navy for 10 minutes, everyone would be able to retreat safely. And the Whitebeard pirates would truly emerge victorious. Ayo! The Whitebeard pirates roared in unison. Surrounding Marineford, numerous warships advanced, a fleet of dozens. Moreover, nearly every ship bore a vice-admiral, and the 7 warlords were among them. Sengoku stood at the center of the flagship's deck, flanked by Kizaru and Ajas for Akainu. A marine soldier inquired anxiously, "Admiral Sakazuki, are you all right?" As blood trickled from his mouth and forehead, Akainu did not respond and strode directly onto the warship. The Marines exchanged glances, sensing Akainu's foul mood and wisely refraining from provoking him further. "Open fire and sink the Moby Dick," Sengoku commanded, holding a den mushi. Boom! 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 Dozens of warships unleashed their cannons. creating a spectacle akin to a festival. All hands, prepare for battle. Whitebeard unleashed a punch, shattering incoming cannonballs mid-air. The Whitebeard pirates performed their roles efficiently. Marco utilized his aerial advantage to navigate between the warships. Rumble, seizing an opportunity, he sank one of the ships with a single blow. Ah, it's Captain Marco. Bring him down. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of bullets and cannonballs rained down upon Marco. Buzz. Marco was engulfed in azure flames. The munitions passing harmlessly through him, quickly restoring his form with no effect whatsoever. Swish, swish, swish. On the Moby Dick, the swordsmen led by Vista executed their strikes, cleaving cannonballs in half with each swing. Boom, boom. Armed pirates relentlessly fired upon the approaching warships. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides unleashed their artillery, the sky ablaze with gunfire. Even the Navy's overwhelming firepower failed to inflict any damage on the Moby Dick. This was the formidable naval combat prowess of the Whitebeard pirates. The foremost pirate crew of the seas, established for decades. Even an ordinary crew member possessed the capability to survive in the New World. They were all elite among elites, in the preceding chaotic battle. This may not have been evident. After all, the Navy was also filled with talented individuals, with countless officers of the rank of captain and admiral. While they excelled in land combat, they were somewhat outmatched at sea. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates thrived on teamwork, leveraging the abilities of numerous devil fruit users, making naval warfare their forte. Although the Navy boasted sheer numbers, they were merely gathered from various regions, lacking cohesion and camaraderie. Most operated under commands in battle. In contrast, the members of the Whitebeard pirates fought instinctively, a significant distinction. Boom, boom, boom. As the battlefield remained in a stalemate, the Navy began to recognize a problem. Logically, with their immense firepower, they should easily overpower a single pirate ship, even if it was the Whitebeard pirates. This was unusual. Something felt amiss. How could the Whitebeard pirates possess such high morale? Soon, someone noticed the discrepancy. Smoker, the Whitebeard pirates are brimming with fighting spirit. Tashigi remarked as she approached Smoker. Indeed, Smoker's expression darkened considerably, for their Navy's strength had significantly waned due to this encounter. Marines, we are on the sea. This is the domain of pirates. The raucous laughter of the Whitebeard crew echoed across the waters. The square of Marineford was littered with numerous corpses and injured, the battlefield resonating only with the sounds of combat. No one paid any heed to the fallen. War was brutal, and the cries of the adversaries drowned out any lamentation for the slain. Kobe, what is wrong? On the warship, a tense Barumabur anxiously addressed Kobe, who was clutching his head in agony. My head hurts. A headache? At that moment, countless images flashed through Kobe's mind, one after another, as if forcibly inserted into his consciousness. The excruciating pain rendered him unable to discern reality. The unending roar of cannon fire persisted on the battlefield. Concentrate fire. Sengoku issued another command to the Den Mushi. Although the Whitebeard pirates' movements were swift, they could not sustain this indefinitely, as every action demanded stamina. Despite their nearly flawless defenses, prolonged engagement would inevitably reveal vulnerabilities. Even if they could not pursue, they had to sink the Moby Dick. At this moment, Sengoku no longer held confidence in capturing Ace. Sinking the Moby Dick would represent the greatest victory in this war. Otherwise, the Navy's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. One cannot hope to impede this. Sengoku is unaware that, at this moment, both the Navy and the world government have suffered a considerable blow to their reputation, all due to the live broadcast featuring our revered god Baki. The state of the battle has become common knowledge across the globe, with major newspapers inundated with work. Among them, the most fervent is the seasoned journalist Morgan. He is currently awaiting the final explosive news. Once the outcome of the war is announced, it will swiftly circulate worldwide. While others may still take the world government's dignity into account. Morgan, the world government? What is that? Is it some sensational news? No matter who you are, if it's a story I wish to report, even the King of Heaven himself would be of no consequence. Considered at this juncture, Sengoku has resolved to launch a full-scale assault. Only the most ferocious strikes can hope to dismantle the Whitebeard pirates. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for the Navy. Understood. Kizara leaps into the air, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the Moby Dick. The hockey-infused laser beams rained down, relentlessly enveloping the entire ship, with even Marco unable to fully withstand the onslaught. Amidst the anxious crowd, Ace and Sabo arrive on the deck, and with a mighty punch. Ace exclaims, "Fire Fist!" A colossal wave of flames obliterates all the laser beams, leaving a tranquil silence in its wake. It is Captain Ace and his revolutionary brother, Sabo. The Whitebeard crew erupts in jubilation. Observing the two brothers standing side by side, Whitebeard's lips curl into a slight smile before his gaze once again shifts to the Navy. Noticing Ace and Sabo growing increasingly adept, Longhun and Luffy exchange knowing smiles. However, Longhun soon senses something amiss. He sees Luffy's eyelids drooping, as if he might collapse any second. Luffy, what's wrong?" Longhun calls out anxiously, but just as Luffy is about to respond, he suddenly closes his eyes. And then there is nothing further. Luffy. Longhun's frantic shout quickly captures the attention of those aboard the Moby Dick, causing Ace and Sabo to rush over in alarm. "What happened to Luffy?" they inquire urgently upon reaching his side. "I don't know," Longhun replies, equally bewildered. "What is occurring? How could this happen so suddenly? Could it be an act of sabotage? That shouldn't be possible. What on earth is going on?" "Doctor, quickly, a doctor!" Ace cries out, his heart racing with anxiety. Sabo and Longhun feel the same, especially Longhun, as this scene has far exceeded his comprehension. Luffy should not have any issues at this moment. How could he suddenly collapse? At that moment, the doctor from the Whitebeard pirates hurriedly arrives, carrying a medical kit. "Quick, check on Luffy," Ace urges the doctor. All right, let me take a look," the doctor replies, immediately inspecting Luffy, checking his eyelids and listening to his heartbeat. The crew watches anxiously, as their brothers have performed extraordinarily well on the battlefield. Saving Ace was largely due to their efforts. Whitebeard's peripheral gaze falls on the unconscious Luffy, his eyes reflecting deep concern. The entire crew has developed a fondness for Luffy. Although they have not truly interacted, they have fought side by side. "How is Luffy?" As they observe the doctor's swift examination, Longhun and the others feel their hearts race. It is impossible not to be anxious. Luffy's condition has come far too abruptly. Meanwhile, the Navy has also noticed the unusual situation aboard the Moby Dick, yet they remain oblivious to the cause. The doctor hesitates, seemingly at a loss for words. "Just say it." Sabo and the others are growing increasingly frantic, unable to tolerate the doctor's slow pace. "Indeed, doctor, stop playing coy and just tell us." The rest of the crew can't hold back any longer, urging him on. Just then, a strange sound interrupts the tense atmosphere. "Who? Piu Lu. Huh?" The crowd simultaneously frowns, searching for the source of the sound. Eventually, all eyes converge on the large bubble of mucus slowly rising from Luffy's nose. At that sight, their mouths twitch in unison. Even Longhun is taken aback. When they shift their focus back to the doctor, he helplessly shrugs, as if to say, "See? That's the situation." "Ha!" Ace is the first to burst into laughter, his expression softening. "Luffy, you really haven't changed at all." "Indeed," Sabo smiles faintly. Soon, the entire group is laughing heartily. Ace's brother is truly amusing, falling asleep just like Ace would. "Yes, they truly are brothers," Longhun nods in agreement. Acknowledging the family tradition they must master and practice daily. However, the doctor interjects once more. The others feel an urge to press him to the ground. Why can't he just finish his thoughts in one go? This is a matter of life and death. The doctor seems to realize something, hurriedly saying, "It's nothing serious. It's just that Ace's brother has pushed his body to its limits. Each muscle is severely overstrained. He must rest for a few days and absolutely cannot engage in intense combat during this time." The doctor's tone is grave. In fact, he is being lenient, for he recognizes that it is a miracle Luffy is even able to stand. He has fought through hellish battles and returned unscathed. Most would not have survived such an ordeal. He is unaware that Luffy managed to arrive at the battlefield in one piece because Ivankov administered a stimulant hormone, allowing him to forget his fatigue. Upon hearing the doctor's assessment, Longhun suddenly recalls that Luffy was supposed to receive another injection of the stimulant on the battlefield, but it seems that was altered by his own intervention. Hence, Luffy has reached his limit. Observing Luffy's peaceful expression as he sleeps, Longhun's lips curl into a slight smile. Perhaps he is having a pleasant dream that he truly needs this rest. "You have worked too hard." Luffy, Ace and Sabo exchange glances, both aware of the lengths Luffy has gone to for his brother. "All right, let us ensure Luffy can rest properly. We are here by his side." Longhun breaks the serene silence. "Yes, Ace and Sabo nod in agreement. Ace then suggests, let us allow Luffy to rest in my room. After laying Luffy down on the bed, Ace turns to Longhun and says, Longhun, I'll leave Luffy in your care for now. Don't worry about what's happening outside. Longhun is momentarily taken aback before responding. Alright, it is true that they cannot leave Luffy alone here, and Longhun's body is still recovering, making this an opportune moment for him to rest as well. Well then, I entrust Luffy to you, Ace says, before he and Sabo head out to confront the Navy. Outside, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Gulalala, Sengoku. We are leaving. Whitebeard grins, his gaze fixed intently on Sengoku. 10 minutes have passed. They must retreat. Whitebeard, it won't be that easy. Sengoku grits his teeth, as the Navy has completely surrounded the Moby Dick. Ace and Sabo, just emerging from the room, observe this grave situation with furrowed brows. However, Whitebeard appears unfazed, a hint of a smile lingering on his lips. Despite the seemingly insurmountable predicament, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, though serious, remains composed. Sengoku, do you still remember the most fearsome power at sea? Whitebeard begins slowly. What? As Sengoku seemed to recall something, his pupils suddenly constricted and his eyelids twitched. The surrounding Navy personnel wore expressions of bewilderment, even considering that Whitebeard had perhaps become overly arrogant, failing to grasp the situation. Whitebeard's lips curled slightly upward as he drove his Naginata into the deck, his hands gradually gathering strength. Virum, a sense of dread washed over Sengoku as he shouted, scatter quickly. I was careless. It's too late. Whitebeard's eyes flashed with brilliance as he abruptly struck outwards with both hands. Boom. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, causing fissures to tear through the very fabric of space. The surrounding seawater surged violently outward, and the imposing Navy ships swayed precariously like small boats on the verge of capsizing, retreating hastily. What is happening? It's Whitebeard. He is shaking the sea. This is bad. The ships are going to capsize. Bang! Whitebeard's eyes glinted red as he forcefully pulled his hands inward, warping the space around him. The Navy ships, which had been retreating at breakneck speed, suddenly came to a jarring halt, flipping over in the process. Bang bang, one by one, the Navy ships capsized, the cries of the sailors echoing in despair. Whitebeard. Sengoku struggled to steady his own ship, but his heart was heavy with anguish. It was only then that he recalled the long-buried reputation of Whitebeard's abilities, the overlord of the seas. The power of the tremor fruit. On the sea, all ships were rendered utterly insignificant in the face of the tremor fruit that a grand fleet of warships, merely floating debris upon the ocean. Such was the power of the tremor fruit, which allowed him to wield control over the seas. Akiji, Sengoku shouted. Understood. Akiji promptly encased the surface of the sea in ice. However, this created another dilemma. Many of the fallen Navy personnel were directly frozen, and if not handled carefully, some could perish on the spot. Akainu. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku was acutely aware of the battlefield conditions, promptly calling out again. Akainu, with a grim expression, countered the spread of ice with magma, ensuring that the area where the Navy ships were located remained at the water's surface. Such precision and control could only be managed by an elite admiral like Akainu. Others might not have been able to execute it with such finesse. Nevertheless, even with Sengoku's swift reactions, nearly 10 Navy ships had already capsized within a mere 10 seconds. Akainu's magma effectively halted the advance of ice towards the Navy ships, while on the other side, it began to spread toward the Dick. This, of course, was within Sengoku's expectations. The Navy had Akainu, while Whitebeard's crew boasted both Ace and Sabo, users of the flame fruit, rendering Akiji's ice ineffective. Before even reaching the Dick, the flames consumed everything in their path. Roar! The morale of the Whitebeard pirates surged ever higher. This was understandable, as even they had never witnessed such a spectacle, surrounded by dozens of warships, including 3 admirals, 5 warlords of the sea, and a multitude of vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. Such concentrated might rendered them momentarily powerless. Instead, they found themselves in a dire predicament, and any pirate witnessing this scene would inevitably feel an exhilarating rush. Gura, Sengoku, we are setting sail. With a sweeping gesture, Whitebeard declared, Men, hoist the sails. Oh, the Dick ship began to turn and sail away. Whitebeard, a voice thundered across the skies that a crimson figure dashed forward. although Akiji's ice age had been thwarted by both sides. An expanse of ice had formed directly between the Navy fleet and the Dick. Previously, Akainu had not exerted his full strength, mindful that excessive force could backfire. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo had merely contained the advancing ice, resulting in a vast expanse of ice separating them. This provided Akainu with a foothold. In the blink of an eye, Akainu reached the edge of the ice, the nearest point to the Dick. "Admiral Sakazuki," the Navy shouted, observing Akainu's reckless charge. Some cheered him on, while others expressed concern for his safety, having previously witnessed Whitebeard's formidable power. Akainu had suffered greatly before, and now he was alone. Great eruption. Akainu's target was not Whitebeard, but no. Akainu is aiming to sink the Dick. The members of the Whitebeard pirates gasped in alarm. With a distance of mere dozens of meters, evasion was impossible. Virum. Marco, entangled with Kizaru, immediately soared into action. Should Akainu strike, the Dick would surely be sunk. Whitebeard, observing Akainu's intent to clash with him, narrowed his eyes. "Little magma boy, are you intending to send us off with fireworks? That's a funeral pyre you're preparing." With that, Akainu launched a ferocious punch toward the bottom of the Dick, sink to the depths of the sea, just as the Whitebeard pirates believed they could not withstand the onslaught. Marco suddenly positioned himself in front of the magma. Virum, the azure flames were pushed back by Akainu's strike, while Marco flapped his wings with all his might, ignoring the excruciating heat emanating from the magma. He stood firm, determined to protect the Dick at all costs. "Captain Marco, quickly support Captain Marco." Countless cannons aimed at Akainu, and with a command, a barrage of cannonballs was unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, it had no effect. "I am going." Vista brandished his twin swords and prepared to leap overboard. "Wait." Whitebeard halted him. "Old man." The members of the Whitebeard pirates collectively turned towards Whitebeard. Someone had to descend and confront Akainu. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for them, as the Navy was already initiating rescue efforts for the fallen sailors at an alarming speed. Virum, without uttering a word, Whitebeard swung his Naginata, unleashing a powerful strike. Boom! The shockwave sent Akainu flying. Marco seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt a wave of relief, though their tension returned in an instant. Just as Akainu steadied himself, he charged once again, coming back for more. Anger surged within the Whitebeard pirates. The captains were eager to join the fray. It was merely a battle. After all, what did they have to fear? "Let me handle this." A voice emerged from behind. Kenshin strode toward the deck, undeterred by the gazes around him, fixated solely on the movements of the Navy. At this moment, numerous warships were gradually advancing toward the Dick, and the remaining ice surface had become so fragmented that it no longer impeded the Navy's movements. The shattered ice still provided Akainu with mobility. His expression devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of impending doom. He was allied with Ace's brother. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were not unfamiliar with Kenshin, recognizing his considerable strength, especially given his partnership with Sabo. "Leave it to Kenshin," Sabo said with a slight smile, fully aware of Kenshin's intentions. Ace, seeing Sabo's demeanor, also smiled faintly, then addressed the Whitebeard crew. "Let this friend take action. I trust he can handle it." Following Ace's directive, everyone fell silent, their gazes turning toward Kenshin. Zzz. Kenshin drew his long blade, crackling with electricity. With a powerful surge, he leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of lightning that erupted from his form. Rapidly expanding, heavenly thunder descends. This technique was one he had recently developed, having refrained from using it due to its immense energy consumption. However, this was the perfect moment. The thunder on the sea was amplified, and this move was inherently a wide-area attack, enhanced by the conductivity of water. It could be said to be the most formidable technique Kenshin could unleash at this moment. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon the Navy fleet. A colossal pillar of thunder suddenly descended upon Akainu. With a resounding crash, the sea erupted in a dazzling display of lightning, engulfing countless naval soldiers within its electrifying grip, obscuring them from view as their anguished cries echoed through the air. Many of the unfortunate Marines who fell into the water were directly struck by the relentless bolts, the conductive nature of the seawater only amplifying their torment. Weaker individuals were consumed by the residual waves of electricity, rendering them oblivious to their fate. This strike was akin to an apocalyptic force. Impressive, the members of the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed in awe, recognizing that the might of thunder had reached its zenith upon the ocean. While it lacked the terrifying ability to command the seas like the Gura Gura no Mi, it undeniably represented a peak in destructive power at Kinshur, having landed on the deck, was panting heavily, clearly drained by the exertion of that formidable attack. Sabo, equally astonished by Kinshur's prowess, inquired, "Is Kinshur from the Dragon Soul ship?" With a slight smile, Sabo affirmed, "Indeed. Greetings, Kinshur. I am Ace, the brother of Dragon Soul." Ace stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am aware," Kinshur replied with a faint smile. Very well. As they surveyed the smoke-shrouded naval vessels, Whitebeard cast a momentarily surprised glance at Kinshur. "We must depart," he commanded, as the Dick ship gradually sailed away into the distance. "Kill the ducks." Yet amidst the smoke, a thunderous roar reverberated. One naval vessel after another surged forth in pursuit of the Dick ship, with Akainu standing sternly at the forefront of the leading ship's deck. The Navy ships steadily emerged, signaling an impending confrontation. "This seems to be a prelude to battle. Father, should we engage or not?" Marco approached Whitebeard, his tone contemplative. The current circumstances clearly indicated that the Navy was not inclined to let them escape easily. "Is this Sengoku's intent?" Whitebeard murmured to himself, pondering the situation. "It appears so," Marco replied, perplexed. "But who could compel the Navy to pursue us so fervently?" "Perhaps not." Whitebeard shook his head. "If Sengoku were truly aware of our advantages at sea, he would not be so singularly focused on our destruction. The outcome of such a confrontation is uncertain, but the losses would undoubtedly be catastrophic." His gaze then settled on Akainu, who was leading the charge. "Akainu," Whitebeard's thoughts began to form a tentative hypothesis. Who fears whom? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates ignited with fervor, recalling how they had previously held the upper hand. "The Whitebeard pirates, are we not worthy of a fight?" Akainu advanced with fierce determination, and though the Navy outnumbered them, many of their ranks were wounded or deceased. The cries of the fallen resonated across the battlefield, yet all were ensnared in the throes of life and death. Indifferent to the plight of others, on board, KB's eyes widened, as he seemed to sense every movement around him, even the unspoken thoughts of those nearby. The lamentations of countless Marines echoed in their hearts as they yearned for peace. Despite their resolve and fortitude, after all, who among them wished for death? Each held dear someone or something they could not bear to part with, and now they were on the brink of defeat. Even if they sacrificed every soldier, could they hope to seize Fire Fist Ace? The prospect of vanquishing the Whitebeard pirates was an enigma. The futility of their sacrifices stirred a sense of melancholy among the Marines. They bore no blame towards others, only toward themselves. Had they been more capable in this war, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Regret washed over them, especially for those waiting for their return at home. Though some appeared outwardly composed, shouting for the defeat of pirates, within their hearts lay a struggle against the soft spots they feared to confront, lest they shy away from the prospect of death. Such thoughts would breed a deep-seated dread of mortality, leading to self-loathing for succumbing to such fears. This feeling was a betrayal of their commitment to justice. The final confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the naval fleet loomed, both sides resolutely refusing to yield. Whitebeard, Akainu, gritted his teeth, his gaze flashing with intensity as he commanded, "Charge forward." The naval soldiers, unwilling to defy orders, surged the ship directly towards the Dick vessel at breakneck speed. Standing tall, Akainu alone instilled immense pressure upon the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone. Bista began to speak, but was abruptly silenced. Boom! A ship, resembling a dragon's head, slowly appeared in the path of the impending clash, directly obstructing Akainu's advancing vessel. Its hull, resplendent in shades of red, left all in awe of its grandeur. The Jolly Roger featuring crossed swords fluttered in the wind as a procession of figures emerged from the deck. Leading the charge was a figure with striking red hair, 3 prominent scars across his left eye, embodying the quintessential attire of a pirate. Flip-flops and shorts, the black coat enveloped him, exuding an aura of authority, while a sheathed blade at his waist hinted at his lethal prowess. One man wielding a sword commanded the battlefield's atmosphere, instilling a palpable tension that silenced all present. That a cadre of individuals followed closely behind, each exuding a nonchalant demeanor, yet all bore weapons with practiced ease, signifying their intent for confrontation. The scene grew ominously quiet, save for the sound of meat being devoured, leaving the onlookers apprehensive. Both Marines and pirates gazed in astonishment at this unexpected arrival. The four emperors, the red-haired pirates. Even some officers swallowed hard, unable to mask their shock at the sight of this formidable newcomer. At the forefront stood Shanks, one of the four emperors reigning over the latter half of the Grand Line. They were the red-haired pirates, a crew that struck fear into the hearts of many. Hadn't it been reported that Shanks was clashing with Kaido in the New World? What brought him here? So soon after such news had surfaced, boom, Akainu's ship skidded to a halt in front of the red-haired pirates. Red-haired Akainu regarded this sudden intrusion with a grave expression. As the crowd gaped in disbelief. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Mihawk, where are you going? The Navy called out in alarm. Mihawk merely cast a chilling glance back, stating, the agreement only mentioned engaging with Whitebeard. Red-haired is not included. With that, he departed without a backward glance, leaving the Navy in stunned silence. Aboard the Dick's ship, Dragon Soul listened intently to the commotion outside, his heart racing with excitement as he realized Shanks had arrived. Among pirates, there were always a few individuals deserving of admiration, and Shanks was one of those figures for Dragon Soul. Suppressing his exhilaration, he longed to witness the legendary Four Emperors' presence. Having encountered the world's strongest man, he had already felt the weight of Whitebeard's might. Now, with another of the Four Emperors appearing, someone he revered, Dragon Soul could feel his heart pounding frantically, a sensation growing increasingly intense. In the end, it left him feeling almost delirious, swallowing hard as his gaze fell upon the peacefully slumbering Luffy, a struggle brewing within him. Red-haired Marco observed the red-haired pirate's position between factions, then turned his gaze toward Whitebeard. What brings you here, Shanks? Whitebeard gazed at red-haired Shanks, who surveyed the surroundings with a sweeping glance. The scene was no longer confined to Marineford. There were numerous corpses adrift upon the sea in the midst of the profound silence. The agonized groans of countless wounded individuals gradually reached the ears of those present. Among them were both Navy and pirates. Nodding slightly towards Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks spoke slowly. Let us cease this conflict. Whitebeard, casting a deep glance at Shanks, allowed a slight smile to curve his lips, proclaiming with a hearty laugh, Gurara. He then fell silent, his gaze shifting to the imposing figure of Akainu, with a measured pace. Shanks maintained a calm demeanor, yet with each step he took, the pressure upon the Navy intensified. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to red-haired Shanks, whose every movement radiated an extraordinary aura of dominance. Unbeknownst to him, he exuded immense pressure upon those around him. Even Whitebeard had to concede that Shanks' conqueror's haki was undeniably formidable. The battlefield, which had the potential to influence the entire world, had transformed into a stage for Shanks' address. With every gaze fixated upon him, Shanks, the man who guided Luffy onto the path of piracy, Carp observed Shanks with a grave expression, while Sengoku and Whitebeard awaited his declaration regarding the purpose of his arrival. The involvement of the red-haired pirates rendered any continuation of fighting impossible due to the imbalance of power. Wherever Shanks stood, the strength of that side would surge exponentially. Persistent battle would only lead to further casualties among the generals. Shanks paused briefly, scanning the crowd before turning to continue his stride, declaring, if anyone still desires to fight. With that, Shanks approached his crew, drawing his long sword from its sheath with a flourish. Come, let us be your adversaries. The scene abruptly froze, capturing the entire red-haired pirates in a single frame, each displaying an air of calm confidence, their gleaming blades reflecting their indomitable spirit. Each member wore an expression of pride, akin to eagles soaring with wings spread wide, their lips curling into faint smiles, their presence striking fear into the hearts of the Navy. Countless Navy personnel, caught off guard, merely swallowed hard upon witnessing the overwhelming aura of the red-haired pirates. This moment was destined to be etched into history. It was simply too majestic. Oh my! Dragon, just emerging from his quarters, was taken aback by this historic spectacle, swallowing repeatedly as he gradually composed himself. After much contemplation and inner turmoil, he resolved to step outside, for after all, this was red-haired Shanks. The four emperors stood at the pinnacle of piracy, and Shanks was the youngest among them, a master of supreme conqueror's haki. As this realization dawned upon him, Dragon raised his right hand slowly. Damn it, don't shake. He was overwhelmed with excitement. He yearned to use his detector to gauge the power of Shanks, the one dubbed as the supreme wielder of Conqueror's Haki. A question that plagued many a sea enthusiast. Could he be the one to unravel this historical mystery? Moreover, what of Shanks' identity? Did he possess any special status? This left Dragon brimming with curiosity, taking a deep breath. Dragon fixed a resolute gaze upon Shanks. Yet, he was suddenly reminded of Luffy's straw hat, a symbol passed down directly from Shanks to Luffy. One straw hat. One sea, one story. Such is the essence of piracy. His trembling hand and racing heart mirrored the turmoil within him. Beep. A finger pressed down. A stream of information appeared on the detector. Red-haired Shanks. Sword Saint level, Supreme Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Armament, and Observation Haki. Power Index, 9500. Dragon's eyes widened as he fixated on the displayed information, a mix of awe and slight disappointment flooding his heart. He was astonished to learn that Shanks had attained the level of Sword Saint, historically. Only the elder generation of formidable warriors achieved such mastery. Carp, Sengoku, and Whitebeard were among the few who had reached this pinnacle. Even the three admirals of the Navy were merely great swordsmen. With Akainu barely brushing against the threshold of Sword Saint, considering their ages, the three admirals were all around 50, with only Akiji being slightly younger, yet they were all nearing the half-century mark. This underscored the immense difficulty in reaching the Sword Saint level. Previously, Dragon had surmised that such mastery might come with years of diligent training, but now that possibility seemed drastically diminished. He pondered this data. Dragon suddenly realized that this was merely a comprehensive combat power assessment. What would be the magnitude of power should Shanks employ his Supreme Conqueror's Haki in a binding maneuver? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Could there be an unexpected amplification? It was likely. While Dragon's thoughts soared to celestial heights, Shanks took a deliberate step forward, surveying the Navy before him, who appeared to be lacking in fighting spirit. Akainu gradually retracted his powers, the flowing magma around him returning to human form, while Sengoku stepped off the warship and onto the deck. Swish! Shanks sheathed his sword, his gaze shifting to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Almost all lowered their heads slowly. This war had claimed many lives among them. Countless comrades, once reveling in shared joy, now lay eternally entombed within Marineford and the vast sea. Victory and defeat were merely outcomes. The higher-ups cared only for results. They only wished to preserve the lives of those beside them. Nothing more? War is cruel, not targeting any single individual, but affecting all. Tears of sorrow fell from some. On the battlefield, they were warriors, yet in the aftermath, they were simply ordinary beings with flesh and blood. The loss of companions brought them grief and tears. Countless individuals supported one another, as the plaza of Marineford became a resting place for numerous sailors and pirates alike. In this moment, not just the ordinary sailors and pirates, but even the officers of the Navy and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates fell into a profound silence. Many were moved to tears. The camera shifted between various angles, capturing the undeniable aura of Shanks, who addressed all present. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to grant me this favor. The war must come to an end. Shanks' words jolted Dragon awake, who gazed at the spotlighted figure of Shanks with reverence. Such was the power of the face fruit. With a single utterance, he halted the war. In these waters, who would dare to deny red-haired Shanks his due respect? Why should we? A Navy officer retorted loudly, challenging Shanks. This battle must end in victory for the Navy. Indeed, the commander is right. We shan't heed the pirates' demands. Numerous Navy personnel rallied, mustering courage to confront Shanks. Shanks remained silent, his gaze fixed on all present. Akainu, Sengoku, and the high-ranking Navy officials wore grim expressions. Sengoku, in particular, appeared troubled. As the fleet admiral, he sensed the dwindling fighting spirit among the Navy. In fact, the majority of the Navy personnel seemed to be contemplating a ceasefire. A sentiment shared even by Akainu, who showed signs of alarm. Soon, Shanks' gaze fell upon Sengoku. The intentions of Whitebeard were unmistakable. If the Navy consented to a truce, the conflict would come to an immediate end. With a heavy sigh, Sengoku pondered for a long moment, a touch of melancholy crossing his features. Finally, he spoke to Shanks. I agree. Upon uttering those words, Sengoku felt an overwhelming weight of age descend upon him. His heart filled with complex emotions. Fleet Admiral. The Navy personnel looked at Sengoku in disbelief. His gaze swept across their faces. Some were filled with anger and resentment, others with despondency. and some with a mixture of emotions. His attention shifted to the sea of wounded comrades sprawled on the ground. As they witnessed their fellow soldiers wailing in agony, the realization dawned upon them, and they collectively lowered their heads in sorrow. "Do not worry, I will shoulder all the consequences," the warring state spoke slowly. "The war has come to an end." This proclamation echoed throughout Marineford, prompting a collective sigh of relief from both pirates and Navy personnel alike. Despite the visible discontent on the faces of numerous Navy officers, their silence fell heavy upon them as they surveyed the multitude of injured sprawled across Marineford. War, after all, knows no right or wrong. Justice? What constitutes justice? The Navy engaged in a fierce confrontation with Whitebeard, all in the name of their own brand of righteousness. Yet, what burdens did the Whitebeard pirates carry? It was precisely because both sides held steadfast beliefs and convictions that they were willing to risk their lives. In this battle, the Navy had suffered defeat. Carp descended from the warship with a slow, deliberate gait, raising his hand and declaring, "The war is over. Everyone, assist the wounded. Medical personnel, hurry." At Carp's command, the Navy finally sprang into action, rushing towards Marineford, racing towards the remnants of the battlefield. "Quick, medical personnel! There's an emergency over here," a Navy soldier shouted frantically, cradling a comrade who was barely clinging to life. "We need stretchers over here. More hands, quickly." In an instant, the Navy mobilized, witnessing their comrades and brothers on the brink of death due to delayed treatment. They finally grasped the gravity of their commander's concerns. Victory had become elusive. The shame of defeat was a burden he would bear alone, but he could not allow so many of his men to perish due to his own stubbornness. They were moved, though they had lost. They remained willing to sacrifice themselves for the justice they believed in. The Navy stood for righteousness. They may have been defeated, yet this was merely the tempest of the great pirate era, which would only intensify. Thus, they must fortify themselves to confront the impending chaos of a new age of piracy. "Let us move." The atmosphere of the battlefield shifted dramatically, giving rise to an urgent rescue operation. "Let us depart." Casting a glance at the imposing figure of Shanks, Whitebeard waved his hand, and the Moby Dick gradually sailed away into the distance. "Let us go." The dragon's soul felt a twinge of reluctance. Captivated by the aura of authority exuded by Shanks, an overwhelming sense of admiration and envy was etched upon his face. The mastery of Conqueror's haki, how he yearned for it. However, with the aid of the system, Dragon's soul felt a glimmer of hope. As a man, if one were to forsake a mundane existence, one should strive relentlessly towards the pinnacle of this world. Having entered such a realm, Dragon's soul was unwilling to settle for a life of mediocrity. At that moment, he found his purpose. A mere request for a favor led to an immediate ceasefire in a world-class conflict, and the overwhelming presence of his aura commanded respect. This was indeed the true essence of manhood. "Dragon's soul, why are you out here?" Sabo inquired as he spotted Dragon's soul approaching steadily. With a slight smile, Dragon's soul replied, "Luffy is fine. I thought I'd come out to take a look." At that moment, the members of the Whitebeard pirates had already begun organizing the treatment of the wounded, each fulfilling their assigned roles. As they gradually distanced themselves from Marineford, Whitebeard confirmed that no one was pursuing them and walked slowly towards the deck. Guraguragura, upon seeing Whitebeard, those without rescue duties turned their gazes towards him. Every face radiated pride and confidence. They had triumphed over the Navy headquarters. This was truly a rare occurrence in history, though this era is known as the Great Pirate Era. The influence and power of the world government far surpassed that of ordinary pirates. The Navy was filled with exceptional individuals, and the three admirals instilled fear in countless pirates. Even the four emperors of the New World felt immense pressure when faced with the admirals. Yet they had achieved victory. This singular accomplishment was enough to overshadow all four emperors, establishing them as the true #1 pirate crew. In this moment, a surge of pride welled up within the hearts of every member of the Whitebeard pirates. They eagerly awaited their captain's post-war address. Whitebeard scanned the crowd and slowly began, "This war had no victor. We merely sought to rescue our family." His gaze fell upon Ace. The commanders exchanged knowing smiles. The Whitebeard pirates did not seek the glory of victory in battle, only the safety of their family. Countless eyes turned towards Ace, who could see the happiness reflected in everyone's faces. Family. Ace smiled with gratitude, looking at Sabo and Dragon's Soul. He had family, brothers, and a younger sibling he worried for the most. life felt complete, and he truly understood the value of life. The moment he saw his father and brother come to his rescue, he realized he still had a home, a true home. Thank you all so much for coming to save me. What are you saying? Ace, you are our 2nd Division commander. Before Ace could finish, the crew erupted in exclamations. Exactly. Ace, we are family. Don't say such things again, understand, Ace, Marco said, patting Ace on the shoulder. Looking at the contented smiles on everyone's faces, Ace's eyes widened, his nose tinged with emotion. You guys. He then closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ha! The gentle sea breeze wafted across the expansive ocean as the Moby Dick sailed steadily. Laughter and joy carried on the wind. On the ruins of Marineford, a solitary figure remained, bearing witness to all of history's echoes. Meanwhile, news of the war's events began to spread across the world, carried forth by the soaring newsbirds. Those who had originally possessed the Den Mushi, such as Buggy, were long gone. Whitebeard had departed, and so had Shanks. The only ones left were the Navy. This battle had dealt a significant blow to the Navy, even with the full might of the Navy mobilized. They had achieved such a result, yet their conviction in justice had only solidified. The battlefield was merciless. Countless comrades had fallen, yet many Navy personnel had undergone a profound transformation. War is the most potent catalyst for growth. They had come to realize their own insignificance. To grow stronger. This became the lifelong belief of every Navy officer who survived. Previously, they had believed that while pirates were formidable, the Navy boasted the strongest combined combat power in the world. With the 3 admirals capable of subduing any foe, even if they were weak, they still held dreams of becoming saviors and champions of justice. However, reality had delivered a crushing blow. The Navy was not solely defined by the 3 admirals. They were the Navy. When the world truly needed their strength, they had been ineffectual. It was time to awaken from their slumber. They must grow stronger, strong enough to be of use in such battles. They would let the world know that the Navy could protect the people. Ah, so Blackbeard has escaped. Sengoku sighed helplessly, seated upon a stone amidst the ruins. Before him stood the Navy's Admiral Akiji. Indeed, Blackbeard's abilities are exceedingly strange. Akiji recalled the moment when the Whitebeard pirates had chosen to forego killing Blackbeard, pursuing him instead. This was, of course, Sengoku's order at the time to guarantee the coastline. He had unleashed his full power against Blackbeard's crew, but ultimately allowed them to escape. Nevertheless, he had managed to detain one of them, having delayed for long enough for Blackbeard to seize the opportunity. Moreover, Blackbeard's abilities were simply too enigmatic. Even if he couldn't capture Blackbeard, restraining the others should have been entirely feasible. Akiji vividly remembered the overwhelming darkness emanating from Blackbeard's body. By the time he had comprehended the situation, Blackbeard's crew had vanished without a trace. Only the unfortunate Boschas, who had bought them time, remained, encased in ice. Sengoku glanced at the shackled Boschas and waved his hand, saying, "Take him to Impel Down and hand him over to Magellan." Understood. Akiji nodded slightly. He had already discarded his justice coat, which had been burned beyond recognition. Removing it made him appear somewhat more presentable at that moment. A Navy officer approached Sengoku, hesitating to speak. What is it? Speak your mind, Sengoku prompted, eyeing him with curiosity. Yes, the officer quickly replied. It's about Impel Down's Warden Magellan. He wishes to atone for the prison's failure by sacrificing himself. What? In the throes of tension, Zhanghua furrowed his brow and exclaimed. Stop him. The incident had arisen unexpectedly. While he bore some responsibility, the punishment did not warrant death, for they still required his prowess at the advancing city. Yes. Furthermore, a new wanted notice needed to be swiftly issued for the 6th-tier criminals who had escaped from the advancing city. The mere presence of individuals from the 6th tier, even if they were to infiltrate a minor nation, could unleash unforeseen troubles. Although this marshal bore an undeniable share of blame for the military defeat, he recognized the necessity of maintaining composure during such tumultuous times. Casting a glance at Qingji, he silently lamented the passage of time, acknowledging that opportunities ought to be afforded to the younger generation. The officer's expression wavered. Zhanghua's brow knitted in confusion. What now? Regarding the matter of the advancing city, the government has mandated that we maintain confidentiality, the officer replied, gritting his teeth. What? Zhanghua sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face. What nonsense is this? Even Qingji, standing nearby, found it hard to trust his own ears. although he soon resumed an air of indifference. Simultaneously, a scene unfolded across the four seas. What? The Navy has been defeated. How can this be? An elderly man, clutching a newspaper he had just procured from the newsbird, exclaimed in utter disbelief. This is impossible. How could the Navy suffer defeat? It cannot be. Ah! A woman cried out as she gazed at the image of Whitebeard standing resolutely against the Navy, her voice tinged with fear. As the newspaper circulated throughout the world, the details of the war's outcome became increasingly known. And it was no surprise that ordinary people began to be consumed by panic. The world government's ostensibly strongest military force, the Navy headquarters, had been vanquished in battle against the Whitebeard pirates. This was merely one pirate crew. One must remember that there are 4 emperors of piracy in the world. How could this not incite sheer terror? Could the world government still safeguard them? Countless individuals silently questioned themselves, arriving at a disheartening conclusion that, of course, this was merely the perspective of the common folk. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while professionals discern the intricacies. Those with insight could discern that while the Navy's defeat was accurate, it was not the crux of the matter. The Whitebeard pirates had come merely to rescue their comrades, and had successfully fled. It was entirely reasonable for the Navy to find themselves helpless against the formidable powers of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Moreover, the conflict was far from straightforward. Fire Fist Ace was one of the 4 brothers. Each was an extraordinarily capable and exceptional young individual. The legendary super rookie, the Straw Hat Kid, was none other than the son of the world's most notorious criminal. Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. Fire Fist Ace was the son of the pirate king, Gold. Roger. What kind of upheaval would such remarkable youths bring to this world? No one could provide an answer. The only certainty was that the days ahead would likely be anything but peaceful. On a remote island, relatively close to the Sabaody archipelago, a robust-looking man, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stared in terror at the few individuals before him. Surrounding him were lifeless bodies, men, women, even the elderly and children, indicating that these few were likely a family. It seems that fate is still on my side. Before him stood Blackbeard and his crew, who had recently escaped from Marineford. I am Blackbeard, destined to conquer the entire world. Listening to Blackbeard's boisterous laughter, the man's eyes burned with rage, his fallen family members weighing heavily on his heart. In that moment, he could no longer contain himself, his legs propelling him forward toward Blackbeard. Buzz! The man lunged at Blackbeard, voice laden with fury. Diamond arm. His arm transformed into a golden hue, emanating an aura of immense strength. Yet, Blackbeard remained unfazed. He had already discerned this man's weakness during their previous encounter. A surge of darkness emanated from Blackbeard's hand, instantly engulfing the man's arm, causing the golden light to extinguish upon contact. At that moment, Blackbeard's crew raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Poochie, blood holes appeared across the man's body, yet he remained in a state of shock, staring incredulously at Blackbeard, as if silently questioning. Why? Isn't it strange? Blackbeard grinned wickedly, while the rest of his crew maintained stoic expressions. But you should still die. With that, Blackbeard drew a pistol from his waist and shot the man in the head. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, and the man fell silent, his eyes wide open, clearly unable to rest in peace. Blackbeard's mood was already grim. He had narrowly escaped Whitebeard's grasp and was almost captured by Qingji. Although he had managed to flee, Basis had been apprehended. Despite appearing unharmed, he was gravely injured and could not confront someone who relied solely on fruit abilities without relying on the strength of others in his crew. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Blackbeard closed his eyes and spoke softly. All right. Lafitte and Van Augur retrieved a large black cloth to cover the deceased man. Blackbeard inhaled deeply and stepped beneath the black cloth. All eyes were fixed on this moment, for the fate of the Blackbeard pirates hinged upon it. Shiryu's gaze remained unwaveringly locked on the inconspicuous black cloth. For them all, the dissolution of the Blackbeard pirates was an outcome they fervently wished to avoid. Time passed slowly in this tense atmosphere as the members of the Blackbeard pirates held their breaths. Captain, what are they doing? In a dense jungle not far from the Blackbeard pirates' location, a group of individuals watched intently. I know not, but there must be some unspeakable secret at play. Skuyard, captain of the great whale spider pirates, tightened his grip on his sword. Indeed, This was the same Scuyard who was manipulated by a Kainu into stabbing Whitebeard during the chaos of Marineford. He had witnessed the Whitebeard pirate's stance towards Blackbeard and regretted not executing the traitor on the spot. Ever since he realized the gravity of his actions, he had felt unworthy to face the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Even though Whitebeard had forgiven him, and the crew bore him no ill will, the more he experienced their kindness, the more he felt shame and humiliation. Upon seeing Blackbeard's crew fleeing, he wasted no time in pursuing them with his own crew, who followed without hesitation. They had witnessed the might of Blackbeard's crew, particularly Blackbeard himself, a formidable presence. The fact that they had survived an encounter with Admiral Qingji and managed to escape with only one casualty spoke volumes of their power. Why are they covering that gorilla with a black cloth? I do not know, but we cannot afford to wait any longer. When I give the signal, we must seize them in the shortest time possible. Scuyard resolved that he could not linger any longer in the face of the unmoving Blackbeard pirates. Understood. Confirming that the Blackbeard pirates showed no signs of movement, Scuyard made a gesture for action and charged toward them. Just as Scuyard approached within 30 meters of the Blackbeard pirates, Shiryu and Van Augur became alert as they observed the approaching great whale spider pirates. The Blackbeard crew exchanged wary glances. Who are you? At that moment, everyone reacted, and Scuyard wasted no breath, issuing a direct command. Eliminate them. The great whale spider pirates surged forward, encircling the Blackbeard crew. Swish! As Scuyard unsheathed his long blade, he aimed a decisive strike beneath the black cloth before the Blackbeard pirates could fully comprehend the situation. This is bad. The entire crew of the Blackbeard pirates gasped in unison. Shiryu, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, wore a grim expression. They had not anticipated an ambush at such a critical juncture, particularly when their very survival hinged upon this moment. Boom! Shiryu, fueled by rage, swung his sword, sending several members of the great whirl spider pirates sprawling. Yet, he was quickly surrounded by others from the crew. While Scuyard's blade was already poised above the black cloth, with a swift motion, the black cloth tore apart, and Scuyard's heart leapt with joy. If he could claim Blackbeard's head, he would redeem himself, at least in his own eyes. However, in the next instant, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air as the remnants of the black cloth drifted down, revealing the scene within. This is impossible. Scuyard's eyes widened in disbelief as he opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Scuyard, what have you done? He stammered, confusion overtaking him. Blackbeard revealed a sinister, exhilarated grin at ha ha ha. The heavens do not forsake me. Allow me to showcase the finest spectacle of the world. Almost immediately, a golden radiance enveloped Blackbeard, intensifying until it resembled golden flames. Gradually solidifying around him, he appeared as though he had donned a suit of armor. And his stature swelled to an imposing 4 to 5 meters, resembling a colossal gorilla, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Scuyard, are you here to kill me? Blackbeard loomed over the bewildered Scuyard, though Scuyard was a formidable figure in the new world. He quickly regained his composure, a wry smile gracing his lips as he declared, Indeed, I have come to eradicate the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. With that, he lunged forward, thrusting his blade towards Blackbeard. Go, Captain! The crew of the great whirl spider pirates shouted fervently. If they could slay Blackbeard, they would reclaim their honor and once again hold their heads high within the Whitebeard pirates. Boom! Unfazed by the incoming strike, Blackbeard extended his right hand and grasped the long blade with ease. What? Scuyard's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. He understood the capabilities of Blackbeard's dark fruit, but could not fathom how the gravely injured pirate could effortlessly block his attack. Yet, the next moment brought further astonishment as Blackbeard exerted a slight force, and Scuyard's blade shattered with a resounding crack. What? This time, not only the great whirl spider pirates, but even the Blackbeard pirates were taken aback. Impossible! Scuyard staggered back, terror etched on his face. The golden aura surrounding Blackbeard bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the recently deceased man. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard cackled maniacally, his right hand shrouded in darkness, while his left radiated brilliance. Though this ability was not his primary desire, it was undeniably the most suitable for him, rivaling even the power of the tremor fruit, the ape fruit, a mythical zoan type. In its diamond form, for the first half of his life, Blackbeard had awaited the emergence of the dark fruit, and now he had found a second devil fruit power to complement it. One possibility was Whitebeard's tremor fruit, which, when combined with the dark fruit, would render him nearly invincible across the seas. However, he had failed to obtain the tremor fruit, nearly leading to his crew's demise at Marineford. The second option was this diamond ability. Due to the side effects of the dark fruit, he had to endure double the pain from injuries, something he could manage under normal circumstances, yet in intense battles. This weakness became glaringly apparent. In his moment of despair, he stumbled upon another devil fruit, the ape fruit. This diamond form was capable of generating an impenetrable suit of diamond armor around his body, a unique external ability of the fruit. With this armor, his defensive capabilities surged to the pinnacle of the world, rendering him nearly untouchable. Of course, the true significance of this ability lay in its offensive power. It possessed the might to rival the strongest forces known. Scuyard, behold! Blackbeard's arm extended as he swung towards Scuyard with ferocity. Boom! With a single blow, Scuyard's chest caved inward, blood erupting from his mouth as his ribs shattered under the impact. Boom! A smile crept upon Blackbeard's lips as Scuyard was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. Captain! The crew of the Great Whirl Spider Pirates gasped in horror, their voices rising in alarm. Damn Blackbeard! Everyone, charge! Roar! Shirley displayed a cold demeanor, positioning his blade before them. Just watch closely. In a flash, several adversaries fell to the ground. Those who had rushed forward hesitated, taking several steps back, their expressions grave as they regarded Shirley. Ha ha ha! Is this all the strength you possess, Scuyard? Blackbeard chuckled malevolently as he hoisted Scuyard aloft, a wicked grin plastered across his face. What is this power? Scuyard, drenched in his own blood, stammered, gazing at the faintly shimmering golden light surrounding Blackbeard. The ape fruit, mythical Zoan, diamond form. Blackbeard did not conceal the truth, his spirit soaring. His strength could shake mountains and rivers, rivaling that of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. With the crucial advantage of combining both offensive and defensive prowess in one top-tier mythical Zoan. Ha ha ha! Even the armor upon my body could withstand the strikes of an average vice-admiral. Such defensive capabilities are nothing short of miraculous. You may perish now. With a powerful stomp. The island trembled beneath them. Golden light surged around his arm as he unleashed a devastating punch upon Scuyard. Pooh! Blood gushed forth, splattering across Blackbeard's face as the blow pierced straight through Scuyard. Captain Scuyard, a member of the Great Whirl Spider Pirates, lunged towards Shirley in a fit of rage. Humph! Shirley remained calm, swiftly slicing through the assailant, who fell lifelessly to the ground. Pooh! Observing Blackbeard's current state, Shirley felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed the Blackbeard pirates would not disband after all. Damn it! Let us all attack together. The members of the Blackbeard pirates launched their ruthless assault without hesitation. It is worth noting that the crew of the Blackbeard pirates consists almost entirely of renowned masters. Although the Great Whirlpool Spider Pirates have made a name for themselves in the New World, they are utterly outmatched. It is a one-sided massacre. Everyone, Squard gazed with a mixture of reluctance and despair as his crew members fell one by one to the onslaught of the Blackbeard pirates. His heart heavy with sorrow. Ace, I am so sorry that in that moment, Squard was acutely aware that his life was nearing its end, as vivid memories of fighting alongside Ace replayed in his mind. Countless thoughts surged forth, leaving only the haunting image of himself plunging a blade into his father, Whitebeard. His dear friend Ace was bound to the execution platform, exposed for the entire world to mock and revile. And yet, at that critical moment, he had nearly obliterated everything. Perhaps this was a fitting retribution, but he could only lament. I am truly sorry that as he watched his crew perish before his eyes. Squard slowly closed his eyes. Let me fight one last time for the Whitebeard pirates. With a deafening roar, Squard suddenly erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending a small mushroom cloud rising above the island. This is bad. The cunning trickery of Squard caught even Blackbeard off guard. He had concealed a powerful bomb on his person. The Blackbeard pirates instantly fell into disarray, for Blackbeard himself was gravely injured. If the explosion were to catch him, any outcome would be within the realm of the expected. Captain, the remaining members of the Great Whirlpool Spider Pirates watched in anguish as their captain departed. Tears brimming in their eyes but held back with great effort that a man's resolve must not be tarnished by weakness or tears. On that isolated island surrounded by endless seas, a formidable mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The crimson glow illuminated the waters, drawing the gaze of countless fish as if they were bidding farewell to this tragic Yet valiant am and I in the misty rain. The world often unfolds in ways that are far from ideal, accompanied by countless regrets and missteps. Yet when one returns to the right path, they can still become cherished memories in the hearts of others. Captain, one crew member of the great whirlpool spider pirates, wielding a long knife, wiped away a tear. He could not allow his captain to be shamed. Despite his own worsening injuries, he stood resolutely, fixated on the cloud of smoke that he needed to witness this moment, to prove that the great whirlpool spider pirates had not brought disgrace to their father, Whitebeard. Soon, the entire crew of the great whirlpool spider pirates was decimated, yet this lone survivor, gravely injured, remained unwavering in his gaze. Humph! Shiryu exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, refraining from delivering the final blow as his gaze bore heavily upon the clearing smoke. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates also watched the haze with trepidation. Whether they worried for Blackbeard remained uncertain. After all, there was little camaraderie among the crew, their gathering a mere result of chance. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Blackbeard, encased in impenetrable armor, strode forth with an air of indifference. Truly, the armor was astonishingly resilient. Squard was indeed a fool to have such a singular focus. What is this? How could you be unscathed? The member of the great whirlpool spider pirates stared wide-eyed at the untouched Blackbeard. Their captain had risked everything to carry such a powerful bomb. Prior to their departure, they had attempted to dissuade Squard, but to no avail, as he had resolutely declared, "If all goes well, I cannot kill Teach. So I must do this. Do not follow me." Yet they had followed without hesitation, for they were pirates who chose their own fate. However, they had not anticipated this outcome. The member of the great whirlpool spider pirates scanned the faces of the Blackbeard crew, his gaze finally landing on a broken sword lodged in the ground, still standing tall despite its fractured blade that it resembled their captain, unyielding unto death. Under the watchful eyes of the Blackbeard pirates, he slowly closed his eyes. "Father, we of the great whirlpool spider pirates have failed you. Until the very end, we could not cleanse the domain of the Whitebeard pirates, nor could we take a single life. I can only hope to be your son in the next life. We of the great whirlpool spider pirates have no regrets." A tear slipped down his cheek. He never opened his eyes again. Lafitte moved a step forward, but Poison Q interjected, "He is already dead." The Blackbeard crew exchanged astonished glances. At that moment, Blackbeard approached slowly, waving his hand dismissively. "If he is dead, then so be it. We must take our leave." As he spoke, a glint of excitement sparked in Blackbeard's eyes, his lips curling into an unabashed smile. The crew of the Blackbeard pirates gathered behind him, each face brimming with anticipation. Ha ha ha. New world, await my triumphant return. Blackbeard. On the vast, windless sea, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates fluttered on the deck of the Moby Dick. Though the calm belt is known as the graveyard for pirate ships, it posed no problem for the world-renowned Whitebeard pirates. What sea kings, what perennial tranquility could impede the Moby Dick's progress? Nonsense. With a mere flick of Whitebeard's hand, all obstacles were rendered insignificant. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates had prepared in advance. The ship's hull was reinforced with a substantial amount of sea stone, deterring sea kings from attacking. This also significantly reduced the likelihood of a naval pursuit. "Luffy, you're awake," Ace exclaimed, delight flooding his voice as he looked at Luffy, who had suddenly risen. "Ace." Luffy turned to survey his surroundings, his gaze locking onto Ace. "Ace." "Wah." He leaped into Ace's embrace, tears streaming down his face. Dragon and Ace exchanged knowing smiles. "I'm so relieved you're okay. I thought I was dreaming. I even dreamt of Sabo and Dragon. And they were alive too." Suddenly, Luffy's eyes widened in shock as he sprang away from Ace. "Wait, am I still dreaming?" "Haha." Sabo was the first to break into laughter, looking at Luffy with warmth. "Luffy, you aren't dreaming. We are all alive, and Ace has been rescued." "Indeed, Luffy," Dragon added as he stepped forward. "Wow." Luffy's mouth hung open in disbelief, his eyes clouded with confusion. "All right, Luffy, we're all fine. This is a reason to celebrate. Not to cry, understood?" Sabo said, giving Luffy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Okay." Luffy donned his straw hat, obscuring his face, yet they could see the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Ha ha ha. "Thank you for coming to save me." "Luffy," Ace said as he sank into a chair, lowering his head slightly. Luffy sat on the bed, adjusting his straw hat, and slowly replied, "Yeah." A sudden stillness enveloped the room, but their hearts were anything but tranquil. The four brothers, together in one room, shared laughter as they had a decade ago. There were so many things they wished to say, yet words eluded them. Ultimately, it was Sabo who shattered the silence. Luffy must be starving. Let us go get something to eat. That these words. Everyone sprang to life, especially Luffy, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, transforming into a gluttonous gleam. Dragon, too, was filled with anticipation, although he had been in this world for many days. He had yet to indulge in a proper meal of pirate cuisine, but he had long yearned for this experience. While this body had undoubtedly dined before, Dragon felt no connection to those memories. He must feast heartily. After all, how could one claim to have navigated the pirate world without embracing the life of a foodie? A group of brothers exchanged knowing smiles, for they were indeed the epitome of gluttony. Having often indulged in free meals in the past, Ace, the banquet has begun. At that moment, Jozu rushed over with an expression of excitement, upon noticing that the 4 individuals in the room were gazing at him with fervent eyes. He instinctively swallowed hard. What's going on? Even Jozu, with his imposing stature, felt a shiver run down his spine under their intense stares. That it didn't take long for him to realize that Luffy had awakened. Ace's brother, you're all right now, aren't you? That's wonderful. Meanwhile, Luffy's mind was filled with question marks. Who is this person? However, he soon deduced that Jozu must belong to the Whitebeard pirates. And a radiant smile spread across his face. What could possibly be wrong with me? All right. Ace suddenly stood up and addressed them. Since the banquet has commenced, we cannot allow you to leave with empty stomachs. Let us go eat. With that, Luffy had already dashed to the door in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Longhun followed suit, leaving Ace and Sabo to exchange a resigned smile and shake their heads. Whereas the meat, just as Longhun and the others exited the room, the gaze of the Whitebeard pirates converged upon them. After all, none could impede Luffy's voracious appetite for meat. That a chef had just brought out a large platter piled high with meaty bones. And Luffy immediately teleported over. The chef, in the blink of an eye, suddenly felt the weight of the platter lighten dramatically. He then saw Luffy, grinning widely, snatch the dish from his hands. Ha. The chef called out to Luffy, "You're Ace's brother, aren't you? Make sure to eat plenty so you can recover quickly." Okay. Luffy waved back, though his mind was a total blank. Recover? I'm not sick. Hey, Ace, Sabo, Longhun, I brought meat for us to share. In an unprecedented move, Luffy began distributing the meat. Before long, the 3 gathered around, with Luffy holding the platter in one hand and a piece of meat in the other. Devouring it heartily. Bang! The platter was placed in the center of the group, leaving Longhun utterly astonished. Goodness, several people could easily stand on that platter without issue. Can you really finish all that? Longhun asked. Perplexed, noticing Sabo was still indulging in his meal, while eyeing him curiously to him. With his mouth stuffed, Luffy looked up at Longhun and exclaimed, "Why aren't you eating?" He continued to shove more meat into his mouth. With determination, he picked up another piece of meat and took a massive bite. The meat was tender and juicy, melting in his mouth without losing its texture. What kind of meat is this? Longhun transformed into a ravenous wolf, devouring the meaty bones in mere bites, relishing every moment. The 4 brothers exchanged no words. They simply feasted heartily, each face adorned with smiles as they savored their meal. Whitebeard, atop the high platform, downed a bottle of fine wine and burst into hearty laughter. Old man, the crowd turned their attention toward him. "Captain, you really shouldn't drink so much," a woman in a leopard print nurse outfit advised Whitebeard. However, he shrugged off her concern, replying nonchalantly, "If I can't drink, then what kind of pirate would I be?" With a slight smile, he addressed the crowd below. "Today, we hold this banquet to celebrate the return of our family member. Ace, feel free to eat and drink as much as you desire." Roar! The entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers, their faces brimming with excitement. Ace opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily speechless. "Ace, don't just stand there. Down that drink." "Right, Ace," the others chimed in. "And you, Ace's brothers, don't hold back. Eat and drink to your heart's content." Meanwhile, Sabo, Longhun, and Luffy simply waved their hands, their mouths never ceasing in their culinary pursuits. Ace raised his cup, surveying the surroundings. "I won't say any more words of thanks. I'll drink." With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one go. Roar! Everyone, eat up. Once the banquet is over, we'll be heading back to the New World, Marco declared, raising his cup to the crowd. "All right, Captain Marco, back to the New World." I'm looking forward to it. Luffy suddenly stood up. There's not enough meat. Bring me more. Keep it coming. Longhun glanced at the mountain of bones, and while he couldn't help but be astonished, what surprised him most wasn't how much Luffy could eat, but rather how much he himself could consume. Though he couldn't rival Luffy, he could certainly outdo Ace and Sabo in his appetite, which was no small feat. He hadn't realized his capacity had grown so large over the past 10 days. Could it be that the intense energy expenditure from the battles had led to this? Pondering this perplexity, Longhun began tearing into the newly served meat, deciding not to dwell on it. After all, the flavor was simply exquisite. Due to the ruckus created by Luffy and the others, they quickly became the center of attention. Ace's brother sure has a hearty appetite, indeed, but we chefs cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by their appetites. Let us step up our game. Hurry. Coming right up, Luffy's voracious mouth was like a machine, devouring all meat that came his way, his abilities as a rubber fruit user reaching their peak. Before the servers could even arrive, the food in their hands had vanished. Luffy had truly never been bested in the realm of eating. Thus, aboard the Moby Dick, a scene unfolded where the servers dashed about like sprinters, their feet barely pausing. The chefs worked tirelessly, sweat pouring down their brows, their hands expertly maneuvering the pots, their eyes fixed intently on the flames, mastering their craft with fluid precision. Clearly, they had entered a state of fervent focus. This, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates could only watch in wide-eyed amazement as Luffy gorged himself, while the chefs scurried about. Chefs, do not falter. We cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates by failing to properly host our guests. Yes, we must ensure Ace's brothers are well taken care of. In the kitchen, the head chef of the Whitebeard pirates waved his hand confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, with Ace's brothers here, how could we let them leave hungry? Today, I wager my decades of culinary honor to ensure that Ace's brothers are thoroughly satisfied." With that, the chef sprang into action, determined not to be outdone by the appetites of Ace's brothers. Roar! The kitchen erupted with the exuberant shouts of over a dozen chefs, their spirits soaring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The kitchen was ablaze with energy, flames crackling as pots boiled over, watching his four brothers devour their meals with such fervor. Whitebeard couldn't help but smile faintly. Youth truly was a wonderful thing. In a hushed tone, Whitebeard slowly rose and made his way toward Ace and the others. Old man. Marco quickly followed suit. The once boisterous crowd gradually quieted as Whitebeard approached. Everyone, except for Marco, looked on with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty, wondering what Whitebeard intended to do. Longhun and the others also raised their heads, for Whitebeard had now reached them, clearly intending to address them. Luffy's mouth was still stuffed, or rather, he was practically bursting at the seams. Uncle, after much effort, Luffy finally managed to swallow the meat. Thanks to your assistance, we were able to rescue Ace. Since you're my brothers, there's no need for gratitude. Suddenly, Whitebeard shifted the tone of the conversation. However, there is one thing I must express my gratitude for. Luffy and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Old man, Ace began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Whitebeard. His gaze landed on Longhun, who was patting his belly in satisfaction, completely taken aback that Whitebeard wished to speak to him. You go by Longhun, correct? Our safe evacuation from Marineford was largely thanks to that miraculous medicine you provided me. Moreover, it is not merely this. With a white beard and a single fist clenched, an explosive sense of muscular strength radiated from him. There was not a trace of injury upon him, as if he were a ferocious beast poised to break free from its shackles at any moment. Why does this old man seem different from before? Indeed, there is something distinctly altered. What could it possibly be? In that instant, the members of the Whitebeard pirates found themselves at a loss, even the captains furrowing their brows in perplexity. It is the movement. At this moment, Marco, who had stood behind Whitebeard, stepped forward. The old man's movements had evolved significantly from before. Not only that, but his strength had also seen remarkable improvement, and most importantly, so had his physique, his body. What has happened to the old man's body? Vista questioned, bewildered. Did you not notice that after the old man's injuries healed, his strength became even more astonishing? Upon hearing this, the crew began to recall how, at the last critical moment, Whitebeard's wounds had healed, allowing him to confront the Navy's top-tier powers, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, and Akainu, even the legendary Hero Garp, without losing an ounce of dominance. It was precisely this indomitable spirit that ignited their unwavering belief in victory. Reflecting now, there was indeed something amiss. Logically, even if the old man had fully recovered, he should not possess such overwhelming might. The mere fact that his injuries had healed instantaneously was already beyond comprehension. It seemed that the miraculous medicine had not only restored the old man's wounds, but endowed him with other extraordinary effects. This understanding dawned upon them, and the crew collectively drew in a sharp breath. What sort of ability is this? So terrifying. That medicine not only healed my wounds at that moment, but also cured all the latent injuries I had accumulated over the years. This feeling of being filled with vigor is something I have not experienced in many years. Whitebeard addressed Longhun with gravity. I cannot treat this matter as though nothing has transpired. Thus, I must express my gratitude. Marco, coming. Responding, Marco retrieved a bottle of liquor and handed it to Whitebeard that he uncapped it, filled a cup to the brim, and presented it before Longhun, while Whitebeard himself lifted a bottle that was thicker than an average man's waist. It appeared he intended to chug from it, that Longhun's lips quirked. Truth be told, he was not a drinker. This alcohol was evidently a potent spirit, commonly referred to as fine liquor. The cup he was offered was as large as a human face. If he were to down it in one go, would he still live? Just as Longhun contemplated his predicament, Ace abruptly stood up. Old man, Longhun is my brother. This matter. But before Ace could finish his sentence, Whitebeard interrupted. Ace, you must understand that in the world of pirates, there are no such rules. Longhun is now my savior and a benefactor to the Whitebeard pirates. This drink must be consumed. With that, Whitebeard cast a deep gaze at Ace. After a moment of silence, Ace replied, I understand. He then sat back down and urged Longhun, drink up. What do you mean by that? However, the arrow has been loosed, and it cannot be drawn back. With a heavy heart, Longhun accepted the cup. Longhun, you have just turned of age. This liquor is perfect for you, Sabo said with a smile. Longhun, gritting his teeth, he raised the cup and drank deeply. Soon finishing its contents, the anticipated spiciness did not manifest. Instead, a peculiar wave surged through him, a warmth flowing from his throat to his abdomen. This, Longhun felt an indescribable sensation, although the taste was not exceptional. It bore an addictive quality. Gulalala, Whitebeard's lips curled into a grin resembling his own beard as he raised the bottle and drank heartily. Had it been before, Marco would have surely scolded Whitebeard for such reckless drinking. Yet now it was different. Just recently, he had thoroughly examined Whitebeard's health and found him to be in impeccable condition that a little drinking seemed harmless. Otherwise, Whitebeard would have been on in for drip, undergoing constant treatment. But now all that was unnecessary. Did this battle not cure all of the old man's ailments? Gugugu. Observing Whitebeard's fervent drinking, many felt concerned, yet Marco waved them off. The old man's health is perfectly fine now. He will no longer require an for to maintain his condition. Considering Whitebeard's current state, there are probably few aboard our ship who are healthier than him. What? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates widened their eyes in disbelief. Marco, are you serious? The captains inquired in unison. Of course. I have already examined the old man. Hearing Marco's tone, everyone finally relaxed. Old man, since you are Ace's father, I shall address you as such. Longhun set down his cup and spoke to Whitebeard. Regarding the miraculous medicine, I did not anticipate it to have such an effect. I only knew that it could instantaneously heal injuries. Beyond that, I truly had no idea. Yet, even had I known, I would have still given it to you, old man. Though it was my only one, at that moment, you were the only one capable of turning the tide, and the outcome proved my decision was indeed correct. With a smile, Longhun continued, so please do not take it to heart. Upon hearing Longhun's words, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted into laughter. Gulalala, Whitebeard tossed the bottle to the ground, laughing heartily as he gazed at Longhun. Regardless, my gratitude is obligatory. Indeed, at that moment, Marco smiled at Longhun. You not only saved our old man's life, but also healed the hidden injuries that had tormented him for years. This bond of friendship shall never be forgotten. If there ever comes a time when you need assistance from the Whitebeard pirates, we shall not hesitate to oblige. Captain Marco is right. The entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates stood, raising their cups in unison. Cheers. Good. Longhun's face flushed slightly. Whether it was from the alcohol or something else, he refilled his cup and drank once more. Ah, truly fine liquor. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, Longhun collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Hey, Longhun. Longhun. Ace hurriedly helped Longhun up. At that moment, Jianxin rushed over, holding another bottle of fine liquor. Seeing Longhun sprawled on the ground, he inquired, "What happened to Longhun?" Sigh. Ace sighed as he realized Longhun's peculiar affinity for alcohol when they had sworn brotherhood. That one small bowl had knocked Longhun out cold, leaving him to sleep for an entire day and night. Subsequently, Ace and the others recounted Longhun's past drinking escapades to Jianxin, warning him to keep a close eye on Longhun. He must not be allowed to touch alcohol, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Hearing Ace's account, even Jianxin, with his composure, could not help but draw a sharp breath. What kind of supernatural physique is this? His gaze fell upon the unconscious Longhun, whose face still bore a rosy hue, and Jianxin resolved that he must never allow Longhun to drink again. Soon, Longhun was carried to Ace's room. These two brothers truly were a handful. Ace and Sabo exchanged smiles, while Luffy approached with a large platter of meat. "Ace, Sabo, come over and have some." "Ha! All right." The three chatted amiably while eating, and finally, Ace wiped his mouth, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You all should be leaving soon, right?" Sabo and Luffy paused simultaneously. After a moment of silence, Sabo slowly said, "Yes, now that I know you are all safe, I can rest easy. The bond among us four is one that can never be severed. Indeed, the bond of brotherhood will always accompany us." Ace abruptly rose to his feet and gazed through the window at the boundless sea. "Although we, as brothers, are scattered across distant lands, that fact shall forever remain unchanged." Sabo slowly stood up as well, lifting his grand hat with a smile. "Indeed, even though things have diverged from our previous agreement, as I have now become a revolutionary, our bond will never waver." Hee. Luffy flashed a row of pearly whites, laughter bubbling forth. "Yes, although there is much I wish to express, words often fall short. I have many companions awaiting my return," Luffy remarked, lowering his straw hat. "Let us reunite in the new world." Both Ace and Sabo turned to Luffy, smiling. "Indeed, our younger brother is destined to become a man of the pirate crew." Hee. Luffy grinned widely. While he longed to spend more time with Ace and Sabo, his companions awaited him, and the appointed day had already passed. "I wonder if they have arrived. I truly miss you all." "Yes," Luffy pondered. Ace interjected, "But how will you depart? Even if we provide Luffy with a small boat, he would be unable to navigate it." Luffy, too, was entirely ignorant of sailing techniques. Sabo smiled faintly. "Just give me a small vessel. I shall escort Luffy back. Afterwards, I will take my leave." Sabo, possessing extensive knowledge, was quite adept in maritime skills. But Ace hesitated, concerned about the unpredictable weather conditions of the Grand Line. What if something were to go awry? That would indeed be disastrous. It settled then. Sabo waved his hand dismissively. Navigating the seas was but child's play for him, and ensuring Luffy's safe passage posed no issue at all. Suddenly, an alarm blared outside. Kenshin, who had been resting against the door, slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. To his astonishment, a naval ship had inexplicably appeared alongside the Dick vessel, and the captains had already gathered on the deck. "The Empress of the Seven Warlords, what brings you here?" Marco exclaimed, his expression grave. For the Empress of the Seven Warlords had pursued them aboard a warship. This revelation sparked a flurry of thoughts, as the arrival of the warlords would surely mean the Navy was not far behind. "Do I need to explain my presence to anyone?" Hancock raised her chin, her fingers poised in a gesture of superiority, pride radiating from her. Upon hearing this, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates displayed expressions of concern. Had the Navy resumed hostilities? Had they reneged on the truce? Or was this all part of an elaborate trap? A wave of questions surged through their minds, and some, unable to resist the allure of the Empress's stunning visage, found themselves hopelessly ensnared. "You need not worry about the Navy discovering your whereabouts. I have sent Salome to follow you from beneath the waves." "Where is Luffy?" the Empress stated matter-of-factly. The captains were left bewildered. However, judging by the situation, it seemed there was little cause for alarm. The Navy likely wouldn't pursue them. The Navy here. At that moment, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy burst from the room, scanning their surroundings. "There, over there." Kenshin gestured towards the deck. "They are here for Luffy." "Here for Luffy?" Ace and Sabo exchanged puzzled glances, while question marks danced in Luffy's mind. The Navy was seeking him. This realization sent Ace and Sabo rushing towards the deck. I haven't finished speaking. Kenshin reached out, attempting to interject, but Ace and Sabo were already too far gone. Luffy wandered over, perplexed. Who among the Navy would come looking for him? Kobe? Luffy mused, considering the few Navy personnel he knew. The list of those who might seek him was even shorter. Marco, who is looking for Luffy, and what do they want? Ace approached Marco with an air of urgency, but upon uttering his question, he was momentarily taken aback. The Pirate Empress. Wasn't she one of the 7 warlords? What was she doing here? Marco interrupted Ace's thoughts. She is here for your brother, the Straw Hat Dada. Even Sabo, who had just arrived, was taken aback. The memory of Hancock shielding Luffy during the events at Marineford resurfaced in his mind that it seemed she was not here to cause trouble. Even if she were, it would not be wise to do so here aboard the Dick, where the Whitebeard pirates were present. Who would be foolish enough to confront the Whitebeard pirates alone? That would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. As Luffy approached the crowd, he heard that familiar tone and voice. The Navy personnel aboard the warship had been turned to stone. I am not here to engage in battle. Quickly, tell me where Luffy is. Her tone, once haughty, now softened. Is he safe and sound? The captains, taken aback by the Empress's sudden shift in demeanor, were left in shock. What was the relationship between Luffy and the Empress that could invoke such concern? Ace's younger brother is truly fortunate to have the Empress travel such great distances for him. Hancock. Just then, a booming voice rang out. Ah, Hancock, what brings you here? Luffy exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace the Empress. Thank you for everything that happened before, Hancock. The Empress found herself momentarily flustered, unsure of how to react. Her limbs awkwardly at a loss. Luffy, I'm so glad to see you are safe. The Straw Hat Boy is so lucky. The crew members exchanged glances, exasperated. Ace's brother is truly something else. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were left facepalming, mortified by the scene. Had it not been for their remarkable composure, they too might have succumbed to the absurdity of it all. Both Ace and Sabo stood there, dumbfounded, exchanging incredulous looks before breaking into smiles. For Luffy, such occurrences were hardly surprising. After all, their little brother had a knack for turning those around him into friends. Yet, Hancock's demeanor still startled them. They had heard tales of the Pirate Empress, who was said to harbor a profound disdain for men. Yet here she was, exhibiting an entirely different sentiment toward Luffy. Clearly, their brother's charm was no small matter. Judging by Hancock's behavior, their relationship was surely extraordinary. Ace chuckled softly. Indeed, Sabo, mirth glimmering in his eyes, nodded in agreement. Caught in Luffy's fervent embrace, Hancock felt her strength wane, nearly collapsing to the ground. Luffy, please let go. Luffy, he loosened his grip slightly and addressed Hancock. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude to you. The assistance Hancock had rendered was monumental, beyond any means of repayment. She had disregarded all to bring him to the warship, escorting him to impel down, and even providing the key to free Ace from his shackles at Marineford. Each instance was a profound act of kindness, far too significant to ever be repaid. Luffy, still oblivious to Hancock's internal turmoil, continued, marriage. The word echoed in her mind, a mantra she had rehearsed numerous times in anticipation. Eventually, Hancock snapped back to reality. Luffy, Luffy replied, puzzled. Are you not going to meet your companions? I have already informed Sandasonia and the others that I will take you to Sabaody Archipelago shortly. Hancock gazed at Luffy with a look filled with unspoken affection. Luffy, unable to decipher her expression, perked up at the mention of Sabaody Archipelago. Really? You're taking me to Sabaody Archipelago? That is fantastic. Hancock covered her blushing face with her hands, feeling bashful. Witnessing this scene, Ace turned to Sabo. It seems you need not escort him after all. Ha ha. Indeed, our little brother has truly grown. Sabo smiled warmly. Then, Sabo, how will you depart? Ace inquired. You aren't seriously considering leaving in a small boat, are you? This is the Grand Line, after all, and you are a devil fruit user. Perhaps it would be better if I were to escort you. Although Ace is unaware of how Sabo acquired the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, it matters little. It is not worth inquiring. The ocean remains the greatest weakness of those with abilities, and in the face of a tempestuous storm, a small vessel stands no chance of survival. Should the ship capsize, the ability user would find themselves utterly incapable of self-rescue upon plunging into the sea. This is precisely why Ace is reluctant to let Sabo depart so hastily. Furthermore, the Whitebeard pirates cannot linger here for too long. They must swiftly return to the New World. Just as Sabo was about to speak, a voice called out from behind him. Sabo, Sabo turned slowly, puzzled, only to encounter a familiar face calling out to him. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he recognized the figure, Ivankov. Look, aboard that warship is Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army, and upon seeing the crowd of androgynous figures, he couldn't help but grimace at a gathering of cross-dressers. All right, Ace, I shall board this warship and return. Sabo exchanged smiles with AC. As the newcomers from the warship began a lively dance, Sabo stood momentarily in astonishment. Straw Hat Boy, Jinbei. Ivankov waved his hand dramatically, his expression tinged with mock sorrow, though we are filled with reluctance. We must ultimately part ways. With that, Ivankov covered his face with one hand, adopting a dramatically mournful expression. Indeed, Straw Hat Lad, our hearts are heavy. The newcomers wept openly. This scene left Luffy momentarily stunned, while Jinbei stepped forward from the crowd, opening his mouth yet finding himself at a loss for words. However, farewells are inevitable. We each have our dreams and missions, and many sweethearts await me in Kamabaka Kingdom. Changing the subject, Ivankov's sorrowful demeanor vanished as he raised his hand high, revealing only a solitary, proud silhouette as he declared, "Let us depart to the kingdom of New Hell." At this moment, Sabo approached, his gaze fixed upon Ace, Luffy, and Jinbei. "Please bid farewell to Dragon for me. I must take my leave." Waving his hand, Sabo turned slowly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It truly brings me joy to see you all safe and sound." Sabo, Ivankov blinked, softly calling his name while covering his mouth, whispering, "You're not crying, are you?" Sabo quickly dodged the remark, retorting, "Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly cry?" Ivankov wore a knowing expression. Oh, the newcomers exchanged knowing glances. The sight of the esteemed second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army exhibiting such emotions was a rare occurrence indeed. Watching the warship drift further away, Luffy inhaled sharply and shouted, "Sabo, we shall meet again in the new world." Initially composed, Sabo couldn't help but let a tear slip upon hearing Luffy's words. He hurriedly wiped his eyes, feigning nonchalance. This moment did not escape the notice of the newcomers. Ignoring the voices around him, Sabo walked slowly toward the warship. That moment, Whitebeard emerged from the deck of the Moby Dick. "Old man." Upon seeing Whitebeard approach, the crowd parted respectfully. Luffy waved at Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Uncle Whitebeard, I must take my leave as well." Whitebeard surveyed the surroundings, casting a glance at the warship nearly out of sight before fixing his gaze upon Luffy. "Gorarara, you've declared your ambition to become the Pirate King. Haven't you?" Luffy's previously jovial expression gradually turned serious as he met Whitebeard's gaze, declaring, "Yes, indeed, I will be the one to become the Pirate King. Not even you, Uncle Whitebeard, can deter me." Luffy's voice rang out powerfully, his resolve unwavering. The members of the Whitebeard pirates swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding settling in. "Old man." Ace looked worryingly at Whitebeard and Luffy. Even Jinbei felt a pang of anxiety, his intuition warning him of impending conflict. Surely, a confrontation could not be on the horizon. Yet, the very notion of surely holds little weight among pirates, who are defined by their freedom to act as they please. It remains uncertain. To the relief of all, the anticipated conflict did not materialize. Whitebeard's lips curled into a smile. Confusion filled the hearts of those present as they gazed at Whitebeard in bewilderment. "Throughout my life, I have sailed the seas, and my dream has always been to have a family. Now, the Whitebeard pirates are the home I have cultivated over the years." Whitebeard's gaze swept across the crew. "Every individual here is family. We met upon these vast oceans and became part of the Whitebeard pirates. This is our serendipity. Some may wonder why, despite our strength, the Whitebeard pirates have not sought to challenge the throne of the Pirate King. Especially after Roger's execution, the Whitebeard pirates could have claimed the title of the strongest faction at sea, yet we have not pursued the goal of becoming the Pirate King. After all, we are pirates." This sentiment seemed directed at Luffy, yet it resonated with the entire crew. In the solemnity of Whitebeard's words, no one dared to move. They gazed at him with rapt attention, seemingly awaiting his next words. Many veteran members of the Whitebeard pirates were moved to tears, for Whitebeard spoke of his life. A life that mirrored their OWND. "Oh, you know why?" Whitebeard's gaze fell upon the entire crew, clearly posing the question to them. Some of the newer members, having only recently joined the crew, displayed evident confusion, as this question had long troubled them. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, their father, is a legendary figure who has battled the Pirate King God Roger without faltering. Perhaps he has weakened somewhat in recent years, but when the Pirate King Roger was executed, Whitebeard was at the peak of his powers at that moment. The throne of the Pirate King was within his grasp. Why, then, after all these years, have new contenders emerged, ultimately leading to the current balance of power among the four emperors? Why has the legendary strongest man, Whitebeard, remained unmoved? Is he truly the failure of an era? Such rumors abound in the outside world. The members of the Whitebeard pirates bristled at this notion, yet they lacked the means to silence the multitude of voices. Indeed, many among them shared this belief. Especially the newcomers. Their understanding of the Whitebeard pirates' past was limited to legends and hearsay. Hearing Whitebeard speak on this matter ignited their fervor. They yearned for answers. At this moment, Marco and a group of veterans stepped forward. Their expressions filled with pride. Because we do not need to. They spoke with unwavering conviction, taking pride in their stance. The assembly was left in a state of perplexity, Ace mirroring their confusion. He wished for Whitebeard to become the Pirate King. Thus he was all the more curious as to why his father had not seized the title at that time. After all, following the demise of his unscrupulous father, the position of Pirate King had remained vacant. His father, Whitebeard, was the most likely candidate to succeed Roger. Yet the reality is that he did not become the Pirate King. Instead, he stood alongside emerging stars to form the so-called Four Emperors. Luffy swallowed hard, striving to calm his racing heart. This was monumental news, indeed. Whitebeard gestured grandly, his flowing cloak billowing behind him as he faced the sea, and continued, "Throughout my life, I have sought to find family. The title of Pirate King has never been my goal, nor that of the Whitebeard pirates. Over 20 years ago, Roger discovered the great treasure of the world, One Piece, and became the Pirate King. Indeed, at that time, the Whitebeard pirates could have been the second crew to claim the title of Pirate King after Roger. With a sharp intake of breath, many present reacted to Whitebeard's words. Realizing they had just received astonishing news, this was, without a doubt, a monumental revelation, confirming the existence of the legendary great treasure. Ace murmured, "Father," still reeling from the impact of the revelation. Whitebeard continued, "However, my dreams were already fulfilled at that time. The Whitebeard pirates are my family. You are my kin. With you all by my side, the great treasure holds no allure for me whatsoever." He concluded. Whitebeard erupted into a hearty laugh. "Father," the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt their eyes moisten slightly. Most of them were individuals cast aside by the world, and during their loneliest moments, it was their father who welcomed them into the Whitebeard pirates, giving them a sense of belonging. The purpose of my words today is simple: to witness the dawn of a new era. With that proclamation, Whitebeard's presence intensified, his voice resonating with extraordinary power. His gaze fell upon Luffy and Ace. "That I have faith that you young ones will be the ones to change this era. This chaotic time desperately needs transformation." Listening to Whitebeard's words, the crowd regarded Luffy and Ace with newfound reverence. This was a significant endorsement of the future. Had anyone else made such a statement, it might have been dismissed as a jest. But coming from Whitebeard, the most authoritative figure in the pirate world, it demanded serious contemplation. "You are Monkey D. Luffy, are you not? Let me be blunt. I intend for Ace to become the Pirate King." Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly as he addressed Luffy with a tone that brooked no opposition. "If you cannot best Ace when the time comes, then the title of Pirate King shall not be yours." "Father," though the crew had their suspicions, hearing Whitebeard explicitly state his desire for Ace to become the Pirate King left them astounded. Upon hearing Whitebeard's ambition for him, Ace sprang to his feet. "Father, I joined the Whitebeard pirates to make you the Pirate King." But before he could finish, Whitebeard interrupted. "This decision is already made. No further discussion is necessary." Whitebeard's gaze bore into Luffy's as he inquired, "What say you?" Luffy's lips curled into a smile, his expression earnest. "Of course, if I cannot surpass Ace and the others, I do not deserve to be called the Pirate King. I will defeat all the so-called emperors and the admirals of the Navy. How else could I become the Pirate King?" With a decisive clap of his hands, Luffy radiated determination. Ace opened his mouth, but words eluded him. The situation was spiraling beyond his expectations. He would have appreciated a heads-up regarding this ambition of becoming the Pirate King. Everything felt abrupt, especially after the sorrow of Sabo's departure. Only to be confronted with this shocking announcement from father, he had never envisioned himself as the Pirate King, in stark contrast to the crowd's astonishment. "Hancock, The Empress blushed as she gazed at Luffy's somewhat slender figure. Though not imposing, he appeared to her as the most radiant presence on the ship, charismatic and dashing. These were the adjectives that defined Luffy in Hancock's eyes. How audacious! Whitebeard's lips curled into a smirk. From this day forth, Ace shall undergo the most rigorous training under my guidance. Young one, don't shed any tears when you lose that insufferable old man. Hancock pointed an accusing finger at Whitebeard, her head tilted defiantly upwards. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates collectively darkened in expression. Marco and the other captains furrowed their brows, while even Ace's mouth twitched with frustration. He quickly approached Luffy, recognizing that Father was intent on airing matters openly. After all, the title of Pirate King could only belong to one. Ace was still unclear on what Father truly meant by wanting him to be the Pirate King. Yet, these considerations were secondary. He needed to ensure Luffy's safe departure. Glancing at Hancock, who would say anything for Luffy, Ace felt overwhelmed. They needed to leave before inciting the crew's ire. Luffy, that must be the ship sent to retrieve you. Ace pointed at the approaching crimson pirate vessel. The Dick, Sandersonia, and the others. Hancock waved her delicate hand towards the distance on the Snake Princess's ship. Sandersonia's face lit up with joy upon spotting Hancock and Luffy on the deck of the Dick. However, her expression turned pale when she recognized the formidable figures surrounding them. The strongest man, Whitebeard. Yet, upon recalling that Luffy's brother was the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace, her color returned. Still, a sense of trepidation lingered. After all, they were part of the legendary Whitebeard pirates. Sisters, do not be afraid. Luffy's brother is Ace, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Their presence on Whitebeard's ship is entirely normal. Despite her unease, she needed to maintain composure during this tense moment. Ah, it's Luffy. The crew on the Snake Princess's ship instantly recognized him. Is that the Empress? Quick, let us hurry. Empress, we have come to escort you. The crew waved energetically at Hancock and Luffy. Hi. Everyone, Luffy waved back at the Kuja pirates. Seeing their ship dock next to the Dick, Hancock advised, Luffy, let us depart. Ace breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained astounded. The anger of the Whitebeard pirates had nearly dissipated. Only a few captains still wore scowls. While the others looked utterly smitten, their eyes transformed into heart shapes. The charisma of the pirate empress was undeniable. Had anyone else spoken so disrespectfully to their father, the crew would have erupted in fury. They were fortunate that the empress was the world's most beautiful woman. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated. Luffy turned to Whitebeard, declaring, I will become the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from him as he pulled Hancock into an embrace. Leaping off the Dick towards the Kuja ship. Mid-air, Luffy waved at Ace, saying, Next time we meet, I will surpass you, Ace. Jinbei, Luffy called to his friend, his mind still struggling to recall the name of his sword spirit. See you later. As the Kuja ship faded from view, Luffy suddenly remembered he had forgotten to bid farewell to Dragon, who lay in bed. He rushed to the deck, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, shouting, Ace, say goodbye to Dragon for me. Yet, on the Dick, even Luffy's small silhouette was barely discernible. His voice was utterly inaudible. The banquet has concluded. It is time for me to leave. That moment, Jinbei emerged slowly. Farewell, everyone. I must take my leave. Take care of yourselves, father. With that, he plunged into the sea. Jinbei, watching the splash of water as Jinbei disappeared into the depths, Ace said nothing more. The once lively deck grew increasingly somber as Luffy's departure left a palpable void, the noise diminishing gradually. Ace, come with me, Whitebeard beckoned as he strode towards the interior of the Dick. Ace responded, following closely behind. What do you think father wants with Ace? As they observed Whitebeard and Ace's retreating figures, the crew began to speculate. Given that father just mentioned Ace would undergo special training, this must be about that this moment. Marco helplessly shook his head and remarked, All right, let us return to our duties. The banquet has concluded. Soon, the Whitebeard pirates returned to a state of tranquility. Genshin navigated through the crowd with ease. Making his way to Ace's room, he cast a glance at the slumbering Longhun and shook his head. Surveying the surroundings, he ultimately settled into a chair. Embarking upon a moment of meditation, Daiti was unclear how much time had passed when a sudden loud noise jolted Genshin awake. Ha! It's nothing. I merely tripped. Longhun exclaimed as he tumbled to the floor beside the bed. A foolish grin plastered across his face. Genshin's lips twitched involuntarily as he quickly turned his gaze away. Can we not be a bit more reliable? Just a tad? Longhun, perplexed, wondered how he had fallen asleep. It was unexpected. Upon waking, he felt a dizzying sensation, the world spinning, which had caused him to tumble from the bed. Thus, the prior scene unfolded. Could it be that I drank too much? This thought was swiftly extinguished by Longhun. How could he be intoxicated? He had consumed only 2 cups, while Whitebeard and the others had downed an entire bottle in one go. Longhun remembered clearly that Whitebeard had finished a bottle in a single breath. The bottle thrown to the ground had not spilled a single drop. Therefore, Longhun surmised that his exhaustion stemmed from the intense battle at Marine Ford. Akin to Luffy's situation, his body had reached its limits. Moreover, he had felt no discomfort while drinking, only a slight warmth coursing through him. That sensation, it must be said, was truly delightful. No wonder the denizens of the pirate world held such an affection for alcohol. Although the taste was somewhat peculiar, it was undeniably addictive in his heart. Longhun had resolutely decided that fine wine would be his constant companion. A sip during battles would surely invigorate him. Yet, he needed to inquire about the nature of the previous day's drink. If it were difficult to acquire, that would be unfortunate. With this thought, Longhun could no longer remain seated. He sprang up and dashed outside. Observing Longhun's hasty exit, Jinshin felt a pang of confusion, pondering whether he had realized that Sabo and Luffy might have already departed. Prompting his urgent search, reflecting on this, Jinshin admired the unspoken bond between the brothers. Yet he called out to Longhun, "There's no need to rush. They have already left." "They've all left?" Longhun abruptly halted. A look of bewilderment crossing his face. "What do you mean, left? Even the wine has departed?" Jinshin responded softly, "Indeed, Sabo and Luffy have already gone. You will not see them again." Longhun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. "They've all left? When did they depart? How did they leave?" In that moment, the matter of wine was completely overshadowed. Jinshin slowly recounted the events concerning the pirate Empress and Ivankov's arrival, as the Dick ship was currently setting sail for Sabaody Archipelago. It would not be long before they submerged into the depths of the sea, as the Whitebeard pirates prepared to return to the New World. Upon hearing this news, Longhun felt a tumult of emotions within him. He picked up a cup from the table and took a slow sip of water. "Please, continue. I've said all I need to say," Jinshin replied, exasperated. "What I wish to inquire about is our course of action. Shall we follow the Whitebeard pirates into the New World? After all, our pirate crew has yet to be officially formed. It consists of only you and me to the New World," Longhun declared with unwavering conviction. "Huh?" Jinshin's concerns had not yet dissipated, transforming instead into surprise, along with a touch of incredulity. "We?" Jinshin pointed to both himself and Longhun. "The 2 of us?" "Yes." Longhun's face broke into a smile, addressing a concern that plagued many sailors, the matter of navigation. While others required a skilled navigator to guide their course, they had the protective ship, who not only were they untroubled by the unpredictable weather of the sea, but they also need not fear losing their way. It was utterly liberating. "However," Longhun added, "we cannot simply follow the Whitebeard pirates into the New World. We have our own adventures to pursue and comrades to seek." His eyes shimmered with hope, for he had long anticipated the prospect of sailing alone. What direction would this world take in the future? The anticipation was indeed exhilarating. "Let us depart. It is time to leave the ship." On the deck of the Dick ship, the members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered once more to bid farewell to Longhun and Jinshin. "Gulalala, did I call you by the wrong name, Longhun?" Whitebeard stood before the crowd, addressing Longhun. "That we shall not accompany you. Come to the New World. I wish to see how you brothers will stir the tides of this era." "Humph." Longhun's lips curled into a slight smirk as the sea breeze caressed his face, his youthful visage radiant with confidence. "We shall," he proclaimed. "Ace, we are departing." With a grand gesture, Longhun summoned the protective ship, which appeared upon the surface of the sea in an instant. The onlookers, though somewhat astonished, were not overly shocked, for it was well known that certain devil fruit abilities could store items within a unique space. As they watched gradually fade from view, Whitebeard retained a smile upon his lips. "Ace, are you ready?" Ace slowly closed his eyes, his smile unwavering, and nodded gently. "Boys, prepare the ship. We are returning to the New World." Whitebeard suddenly turned, waving his hand with fervor. Roar! The Whitebeard pirates swiftly sprang into action. Meanwhile, on Amazon Lily, a peculiar old man with a scarred eye strolled up the shore. vice captain of the Pirate King. Silver's Rayleigh. Have I arrived too early? He chuckled wryly, stepping onto a smooth rock to wring out his drenched shirt. Just as Rayleigh began to question his assumptions, a crimson pirate ship gradually approached from the distance. The vessel bore a unique Jolly Roger, featuring a skull surrounded by 9 small serpents, fluttering in the wind, the emblem of the 9 snake pirates. At this moment, Luffy stood upon the deck of the 9 snake ship, his treasured straw hat dancing in the breeze around his neck. The gentle wind from the ship's movement tousled his dark hair, and an unrestrained smile illuminated his face. "Hey, Hancock, once we reach Amazon Lily, let us set sail," Luffy called out to the unusually pale Hancock behind him. Concerned about being discovered by the Marines, Hancock decided to return and switch to another vessel to escort Luffy. After all, if the 9 snake ship were to be spotted at Sabaody Archipelago, it could incite unnecessary controversy. If Luffy were to expose himself at that time, the Marines would easily grow suspicious of the 9 snake pirates. This concern was of little consequence to the Empress. She agreed to this decision primarily to spend more time with Luffy, as who knew when they would meet again. Haha. Observing Luffy's excitement, Hancock felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. She was torn. She wished for Luffy to remain joyous, yet she also dreaded his swift departure. Meanwhile, Luffy was lost in thoughts of reuniting with Zoro and the others, eager for new adventures to commence. Just as Luffy turned around, he spotted Rayleigh standing alone on the shore. "Rayleigh, what are you doing here?" He waved frantically at Rayleigh, bursting into laughter. "Ha!" Rayleigh also wore a smile as he watched the 9 snake pirates gradually come to a halt at the shore. "Rayleigh, is that really you?" Hancock finally recognized Rayleigh. It has been a while. Rayleigh-san. Sandersonia offered a slight bow, for to them, Rayleigh was akin to a lifesaver. Silver's Rayleigh. The members of the 9 snake pirates gasped in astonishment. Is that truly the legendary vice captain of the Pirate King? Naturally, it is he. Otherwise, who else could command us to pay our respects to Sandersonia? Indeed, it is Sandersonia. It appears that you sisters have all grown up quite healthily. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. It has been quite some time, Rayleigh-san. But what brings you here? Everyone turned their gaze towards Rayleigh, for they, the Amazon lilies, typically do not permit men to enter. Moreover, why would such a legendary figure suddenly visit them? However, Hancock and Sandersonia harbored no worries, for Rayleigh was their benefactor. Rayleigh remained silent, his eyes resting on Luffy, who was still awaiting the resumption of their voyage. "You are heading to Sabaody Archipelago, aren't you?" Luffy paused momentarily, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed in shock, "Rayleigh, if you are here, then I have entrusted the Vivre card to Shucky. Otherwise, I would be unable to act." Rayleigh chuckled softly. As everyone gathered, they should not have yet. Rayleigh shook his head, his gaze suddenly sharp as he looked at Luffy, solemnly stating, "Are you certain you wish to regroup the crew like this? Surely, you haven't forgotten what you all experienced on that island." Luffy's pupils dilated, the harrowing scene of their desperate plight vividly replaying in his mind. He opened his mouth, but could utter no words. Bowing his head in despair, how could he possibly forget that island? One by one, his companions were sent flying. Had it not been for the enemy's restraint, had it not been for Rayleigh's timely intervention, it was likely that no one would have escaped that calamity. He could not even protect a single friend. The once exuberant Luffy was pierced by Rayleigh's words, striking at the very core of his pain, an image he was most reluctant to recall. "Rayleigh!" Hancock suddenly stepped in front of Rayleigh, gripping his nose with fury, exclaiming, "How can you utter such cruel words? You must consider Luffy's feelings, sister. Please do not pinch his nose," Sandersonia interjected, startled. "He is, after all, the benefactor to all 3 of us." "This is far too disrespectful. That I have not forgotten." Luffy raised his head, speaking. But the Empress released her grip, her expression filled with concern as she observed Luffy's sudden silence. In that case, I have a proposal for you to consider." "Of course, your agreement is entirely up to you," Rayleigh said, looking at Luffy. Luffy stared blankly at Rayleigh. That moment, news of the war had spread to every corner of the world, and the Straw Hat crew, each ensnared in their own predicaments, had all received the news. The greatest battle in history unfolded at Marine headquarters, Marineford, between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, dubbed the Paramount War. Ultimately, the victors were the Whitebeard pirates. This world-class conflict, ignited by the bloodline of the Pirate King, Portgas D.Ace, concluded with Ace being rescued and Marine headquarters in ruins. Of course, there was an element of exaggeration. although Marinefords suffered severe damage. It had not been completely destroyed. However, Morgans, that old crow, cared little for such details. The news had to be sensationalized to the utmost. Usopp, trapped on Sabaody Archipelago due to food greed. Nami, the navigator studying weather science on Skypiea. Along with Frankie, Chopper, Brook, Robin, and Zoro, every member of the Straw Hat crew received news of the war at that moment. Initially filled with mild astonishment, they suddenly stumbled upon a shocking revelation. The catalyst for the war was Luffy's brother, Portgas D.Ace, and the final report featured a picture of the Straw Hat boy, depicting Luffy collapsing on the Going Merry, unconscious Luffy. Upon seeing that image, the Straw Hat crew collectively gasped in shock, exclaiming, the subsequent report stated, the son of the Revolutionary Army's dragon. The brother of Portgas D.Ace, Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, suspected dead. It further mentioned Sabo, Dragon's comrade, and their bond as four brothers. Under normal circumstances, they would have been astonished and engaged in deep reflection. But now, the words Monkey D. Luffy, suspected dead, instantly dominated the thoughts of the Straw Hat crew, leaving their minds blank. Luffy was dead? No, I refuse to believe it. On Sabaody Archipelago, Usopp, his body laden with excess, sprang up suddenly. Tears streaming down his face that I must go out. I do not believe it. He ran. At that moment, Usopp's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He had to find Luffy, find their captain. Pain, despair, disbelief, at that moment. The entire Straw Hat crew was driven mad, longing to return to the agreed-upon meeting place. They firmly believed their captain was still waiting for them. In this moment, they all acted recklessly, determined to return. You won't let me out? I will fight tooth and nail to get out. No ship? I will swim back without one. The Sky Island is too high to descend. I will sneak down if I must. Surrounded by ice, and the ship cannot pass? I will build an icebreaker. What? The devil fruit abilities prevent swimming. I will fly over. Even if I do not know the way, I will ask for directions. Isn't it just putting on clothes? Just give me a ship, and I will wear it. Isn't it just a prison? Can it stop me? In that moment, the entire Straw Hat crew erupted collectively, with a singular conviction, even if it meant death. They would return. Meanwhile, Luffy, unaware of all this, was contemplating Rayleigh's proposal. Finally, Luffy slowly placed the straw hat upon his head and declared, I accept this proposal. However, there is still one matter to attend to. 3 days later. At Sabaody Archipelago, Dragon approached the bustling street with a resolute stride, with Jinshin casually following behind. We are headed to a specific place, Dragon said over his shoulder. What place? You will know when we arrive. Dragon replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, eager to see the Thousand Sunny. That ship, the vessel that carried the Straw Hat crew and the dreams of countless fans, was something he wished to behold with his own eyes. Based on his recollections of the pirate saga, the Thousand Sunny should currently be docked at Dock 17GR, as it had initially been entrusted to Rayleigh. The coding process would take 3 days. And now that time had long passed, it was certain that the ship had departed from Dock 41GR. Let us head to Dock 17GR. Although Jinshin found it somewhat perplexing, he still followed along. Despite the tumultuous journey, with their current strength, Dragon and Jinshin skillfully avoided unnecessary troubles, arriving at Dock 17GR with relative ease that AS expected. A ship with a figurehead shaped like a sunflower gradually came into view, the Thousand Sunny. Adorned with its iconic skull and straw hat, gazing at the fully coated Thousand Sunny, Dragon felt a swell of emotions. He had witnessed the true Thousand Sunny, and in that moment he realized he had genuinely immersed himself in this world. He was a part of it, with no barriers between him and the reality. This is the pirate ship of the Straw Hat crew, Jinshin remarked, recognizing the distinctive straw hat emblem, which was indeed quite unique. Indeed, the ship of dreams, Dragon murmured. What? Jinshin appeared somewhat puzzled, having not fully grasped Dragon's earlier words. It is nothing. Let us proceed to another location. Dragon averted his gaze, feeling as if visiting the Thousand Sunny had fulfilled a significant purpose. Jinshin could discern this sentiment, although he did not fully understand why Dragon felt the need to specifically visit the ship of the Straw Hat crew. However, that was of little importance as they walked along. Dragon felt an uncanny familiarity with the surroundings, gradually recalling that this was the very street where the Celestial Dragons acted with impunity. Yet, the Celestial Dragons likely would not dare to tread here any longer. Especially after being ruthlessly struck by Luffy, which must have left them with psychological scars. Dragon was about to find a tavern to inquire about where the local ruffians congregated when he suddenly realized he could not leave. The energy of the Guardian was nearly depleted, necessitating a source of power, yet he could not afford the Guardian stones. The system had not issued any tasks, and were it not for his knowledge of this troublesome system, he might have sought to check if it was still operational. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot resonated from ahead, abruptly pulling Longhun out of his contemplations. Goodness, it seems the devil himself has arrived. Longhun's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the arrogant figure brandishing a handgun before him. It was none other than a celestial dragon. How could this scoundrel still be here? Has he not been intimidated by Luffy? St. Charlos, do not let such a trivial character upset your health. Allow me to deal with this waste, said a sycophant with a small mustache, whose robust physique exuded an air of servility. Indeed, St. Charlos nodded in satisfaction, the mucus nearly spilling from his nostrils eliciting disgust among the onlookers. Yet, none dared to voice their objections, for he was a celestial dragon. In the world of pirates, they held the status of creators, untouchable and revered. They viewed the entire world as their personal garden, treating all inhabitants as mere playthings or slaves, despite the widespread lamentations of the populace. Few possessed the courage to resist the celestial dragons, and even fewer had the capability to do so. Their power was bolstered by the world government and the formidable might of the marine headquarters. Offending a celestial dragon would summon the greatest marine admirals, a threat that extinguished the rebellious spirit of nearly everyone. You're in the wrong, exclaimed a youth, blood trickling down his forehead in indignation. This man merely obstructed your path, and it was unintentional. You little brat, do you wish to court death? How dare you approach? The sycophant retaliated, delivering a merciless kick toward the BOYD. Oh, you even know who he is. Blocking his way is a death sentence. The boy's anger flared, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for all present regarded the figure with trepidation. Not foolish, he discerned the gravity of the man's status. However, he could not simply turn a blind eye like the others. St. Charlos grinned foolishly, clearly delighted by the sycophant's words. The sycophant, sensing the approval, grew even more animated, boasting, "This is St. Charlos, a noble celestial dragon. How dare this nameless pirate impede our esteemed lord? His demise would be a mercy." With that, he viciously stomped on the unconscious form of a large bearded pirate lying on the ground. St. Charlos. Perhaps we should take him back as a slave? St. Charlos nodded, dismissively waving his hand. He already possessed far too many slaves. The addition of one more or the subtraction of one mattered little. It was all a matter of whim. Excellent. The sycophant, realizing it was his moment to shine, approached the large bearded pirate from a position of superiority, patting his face mockingly. It seems you still have some use. Enjoy your upcoming life. Suddenly, the large bearded pirate sprang to life, revealing a short dagger that he had somehow acquired, driving it straight into the sycophant's chest. Ugh! The sycophant's expression turned to one of disbelief as he fell. Unable to utter a word, the large bearded pirate glared furiously, brandishing his weapon towards St. Charlos. I've avenged you. Bang! Before he could close the distance, a figure appeared and knocked him to the ground. A man clad in black emerged, his gaze chilling. The pirate super rookie, Straw Hat Luffy, has been eliminated. This is the fate of those who dare to strike a celestial dragon. You shall meet the same end. With that, the black-clad figure produced a pistol and aimed it at the large bearded pirate's head. Bang! It's Xiaolang. Thank goodness you're here. You truly startled me just now, St. Charlos remarked, his heart racing. He was already feeling uneasy. Why had so many rebels surfaced in recent days? Yet, more than anything, he felt rage. As a celestial dragon, he was a deity of this world, and he would not tolerate any opposition. Nearby, Longhun and Jinshin observed the unfolding scene with detached expressions. However, upon hearing the black-clad man declare Luffy's demise, they exchanged glances filled with growing suspicion. You little brat, what kind of gaze is that? St. Charlos, irritated by the young man's piercing stare, pointed at him. Xiaolang, eliminate him. Without a moment's hesitation, the black-clad figure raised his gun and shot at the boy. Bang! Numerous women nearby shrieked, hastily covering their eyes. They could not bear to witness an assault on such a young child. In contrast, Longhun's eyes narrowed slightly. The boy had suddenly moved, effortlessly dodging the bullet with fluid grace. In an instant, he was before the black-clad man, wielding the dagger from the large bearded pirate. Swish, Xiaolang felt a sharp pain in his arm as the dagger pierced through. Pissed, blood gushed forth, and the boy's movements were swift and decisive. Embodying the essence of speed and precision, Longhun recognized that the boy's physical strength paled in comparison to Xiaolang's. Yet, with every strike, he disrupted his opponent's counterattacks as if he had foreseen their actions. Foreseen their actions? A sudden realization struck Longhun. Could it be observation hockey? Had this child grasped observation hockey at such a tender age? This revelation piqued Longhun's curiosity about the boy, seizing the opportunity. The boy lunged at the unsuspecting celestial dragon, striking fear into the man who believed himself untouchable. Xiaolang, what are you doing? Hurry and save me, St. Charlos cried out in terror. You think this will allow you to triumph over me? Xiaolang's expression darkened as he began to transform, his body swelling, claws and fangs emerging. He is a devil fruit user, Longhun observed, somewhat astonished. As Xiaolang fully transformed into a beast, his speed and strength surged, instantly blocking the boy's path. Bang! Claws clashed against the dagger, sending the boy flying backward, landing squarely before Longhun and Jianxin. Not good. That little brat is coming this way. Everyone flee. The crowd around Longhun scattered in panic. Soon, only Longhun and Jianxin remained, watching the bloodied boy with a mix of concern and intrigue. Meanwhile, the transformed Xiaolang licked his lips, coldly regarding the fallen youth. St. Charlos, his nostrils dripping with mucus, glared at the suffering boy, instructing Xiaolang, do not kill him so easily. I want him as my slave. Understood. Xiaolang approached the incapacitated boy, each step resonating ominously, instilling a growing dread within the hearts of those present. Concurrently, news of Straw Hat Luffy's reappearance in Marineford began to circulate, igniting a frenzy among the press who clamored to report on this sensational story. The world was taken aback. Yet, the most astonished were undoubtedly Luffy's companions, the Straw Hat Pirates. No, it was more accurate to say they were filled with joy, as they fervently endeavored to reach the designated location of the Sabati archipelago. News of Luffy's reappearance in Marineford resounded once more. The legendary first mate of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, stood by his side as they charged into the square, ringing the ox bell with a resounding clang. The 16 chimes echoed throughout Marineford. The ox bell, a sacred relic obtained from the historically prominent warship Ox Royas, is situated at the western end of the Marine headquarters in the Alice Square. According to naval tradition, when a new year commences, the bell is struck 8 times in gratitude for the past year, followed by another 8 chimes to invoke blessings for the upcoming year, totaling 16 strikes, which symbolize the declaration of the beginning and end of an era. Luffy's return to the Marine headquarters to ring the 16 chimes is laden with implications that are not difficult to discern. This is indeed a tremendous disgrace for our Navy. The commander of the Navy forcefully struck the blackboard in the conference hall. Addressing the assembled officers, the pirate newcomer who had recently distinguished himself in battle, Fire Fist Ace, and the brother of the Revolutionary Army Sabo, the son of the Revolutionary Dragon, has been revealed to be none other than the grandson of our own Vice Admiral Garp, the pirate known as Monkey D. Luffy, he had vanished after boarding Whitebeard's ship during the war, and contrary to reports of his demise, he has indeed returned to Marineford. He has tolled the ox bell for 16 chimes. If one were to interpret his actions merely, it could be seen as a tribute to the fallen in this war. However, if that were the case, 2 chimes would suffice. Bang! The commander struck the blackboard with a fist, exclaiming, the 16 chimes can be viewed as a challenge to our Navy. The assembled officers fell silent, their faces darkened, each one lost in their own thoughts. Luffy, Usopp wept uncontrollably, clutching the freshly acquired newspaper, mumbling incoherently. I understand now. I understand. It's so good to know you're safe. Luffy, a sense of realization and relief gradually spread among all the members of the Straw Hat crew who had received the report, save for one at this moment, on Karaikano Island, the residence of the world's greatest swordsman. Dracula Mihawk, Zoro gazed intently at the report featuring Luffy, held aloft by the ghost Princess Perona. Having read it over and over, Zoro's expression was one of unwavering determinations. He sensed that there was something in this report that he had overlooked. Finally, after persistent scrutiny, his pupils constricted as he discerned the message Luffy wished to convey. In the report sent across the globe, Luffy, adorned with his straw hat, stood with his eyes closed, surrounded by flowers in tribute to all the souls lost in the war. This historic moment was captured by the journalist's lens. Zoro had uncovered the message Luffy aimed to send them. 2 years. The time of gathering is not in 3 days, but 2 years hence. They all understood, given their current circumstances, that when they reassembled to face the world's pinnacle powers, their only option would be to flee in the perilous new world, rife with unpredictable dangers and foes beyond their imagination. The despairing scene at the Sabaody archipelago haunted the Straw Hat crew, an indelible sorrow etched in their memories. For them, it was profound. For their captain, Luffy, it was even more so. Reckless advancement would only lead to repeated failures. They needed to pause and gather strength. With this realization, Zoro's resolve intensified as he strode towards the island's solitary castle, his 3 renowned swords in hand. His body, battered and bruised, mattered little. He sought strength. Within the castle, Zoro knelt, pleading, "Please, teach me the way of the sword." The blood seeping from his bandages bore testament to his manhood. He had vanquished all the baboons that in this moment. He relinquished his dignity. Yet he pressed on, for he was the pinnacle of combat prowess aboard the ship that if he could not provide the strongest support to Luffy in 2 years, he would not be worthy of the title swordsman. He needed power. Power to elevate Luffy to the position of Pirate King, but if he could grow stronger, if he could offer his captain even a modicum of assistance in 2 years, then what was a little humiliation in comparison? At this very moment, every member of the Straw Hat crew was unwaveringly striving towards their own resolute paths, all for the purpose of providing Luffy with the first line of support he deserved 2 years hence. Their captain aspired to become the Pirate King. 2 years, an endurance of 2 years. When they would once again unite, it would be the moment the Straw Hat pirates surged towards the zenith of the world. On an uninhabited island near Amazon Lily, known as Ruskai, Rayleigh led Luffy deep into the island, stating, "This is the ideal location I have chosen for your training, reputed to experience 48 seasons within a single year." The seasons change weekly on this island, characterized by its harsh natural conditions, making it an excellent venue for training. As he spoke, Rayleigh pointed to a large, radish-like tree, saying, "Do you see that? Due to certain peculiar reasons, the creatures on this island dare not approach that tree. It is the safest point on the entire island, and we shall make it our resting and dining spot." In a clearing, Rayleigh and Luffy stood facing each other. And Rayleigh began, "Over these 2 years, I will impart to you a power known as Haki. Haki is a latent force residing within every human body. Breath, aura, presence, intimidation, an innate power that most are unaware of and cannot harness." Suddenly, a colossal elephant charged from the jungle towards Rayleigh. Danger! Luffy instinctively crouched, activating Gear Second to attack the giant beast, only to be flung away by its trunk. Commonly, Haki is classified into 2 types. One that allows the user to sense positions, numbers, and impending attacks outside of their line of sight. Meanwhile, Rayleigh continued his teaching, seemingly unfazed. In the Sky Island, it is referred to as the Kenbunchika Haki, but its true name is Observation Haki. Closing his eyes, he conversed with Luffy while effortlessly evading the elephant's assault. Luffy stood in awe, focusing intently on Rayleigh's instructions. The second type is known as Armament Haki, akin to donning an invisible armor, which can also be wielded for offensive purposes. As he spoke, he slowly raised his palm towards the incoming elephant's foot, striking it with a force that sent the creature flying, much to Luffy's astonishment. Boom! The most formidable aspect of this ability is its effectiveness against devil fruit users. Even Logia types can be grasped and harmed. Then, approaching Luffy, Rayleigh flicked his finger against Luffy's forehead. Snap! Ouch! Luffy fell to the ground. Suddenly enlightened, he recalled Sabo's words during the Marineford incident. Armament Haki, the power to grasp the form of Logia users. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the furious elephant charging at Rayleigh. "Danger!" Luffy shouted urgently. Yet Rayleigh remained unperturbed, calmly turning around, extending his third finger as he continued. Besides these 2 common types of Haki, there exists a third type, the Conqueror's Haki, which only a select few can wield. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Rayleigh unleashed his aura, which surged forth, enveloping the elephant as the massive creature charged. Its speed diminished, and soon it faltered, drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground. Thud! Luffy's mouth gaped in astonishment. Frozen in place. However, even if one can wield Conqueror's Haki with ease, it cannot be enhanced through training. It is determined by the inherent spirit of the user, Your conqueror's haki has already awakened. But you are currently unable to wield it proficiently. What you must do over these 2 years is to learn to harness conqueror's haki, while also mastering observation haki and armament haki. The time afforded to us is exceedingly limited. Well, let us not squander any more moments. It is time to commence our training. All right, Luffy responded with palpable excitement. Really? He then added, just wait a moment. Soon, Luffy arrived before the enormous radish tree that Rayleigh had just indicated. Gently removing his straw hat and placing within it the life paper that symbolizes the collective aspiration of their Straw Hat crew, the pirate, known as the Straw Hat Kid, is temporarily closing shop. Luffy, hurry up, it's time to begin our training. Coming. Thus, the super rookie of the pirates and his Straw Hat crew embarked on an extensive 2-year period of refinement, pausing to gather strength. What marvels will they unveil upon setting sail once more? The sky was a blanket of pure white, and the island resonated with the sounds and essence of nature. The Straw Hat crew had pressed the pause button, yet the gears of the world continued to turn. In which direction will this era ultimately evolve? Ding. Side quest activated. Eliminate the little wolf. Witnessing someone maliciously harm his younger brother ignited a fierce protective instinct within the seasoned guardian. How could he remain indifferent? As Longhun prepared to use a detector to assess who this youth truly was and to determine whether to rescue him or not, the long-dormant system suddenly spoke up. This stirred a powerful urge within Longhun to embrace the young man and weep. What was his purpose in this lawless territory? Was it not merely to fulfill the system's quest? At present, the energy of the Guardian ship dwindled to a mere 1%, while the ship could withstand the ocean's depths. Without energy, they were bound to remain stagnant. The items in the system's shop were exorbitantly priced. Although he longed for them, his meager finances rendered them unattainable. He could afford nothing. His hopes now rested solely on the system's quests. He also resolved to avoid utilizing large-scale spatial teleportation or ion beams unless absolutely necessary, as they consumed too much energy. The Guardian stones in the system shop cost 10 million berries for 100 pieces, equating to 100,000 berries per stone. Moreover, they were only sold in bulk, not individually. That I cannot afford it. The quest reward: 100 Guardian stones and a box of oxygen helmets. Upon seeing the prospect of 100 Guardian stones, Longhun nearly leaped with joy, though he managed to restrain himself. After all, there were so many people around. He had to maintain composure. Otherwise, how could his conqueror's haki grow strong? I must save him. Kid, you truly are meddling in affairs that don't concern you. Now, enjoy your impending fate. Haha. The little wolf approached the boy, producing a collar from his person. Just then, Longhun stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the youth. What's this? Another busybody. The little wolf cast a disdainful glance at Longhun, smirking wickedly. What? Are you planning to save him? No, I intend to kill you, Longhun replied coolly, shaking his head. To be honest, he had little desire to engage in idle chatter. After all, he found no interest in eliminating such a mindless sycophant, feeling it beneath him. However, the system's mandates were absolute. If a kill was warranted, it had to be executed. Longhun slowly picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and stepped toward the little wolf, his left hand forming a tight fist. Boom! The previously disdainful little wolf now wore an expression of terror, as if a great mountain had suddenly descended upon him. His body toppled forward, and a dagger awaited him. No, please! The little wolf's pupils dilated, and he cried out in desperation. Yet the force bearing down on him was insurmountable, propelling him directly toward the blade. Thud! The dagger's tip emerged from the little wolf's back, and he promptly reverted to his human form, lifeless and beyond recovery. Without sparing him a glance, Longhun pushed the body aside, fixing his gaze upon the celestial dragon. You killed the little wolf, the dim-witted celestial dragon stammered, pointing at Longhun. Isn't that quite obvious? Longhun shrugged. At that moment, Jianshin approached and stood beside Longhun. He had long been aware of the celestial dragon's identity, and he couldn't allow Longhun to face this battle alone. Your gazes are quite unsettling to me, St. Charlos declared, raising his firearm aimed at Longhun. He could not fathom that anyone would dare strike him so brazenly, especially after the previous detestable pirate had already been eliminated. In this world, the celestial dragons were akin to gods. Did mere ants possess the audacity to oppose divinity? The answer was a resounding no. Yet, the reality was that Longhun was no mere ant. He was the protagonist. Buzz! A crimson light flickered in Longhun's eyes as his conqueror's haki surged forth, causing those around him to collapse. Celestial dragon, god, such notions might weigh heavily upon others, suffocating them beneath their weight. But for Longhun, they held no dominion. He struck when he wished, and if death was warranted, so be it. Having weathered the trials of the Marineford War, Longhun had shed the naivety of a novice pirate. He would not hesitate to eliminate scum. Would striking at a celestial dragon invite the wrath of an admiral? As long as the guardian ship possessed energy, not even one admiral, let alone 3, could escape without seeing their own back. Longhun, you face a celestial dragon. I know. Just scum. Longhun nodded. Who are you? St. Charlos gazed at Longhun in terror. In an instant, everyone else had collapsed, an inexplicable dread washing over him. Only Longhun, Jinshin, and the boy remained standing, unscathed. As for the celestial dragon, Longhun had deliberately allowed him to remain conscious. Otherwise, given his inadequate resilience, he would have long since lost consciousness. Longhun cast a dismissive glance at the seemingly foolish celestial dragon, pondering why such a worthless being held such lofty status. World aristocracy, how utterly ironic. You know I am a celestial dragon, yet you dare to stand before me. Are you not afraid for your life? For some reason, the celestial dragon suddenly found his courage, momentarily stunning Longhun. Had he truly heard correctly? Was the current situation not clear enough? His life now rested firmly in Longhun's hands. How could he utter such foolish words? Observing Longhun's silence, St. Charlos assumed he was intimidated, emboldening him further. If you two capture that child for me, I might allow you to serve me from now on. Any commoner who dares oppose us celestial dragons meets a wretched fate. Wasn't that straw-hatted pirate once fearless? Yet now he is dead. Hearing this, Longhun was driven to laughter, just as he was about to retort when the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Side quest activated. Eliminate St. Charlos. As a devoted protector, I absolutely will not tolerate anyone speaking ill of my brother. Longhun paused, momentarily stunned, then turned his gaze toward the foolish celestial dragon with newfound clarity. This wretch was truly fated for demise. Initially, Longhun merely sought to teach him a lesson. Now, the system had issued a death warrant. As the saying goes, when the king of hell calls for you at midnight, who would dare let you linger until dawn? The system had effectively issued a decree of execution. He was not destined to survive. Suppressing his excitement over the quest reward, he maintained a calm facade. That I am not acting for the reward. I am compelled by the system. Yes, it is as such. Buzz. A glint of determination flashed in Longhun's eyes. Having made his decision, he struck swiftly. Clapping his hands together, he unleashed a tremendous spatial compression that distorted St. Charlos's form, shattering the glass dome atop his head. Bang! The man was dead beyond recovery. What the hell? Kenshin's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. Even the young boy gazed at Longhun with a look of astonishment, akin to that reserved for deities. The foolish celestial dragon, until his last breath, could never have imagined that he would meet his demise in such a manner. While Longhun accomplished this monumental feat, the Whitebeard pirates had already returned to the New World. With Whitebeard's reappearance, the entire New World erupted in fervor. Although the news from the New World Newsbird was rather sluggish, it was only shortly before Whitebeard's return that the outcome of the recent war had spread throughout the New World. Some received the news with skepticism, while many adopted a watchful stance. Yet, one thing was certain. The Whitebeard pirates had not been defeated. Moreover, Whitebeard and his captains remained unscathed. However, the most sensational news from this war pertained to Ace and his 3 brothers. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, was revealed to be the son of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, while his sworn brother, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, was disclosed to be the son of the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon. Not only that, but the other 2 were also formidable figures. Sabo, the 2nd in command of the Revolutionary Army, and another individual who, although not widely known, had reportedly thwarted an admiral. At this moment, the official name of Longhun had yet to be disclosed. Morgan, a seasoned journalist, found himself in a quandary, as he could uncover no prior information about Longhun, including his name. However, the Navy was already aware, and without question, it was due to Vice Admiral Garp, Fire Fist Ace. Sabo, Longhun, and Luffy had gathered at Marineford to rescue Ace, boldly declaring war against the world government. Even the news of Longhun's insult towards the celestial dragons and the Navy had been reported. It was truly a world-shattering revelation. These brothers displayed audacity that was unparalleled, openly deriding the Navy as the dogs of the celestial dragons. Such arrogance was astonishing. Most importantly, the reports claimed that Fire Fist Ace was rescued by these brothers. The renowned Whitebeard pirates merely played a supporting role, yet everyone understood the immense strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Their support was likely far more than mere assistance, nonetheless. The brilliance exhibited by these brothers on such a battlefield was a testament to their formidable power. At this juncture, the four brothers had been elevated to the status of legends that a single battle had secured their fame, as it should be. However, amidst the reports was a prominent claim that the newcomer, the Straw Hat Kid, had perished, accompanied by a large image. In such circumstances, the average person would instinctively believe it. However, those at the pinnacle of the New World were a different breed. They remained skeptical. The son of the revolutionary dragon, could he truly be dead? Furthermore, the image depicted the Straw Hat not as deceased, but rather as if he were merely asleep, upon the return of the Whitebeard pirates. The Moby Dick descended upon their territory in the New World, akin to victorious soldiers returning from battle. The ordinary citizens under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates rejoiced in a new world rife with rampant piracy. The common people, without protection, existed in a state of perpetual peril. The four emperors of the New World were their best choice. Yet, it was less a matter of choice and more of dependency. For the common folk had no alternatives. While some celebrated, others bore their sorrows. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stood upon the elevated platform, addressing the gathered multitude. New World, we have returned. The members of the Whitebeard pirates wore expressions of nostalgia. Although only a few days had passed, it felt as if they had endured a century. The phrase war is akin to hell was not merely a saying. It could only be truly understood through personal experience, illuminating the hardships they had previously faced. However, the Whitebeard pirates could not simply rest on their laurels. Through this conflict, the necessity for change had become apparent. Whitebeard's gaze deepened, for although they had emerged victorious, numerous issues had been exposed. The Whitebeard pirates lacked the most elite combat strength, and should anything happen to him, the crew would find themselves in a precarious position. That a new era was on the horizon. His gaze slowly shifted from his sons' faces as he continued. We elders must now retreat to the sidelines. Father, the crew exclaimed in surprise, as they had believed his health had improved. That I am old. Although my body is currently sound, it is time for the Whitebeard pirates to make a decision. That I have resolved to appoint Ace as the next captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crew, even causing some captains to lose their composure. Father, is Ace not too young? Vista interjected. The captains nodded in agreement. While Ace was indeed a capable 2nd Division commander, he still fell short of the caliber required for captaincy. Only Marco remained silent, harboring a foreboding sense of what was to come. Gurura, Whitebeard chuckled, the corners of his mouth curling upward, while Ace stood silently beside him, not uttering a word. Given Ace's nature, one would expect a significant reaction to such news, particularly as he was not one to covet the captaincy. This silence suggested that Whitebeard had already prepared Ace for this notion. Indeed, Ace still had much to learn, and thus Whitebeard proclaimed, I will train Ace in hockey for 2 years. If, after 2 years, Ace has not earned your approval, I will rescind this captaincy mandate. With that, Whitebeard smiled confidently. I believe Ace will provide you with the answer then. To this juncture, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates regarded one another with anticipation. Marco, during these 2 years, you shall serve as the acting captain of the Whitebeard pirates. While Marco's expression brightened momentarily, Whitebeard's words soon cast a shadow over his joy. Marco grimaced internally, but responded earnestly. Father, leave it to me. Gurura, Whitebeard, and Ace gradually faded from the crew's view. That we are leaving. Tears glistened in their eyes. This marked the first time in many years that Whitebeard departed from the Whitebeard pirates. As they watched Whitebeard and Ace leave, a smile crept onto Marco's face. Ace, you will undoubtedly surprise us, won't you? He soon adopted a serious demeanor. From that moment on, he was the acting captain of the Whitebeard pirates. In this new world, where countless pirates emerged as one of the 4 emperors, they faced relentless challenges. This was equally true for Marco. In the past, with Whitebeard present, they feared nothing. Now, he had to rely solely on himself. The Whitebeard pirates would, from this day forth, defend their territory and await the return of Father and Ace. Marco's first decree as acting captain was swiftly implemented at Whole Cake Island. Big Mom, a colossal figure, rapidly flipped through the newly released bounty notices. So, Whitebeard has triumphed. How has the Navy grown so inept? Truly, Whitebeard remains as formidable as ever. Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors ruling over the New World, held in her hands the freshly issued bounty notices. The bounties of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates had significantly increased due to the recent war. Her gaze quickly fell upon the bounties of Ace, Sabo, Longhun, and Luffy. Fire Fist Ace, bounty of 800 million berries. Revolutionary Sabo, bounty of 680 million berries. Longhun, bounty of 400 million berries. Straw Hat Kid, bounty of 400 million berries. Thus, the name Longhun became known throughout the world. Were these the 4 brothers who had shown so brilliantly in this war? Indeed, Mama, replied a stout man with legs like telephone poles and a bushy black beard, bowing slightly before Big Mom. He was Baron Tamago, a trusted subordinate of Big Mom. However, Mama, there seems to be an issue with one of these individuals. As Baron Dandan approached the elder woman, he pointed towards the bounty notice of the elusive dragon soul, which had been scattered by Big Mom. We have been unable to uncover any information about this individual known as Dragon Soul. Even this name was released by the Navy. It is as if he appeared out of thin air, leaving us in the dark regarding his identity. Big Mom remarked, her expression revealing a hint of surprise as she scrutinized the bounty notice. The photograph depicted Dragon Soul with a nonchalant demeanor, a subtle hint of defiance glimmering in his eyes. Baron Dandan swallowed nervously, anxious that Big Mom might direct her displeasure towards him. After all, their failure to gather information on this individual was indeed a dereliction of duty for a crew of the 4 emperors. However, contrary to his fears, Big Mom did not express anger. Instead, she commanded, given the current prominence of the Whitebeard pirates, instruct our subordinates to avoid direct confrontation with them. Understood. Once Baron Dandan departed, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, Big Mom murmured to herself, has Whitebeard truly regained his peak strength? Decades ago, she and Whitebeard were both members of the legendary Rocks Pirates. She was acutely aware of Whitebeard's formidable power if he had indeed restored his strength. Then any aggression towards the Whitebeard pirates would be ill-advised. A cautious approach was warranted. Simultaneously, the other 2 emperors in the New World received the news. The red-haired Shanks, well-versed in all matters, remained unfazed. In contrast, the other emperor, Kaido of the Beasts, developed a keen interest in these so-called newcomers. A new era? What utter nonsense! He scoffed, taking a swig from his jug, while his trembling subordinates looked on. Once, in Sabaody Archipelago, a gathering of newcomers with bounties exceeding 100 million had flourished. Now, aside from Trafalgar Law's Heart Pirates, the other newcomers had all ventured into the New World. Among them was Blackbeard, whose recovery was still underway. In this realm, the first half of the Grand Line is often referred to as Paradise. The terrors of the New World far exceed common imagination, encompassing not only unpredictable weather and capricious seas, but also fierce human conflicts. Those who thrived in the first half of the Grand Line may find themselves outmatched by even a mere subordinate of a 4-emperor crew. Here, the presence of haki has become exceedingly commonplace. It is not just the top-tier warriors, but even the lowliest foot soldier may possess some degree of haki. For newcomers, this reality is particularly lethal. Their once prized Logia powers hold little value here. Relying solely on the unique attributes of their devil fruits to navigate these waters is but a fool's dream. The very term for emperors encapsulates the essence of this treacherous sea. Newcomers face 2 choices. 1. To boldly confront the 4 emperors and carve out their own niche amidst the chaos. Or 2. To align themselves with a 4-emperor crew. For as the saying goes, those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Territorial disputes have no moral compass. Once one chooses the path of piracy and enters the New World, they must be prepared. Those unprepared are destined to plummet into despair, never to regain their former selves. The Pirate King represents the epitome of freedom in this world. Can one truly lay claim to your territory while I exist? Domination, ambition, and overwhelming strength are but shackles of desire. To enjoy freedom is itself a grand ambition. Does such freedom truly exist in this world? The answer is no. The dream of becoming the Pirate King embodies an almost unattainable freedom. In the face of such tumultuous seas, strength is paramount for attaining freedom. Without strength, one cannot even hope for freedom. Failing to act discreetly in this world could lead to perilous consequences. This is Luffy's dream. Seemingly simple, yet far more complex than mere domination. To rule requires absolute strength and cunning. Whereas freedom is often predicated upon the subjugation of others. One desires to rule, while the other craves freedom. This clash is inevitable, and nearly all who traverse these waters yearn for dominance, driven by their ambitions. Yet Luffy's pursuit of freedom will eternally stand in their way, as he navigates through arduous trials and tumultuous waves, with only his dreams guiding his path. The world of pirates is irresistibly alluring. At the shores of Sabati Archipelago, the ship protecting Demon slowly submerged into the sea. Dragon Soul and the young swordsman, Jinshin, leisurely indulged in an array of dishes laid out before them. With each bite, Dragon Soul's eyes sparkled with delight. Heaven knows what trials he and Jinshin had faced over the past 3 days, though they had previously savored their modest meals aboard the protecting Demon. After tasting the fare of the Whitebeard pirates, their previous sustenance seemed utterly insipid. Chef, our primary mission now is to find a cook. Otherwise, our future adventures may be fraught with difficulties. Buyer, your culinary skills are quite impressive. Dragon Soul exclaimed, astonished. The young chef, Buyer, had joined them after Dragon Soul decided to flee following his encounter with the celestial dragons. Buyer expressed his desire to venture to Fishman Island as well. Dragon Soul found himself intrigued by the boy, and he also wished to prevent Buyer from being left behind in potential danger. Little did he anticipate that Buyer was such an exceptional cook. As he voraciously devoured the spread laid before them, Dragon Soul silently vowed to ensure Buyer remained aboard. A ship without a cook was unthinkable. It's nothing, as long as you are satisfied, Buyer chuckled. All of this was taught to me by my sister. She would often work late into the night, and many times, I was the one preparing her meals. The gentle expression washed over Buyer's face at the mention of his sister. Though it quickly faded into sorrow, Dragon Soul and Jinshin took note of the change in Buyer's demeanor. That is something wrong with your sister? Dragon Soul inquired gently. Buyer's face contorted with conflict before he resolved to share. Actually, I am originally from the New World. That I have come out seeking allies. That my sister is currently imprisoned. He lowered his gaze, uncertain if Dragon Soul and Jinshin would perceive him as exploiting their aid. Have you found any allies? Dragon Soul asked, feigning ignorance of Buyer's primary concern. His focus was solely on Buyer. Having resolved to bring him into their fold, he had already embraced Buyer as one of their own. No, Buyer replied, his expression downcast. He soon lifted his gaze to Dragon Soul and Jinshin, who smiled encouragingly. We will help you. At these words, Jinshin shot a surprised glance at Dragon Soul. Buyer exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at Dragon Soul. Incredulous. He doubted whether he had misheard. After all, they were merely acquaintances. You truly wish to help me rescue my sister? Buyer's face was alight with excitement. Of course. However, in return, you must prepare us delicious meals. Dragon Soul smiled, his eyes glinting with eagerness. Observing Dragon Soul's earnest expression, Jinshin's lips twitched slightly. Realizing this was indeed his ulterior motive. That is certainly no problem, Buyer replied, brimming with enthusiasm. What he did not disclose was his uncanny ability to foresee future developments. From their initial encounter, an instinctive voice urged him that they were the allies he sought. He had witnessed Dragon Soul's formidable power, and though he was unaware of the specifics, the way Dragon Soul had nonchalantly dispatched that world noble was enough to reveal his extraordinary nature. Little did Buyer know the true significance of being a celestial dragon. Thus, he remains utterly oblivious to the profound implications of slaying a celestial dragon. Even the formidable Yonko pirate crews that dominate the New World would never dare to execute such a brazen act against the celestial dragons, for it would signify an outright declaration of war against the world government, a confrontation that extends far beyond mere naval forces. Having grown up in the New World, he harbors little understanding of the concept of nobility. To him, taking a life is merely a commonplace affair. Little does he know that at this very moment, the furious cries of the celestial dragons have reverberated all the way to the Five Elders. The supreme commander of the world government, Steelbone Kong, sits across from the current fleet admiral, Sengoku. Sengoku has come specifically to resign from his position as admiral. After a series of discussions, Kong reluctantly acquiesces to Sengoku's decision. The prospect of both Carp and Sengoku, two veterans who fought valiantly during the Roger era, retreating to the shadows is indeed a poignant reality. As Sengoku contemplates his impending retirement, he feels a surge of joy. But before he can savor the moment, an urgent Marine officer knocks hastily on Kong's office door. Tap, tap, tap. Come in. Steelbone-san. A Marine colonel rushes in, only to notice Sengoku's presence and promptly adds, Sengoku-san, I see you're here as well. Indeed. Sengoku nods slightly. It seems my subordinate has urgent military news. Celestial Dragon Charlos has been murdered at Sabati Archipelago. What? Sengoku and Kong both leap to their feet. Exchanging incredulous glances, shock etched on their faces. It has been an eternity since such an outrageous event as the murder of a celestial dragon has transpired. Upon hearing the name of this particular celestial dragon, Sengoku internally laments. The celestial dragons will undoubtedly exploit this incident, and the Navy headquarters will find it impossible to hold its head high before them. The news of that straw hat brat still being alive has already spread across the globe, and the irate celestial dragons will certainly not let this matter rest easily. Moreover, this celestial dragon is none other than Charlos himself. If it were possible, Sengoku would relish the thought of desecrating this fool's corpse. Haven't you been beaten enough? Wouldn't it have been better for you to stay in Mariewa? Yet you chose to venture out, and now look where it has led you, leaving this mess for me to clean up. Sighing heavily, Sengoku shifts his resentment toward the one responsible for killing this foolish celestial dragon, the Dragon's Soul. You wretched fiend, why wait until I was on the verge of retirement to commit this act? With the new admiral yet to be appointed, all scrutiny now falls upon him. Meanwhile, 5,000 meters beneath the sea, Dragon's Soul cannot suppress a sneeze, confusion evident on his face. Who is thinking of me? Has anyone identified the perpetrator? Sengoku promptly inquires. Not yet. We received the news and rushed over, but by the time we arrived, there were bodies strewn about. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's spirits lift, and he declares, I will investigate. The colonel watches Sengoku nearly dart out of the room and quickly calls after him. Is there anything else? Sengoku halts abruptly, his body tensing slightly. The 5 elders would like to see you. At this, Sengoku's expression darkens, while Kong observes him with keen interest, fully aware of Sengoku's desire to abandon his post and hide away. This would allow him to pass the burden on to someone else under the pretense of having resigned from his position. Unbeknownst to the Marine colonel, he has unwittingly offended the old admiral, and his future days may not bode well. Sengoku glares at the colonel fiercely and replies curtly, Take me there. Yes, the colonel responds eagerly. Unaware of the dark future that awaits him. Sengoku. That moment, Steelbone Kong calls out to them, addressing Sengoku, Are there any admirals currently unoccupied in the Navy headquarters? The murder of a celestial dragon necessitates the deployment of an admiral. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku replies, Kizaru is currently at Navy headquarters. Send him. Little do they know, I'm already having a rough time. I must gather more support. This is not a deliberate act on Sengoku's part. It is simply the truth. Akiji is presently occupied with post-war affairs, traversing various Navy bases to suppress the rampant pirates emboldened by the war's outcome. Akainu has ventured into the New World, reportedly encountering Blackbeard. The only admiral remaining at Navy headquarters is Kizaru, who serves as the highest-ranking officer of the Navy's Science Division. Although the pacifists damaged during the war require restoration, his presence is not essential. He merely serves a supervisory role, unlike Vegapunk. Following Luffy's opportunistic incursion, Navy headquarters has significantly bolstered its defenses. Kizaru has been dispatched to safeguard the headquarters. At this moment, Kizaru sits comfortably in his office chair, leisurely trimming his fingernails. Bring. Suddenly, the special telephone snail on his desk rings. Hello? Kizaru answers, raising an eyebrow as he picks up the receiver. Kizaru, you need to go to Sabati Archipelago. A celestial dragon has been killed. Investigate this matter. The Navy headquarters must provide an explanation to the celestial dragons. Steelbone's voice resonates through the phone. Steelbone-san. Kizaru pauses in surprise, the corners of his mouth twitching. But Sengoku-san just assigned me to guard Navy headquarters. Kizaru, this situation requires an admiral's intervention, and Akainu and Akiji are currently on missions. You are the only one available. Sengoku's voice chimes in from the other ENDAS for your duty to guard the headquarters. Put it on hold for now. With Marineford heavily fortified, it is unlikely that anyone will attempt anything out of the ordinary. Realizing he cannot escape this duty, Kizaru sighs internally, knowing he must comply. All right, Sengoku-san, I will take a look. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he muses about the chaos that seems to follow him. Just when the matter with the straw hat brat seemed to settle, another crisis arises. By the way, the celestial dragon who met his end this time is the same one that the straw hat brat dealt with previously. Handle it as you see fit. With that, Sengoku abruptly hangs up. As the line goes silent, Kizaru grimaces, feeling as though he has been caught in the crossfire. Due to the previous incident involving the Straw Hat, he has already found it difficult to face the celestial dragons. Now, he has inadvertently become embroiled in yet another scandal. The celestial dragons, already driven to madness from previous assaults, will surely not let this incident slide effortlessly. Truly, trouble seems to follow him relentlessly, with a troubled expression. Kizaru soon exits the room and boards a warship bound for Sabaody Archipelago. Upon arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, Kizaru experiences a sense of deja vu. Unlike his last visit, the island is devoid of pirates. Perhaps they have fled upon hearing the news of the celestial dragon's murder and the impending arrival of the Navy Admiral. Silence reigns. Too much silence. As Kizaru leads a group of Marines down the path. A Marine rushes toward him. Admiral, we have thoroughly searched the entire Sabaody Archipelago and found no trace of any suspects. It appears that everyone present suddenly lost consciousness, and when they awoke, the celestial dragon had already been slain. The Marine presents 2 sheets of paper to Kizaru. Kizaru takes the papers, only to be taken aback. The sketches, poorly rendered given the absence of a skilled artist among those present, leave much to be desired. Seeing Kizaru's bewilderment, the Marine hastily adds, "There was nothing we could do. The likeness is only about 50% accurate." However, Kizaru recognizes the figures depicted. Isn't this Dragon Soul and Kenshin? Although the artwork bears little resemblance, their attire remains unchanged. Longhun continues to don his shorts and flip-flops, while Xin is clad in a full set of combat gear complemented by a long blade. Upon recognizing these 2 individuals, Huang Yuan felt an immediate sense of resolve. The culprits are likely these 2 rascals, especially considering Longhun's previous jibes at the Navy headquarters and the celestial dragons during his time in Marineford. It takes a certain audacity to slay a celestial dragon, initiate a thorough search of the entire island, and leave no corner unexamined. Go swiftly. After issuing the command, Huang Yuan gradually settled into a nearby spot. Gazing at the portraits of Longhun and Xin, lost in thought as he murmured, "That straw hat kid, Longhun, truly is a troublesome addition to the quartet of brothers in the New World." The notorious Blackbeard crew, fresh from obliterating the rookie pirate crew led by Bonnie, is currently engaged in repairs. They intend to negotiate with the Navy for a warship in exchange for Bonnie, as their current vessel is woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, the Navy is simmering with indignation, recalling the audacity displayed by these rogues in Marineford, and now they dare to act with such insolence in the New World. Consequently, Akainu has taken command of a warship to confront them. The Navy has arrived with their warship, but it appears they have no intention of handing it over to us, Van Oka remarked slowly. Blackbeard responded with a hint of surprise. "How do you know that? Akainu is also aboard the warship. Now is not the time to engage him. We must withdraw, men." Thus, the Blackbeard pirates executed a strategic retreat. By the time Akainu arrived on the island, the Blackbeard crew had already vanished without a trace. Casting a glance at the bound Bonnie, Akainu's expression remained impassive as he was about to speak. Brew. Akainu slowly retrieved a small transponder snail from his person and answered the call. "Hello? Is this Sakazuki? Huang Yuan here. Do you have something to report?" Upon hearing Huang Yuan's voice, Akainu inquired. "You are currently in the New World, correct? We have encountered a most alarming situation. What has transpired? Just 3 hours ago, a celestial dragon was murdered at Sabaody Archipelago." When Huang Yuan uttered these words, both Akainu and Bonnie's pupils dilated in shock. "You say a celestial dragon was killed?" Akainu asked again for confirmation. Bonnie swallowed hard, her face etched with disbelief. "Indeed, and the perpetrator has been nearly identified as one of the brothers, Fire Fist Ace." At this point, Huang Yuan couldn't help but comment. "Those 4 brothers are truly a source of endless trouble. Who is it?" Akainu's expression darkened, regretting his inability to capture the 4 brothers in Marineford. Beside him, Bonnie attentively absorbed this shocking news.